I'm Chin Miao, and I was in shock as I looked at the man standing in front of me. It was so dark that I couldn't see his face, but I knew he was shirtless. My back pressed against a cold wall, and there was nowhere to run. He said, "Chin Miao, you're my wife now. Even if you don't want to be, you have no choice."
I'm Shen Junfeng.
I froze. How did I end up as someone's wife? Who even is Shun Jianfeng? I stared at him and blurted out, "You have the wrong person." But as I spoke, the voice wasn't mine. It was clear and young-sounding, not how I usually spoke. Glancing around, I noticed an old oil lamp casting faint light. Shun Jianfeng was so tall, almost hitting the ceiling. He asked if I was interested in someone else. His tone was rough, and I immediately felt a chill, quickly saying no. How did I get here? Last thing I remember, I was counting stock in the warehouse, then there was a fire, and I got trapped. Did I travel to another time? When he climbed onto the bed, I finally saw his face clearly, and he looked at me with irritation. He said if I didn't want to marry him, I should have spoken up sooner. But how could I tell him I just got here? He grabbed me, pinning me down, and I tried to resist, saying, "You've got the wrong person." But he didn't believe me. I felt trapped under his weight, and my mind flashed to stories of mythical heroes trapped under mountains. He started pulling at my clothes, and I resisted, panicking. I didn't even have a boyfriend, let alone want to be with a stranger. But could I tell him I wasn't his wife, that I'd somehow ended up here by mistake? In this dimly lit, likely old-fashioned era, admitting I'd traveled here could get me killed for being different. I woke up crying. The pain was real, and my body ached in ways I'd never experienced. I dressed in the rough clothes I found, even though they scratched and hurt. When Shen Jianfeng left the room, I could breathe easier, though I felt like a rabbit hiding from a predator. The room was as poor as the houses I'd seen on TV depicting historical poverty, yet it was clear these weren't ancient times. When I stepped outside, I could smell smoke. Shun Jianfeng looked at me, annoyed, and told me water was hot for washing. I acted as meekly as I could, trying not to provoke him. I washed up, noticing he watched me with slight disdain. As I looked around the courtyard with its worn fences, reality sank in hard. I was stuck here in another time with a man who thought I was his wife. It's early spring, and I noticed some wild vegetables starting to sprout in the yard. I try to comfort myself, thinking that maybe living here won't be impossible. I grew up poor, doing all kinds of farm work, but I have no idea what year it is now. Shun Jianfeng is nearby, cooking cornmeal porridge in a pot. He's been back for 10 days, and there's barely anything to eat, just some cornmeal and a couple pieces of salty vegetables. He talks about going to the county to buy supplies and mentions he has one more month of leave before returning to his unit. I feel cold standing outside, so I head back in. I desperately want to know where I am and what's going on, but I'm too scared to ask, worried he might notice something off about me. Even though life here is harsh, I still want to survive. He calls me to eat, and I join him inside, where the room is neat. It looks like he keeps things clean. I carefully squat down, holding my aching waist to grab a stool. He watches me, maybe thinking he was too rough yesterday. On the table, there's a simple meal, yellow corn porridge, and 2 small chunks of salty vegetables. I don't have the courage to eat the salty stuff, though. He asks how much land I can farm since he's planning to take back the 3 acres his family left. I realize he's going to leave in a month, and I feel secretly relieved. I say I can handle all 3 acres myself, even though he looks doubtful, considering how delicate I seem. Inside, I'm still trying to figure out if this is some parallel world, like in the novels I used to read. He leaves for a bit, and I'm left alone. All my bottled-up emotions come pouring out. I think about the fire that killed me, and now I'm stuck in this awful situation. I remember the warehouse full of supplies I'd lost, and how I ruined my friend's inventory by storing my goods there. When I finally eat the porridge, I can't help but wish for something flavorful, like chili sauce. Suddenly, a jar of chili sauce appears in my hand. Shocked and excited, I start thinking of other foods, and they also materialize: eggs, sausages, bread, milk, everything I could want. I realize I have access to everything from my warehouse in my past life. Overjoyed, I put everything away, testing my newfound ability to summon items. My grief fades, replaced by hope. Now, I know I have a way to survive here, no matter how tough it gets. As exhaustion overtakes me, I lie down, thinking of the person who locked me in the warehouse. Even though I couldn't see his face, I'm certain justice will catch up to him eventually. With that thought, I drift into uneasy sleep. Shun Jianfeng went to his family's third uncle, Shun Muchuan's house. Everyone there knew he'd come to ask for his land back, and they weren't happy about it. Land was valuable, and his 3 acres were good fields. Third uncle greeted him, trying to be friendly, but when Shun Jianfeng mentioned the land, tension filled the air. The old lady of the family grumbled about me, saying I was too lazy to handle 3 acres. Shun Jianfeng defended me, saying he'd give me a chance to prove myself, but he knew deep down people might take advantage of me while he was away. The family members argued, but third uncle told them to be quiet and agreed to show him the land. Shun Jianfeng left to get me, and when he came home, he looked worried, thinking I might have run away. Instead, he found me lying on the bed, looking miserable. He told me to get up and come with him to see the land boundaries. I was startled and nervous, but he handed me a fancy fur coat, way too big for me, and even put a hat on my head. I felt awkward and a bit overwhelmed by his sudden care. We headed outside, and I hurried after him, my short legs struggling to keep up. I couldn't help but notice the place looked like it was from the Republic of China era, or maybe just after liberation. Mud houses, simple fences, and a frozen river in the distance. After a long walk, we met third uncle, who showed us the clean, well-maintained fields. I silently admired how hardworking people were here, keeping the land in perfect shape. When we finished, I didn't want to talk to Shun Jianfeng, so I quietly followed him back. At home, he started a fire, and I stood there, not knowing what to do. He said he'd boil some water and then go to the county to buy supplies. I nervously asked to go with him, wanting to see the place and figure out where I was. I even mentioned buying a small donkey to help with the farm work. He thought it over and agreed to buy some necessities for me, but didn't want me to come along, saying it was too far. He promised to take care of me, and while I didn't entirely trust him, I had no choice but to hope he meant it. I knew there was no chance Shun Jianfeng would take me to the county, but that was fine. With him leaving in a month, I'd have plenty of freedom to explore then. He drank some hot water, then poured boiling water over cornmeal, telling me to make corn cakes for myself after he left. Once he was gone, I finally relaxed. Sitting by the stove, I felt how sweaty and cold I'd become from all the running around. I summoned a carton of milk and drank it, savoring the taste that reminded me of childhood. The house was simple but clean. I didn't have much to do, and the cold made me want to lie down and gather my thoughts. Without him around, I felt freer but still uneasy about being a lone woman in this place. The surrounding homes had no fences, so I couldn't act too out of the ordinary. After resting, I felt itchy and decided to wash up. Heating water and scrubbing with dish soap because shampoo smelled too fragrant, I finally felt clean after an hour. The clothes I brought couldn't be exposed, so I had to wear what was here, even if they were rough and old-fashioned. I washed my clothes, hoping they'd dry by night. Hungry, I pulled out some bread, sausages, and more milk for a simple meal. After eating, I started preparing lunch, making corn cakes mixed with chopped pickled vegetables. The smell of cooking filled the air, but I still worried about when Shun Jianfeng would return. Meanwhile, Shun Jianfeng was at the livestock market, deciding to buy a small donkey since I'd need it to manage on my own. He spent money on a cart, farm tools, and supplies, feeling the pinch of his dwindling funds, but determined to leave me well prepared. Back at home, I finished making the corn cakes, but he hadn't returned. Suddenly, 2 men came to the house, calling out his name. Surprised they'd use his full name, I quickly covered my hair and went outside. They were his comrades, here to tell him he needed to return to the team soon. Excited, I thought his leaving would give me the space I needed to adjust. I offered to let them wait inside, but they politely declined, knowing it was improper. Realizing Shun Jianfeng would be gone soon, I rushed back inside to prepare a meal, so he wouldn't leave hungry. I cooked more corn cakes and boiled water. As the cakes finished, his friends considered going to find him, but they decided to wait. Just when the water was boiling, I heard noise outside and rushed out, ready to face whatever came next. From a distance, I saw two men standing at our gate. Recognizing Shin Jianfeng's comrades, I relaxed a bit. As he approached, they called out, and I could tell they were here to take him back to his unit. Shin Jianfeng looked a bit disappointed, but I could see he was also relieved to have prepared everything for me before leaving. I helped unload the cart, as he went to fetch the village chief to make sure I'd be looked after. Watching him go, I felt strangely grateful. Despite his rough personality, he'd thought about what I'd need. When he returned, I mentioned I'd prepared corn cakes for him to take along. He seemed moved, even though he tried to hide it. The chief arrived, and Shin Jianfeng asked him to keep an eye on me, promising to come back soon. After the chief left, Shin Jianfeng gave me 5 silver coins, insisting I keep them for anything I needed. I was conflicted. Here was this tough man, harsh yet thoughtful in his own way. Holding the warm coins he placed in my hand, I felt a mix of gratitude and a bit of guilt for wishing he'd leave soon. He quickly packed up and, with his friends, prepared to go. I handed them all the corn cakes, only keeping 2 for myself. He gave me a serious look before saying goodbye and reminded me to be careful with the house doors. As he and his comrades walked away, I felt a huge weight lift. I was finally alone, free to figure things out at my own pace. Living alone was familiar to me, and with no memory of this place, I'd have to learn everything from scratch, carefully avoiding mistakes. I knew I couldn't let anyone suspect my true situation. Eating a simple meal of milk, sausage, and corn cakes, I felt satisfied. I checked on the little donkey, feeding it some hot water and the last corn cake, and made a mental note to get more feed tomorrow. Alone, I could plan for the future, what to plant, how to survive, and get used to this strange life. As I sorted everything in the house, I finally felt ready to rest, content with my plans and the newfound sense of calm. I started thinking about what to plant in the fields, maybe cotton instead of sorghum. I'd need new warm clothes and bedding by winter, and cotton seeds could also be used for oil. But I'd have to find out if there's an oil press around here, and I needed to be careful about asking questions since I didn't know much about this place. It was clear this body's family wasn't on good terms with her husband, Shin Jianfeng, or he wouldn't have gone to the village chief for help instead of them. It didn't matter. I just needed to survive. The night was quiet, broken only by the sound of the little donkey outside. Hearing the rooster crow, I got up to start my day. I fed the donkey some hot cornmeal, which it happily ate after a cold night. My breakfast was simple warm milk, a steamed bun, and a sausage. I grabbed a basket and sickle and set out for the mountain's edge to gather grass and sticks for firewood. A middle-aged woman spotted me on the way and, thankfully, offered some advice, suggesting I take the donkey to make the trip easier and to head west where there was more grass. After securing the house, I hitched up the donkey cart and went to the mountain. Gathering what I could, I loaded up some firewood for the donkey to carry back, making sure to secure it. On my way down, I stumbled often, worried I'd lose the donkey if I took too long. When I returned to the village, several kids ran up, and one boy called me third sister. He looked like he could be related, so I decided to chat with him to gather more information. He helped me unload the cart and gave me a helpful warning not to lend the donkey to anyone, as many villagers might ask to borrow it. As he helped me start a fire, I asked him where our parents were, pretending I'd forgotten. He mentioned our father was working in town, which helped me understand a bit more about my situation here. The conversation felt strange, but bit by bit, I was learning what I needed to adapt to this life. I had learned a bit more about the family situation, but still found it strange. If my father was a carpenter, why was the family so poor? And where was he anyway? He hadn't even come home for his daughter's wedding. My younger brother, Chen Jiang, looked malnourished, just like me, and spoke cautiously about how our mother favored our older siblings and neglected the rest of us. I offered him some warm water and tried to make sense of everything. Apparently, our mother had turned all my old clothes into paper-layered padding, and there had been arguments about my lack of a dowry. It seemed like my mother didn't care much for me or my younger siblings. It didn't surprise me, but it did sting a bit. Later, I decided to grind cornmeal at the village mill. I had no idea how to use a sieve or winnow grain, but Xinjiang was a huge help, and we carried the corn in sacks together. At the mill, several women were already grinding their corn, and I realized how much I had to learn about village life. Watching them work, I decided that when I had money, I'd buy my own millstone to make things easier. Xinjiang was cheerful and good at charming the older women, making them laugh and even getting their help. I, on the other hand, stayed quiet, just pushing the heavy millstone and thinking about how much I needed to adapt. They probably thought I was too shy, but that worked to my advantage. They even offered to lend us sieves, but I kept things simple, choosing not to winnow the meal. After grinding the corn, we headed home. Xinjiang explained where to get seeds for planting and how to trade for sweet potato vines. I realized I'd need to visit the county soon. At home, I boiled water and made porridge for the donkey and us. Xinjiang tried to refuse, worried I didn't have enough food, but I insisted. He worked hard, keeping the fire steady, and we both enjoyed a simple meal. I even pulled out 2 pieces of peach cake from my storage space. Seeing him surprised and happy was worth it. Watching him, I thought about how I'd have to keep figuring things out and using my hidden resources wisely to survive here. Chun Miao went over and pulled Xinjiang up. Hurry up and eat. This is the peach cake your brother-in-law bought. Let's have one each. Xinjiang had already smelled the sweet scent. Hurry up and sit down and eat porridge. Third sister, what are you going to eat from now on? In the future. I don't eat much, and wild vegetables will be available soon. This bag of cornmeal and a bag of sorghum rice are enough for me to eat.
Don't worry about that.
I'll eat 1 bowl of porridge, and the remaining 3 bowls are yours. Xinjiang was a child after all, and he was really hungry. In the morning, he had porridge made from dried squash, which was very watery and not enough to fill him up. Eat peach cake, it's really delicious. Chun Miao didn't care and ate a piece in 2 or 3 bites. Xinjiang ate it in small bites, and when his third sister finished it, he broke off half and gave it to her.
I don't want it.
You've eaten it all. Don't take it out and cause me trouble. It's just 2 pieces. Chun Miao ate quickly and asked Xinjiang again to finish all 3 bowls of porridge while she went to feed the donkey. Xinjiang didn't care about anything else now. He ate the peach cake and 3 bowls of porridge. He hadn't eaten so much in a long time. Chun Miao had already packed up and had no time to rest. He also had to make hay for the donkey. Third sister, what are you doing with the carriage? The little donkey has no hay to eat yet, and it's too cold at night. I'll go get some more hay. Do you know where there's plenty? I know. I'll take you there. I'll go get the rake from home. Don't go. You'll avoid getting scolded. I have a sickle at home. Xinjiang led the team to the south. There is a lot of hay in the ditch bordering Zhangzhuang, and it's very good. He ran around the area all day and knew a lot. When they arrived at the ditch that Xinjiang mentioned, Chun Miao smiled. The entire ditch was several kilometers long and was covered with dry grass. The little donkey was tied to a tree, and the brother and sister went down to cut grass. Xinjiang was really capable and quickly filled a cart. Third sister, you drive the cart over and cut 2 more carts today. In this way, the brother and sister cut 3 carts of hay in the whole afternoon and agreed to cut hay again in a few days. Not only could they feed the donkey, but they could also use it as firewood. In fact, people who live well don't hesitate to burn hay, and the fodder for their livestock is corn stalks chopped up with a guillotine, which the livestock love to eat. Chun Miao had nothing, so he could only make do with this, as the woodshed was almost full. Third sister, are you going up the mountain tomorrow? I'll go with you. Would you be willing to go with me? It's okay now. I'm not at home all day. She doesn't know. That's fine. Just stay at the foot of the mountain and watch over the donkey cart. I'm afraid someone will take it away. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Xinjiang returned home, and Chun Miao started to clean up. He was too tired after the day, so he took a shower and went to bed. I ate a boiled egg and drank a bag of milk before going to bed. I finally have the chance to be alive, so of course I will cherish it more. Because I was so tired, I had no dreams that night. On the train, Shun Jianfeng was quite worried about his wife. They had just gotten married for one day, and he was leaving. He didn't know when he would come back. He didn't know what would happen to her when she was alone at home. Thinking that she was so afraid of me, she must be hoping that I would leave, right? Could she survive at home alone? Shun Jianfeng knew that it was useless to worry about anything. When would these darn beasts get out? Only after they were driven away could he go home, right?
Then he didn't know when that would be.
Do you miss your wife? Shuangxi asked with a smile. Yeah, I don't know how she lives alone. Actually, I don't want to get married. But I dream about my grandfather every day. We were married when he was still alive. That's good too. Your wife is still young, and your mother-in-law is from the same village, right? Shun Jianfeng didn't say anything. They had already discussed it, but when they discussed marrying a wife, he asked for $3 more. He made it very clear that he didn't have to be filial to them in the future. If they died, they could go if they wanted to, and if they didn't want to, it would be forgotten. When Chen Jiang returned home, his mother started beating him. You just run like crazy. Chen Jiang was used to it, so he would just stay away. Otherwise, if he was still hanging around his mother, he would get beaten up again. The next day, Chen Miao got up and hurried to cook while it was still dark outside. He made some pancakes so that he could have some for lunch. He had to get more firewood today because it was time for spring planting. In the countryside, firewood is indispensable. Besides, there was no time to chop firewood in the spring. When the cakes were cooked, she secretly drank a bag of milk and ate an egg, and then she started to prepare food for the donkey. It was already dawn, and Chen Jiang hadn't come yet. She didn't wait any longer and set off in the donkey cart with the cakes. It was still early, but she still ran into a few people. Everyone knew she was not talkative, so no one paid any attention to her. When we reached the foot of the mountain, we tied up the donkey and quickly went up the mountain. There are quite a few tree branches, and this is the one we're going to be today. Chen Jiang was so anxious. But the housework had to be finished, so he urged his brother and sister-in-law to hurry up. Chen Miao bent over and worked for 2 hours straight, but there were not many logs left. Worried about the little donkey, he collected all the logs and ran down the mountain. All the logs are on the truck, it's full. So I'll send it back, and I can come back again today. When I walked back, I saw my brother running towards me. Third sister. Mother asked me to rub the corn before I could come out today. It's okay. Get in the car. The two sisters went home. Chen Jiang helped to carry the babies, and Chen Miao went in to boil some water. Both the babies and the little donkey needed a drink. I felt lucky again that there was a well in the yard. Otherwise, I would have to go so far to fetch water. My shoulders hurt just thinking about it. He asked Chen Jiang to eat 2 pancakes, then drove the donkey cart to the foot of the mountain again. Chen Miao is a quiet girl. According to this idea, she can live a good life alone. A mean-looking woman curled her lips and said, "But you can't die just because you get up. Isn't life about work? Daliang wife, you have such a bad mouth." Many people in the village were talking about Chen Miao, and her mother also heard the news. But she didn't show any expression on her face and didn't take it seriously. She was already married, and besides, she had given her money, so she would have nothing to do with her in the future. They also knew that Chen Jiang's work was their siblings' business. As long as the boy finished the housework and was willing to work for his sister, he would do it. Chen Miao asked Chen Jiang to stay and watch the donkey cart. Third sister, I'll go up the mountain. You rest here for a while. Chen Miao did not refuse. She walked around the area. This was the sunny side, and there were already some wild vegetables sprouting. She picked some to eat. After waiting for about an hour, she finally went up the mountain. Knowing how many tree trunks there were, Chen Jiang couldn't carry them all by himself. Please support us. It was already dark when the siblings came back. Third sister, I want to go back. Chen Miao was also afraid that he would be beaten when he returned. After everything was cleaned up, it was completely dark. While eating, he thought that he could now relax temporarily. I have to go to the county town tomorrow, and it's really hard to have no time. I don't need anything else. I'll ask the village chief tomorrow. I also want to build a wall around the courtyard. I have money, so I can just hire someone to do it. But I don't know if it will be enough. Lying on the warm kong is comfortable. I still had a dreamless night. The next morning, just after I finished cleaning up, Xinjiang came over. Hurry up and sit down to eat. Third sister, I've eaten. Eat some more. This time I added a little oyster sauce to the vegetable porridge, and the taste was immediately different. Xinjiang, I want to go to the county town. Third sister, I'll go with you. Okay then, I won't go with the village chief. The two finished eating and drove. Third sister, do you know where the county town is? Did you know? Both the brother and sister shook their heads. Then let's go ask the village chief. Chun Miao followed Xinjiang and knew where the village chief's house was next time. Shin Wufu looked at the two siblings who came in and asked, "What's the matter? Uncle Wu, when are you free? I want to go to the county town to buy some seeds. I don't have any at home. What do you need?" "Uncle Wu, I want to plant half an acre of cotton, otherwise I won't be able to survive the winter." "Okay, let's go today. I'll also buy 2 sickles." "Uncle Wu, I'll go back and harness the car." After the siblings left, Shin Wufu's wife came out and said, "This Chen Miao is different. He always lowered his head when he spoke before. I will have to support this family by myself in the future. It's not an easy task. The head of the household will buy some salt and lamp oil. This is a necessity, you have to buy it." With Shun Wufu following them, of course, he was the one driving the carriage. "Uncle Wu, I want to build a wall around the yard. It doesn't matter if the house is a little dilapidated, but I live alone, and I'm really scared of the little donkey." "Uncle Wu, Shun Jianfeng left me some money. Can I hire someone to build a wall around the courtyard? You don't have any adobe at home. If you want to build a wall around the yard, you'll need a lot of it." "Well, I think the wall should be higher." Shin Wufu understood that it was indeed scary for a woman to live there alone.
Okay, I'll ask.
Chun Miao knew that the 5 yuan left for him was not enough for anything, but he was willing to spend it all on building a wall for the yard, as he was really worried all the time when sleeping at night. The little donkey's SPE was not very fast, but it was faster than a human at least. He drove straight to the grocery store. "Third sister, fifth uncle, you go in, I'll watch the car outside." Chun Miao followed Shin Wufu into the grocery store, and a pungent smell of vinegar wafted over. "Boss, give me 2 pounds of salt and 2 pounds of lamp oil." "Okay, let's see if you need anything else." Chun Miao looked around the grocery store, and it was almost the same as a convenience store. You already know that you can buy seeds at grocery stores, and of course grain stores also have seeds. Seeing Shun Wufu paying, Chun Miao went over and said, "Boss, I want to buy half an acre of cotton seeds and half an acre of sorghum seeds." "You've come to the right place. Let me tell you, I got these cotton seeds from the Central Plains. 1 acre of land there can produce 70 to 80 kilograms of cotton." Shun Wufu was also very tempted by this, as his family was large, and they grew some cotton in the yard, but the yield was not much. "Boss, cotton seeds must be very expensive, right?" "Not expensive, not expensive. The same price as ordinary cotton seeds." After buying 2 kinds of seeds, Chen Miao gave 50 copper coins with a painful heart. "Isn't this expensive?" He was reluctant to buy anything else. Yuan Chong insisted on spending money. When the two of them came out, Chen Jiang had already fed the donkey and collected the donkey manure. Chun Miao knew that this was for base fertilizer, but to be honest, he was really not used to this. "I'm going to the blacksmith shop. Do you want to buy anything?" "Uncle Wu, Shun Jianfeng has bought back all the hoes, pickaxes, and sickles in our home. I want to go to the train station to take a look." "What are you doing at the train station?"
Just to see what the train looks like.
"There are a lot of people at the train station. You have to be careful." Shin Wufu thought that this girl just missed Shin Jianfeng. Yes, she left just 1 day after getting married. "Third sister, I want to go and see it too." "Okay, you two go ahead. I'll be outside watching the car." Chun Miao didn't want Xinjiang to follow him, but this kid had never been to the county town, so forget it, just check the time. "Although the watch can't be taken out, but I can use it secretly. There are a lot of people on this street near the train station. I'll stay here and wait for you. Hurry up. The boss here is not easy to mess with." Chun Miao nodded. "Uncle Wu, I'll go in and take a look and come out." In Chun Miao's mind, there must be time at the train station. The brother and sister ran into the train station, but they didn't see the time. What should they do? Suddenly, they saw a beautiful lady. Chun Miao gritted his teeth and said, "Beautiful lady, can you tell me what time it is now?" Zhao Manfei looked at the country girl in a headscarf in front of her. She knew the time, but she didn't say anything. She raised her wrist and looked at it. "It's 11:20 now." "Thank you, beautiful lady." Chun Jiang was puzzled. How did the third sister know the time? Chun Miao already knew the location of the toilet. He said it and ran over. He counted in his mind. He walked around to the toilet, quickly took out his watch, squatted down to adjust the time, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose of coming to the county town this time has been achieved. When Shen Wufu ran to the donkey cart, he was already anxious. Let's go to the blacksmith shop, and then we'll go back." When he got here, Chun Miao felt that he could use everything, but because he had no money, he could only look. After leaving the county town, Chun Miao took out the pancakes and said, "Uncle Wu, Chun Jiang, you too have some." "I'm not eating anymore, I'm going home now." How could Shen Wufu feel embarrassed to eat? Chun Miao stuffed it into his arms. There were a lot of wild vegetables and salt in the pancake, so it was not so hard when eaten cold. In fact, for them, as long as they could eat their fill, the taste was not within their consideration. After returning to the village, Chun Jiang went home halfway, and Shen Wufu did not enter the yard. It would be better for a young wife to be careful when living alone. "Uncle Wu, please ask me about the courtyard wall. I know every family has adobe. I think it would be great if we could build a fence now since we are not busy yet." Shen Wufu nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go ask you tomorrow." Chun Miao had been busy for 3 hours, and when the calm was warm, he took a shower and lay down. Although he had been sitting on the donkey cart all day, he still felt very tired. He had a dreamless night and woke up the next day to do the same old chores. Chun Jiang came early but refused to eat anything. Chun Miao knew that he was worried about running out of food in the future. He tried to persuade him several times, but he refused to eat anything. "Third sister, I will help you pick corn seeds later." Chun Miao nodded. She didn't know how old she was or how old Chun Jiang was, so she could only ask casually. But even a child of this age had work in his eyes. "The room is too dark. We can only put the table in the yard." "Third sister, when Dad comes back, I will steal his tools and make you some small stools." "You are also a carpenter?" "A small bench will do. I'll go to the mountain to chop trees this afternoon if I have nothing to do. Come back and help me get a few wooden boxes. They don't have to be big, just about a foot high. I'll put them on the kong to grow cotton seedlings." "Do we still need to cultivate cotton seedlings?" The shopkeeper said that the seedlings are growing well. "Besides, I also want squash seedlings." I wanted to buy some, but the village chief said he had a lot at home. "Third sister, let me get you some chive seeds from home. I've saved quite a few this year. If Mom finds out, won't you be beaten?" "It's okay. There's a lot at home. It won't be noticeable if I take some." Chun Jiang still doesn't eat it. "I'll go to the village chief's house and ask for it. After autumn, I'll give them some food or something else to repay their favor. You don't even have onions at home, so remember to order some seeds." "I know. I was planning to plant 1 acre of corn, which meant 6 or 7 kilograms of seeds were enough, so I picked those that were particularly plump." Just after they finished picking the seeds, Shen Wufu and 2 middle-aged men came over. She didn't know them, but Chun Jiang did. Chun Miao also called for help. "Chun Miao, the Wang Fu brothers have a lot of adobe bricks at home. I thought we would stop building houses this year, so I discussed with them and decided to give them to you first. If you don't have enough, we can borrow some from each household." Chun Miao nodded and looked at Shen Wufu. "Uncle Wu, big brother, second brother, listen to me. I won't take care of anything if I fence off this yard. How much does it cost?" "Chun Miao, how big do you want the enclosure to be?" "The area surrounded by the fence?" "Uncle Wu, there are no houses to the west of me. Can you fence off the west side?" "I want to build a pig pen and a chicken coop." "That's fine. No one cares now. Measure it. It should be taller than Big Brother." Several people walked around in a circle and were able to form a 3-meter-long fence behind them. Finally, after the 3 of them discussed it, Chun Miao went on to pick seeds. "According to what you said, it will cost at least $3. We need too much clay. Chun Miao smiled bitterly in his heart and thought for a while. Okay, Xin Jianfeng left me $3, and I don't have much to spend money on now, so I'll fence off the yard. I'll trouble my eldest brother, second brother, and fifth uncle. That's all right. Let's start today. We have to dig at least 2 shovels deep. The 3 of them left as spring planting was approaching, and the work had to be done quickly. There were only 2 siblings left in the yard. Third sister, why are you spending so much money? Chun Miao smiled bitterly. I have to spend it. I'm scared to be alone. Besides, I'm afraid the little donkey will get lost. It would cost me 3 sheep to fence off this yard. The seeds were collected, and soon someone came over with a shovel. Chun Miao followed Xinjiang and called for help. Looking at Wang Daqiao, Wang Erqiao and his brother also marked out the west side with white lime powder. The people who came over had already started pulling out branches and digging the foundation. Xinjiang also worked together. I'll go to the mountain and take a look. In the countryside, the distinction between men and women is still quite strict. It would be embarrassing to stay at home and watch others work, so I decided to go and cut trees. There are really too many missing, so I'll prepare slowly. Third sister, I will just stay at home and help my eldest brother and the others with their work. Xinjiang said quickly. It would be necessary to keep someone at home, and they could go find someone to help them if they needed anything. Chun Miao nodded and went up the mountain. He chose a tree and had only an axe in his hand, so he could only use brute force. It was not until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon that I finally put down a tree. I was too tired to move. I looked at the blisters on my palms and smiled bitterly. This was not enough. I rested for 10 minutes and felt even less willing to work. I packed up my tools and went up the mountain to take a look. I have no money, and I feel very insecure. I thought that I might get some unexpected gains. I walked past the place where she cut branches and then went inside. I saw the rabbit and chased after it in surprise. I was tired and had no strength left. I couldn't catch up with it even under normal circumstances. Forget it. I don't have this kind of extra money. There are plenty of trees and logs here. I should be more pragmatic. After mowing for an hour, we packed up and went back home. I tied a rope to the tree trunk, straddled it over my shoulders, and dragged it down the mountain. I was really tired. Before I got home, I saw Xinjiang running towards me. Third sister, why are you back so late? It's too much effort to cut down trees. Xinjiang helped pull it together. Chun Miao felt much more relaxed. It was dark and I couldn't see clearly. When I got there, I realized that the foundation had been dug out today. That's fast. Third sister, I'm going back. I've already fed the donkey. Go home and tell them you're coming back for dinner, or your sister-in-law will say something unpleasant to you. Third sister, just lock the door. I won't come over. You won't have any food when you go home. I'll be waiting for you. Xinjiang ran home. His father came back and looked at his 4th son. Why don't you go home when it's getting dark? Xinjiang said nothing. He secretly told his younger brother to leave the door open for him, and he would find a chance to slip away. Chun Miao thought that Xinjiang must be hungry after working all day. He had already fed the donkey, so he simply cooked sorghum rice porridge in the pot and steamed cornbread on top. Or there were some wild vegetables in it. I wanted to give Xinjiang something delicious, but I didn't know what to eat. I thought about the remaining half of the cornmeal, which I put brown sugar in. I'm sure everyone likes sweet food. By the time Xinjiang came over, the pot was already steaming. There's hot water there, take a shower. Third sister, Dad is back. Chun Miao didn't say anything. It sounded like Xinjiang hadn't even come back for his wedding. The meal was ready, and the 2 siblings sat down to eat. This is sweet, you eat it. Third sister, did you add brown sugar? I smell the sweetness of brown sugar. Well, you eat. Xinjiang ate steamed bread and drank porridge and found them delicious, especially those that were sweet. Before they finished eating, they heard some noise outside. The 2 siblings ran out. It turned out that someone was pushing the earth here. After talking to the person for a few words, they came back to continue eating. After seeing Xinjiang off, Chun Miao took a bath. After soaking in the bathtub, he felt really tired and his whole body ached. He sighed again If there was no supermarket warehouse at his sister's house, how would he survive? The next day was the same. Yesterday's leftover porridge was heated up and the steamed bread was also prepared. Cornmeal was boiled for the little donkey. But it had to be well taken care of because all the important work depended on it. Some people have already started working outside. Country people have never been afraid of hardship. Chun Miao called everyone one by one, but there was nothing else to say. Others were embarrassed to talk to a young wife. Just after dinner, Chun Jiang came in, followed by a man. Chun Miao guessed the identity, but fortunately the character was silent, which gave him a lot of room for manipulation. Third sister, Dad is coming to take a look. Chun Miao put down the work in his hands and stood up straight, just like an elementary school student who had made a mistake. Chen Dongsheng is used to his daughter being like this. She just speaks directly if she has anything to say. You and Xin Jianfeng have been engaged for a long time, and it's time for him to come back and get married. He goes out to earn money to support the family, and you stay at home and wait for him. Chun Miao hummed softly. Chen Dongsheng turned around and went out, and Chen Jiang followed behind him. The father and son worked together. Chun Miao did not change his plan and still went up the mountain with a basket on his back. He still cut trees today and raised seedlings. His grandmother used to raise cotton seedlings. She said that this way there would be fewer cotton bolls that did not bloom in the fall. Today I wanted to chop down a tree with an axe, but I couldn't swing it because my arm hurts so much. I can't be stubborn. I'm working at home and don't want to go back, so I want to go up the mountain to take a look. This time, I didn't chase the hares and pheasants. I knew better than to waste my time and energy for nothing. After climbing over a mountain, I found a lot of wood ears on the ridges between the two mountains. The first thing that came to Chen Miao's mind was that he had money. He squatted down and started picking. As he picked, he felt that he could take the wood back home. Others couldn't, but he had no problem at all. He would put it behind the house and harvest it next year. After collecting them all, I gained confidence. I continued to climb the mountain and saw pine cones on the ground and trees. I picked them up and saw that there were still pine nuts. This gave me energy. This thing is very oily and delicious. Although we don't have the ability to squeeze it into oil, we can fry it and sell it. There must be people who like to eat it. Because of excitement, I forgot about time, and I forgot about being hungry. I don't know how much I picked up. I almost fell down when I tried to stand up. I felt dizzy. Chun Miao simply sat down. 2 pieces of chocolate appeared in his hand, and he quickly put them in his mouth. This is because his blood sugar is too low. After eating the chocolate, he immediately drank a bottle of milk and ate bread. Anyway, they are all sweet, so I don't have to worry about the sugar intake being too high. I continued eating after I was full. But it was already 3 o'clock, so I hurried back. Today was a little earlier than yesterday, mainly because we didn't have to pull up trees, so the basket was just filled with pine cones. She saw the wall of the courtyard from a distance, but she couldn't tell how high it was because it was too far away. When she came back, some people had already left, and Chen Miao thanked them one by one. Chun Jiang and his son Chen Dongsheng are still alive. Dad, Chen Jiang, I'll cook right away. Chun Dongsheng shook his head. No, just be frugal. Tomorrow will be enough. Dad, my third sister wants to make some boxes. Chen Dongsheng had already seen the tree. Dad, I just want to grow cotton seedlings and a simple box will do. I still have quite a few boards at home. I'll get you a few when the yard is ready.
Thank you, Dad.
I am the only one left at home. Although the courtyard wall is only half a meter high, I feel safe. The gate is well positioned so that donkey carts can come in, which saves a lot of effort when pulling corn back during the autumn harvest. After eating, I started to peel pine nuts. With special tools, the SPE is much faster. I forced myself to work for an hour, but I was so tired that I went to sleep. I didn't go out the next day. Today the wall was finished. Around noon, the Chun family father and son pushed a cart over. Looking at the gate on the cart, Chen Miao was moved. They, father and son, began to install the door frame. The threshold was removable, making it more convenient for driving the car in. Chen Miao couldn't afford meals, but hot water was still available. When the courtyard wall was completed in the evening, Chen Miao gave them 3 yuan and let them divide it up among themselves. Dad, there are so many people at home. If you give me this gate, I'm afraid someone will be unhappy. Can I go cut down some trees for you? Chun Dongsheng did not refuse. In his mind, a daughter who was married off was like water spilled. They were already members of two families, so he would definitely take care of her as much as he could and no more. After seeing the father and son off, Chen Miao locked the gate and stood in the yard, feeling at ease. After taking a shower, I continued peeling pine nuts. I could go chop trees tomorrow without Xinjiang accompanying me. This way, I could save myself some effort. She went up the mountain before dawn the next day. Her arm didn't hurt as much after a day's rest yesterday. When I was looking for tools to peel pine nuts, I found a toolbox with a handsaw in it, which would save me a lot of effort. I had a target the day before yesterday and went straight there today. The toolbox set is sold in supermarkets, and the quality is just average. But it is a good thing nowadays. Chun Miao didn't know how to use it, and there were no instructions for use. But he had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. After trying for a while, he got the hang of it, and it wasn't that difficult. It took 2 hours to fell the first tree and 1.5 hours to fell the second tree. It was really a lot easier. I had already cut down 6 trees by 3 p.m. and put them away. I released all the trees at home and will cut branches at home tomorrow. Chun Miao knew that he needed a padlock now, but he was afraid that he didn't have enough money, so he could only wait until he peeled the pine nuts and sold them in the county town before he could afford it. The next day, when we just started cutting trees, Chun Jiang came over. Third sister, how did you get it back? We cut down 3 trees in the past 2 days, and a few more yesterday. How did you get it back?
Pulled it back.
Chun Jiang didn't ask any more questions and walked around the tree, muttering how many planks he could get. He took the axe from Chun Miao and chopped the branches. Sister, do you have a saw? I lost the one from Shun Jianfeng's house. I searched for it for a long time, but couldn't find it. I can buy another one next time I go to the county town. It's quite expensive. Chun Jiang worked, and there was only one axe at home. Chun Miao sat on the side and peeled pine nuts. He thought about going to the county town as soon as possible, otherwise he would not be able to rest assured at home when he went up the mountain or worked in the fields. He kept Chun Jiang for lunch at noon, and in the afternoon, one of them cut branches while the other carried them to the firewood room. They were all neatly stacked, so he didn't have to save money when burning firewood in the future. 3 trees were cleared out at night. Chun Jiang, return these 3 trees to Dad. Third sister, 2 trees are enough. Then ask Dad to come over tomorrow and let him choose for himself. The next day, the father and son pushed over the wooden boxes that Chen Miao wanted. Chun Dongsheng could make several of these in an hour. Dad, how many trees do you think we need? 2 will do. It was the father and son who brought it back, saving Chen Miao the trouble. The wooden box was brought back. Chun Miao was upset again, mainly because he didn't know what month it was and when to plant the crops. After asking Chun Jiang, I realized that it was the right time to grow seedlings. I shamelessly went to the village chief's house to ask for vegetable seeds. He gave me a little bit of everything, but not much. Aunt Wu, I want to plant sweet potatoes, but I don't have any seedlings. Can I buy some in the village? Shin Wufu's wife Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, usually they call each other. If you have less this year, you can ask for some from any family. If you have more next year, you can give it back to them, but it won't be much. Aunt Wu, what should I do? I'll arrange for you to collect as much as you can. Chun Miao smiled and said, Aunt Wu, thank you for your help. It's okay, you're just getting by, it will be fine in the future. Chun Miao returned home and started to work on the soil because the foundation had been dug when the wall was built, so soil was quite convenient. 3 long boxes were placed on the end of the Kong, 2 of which were used to grow cotton seedlings, and the remaining one was used to grow squash and a few winter melons. There were dried chilies in the warehouse, so he took out some seeds and started growing them. But he didn't know if they would sprout. I cut some branches and inserted them into the boxes. It was like making beams. There were a lot of thick plastic sheets in the warehouse. I covered each box with them. Then I covered them with old quilts and mattresses. Chun Jiang was the only one who came to the house. He didn't go into the house. Even if he did, he would be covered with a quilt, so he shouldn't be discovered. I spent the whole morning doing this, and will continue peeling pine nuts in the afternoon. I will go to the county town tomorrow morning, but I won't rush to catch the bus this time, because I will be too conspicuous. When it was almost dark, Xinjiang brought over 2 small stools. You did this?
Yes.
Third sister, mother asked me to work at home tomorrow. Work hard. If you are hungry, come here. I have enough food. The next day, at 5 o'clock, when it was still dark, Chen Miao fed the donkey and hurried out of the house carrying the basket. I had already thought about it yesterday. If the pine nuts don't sell for much, I'll find a way to sell some of the things in the warehouse. Actually, I don't dare sell the meat because it won't go bad in the freezer, but I think someone will buy the snacks and candies. We arrived at the county town at around 7 o'clock and followed the crowd to undergo inspection. Most of the people from outside the city who came here at this time were here to sell things. Chen Miao followed them to the market. After searching around, I still couldn't find a place of my own. I didn't have much stuff, so I found a corner. Her pine nuts were all pea-pellet. There were also some black fungus, but not too many. There were already people buying vegetables at the market. Next to Chen Miao was a middle-aged man who was selling grains, more than 10 kilograms of soybeans, which looked really good because of the plump grains. After nearly an hour, a middle-aged man in a gown and a melon-shaped hat came over and looked at Songzi with great satisfaction. Sir, do you want pine nuts? I peel them myself. Not bad. How much are the pine nuts?
Sir, I don't know.
You look like an honest man.
Just give it to me as you see fit.
I have some black fungus here. You see, it will be thick if it is soaked. Okay, it's not much. I'll give you $1 for these 2. Chen Miao didn't know how much it was, but he thought it would be enough to buy a padlock. There were 2 caddies of pine nuts and half a caddy of fungus, and $1 was $1. There is no market to stay after selling them, and I am afraid that I will not be able to resist spending the money. I hurried to the grocery store and bought a door hanger and a padlock, which cost me 100 copper coins. Finally, I bought onion seeds, leek seeds, eggplant seeds, beans, and pak choi here. The shopkeeper also gave me more than 10 squash seeds. Seeds are still quite expensive in this era, mainly because they're not enough to eat. Also, there are no pesticides and there are a lot of insects. Sometimes you can't even wait to see the seeds. He went to the blacksmith shop and bought a saw, and now he only had 10 copper coins left. I had already asked the owner of the blacksmith shop where the post office was. After hesitating for a while at the door, I finally went in. Although I didn't dare to ask anyone, I could read the newspaper. No one paid any attention to her when she came in like this. There was a newspaper next to her, but she didn't dare to pick it up. She just looked at it. My heart was in turmoil. It was March 23rd, 1943. In fact, I already knew it was before liberation when I came to the county last time. After all, there was still Air Guzzi guarding the city gate tower, but I couldn't be sure which year it was. It will take a few more years. It is better to live a good life in the countryside and not come to the county town often. Knowing the time and era, I left quickly. I was really scared. Life is just a struggle. There is nothing wrong with living like this, right? I finally breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the city. Even if I didn't have money, as long as I had food to eat and could survive, that was enough. When I got home, I felt relieved when I saw that the knot on the door was still tied by myself. While she was feeding the donkey, she heard a knock on the door. It turned out to be Xinjiang. Third sister, what have you been doing? I went to the county town, sold the pine nuts, and bought 2 padlocks and a saw. Third sister, can pine nuts be sold for money? Yes. What do you do at home?
Turning the vegetable patch.
We've finished it today. Then I'll take you to pick up pine cones, save them and sell them for money, and you can keep them for yourself. Third sister, where can I stay? If you can't, just leave it here with me. Don't worry, I absolutely don't want it. Chunjiang smiled and said, okay. I'll come to see you before dawn tomorrow. Chunjiang was about to leave, but Chun Miao stopped him. Go and turn the vegetable patch for me. She wanted to keep her brother at home for dinner. If she went to the county town alone, she could bring some food to this brother, who was so kind to her. I took out some dried shrimps and put them in the pancakes. It was absolutely delicious. By the time she called Xinjiang to eat, the child had already turned over 5 vegetable plots. Okay, come in and eat. Third sister, what did you put? They said it was dried shrimp from the sea. They told me it tastes especially good when put in a pancake. Anyway, it smells good. Don't ask, just eat it quickly. Third sister, why did you do so much? Take the rest and eat it in the mountains tomorrow. By the way, do you know how to buy a chicken? There would be peddlers coming to the village with baskets on their shoulders to sell the goods, but my mother told me that those people didn't like living. The chicks at Liangzi's house are about to hatch. I'll go ask for you. Chun Jiang ate 2 pieces of cake and drank 2 bowls of porridge, then went back home feeling satisfied. He would definitely not wake up hungry at night. Thinking that his third sister wanted to buy chicks and had to go up the mountain tomorrow, he went to several stores early in the evening to ask. In the end, he offered 6 chicks, 1 copper coin for each chick. However, he didn't know whether his third sister had any, so he was really worried. After arriving home, he did not eat. Everyone knew that he must have gone to Qin Miao's house for dinner, and of course everyone was happy to have 1 less person to eat at home. Chun Jiang secretly took out the 5 copper coins he had saved and gave them to his third sister tomorrow, otherwise he couldn't afford to buy a chicken. If he was short of 1 more, he would just owe it to her first. Fourth brother, what did you eat at third sister's house? I turned the vegetable patch for my third sister, and we ate sorghum rice porridge. Fourth brother, I will also go to work for third sister tomorrow. Tomorrow my third sister is going to the mountain to chop firewood. You'd better not go.
You can't carry it.
Go next year. Okay, I'll go with you next year. Your meal was eaten by your sister-in-law tonight. She said you were working for others, and she won't give you any food. Chun Jiang knew this would happen. She had been turning over the vegetable patch at home all day, and she said she was working for others. Fourth brother, even Chun Lai wanted to eat sister-in-law, but she didn't give it to him. Chun Tong whispered to his fourth brother about what happened at home that night. That's it. I'm tired and going to bed. After Qin Miao had finished cleaning up, he poured the water on the Kong onto the soil in the box. They should sprout soon given the temperature and the quilt covering them to keep them warm. After drinking milk, I wanted to eat something sweet, so I ate a piece of chocolate and a piece of cake. The next day, we still had pancakes, but there was no porridge underneath. Instead, we had food cooked for donkeys with skins. When Chun Jiang came over, the meal was not yet cooked, so he went to fetch water, which was not an easy job. After the brother and sister had eaten their fill, they carried baskets and a few sacks up the mountain. Few people are willing to come to the second mountain, and no one has ever encountered large animals there, but no one is willing to come because it is too far away. Chun Jiang followed his sister to pick up pine nuts. The 2 siblings had no energy to talk now. Chun Miao was hungry and called his brother to come over for dinner. Third sister, the boxes are full. How about we peel the pine nuts? That's fine. It will make the trip easier this way. It was quite fast to peel the pine nuts in the pine cones. After 2 hours, only the pine nuts with shecks were left. Now the 2 of them continued to pick them up. It was already dark by the time we got home. Go home and tell them. Third sister, I want to come over to peel pine nuts in the evening. Go to bed. Otherwise you won't have the energy tomorrow, so let's go pick pine nuts these few days. Then there's no need to tell me. I'll come back after dinner, and Chin Tong will open the door for me. There are still 3 pancakes left, so I just cook them into porridge. I also added some brown sugar to Qin Jiang, so it tastes even better. Chun Miao doesn't want anyone to be around him, as it makes it inconvenient for him to do anything. The next 3 days were spent picking pine nuts in the mountains, leaving early and returning late every day. There were already quite a few pine cones piled up in the west room, and when I found the mouse, I decided not to pick them up and just peeled the pine nuts at home. Pine cones can also be used to make firewood. Chun Jiang was really anxious and was about to start working in the fields. He wanted to peel all the pine nuts quickly so that he could put them in the jar to prevent them from being eaten by mice. In 2 days, the brother and sister peeled 2 bags of shecked pine nuts. Third sister, I have to go to the fields tomorrow. I'm going too. The Shun family cleared the land last year, so I can save some effort this year. After the spring planting, we will go to the county town to sell the pine nuts. Today, Chen Jiang did not stay at Chen Miao's place for dinner and went back early, which made the three sisters-in-law unhappy. It was only after the mother-in-law scolded them a few times that they calmed down, but she had a long face. Chen Jiang was a little uncomfortable with the fact that he could eat a full meal at his third sister's house every day and only had 2 bowls of porridge at home. When I came back the day before yesterday, my third sister said that she was going to plant some crops in the mountains, and I would go with her then. It would be generous of me to have a meal at her house. Chen Miao is really too tired. He has been here for almost a month and can be said to have had no idle time. The next day, I woke up and saw it was raining outside. I slept so soundly the previous day that I didn't notice it at all. I fed the donkey and ate steamed buns, eggs, milk, and a piece of braised beef. I can say that I was very satisfied with the meal. The rain was getting heavier, and I guess I wouldn't go to work in the fields. She took out the tools and started to peel pine nuts. I didn't ask, thinking that the price should be high. When she heard the knock on the door, she knew it must be Chen Jiang. She didn't expect that he would follow her younger brother. She already knew how many brothers, sisters, nephews, and nieces there were in the family. Third sister. Well, you don't have to go to the ground today. No need. Mom is cursing at home. She blames Dad and Big Brother for not spreading manure a few days ago. I didn't know Chen Tong well, so I put away the tools and let them go into the house. Third sister, I brought tweezers. Shall we peel the pine nuts? Okay, you two get on the bed, I'll go get the pine nuts. The 2 brothers peeled the crops while Chen Miao went outside to make a fire. It was a gloomy and cold day. Today's tweezers are not easy to use, and Chen Tong is still young and can't help but eat secretly. Chen Miao looked at his younger brother and thought that he was still not as sensible as Chen Jiang. At noon, they cooked porridge again, but no pancakes. They were asked to eat together. Chen Jiang only had 1 bowl of porridge and put it down, but Chen Tong couldn't do it and drank 3 bowls of porridge. Third sister, I will come to your house for dinner later. You ate all of third sister's food. What will she eat in the future? Your food is in our house. The sisters-in-law said that my brother-in-law must have left a lot of money to buy a yard. What's wrong with me eating a little? Chen Miao looked at the child and thought that he had grown up crooked. Don't come to my house, I don't have enough food. There is no sisterly affection, so he spoke impolitely. Then how come my 4th brother can eat at your house? I am also your younger brother. This is what the eldest sister-in-law told him. I will give him food if he works for me, but not everyone can work for me. Okay, you 2 go back, I will do it myself, and don't come to my house in the future. Chen Miao felt it was not nice to say such things to a child, but he was a child and he couldn't be allowed to think that he could just come and eat here casually. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Chen Tong said and ran away. Third sister, I must come with me. It's okay, Chen Jiang. You should be careful about Chen Tong from now on. The sisters-in-law have bad intentions. No one will care about him in the future if he stays like this. Well, I would say he is. Chen Miao thought for a moment and said, you should talk to your parents. The brother and sister continued to peel pine nuts. This time, Chen Miao took out his own tools. Chen Jiang looked curious, but did not ask. In fact, he was only a 13-year-old boy, and I was only 15 years old. Chen Jiang is such a sensible person. In such an era and such a family, no one would teach him how to behave in the world. Both the brother and sister's hands were sore from peeling the dough. Chen Miao didn't want to work anymore, so she went to cook. Knowing that Chen Jiang didn't have enough for lunch, he still had to eat pancakes for dinner. The rain stopped outside, and Chen Jiang went home after dinner. After arriving home, Chen Tong snorted and ignored Chen Jiang. The next day was sunny, and the rain was actually quite timely. Although we couldn't go to the fields today, we could start farming tomorrow. Chen Miao was a little worried. He had a donkey, but he had never done this job independently. She knew that one person had to lead the animals in front, and one had to hold the reins behind. It's not like I haven't seen someone do it before, but I have seen it and never done it myself. Forget it, take it slow. I have to learn it anyway, and I will be on my own from now on. The next day, we drove the cart and took all the tools to the fields. Uncle Shun's family was already working, they also had a small donkey, and there were many people working. Shin Muchuan looked at Chen Miao coming over with a cigarette in his mouth. Third Master. Chen Miao, can you drive livestock? Third Master, I don't know how to do it. I'm thinking of trying it slowly. Shin Muchuan knocked off the ash from his cigarette and put the pipe on his waist. I'll teach you. It's nothing. Take your time. He taught Chen Miao step by step, especially the tricks of driving a donkey. This donkey is a good boy, very gentle. Do you know how to drive it? Third Master, let me try. After one go back and forth, Chen Miao got the hang of it and was no longer as flustered as he was at the beginning. This little donkey was really obedient. Third Master, do you think I can do this? Okay, that's great. Let's do it this way. What do you want to plant? I want to plant 1 acre of corn, 1 acre of wheat, half an acre of cotton, and half an acre of sweet potatoes. I say you shouldn't plant sweet potatoes here. There's space to the west of your house. Plant some there. Sweet potatoes are not picky about the soil. You should plant more corn instead. Third Master, I want to trade some sorghum seeds with you. Okay, sorghum doesn't need to be picky about the land. There's a lot of wasteland in the west of our village. If you have time to reclaim it, planting some will be enough for you to eat. Chen Miao thought that the old man just wanted him to plant more corn. Knowing that he had good intentions, he thought it was right to listen to the old man. Third Master, how should I plant? Our 2 families are next to each other. What do you plant? Chen Miao, my family doesn't grow wheat because the yield is too low. If you grow wheat, plant it at the edge of the field so that it can be ventilated. In fact, cotton should also be planted in ventilated places. Chen Miao remembered that he had land on both sides and should plant corn. But he had to plant cotton, otherwise he would not survive the winter. Uncle San, I plant cotton in the vacant land west of my house, and I plant wheat and corn in the fields. That's fine. You can arrange it yourself, just don't waste the land. Chen Miao carefully drove the donkey to turn the soil. He was getting better and better at it. Although his SPE was not fast, it was still okay. He couldn't compete with others who had more people working, so he took his time. The whole morning was spent working, and the ridges were turned over one by one. In the morning, it seemed that 1/4 of the crops had been turned over. The woman from the Shin family came to bring them food, but they ate it in the fields and did not go back. Country people can really endure hardships. Chen Miao also brought food with her. Others ate in the south field, but she ate in the north field. Milk, meat, and cakes, a rich meal. She let the donkey rest and started to plant the seeds. This was a job she knew how to do, and she planted the seeds less frequently to save trouble. This way, she could save effort when thinning out the seedlings after they emerged. The planting was finished at around 4 p.m. Shin Muchuan came over. He had been observing this girl all day. She was okay, able to endure hardships and work hard. Chen Miao, we have run out of soil at home. You can use it here. She also knew that this would create a lot of soil clods. Shin Muchuan still taught her how to stand on the earth and pull the donkey, and sighed in his heart that this girl was more skillful than the boy at work. Just 4 rounds, and all the work for today is done. She went to deliver a soil cover to the Shin family. Third Master, where can I buy a soil cover? This was the only tool she needed. Your father would do it. Chen Miao nodded. It seemed that he would have to walk the rest of the way himself. When I got home, I really didn't want to move. I hadn't had a single moment of leisure throughout the day. Wheat was planted in the southern field, thinking that the wheat should be ready for harvest in August, and by then I could also plant some radishes and cabbages, which would be convenient in the southern field. The rice was not yet cooked when Xinjiang came over. Third sister, can you do it alone? Third Master taught me. It's okay. I planted almost half an acre of land today. Don't worry, you work hard too.
Oh, right.
If Dad has time, please help me make a mud cover. That will have to wait until Dad finishes the spring planting. Yeah, it's okay. I only have these 3 acres of land. There's no rush. He didn't stay for dinner and ran home. The next day was the same. I planted a little more than yesterday and still used the soil from Shun's family to cover it. The woman in his family didn't look kindly at him. Chen Miao knew it was because he wanted the land back. I don't bother with them. I know clearly that it's good when you give, but it's annoying when you ask for too much. After 5 whole days, the 3 acres of land were finally planted. Chun Miao touched his face. Even though he wore a mask and a headscarf every day, he still felt dry. There was no work to do in the fields for a short time, so she had to go and clean up the fields on one side. In order to prevent someone from coming to plant, she had already turned over some crops at night with her donkey. There was no other way, as cotton had to be planted this year. Because I'm used to it, it's no big deal. There's only half an acre of land on the west side, so I should be able to plant cotton seedlings. After the ground is turned, you need to use a pickaxe to hook out the cage so that the cotton stalks will not fall over. It took a whole day to make the ridges of this half-acre of land. The cotton seedlings are still small, so it doesn't matter if they are kept for a few days. Anyway, they need to be watered when they are planted. It was already mid-April. Chun Miao thought he should buy a perpetual calendar or something, as his days were getting so confusing. Move all 3 boxes out the next day and dry them in the sun at noon so that they will be stronger. The next step is to plant vegetables. Chun Jiang has already helped to turn over more than half of the vegetable patch, just enough to plant leeks, onions, and cabbage. Chun Miao was working while thinking about it. He hadn't spoken for several days. It was too lonely to be alone. Treat yourself to some frozen dumplings at noon. They are so delicious. After a whole day, the yard is ready. In 2 or 3 days, I can plant squash seedlings. I am thinking of planting some in the mountains. The yard is quite big, and one person definitely cannot eat all the vegetables, so they can be stored and you can have fresh vegetables in winter. She didn't want to open up new land. Her 3 acres of land was already her limit. If it didn't work out, she could just move on. Besides, she didn't particularly like sorghum porridge. I lay at home for a day and felt pain everywhere. The next day I was still lazy and did nothing. I went to the field in the afternoon and saw that the wheat planted on the first day had already grown. Now I am looking forward to another rain so that the seedlings will emerge more evenly and I won't have to water the cotton when I plant it. Looking up at the sky, it seemed a little cloudy. Chun Miao prayed in his heart, "Please rain, please rain." "Chun Miao, what are you doing here? Aren't we already done with the planting?" "I'm here to see when the seedlings sprout." "When did you finish planting your land, Aunt San?" "We finished planting in 1 day, yesterday. I have a large family, and when landlord Xing divided the land, we got 2 plots. Chun Miao nodded and walked back with the Qingshi family. "Shiyue found a lot of sweet potato seedlings for you, but it will take some time to plant the sweet potatoes." "Aunt San, I don't have any land to plant. I'll buy some in the fall." "If you buy everything, how are you going to live? Sweet potatoes don't pick the land. Why don't you open up a piece of land near the river and plant enough for yourself?" Chun Miao thought about it, and it made sense. They were all country people. It would be really different if he bought everything himself. He would definitely say that he had everything. Besides, he didn't have that much money. Happy Lantern Festival. I hope your life is like the Lantern Festival, clean on the outside and sweet on the inside. Forget it, it's tiring, but she knew that sweet potatoes planted by the river would not taste good. Besides, there were people grazing there for a long time and mowing the grass, and she would be sad if the animals ate them. "And my uncle told me there is a lot of wasteland in the west and asked me to go there to open up the wasteland. I'm afraid the sweet potatoes won't taste good if I plant them near the water." "That's right. But it's quite far from your home. In the summer, people go out to graze sheep there. I'm afraid the sheep will be destroyed." Chun Miao thought for a moment and said, "Aunt San, do you think it's okay for me to go to the foot of the mountain and plant sweet potatoes?" "It's all the same. Tell the children that those are the sweet potatoes you planted, so don't eat them." It was almost dark when I got home. After feeding the livestock, I thought about buying 2 lambs if I had money, but I had no money. Chun Jiang secretly gave himself 5 copper coins. This kid was really good. It was enough to buy a chicken. I'd better stay quiet and wait until autumn to sell some food. Actually, I can exchange it for money now, but I don't have the courage to go out. The next day, I carried a hoe and a pickaxe up the mountain and found 2 fairly flat areas where I planted sweet potatoes. I would also plant squash there in the future. There are many rocks on the mountain, all of which are thrown aside. The sweet potato ridges should be made to have high ridges. It took me a whole day to cultivate this piece of land. I simply planted sorghum on the other piece of land. Chunjiang came over in the evening. Have you finished planting the land at home? Well, third sister, Mom is unhappy. The three sisters-in-law are competing with each other for work, saying that they do more and others do less. I heard Mom and Dad say that they want to make the three families move out. The family's land was divided among the people so that they could build houses. Can you agree? Why wouldn't I want to? My eldest sister-in-law has wanted to split up the family for a long time. She just thinks the money mother gives her is too little. Chun Miao didn't say anything, but she knew that in a family with so many children, the elderly usually don't want to split up the family. The main reason is that the younger ones are still not married, and they have to work together to earn money so that the younger ones can get married. I guess the talk of splitting up the family now is just a momentary anger. Chun Jiang had a bowl of sweet porridge, but she only had ordinary porridge mixed with wild vegetables. The next day, I didn't go up the mountain but planted cotton seedlings at home. There was a well in the yard, so it didn't take much effort. I just planted all the cotton seeds on the half-acre of land I bought. After squatting for a whole day, Chun Miao was so tired that he almost fell asleep while taking a bath at night. She knew that she was too tired recently and had not had enough rest. Without packing anything, I just lay down in bed and fell asleep. The next day, I woke up hungry. I ate after brushing my teeth and then started feeding the donkey after I was full. I wanted to go to the mountain to clean up the land today, but I was too lazy to move. Forget it. I'll just stay at home today. After a day of rest, I got up early the next day to water the cotton. I dug more than 20 squash vines and brought them up the mountain. I didn't plant them in one place, but wherever I saw a suitable place, I planted them. When I arrived at the second field, I really didn't want to work, so I sat on the edge of the field, ate a chicken leg, drank a bottle of juice, and then got up to work. I got home after dark. Tomorrow I will go to Uncle Shun's house to exchange some sorghum seeds. I will also go to the village chief's house to ask when the sweet potatoes can be planted. I had nightmares all night, either being chased by a dog or carrying a mountain. Anyway, when I opened my eyes the next morning, I didn't wake up as usual. Hearing the knock on the door, he had no choice but to answer and get up. Third sister, our family has really split up. Chun Miao was stunned for a moment. Did they really break up? Yes, we broke up last night and we quarreled for half the night. Chun Jiang followed Chun Miao into the house and saw that the third sister was about to light the fire. I'll do it. I just got up and I'm going to cook food for the donkey first. She went to the back of the house to brush her teeth and wash her face, and cooked while Chun Jiang went to feed the donkey. Third sister, last night my eldest sister-in-law and her family almost got into a fight with mother, and in the end, my father beat up my eldest brother and the others.
Why?
Mother asked them to give $1 a year for their old age care, but my sister-in-law and her friends didn't want to. $1 is indeed a lot of money. How much land should be given to them? 3 acres of land for one family. Chun Miao thought that he would not be willing to do it. He also had to build a house and raise 3 children. Building a house would cost a lot of money. What did you say in the end? It's definitely not okay not to give it, so they finally said they would give me 200 copper coins a year. $1 is equivalent to 300 copper coins, which is actually not too much. Big brother, second brother, third brother, they went to the village chief and told him they want to build a house. Yeah, but I also think that my eldest brother and his friends are not together, and my eldest sister-in-law and her friends are always fighting. Why bother with them? We will all live our own lives after the separation.
Yeah.
Now the house is quiet. Asking Chun Jiang to have another bowl of porridge, the brother and sister watered the cotton. I'm going to the village chief's house to ask about the sweet potato seedlings. Third sister, my eldest brother, and the others must still be at the village chief's house. Chun Miao didn't care. Then I'll go to Mr. Shun's house first and borrow some sorghum seeds. Third sister, have you opened up the land on the mountain?
Yes.
The sweet potato ridges have also been made. Chun Jiang followed along. With him leading the way, he didn't have to ask around. Third Grandma Shun was at home. Third Grandma, can you lend me some sorghum seeds? Chun Miao, your third master told me what you want to borrow. Is 2 ears of corn enough? That's enough. Third aunt, I will definitely pay you back when I harvest the sorghum in the fall. The old lady did not refuse. Chen Miao, I have white sorghum and sticky sorghum. What kind do you want? Third aunt, can we plant two kinds of sorghum together? It's best not to plant them together, otherwise the flowers will get mixed up and the sticky sorghum won't be sticky sorghum, and the white sorghum won't be white sorghum. Third aunt, I only have one piece of land. Please plant sorghum for me. That's right. You can eat sticky sorghum any way you want. I took 2 sorghum ears to the village chief's house.
Chunjiang was not right.
Their brothers were not there. Aunt Wu, when can we plant the sweet potato seedlings? Chun Miao is here, the day after tomorrow. The 3 stores I asked all have the day after tomorrow. One of them has white fleshed sweet potatoes, and the other 4 of us have red fleshed ones. Thank you, Aunt Wu. I'll come over the day after tomorrow. Come over after breakfast. I'll take you to the other 3 stores to get them. Each store can only give you 50 at most. I'll give you 100. I understand, Aunt Wu. The 2 siblings walked back and said, Third sister, I'm going home to check. Chun Miao returned home, packed up his farm tools, and went up the mountain to do his work in the morning and evening. The sorghum could be planted more densely, and the sorghum with 2 ears of sorghum were piled up and placed in a wooden barrel to soak. She used a large pickaxe to make ridges. This job was tiring. It couldn't be too shallow, so she had to use a large pickaxe in rotation. Work for a while, rest for a while. After making 10 ridges, start watering, then make more ridges, plant seeds after the water seeps in, and cover with soil with your feet. After lunch we took a break for half an hour, and then continued. Finally, there's still some land left. I have soybeans, so I can plant some. That is 3 rows of soybeans, as much as I can. Thank you for your support. It was already dark when she got down the mountain. In fact, she was not afraid now. In her previous life, she was afraid even when driving at night. But she was braver now. The little donkey looked at its master and cried No matter how tired he was, he still had to serve him, because he would be the main force from now on. When I woke up in the morning, I heard a knock on the door. Third sister, someone is here to sell chickens. Chun Miao quickly opened the door and saw a middle-aged man carrying a basket outside. Third sister, there are chicks and ducklings. Chun Miao was also very excited. He only had a donkey at home, and he wanted to have more living things at home. She even forgot that she didn't have much money. How much is each one? A chicken costs 3 coppers, a duck the same, and a goose 5 coppers. After hearing this, Chun Miao's smile froze. He had to keep all the money in his hand. He only had 10 copper coins, and Chen Jiang gave him 5, which was enough to buy 5. Don't even think about buying a goose. It's a good watchman. Can I exchange it for pine nuts? You can, but 1 pound of pine nuts can only be exchanged for 3 chickens. No. Yours is too dark. My pine nuts are all pea pellet. Bring it here for me to see. Chun Miao came into the house and took out a cloth bag, which was filled with unshucked pine nuts that had been pea pellet from pine cones. The man picked them up and looked at them again and again. At most, I can give you 4 chickens for a pound of pine nuts. Well, you give me 4 chickens for ducks and 4 geese. I'll give you 3 pounds of pine nuts. No, I will lose money.
Impossible.
I've sold pine nuts before and I know how much they cost. I won't lose money. It's not easy for you, so I'll let you make some money. At this time, Annie Tang from the east also came over. Although they were neighbors, they were still more than 10 meters apart. The peddler thought for a moment and said, I'll give you 5 chickens, 4 ducks, and 3 geese. Chun Miao nodded. Okay, but you have to give me the good ones. I want 1 male, and the rest females out of the 3. You choose. How could Chun Miao know this? Aunt, please help me choose, I don't know. Xiao Feng's, I don't know how to make them either. I'll ask my mother-in-law to come. I want to buy a few for my family too. At this time, the peddler had already started to weigh the pine nuts. Chun Miao stared at him closely, fearing that he would be fooled. After a while, an old lady with bound feet came over with a stick. Help me pick out 4 pullets, a rooster, 3 ducks, a cock, and 2 geese, 1 cock. Girl, how are you going to feed them if you buy so much? Big Nanny, if there are any wild vegetables in the future, I will sell them for money when they grow up. This will require a lot of food. Go in and get the basket. Chun Miao went in carrying the remaining pine nuts. When she came out, the old lady was picking again. She watched from the side and didn't understand anything. I thought eating eggs would help me get through the day. I could also eat salted duck eggs, and goose eggs were very nutritious. The peddler's chickens are pretty good this time. They'll last a long time, and we can keep them alive. Annie, you have a good eye. I do business based on my conscience. Since no one cared about his bragging, they quickly picked out everything that Chen Miao wanted and put in the basket. Girl, stay on the Kong for a few days.
Chen Miao was happy.
The day of self-sufficiency was not far away. I brought it into the house and covered it with a torn mattress. I knew how to raise chicks, so I quickly soaked some cornmeal in it, thinking of steaming it when I cook at noon so that the chicks would be easier to digest. When she went out, she saw the man selling chickens following the old lady. Chun Jiang was already adding grass to the donkey, and she hurried to make a fire. Third sister, I'm going back. I'll go with Dad to open up Wasteland later. Okay, go ahead, come over for lunch.
It's okay.
I can eat enough at home. After tidying up everything inside and outside, she went for a walk in the fields and now was looking forward to the rain. We're going to plant sweet potatoes tomorrow, which will require a lot of water. There are many buckets in the warehouse, so you can fill them with water. When I come home and have nothing to do, I just peel pine nuts. But you still need to have some money in your hand, otherwise you can't do anything. The next day, I went to the village chief's house and found that all the sweet potato seedlings had been brought back, a total of 300 plants. Aunt Wu, are you going to plant sweet potatoes too? Yeah, it's almost May now. It's time to plant it. Chun Miao went up the mountain directly, carrying a basket and a pickaxe. There were definitely not enough sweet potato vines, so he might as well plant soybeans in the remaining space. Because she has access to water, planting sweet potatoes is not a difficult task for her. After eating, I continued to plant soybeans. There was still a lot of water, so I watered the sweet potatoes again. She had finished her spring planting and started tidying up the yard by herself. The chickens, ducks, and geese are still kept together. I want to build a pig pen and a barn for the donkey so that it won't be so cold in the winter. I also want to store more firewood in the woodshed in winter. This means a lot of clay bricks are needed. I thought I could take a break, but it seems I won't be able to do that. I don't want to dig soil in the yard. Besides, I need a mold to make the soil embryo. I don't have this thing, so I have to borrow it. But I can mix the mud first. I went to the river to have a look and realized that sand would not work for making adobe soil. I picked up the pickaxe, locked the door, and went out. I just walked around the area near my home, but it seemed inappropriate. Chen Miao, what are you doing? Auntie, I've finished planting the land, but the seedlings haven't sprouted yet. I don't have much else to do, so I want to get some soil embryos. Go to the north end. There is a pit over there that is all yellow soil. Chun Miao obediently went to the northern earth pit, which was easy to find. There were already quite a few adobe bricks here, and most of the adobe bricks in the village were used to build his own courtyard wall. After thinking about it, I decided not to stay here. The water is not available, and it would be too tiring to carry water by myself. Who would be willing to suffer if there is an easier way? Carrying the big thing, I left here and found a quieter place. I wandered around the cemetery and left quickly. Although I was no longer afraid of walking at night, I was still in awe of places where there were dead people. After wandering around for a long time, I still couldn't find a suitable place. When I got to the west end of the village, I saw her father, Chun Jiang and Chen Tong. That woman should be her mother, right? There was also a little girl plowing the field. Chun Miao thought about it and decided that since he had come across him, he might as well go over and take a look. She just called out Dad and Mom and then followed Chen Jiang to pick up stones. The whole family may have gotten used to her being like this, and no one thinks it's abnormal. There are a lot of small stones in the soil. They all need to be picked out. This village is enough. I will let them form a team, and I will go to other villages. I must let them have the ability to protect themselves. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. It's all for the revolution. You did make a great contribution. In fact, they wanted to take it to the comfort station at the beginning. But you guys took care of it there, so we only came to the town. Don't worry, we will keep an eye on the Japs coming over. Of course, we cannot allow them to retaliate against these ordinary people. Well, that was my job, but the main credit went to a woman in the village who followed me to save people even though she was pregnant. They used the sticks quite well. Because Chun Tong was there, Chun Miao did not put meat this time, but put 3 eggs. With delicious food, Chun Tong works more enthusiastically. The bean stalks were piled into a large pile, used to make a fire, and fed to the little donkey. The 3 siblings had delicious dumplings in the evening. After they were full, the 2 brothers went home. The next day, after cleaning up the house, Chun Miao went to the field to check on the corn. If possible, it would be fine to harvest it early. I met Shin Muchuan again when I went to the field this time. "Third master, do you think my corn is ready to be broken?" He admired Chun Miao more and realized that he was a truly passionate person. After they finished eating, they continued to work. Before it got dark, the corn stalks had all been laid down. Chun Miao looked at it and thought how much energy and time he had saved. If he had done it all by himself, he would have been able to scrape it off before he died. "Uncle Wu, Comrade Lee, thank you so much. Why are you being so polite? Hurry up and carry the basket back." Chun Miao was completely relaxed now. There was only 1 patch of sweet potatoes left in the field. Chun Jiang was right. They should wait until the beginning of winter to remove the sweet potatoes. She also told my 2nd and 3rd brothers that the family would be divided after the autumn harvest. Mother's original words were, "Get out of here. I won't let you lose even a penny from now on." Chun Miao was amused when she heard Chun Jiang imitating his mother's words. "You imitated it quite well." "Third sister, I think the 2nd sister-in-law is the most willing to divide the family property. Her family is rich. It's good to separate them. I can give money to my parents in the future. When they grow older, I will have so many sons to support them." After Chun Jiang finished eating, he took 2 fried dough twists back home as a gift for his father and mother. Chun Miao really didn't think there was anything wrong. It was just that crawling on the ground made his clothes a little worn out. There are really a lot of mustard greens. It may not look like much, but when you start to pick them, you will find that there are a lot. Li Wenquan drove over and saw that a lot of Chun Miao had been pulled out and piled neatly. There's nothing wrong with looking at this situation. If she can do it, then just do what she can't do quickly. Shin Muchuan's family next door was also picking corn today. There were many people working there, the daughters picking corn and the men digging corn stalks. She walked back by herself because she felt sorry for the little donkey, which was too heavy to pull. Not long after she returned home, Chun Jiang came back in the car and hurriedly let out the chickens, ducks, and geese, which were already clucking. Looking at the eggs in the basket, Chun Miao smiled. It was quite impressive. After feeding the donkey, I just lay down on the Kong when I heard the sound of a bell. He quickly got up, put on a headscarf, and went under the big willow tree. "Chun Miao? Aunt San, are you coming too?" "Yes, in the middle of the night, they told us not to sleep too deeply, saying they were afraid that the Japanese would come in the middle of the night." When he got home, Chun Tong smelled the smell on him and asked, "Fourth brother, what did you eat at third sister's place?" "Pancakes." Chun Tong was so envious. He also wanted to eat white flour pancakes. His third sister's family planted wheat this year, so they must have a lot of white flour. Chun Jiang stood behind his mother, who was cooking. "Mom, I will go to work for my third sister tomorrow." No response. That means no opposition. "Fourth brother, can I go with you?" Chun Jiang was in a dilemma. He was willing to work, but his third sister didn't want to. "Go ask third sister yourself tomorrow. There is even more tiring work. If Chun Jiang doesn't come, I will use the space to collect it at night. Anyway, the cat doesn't bend down." Chun Miao was too tired to eat, so he could only drink water in small sips. He ate 2 candies. He couldn't rest. The longer he stayed, the less he wanted to work. "Even when it gets dark, I still have to go home. Even if I am tired, I have to do it." The chickens, ducks, and geese were all lying at the door. They were really sensible. After opening the door and feeding the animals, I went to the fields again. In the fields, I could use a flashlight to collect all the corn I had picked today. It's nothing special, but I need to prepare the sauce starter. After the chickens, ducks, and geese came back, she also gave them extra food. After feeding the little donkey, Chenjiang also came over. Third sister, Comrade Li and his men are back. Some of them were injured, but no one was missing. That's good. Third sister, did you go to harvest soybeans? I'll do this kind of work next time. It's okay, that's all. We'll have to make soybean paste next year, and we can't do without soybeans. Are you eating here tonight? No, you're so tired. The third sister can get by on her own, but she has to eat and cook at her house. I ran into Li Wenquan before I reached the field. Comrade Chun, what are you doing? I saw a woman with a big belly from a distance. When I got closer, the belly became more obvious. It was really too big. Comrade Li, you're back? Yeah. What are you doing? The corn has been harvested. The corn stalks are still in the field and need to be harvested. The field also needs to be maintained. Li Wenquan looked at her and said, Comrade Chun, I'll do it. You must be careful with the baby since your belly is so big. That's embarrassing. I don't want to trouble Comrade Li, Chun Miao said with a smile. If you can't do it yourself, just take your time and don't be in a hurry. How could she avoid this? Forget it. A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. Let him think whatever he wants. I wasn't in a hurry when I got home because I had leek and egg dumplings in my space. I took this opportunity to wash the radishes and pickle some radishes. The time is almost up. I started to cook the dumplings. I also brought a pot of dumpling soup. When she arrived at the field, she saw that it would only take an hour to finish turning the soil. After putting down the meal, Chun Miao continued to pick radishes and cabbages. Comrade Chun, please pull it out and put it aside. You don't have to wait for me. I'll just eat some. I could already smell the fragrance. Okay, thank you. When Li Wenquan came back, the table was placed in the yard with the door open. He knew she was trying to avoid suspicion. After asking clearly, the mustard greens were placed next to the well, and the big vats in the yard were cleaned, as they were going to be pickled. Chun Miao prepared the water. Comrade Li, wash your hands and eat quickly. Li Wenquan's family was quite wealthy, and he was also a young master, and he had lived a good life. So he was quite particular about some habits. He changed the basin of water again and washed it before sitting down. In fact, she couldn't go any faster even if she wanted to. When Chun Miao arrived at the field, he couldn't help but sigh that it was still important to have a man at home. While she was cooking, she had already laid down half of the corn stalks. Uncle Wu, Comrade Li, come here for dinner. Chun Miao shouted from the edge of the field. Shun Wufu sighed, but still called Li Wenquan over. Uncle Wu, I've brought the food and water. You guys take a break. He put down the basket and left. 6 large pancakes were brought in, along with a handful of pea pellet and washed green onions. Li Wenquan was eating a pancake, which even contained an egg. In the evening, Chenjiang ran over and looked at the corn husks outside and the pea pellet corn in the yard. Third sister, why didn't you wait for me? Don't be in a hurry, just do it slowly. This time we have the village chief and Comrade Li to help us. By the way, are you also harvesting in autumn at home? He quickly changed the subject. Chun Jiang hurried over to help light the fire so that the third sister wouldn't have to kneel. Yes, the sorghum has been harvested. Third sister, Dad asked me to weave mats with sorghum stalks at home. I can do it too. I'll make them for you later. They'll be convenient to use when drying vegetables, but I need to prepare. But it's not safe to go up the mountain when it's so dark. Li Wenquan nodded. Then let them stay here. I'll go back and ask your brother to come over. Although he was injured, since there is a difference between men and women, Chen Miao did not refuse. Li Wenquan asked Dazhuang and Erzwang to stay. It would not work if there was no one here. Shin Wufu had people go door to door to inform them, telling them to be alert because the Japanese might come. Li Wenquan called out Xinjiang and asked him to go to the foot of the mountain, telling him that Chen Miao was there and Da Qiang and the other 4 were also there. After eating, the 3 of them drove the donkey cart to the foot of the mountain. Harvesting sorghum is actually not a very tiring job. It's just tiring to carry it down the mountain. First, use a sickle to cut off the sorghum ears, leaving nearly 1 meter of straw. After the sorghum grains are scraped off, The remaining sorghum ears can be tied to a sweeping broom. Chun Miao watched Chin Tong working, but since Chin Tong was not tall enough, he would hold a sickle and wipe the ground from behind to lock down the sorghum stalks. There was less than half an acre of land in total, and Chun Miao felt that it took less than an hour to tidy it up. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Fifth Master and the others have already gone over there to pack up. They said that if we really go up the mountain, we need a place to stay. After Qin Jiang ran away, Chun Miao continued to do his own thing, doing all the work that could be done in advance and trying not to trouble others. It was getting dark, so Chun Miao decided to take a nap and go check again at midnight. She had always been thinking that the reason the warehouse was able to mutate was because she had done good things that were in line with God's will, and this should be a reward for herself. She wondered if this was considered unlocking a new function of the space. A smile appeared on her face. That was her. In fact, she should have embarrassed the time-traveling girl, right? She only pea-pellet half of it in the whole day. But it was fine, as long as she didn't get too tired. The next day, the harvest continued until evening, when all the corn was packed and placed in the corn pen. It was tiring to pea-pell corn, but I still went to the field with my pickaxe the next day. The corn stalk still needed to be cut down, the donkey needed to eat grass in winter, and there was also a need for firewood. From a distance, I saw someone driving a donkey to plow the soil in his own field. I'm really sorry. I didn't think about turning the soil this winter. I can't do it myself. There's a lot of land at home, and Xinjiang is too busy to handle it. Comradely, thank you so much. It's okay. I can finish it in one day. What are you doing here? Pick up the big radishes and cabbages and go out. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Comradely, I'll go back and cook and bring it to you later. Li Wenquan smiled and nodded. Chun Miao's cooking was really delicious. I picked more than 10 radishes and 3 cabbages and went back to cook. Although it's not tiring, after such a trip, I felt that I had reached my limit. The corn was piled directly in the yard. There was still 1/3 left, and we could pick it back early tomorrow. I was so tired that I didn't want to move, but it would be too uncomfortable not to take a shower, so I had no choice but to light a fire. The next day, I let go of the chickens, ducks, and geese, and continued to pick corn. It's okay to do this kind of work with a bulging belly. I finished picking all the corns by noon. Anyway, there's no one in the field now. I just pick them up and go home. I did nothing in the afternoon, and just lay on the Kong. Third sister, Comradely, also agreed to our request, and we can also join the training. Seeing his younger brother's excitement, Qin Miao didn't say anything, thinking about going there at night. It would be great if he could understand their language, but he really didn't. Third sister, eldest brother, did not attend. It's normal. It's your own choice. Many people in the village laughed at him. That's nothing to laugh at. Chun Miao didn't want his younger brother to become too vindictive. Do you eat lunch here? Chun Jiang shook his head. I want to go with you for training. Third sister, why don't you go to the foot of the mountain? The Japanese came to the village to capture women, and she also took care of quite a few of them. Haha, there is such a powerful woman. What's her name? I'll ask for credit for her when I get back. Chun Miao, her name is Chun Miao. I heard her husband is also in the team, but not on our side. Ha ha ha, you really have a high level of awareness. Song Qingmin left a bag of corn for the village chief, and the meal they had there was enough for him to eat for several days. They left at night, and Li Wenquan stayed at the village chief's house. At night, Shen Wufu stayed in the same room with him and discussed future arrangements. He would remember Li Wenquan's favor and repay him later. Seeing that the mustard greens were already quite big, growing vegetables in the field was of course different from growing vegetables in the yard. Shen Wuchuan also told Qin Miao that the land could not be used like this, and that it should be given a rest. He knelt down and started to pick mustard greens. Then, he went back to pickle them. Li Wenquan had already loaded a cart with corn stalks. He drove out and looked at Qin Miao, feeling sad. He became even more anxious and wanted to finish her work quickly so that she wouldn't have to do it. I thought you did it yourself. Don't tire yourself out. It's okay. I have someone to help me. How's everything going at home? Today I harvested 2 mu of corn. But my sister-in-law almost had a fight with my mother again. What did you do again? My eldest sister-in-law wanted food, but my mother wouldn't give it to her. She said we could give her another piece of land, but she refused, saying the corn she harvested today was better. Chun Miao twitched his lips. There was really no other way. What was the point of fussing over these things? Youngster, if you argue with your elders about this, the elders would have many tricks up their sleeves waiting for you. After Li Wenquan finished speaking, he drove away from the village. Chun Jiangxing ran to Qin Miao's house and told him what Li Wenquan had said. Third sister, I will go to harvest sorghum tomorrow. Chun Miao thought that after 2 days, the fruits would be more ripe. The yield would be reduced, but at least there would be a harvest. He was afraid that the fruits would be damaged by animals.
Okay. Tell your parents about it tonight.
Third sister, I'll pick cotton with you. Chun Miao did not refuse. Of course, 2 people can work faster than 1 person. The only cotton that can be picked now is the ventilated cotton. I feel that if I don't deal with them, I will not be able to live with my conscience. If force doesn't work, then take away all their weapons. Then see how they can resist. Still angry, I took out a knife and stabbed the man who was still sleeping, then went outside to get some diesel from the car, sprinkled it on him, lit it, and left quickly. It was almost dawn, and although I was very tired, I was in a good mood. Chun Jiang didn't come this morning. If it weren't for Chun Jiang, no one would come here. In fact, even if someone else came, they couldn't enter the yard. There are still many traditional ideas in the countryside, and a young wife who is not at home has a lot to worry about. Otherwise, what would happen to the pregnant woman? Chun Miao pulled out a cabbage and 2 radishes and led the donkey home. I can't rest either. I still have to hurry up and cook. Or pancakes. There are previously made raw pancake dough in the space. This way it is much faster. Stir-fried cabbage tastes better when you add more lard. And then blanch some shredded radish, that's all. I thought I would buy more meat in the village in winter, so it would be convenient to eat. Hearing the noise outside, she went out. Comrade Li, the meal is ready. Comrade Chun, I'll go to the field to pick some mustard greens. Chun Miao brought out the meal. Comrade Li, you're welcome. I've already eaten.
Take your time.
The pancakes are delicious with eggs and fried cabbage. The shredded radish soup is also delicious, with oil floating on it. Chun Miao helped feed the donkey and did not go out again after entering the house, because he was still afraid of being scolded. My grandmother once said that when she was a child, she had an older sister who was forced to hang herself because she talked to a man in the village. So after coming here, Chun Miao paid special attention, but there was no other way now. Chun Jiang was working at home, so this was the only way. Now that I have packed everything, I decided to go out and ask, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Aunt San, what are you doing in such a hurry? Let me go ask why your uncle and his family haven't come back yet? The women at home worry about the men who go out. Chun Miao changed direction, knowing that this was not coming back yet. He would definitely not suffer any loss, so there was no need to worry. When I went up the mountain and saw that the sweet potato vines were growing vigorously, I suddenly thought that I should buy a sheep. I guess my milk is not enough to feed my 2 children. At first, I thought about using the milk powder in the space. I was a little scared to raise sheep. In such a chaotic world, is it good to raise too many living things? Besides, I am the only woman. But there should be no problem buying a sheep. Keeping it to feed the baby is a good excuse. I went to the sorghum field and looked at the heavy sorghum ears. I reached down and pinched one ear. The sorghum still had pulp and could grow for a while. If I harvested it now, the grain would shrivel. The leaves of soybeans have turned yellow. I picked the beans one by one and looked at them. They are ready to be harvested. In fact, it would be better if I waited a while, but I can't wait any longer. Of course, if you get benefits, you have to work hard to repay them. In fact, even if there is no such reward as a Chinese citizen, you have this responsibility and this awareness. Because I was worried, I woke up at about 1 in the middle of the night. I could go directly into the space and go to the town in an instant. You can see the situation outside from inside. It is very easy to find the Japanese. After all, there are 10 large trucks outside. After entering, it was very quiet here. Everyone should be asleep at this time. The place where they live now should be a rich family's house with a lot of rooms. This year, We have started to restrict meals at home. Of course, Chen Miao didn't know what they were thinking, but even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. How could he depend on their moods to get his things back? Li Wenquan loaded the second truck and sent it back. Comrade Li is really capable, Mrs. Shun said enviously. Isn't it? A woman with a big belly actually finished the harvest earlier than us. Shin Muchuan came over and nodded at his nephew's wife, who was working on the ground. This is how we can make a living. Looking at the piles of mustard greens, they are much bigger than those at home. Now everyone felt even more unsure, but they all turned around and went home. Chun Miao thought about it and realized that there was nothing he could do in his current situation, but he couldn't be with the elderly and children. If it was really dangerous, he could think of a way. She stayed behind and looked at Shin Wufu. Uncle Wu. Chen Miao, you also go to the foot of the mountain. If I hear there is danger, you take everyone up the mountain. Uncle Wu, I'll stay at home. No, you can't do anything with your body. Chun Miao nodded and went back, not knowing what to do, but he didn't let them go up the mountain directly, probably because he was still unsure. Shin Wufu couldn't sleep either, so he came out immediately when he heard the noise. Please invite everyone in and sit aside to listen to Li Wenquan and others talking about what is happening outside. Chun Miao was woken up by the cold. It was still very humid near the woods at the foot of the mountain. When he got up, he saw that it was already dawn. She moved, and Chen Jiang also woke up. Third sister. Well, it should be fine. It's been quite quiet this evening. Third sister, I'll go back and take a look. You must be careful. At this time, Zhuang also came over. Chen Jiang, let's go together. If there is any danger, you can run back and inform us. Chen Jiang nodded. He actually didn't want to eat at third sister's place. She cooked delicious food and he would eat too much without realizing it. He was worried that third sister wouldn't have enough food. After eating, the boy ran away. I called him and told him to go home and tell his family. In fact, their family doesn't really care. After all, they have 9 children and they are powerless. She had never complained about them. This kind of distant relationship was exactly what she liked. Being too close was not a good thing. After all, they were the ones who knew this body best. Xiaoso was worried. Comrade Li, I'll go with you. Li Wenquan shook his head. It's too dangerous. After rejecting several people who wanted to join him, he set off with his gun on his back. Uncle Wu, Comrade Li is a really good person. Yes, you all should go home quickly and wait at home. Li Wenquan walked quite fast. An hour later, he arrived at the town, which was different from the county town and was quite quiet. He carefully observed the sentry post here and found that there was no movement. Frowning, what on earth is going on? During the day, they saw 5 trucks, and they picked up a few people. She secretly tidied herself up, turned her back to the other 3 people, ate bread in small bites, drank milk and ate boiled eggs, and only then did she feel comfortable. At this time, Chen Jiang also ran back. Third sister, when I went back, I saw that there were many people like Comrade Li at the village chief's house. Comrade Li said that the Japanese devils would not come over in the next 1 or 2 days. Chen Miao was relieved and asked Chen Jiang to get a car and go home. Li Wenquan also arrived. He asked the 2 injured people to go home. After discussion, they decided to use Chen Miao's donkey cart to send them back. Chen Miao checked every room and finally found it was a laboratory. She looked at it carefully. She knew a little about these things. Looking at some bottles and jars, I don't know what they are. It hasn't been destroyed yet. I need to know the situation here first. I walked around the whole place and looked at the clothes they hung to figure out which ones were soldiers and which ones were researchers. I counted 10 researchers and the rest were soldiers, probably protecting them. That is to say, the experimenter is very important. Chen Miao found a box in a room and carefully put it away. This should be an important thing because it was not in the laboratory but with people. I can only harvest them slowly. If the yield is reduced, then it is reduced. I took out my sickle and started to work. Fortunately, I didn't plant much, otherwise I would have to worry about it. The cat didn't bend down, so it had to kneel down. 2 hours later, the soybeans were harvested and tied together. There were 2 large bundles. I couldn't carry them even if I tried. There was no one around, so I just put them away and came back down the mountain. There was no one at the foot of the mountain. She checked again with concern and then let him go. Then she went home to catch the car. It took more than an hour to get home. We also know that autumn is coming soon, and this is the family's annual income and food. The next day, Li Wenquan called all the strong laborers and told them to arrange the housework first, and it would not be too late to train them after the autumn. Chun Jiang was happy. Yesterday, he thought Comrade Li had left with them. He felt relieved when he was around. He can work for the third sister. Yesterday, he saw her kneeling down to light a fire. There are sorghum and sweet potatoes on the mountain, and he helped to harvest them. The third sister said that she was afraid that wild animals would harm the crops, so she wanted to harvest them in advance. After I cleaned up, I went to sleep. I got up in the middle of the night to steal, so I slept for a long time. I woke up, but didn't get up. I watched my belly bulging here and there. It was quite slight, and there was no pain. Putting her hand on her belly, she said, "Seeing how naughty you are, you must be boys. It's good too, you won't be bullied. It is really not easy for women in this chaotic world. After lying down enough, I have to get up and do my favorite thing, picking eggs." Chun Miao was quite curious about whether Li Wenquan and the others had returned. They probably didn't have many weapons left now, so they would definitely win. The leather is dry, it's okay. Chun Miao was relieved now, so he decided to start working today and take his time. He dived into the cornfield. In the past, when doing this kind of work, we would split 3 ridges and throw the corn cobs directly onto the next ridge so that the corn cobs from several ridges could be thrown together. When they reached the edge of the field and headed back, Chun Miao thought it was a good thing that he had put on a mask, a hat, and gloves, because the corn leaves could have scratched his hands. I didn't go home at noon and just sat on the ground to rest. I was really tired, and my clothes were soaked. Li Wenquan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll tie them into bundles today, pull them back tomorrow, and stick them outside the wall, okay?" Chun Miao nodded and said that he would just go back to the woodshed after it was done. After Li Wenquan left, Chun Miao continued to work, thinking that he still had to go to town to pick cotton and fry cottonseed oil. In the morning, the second batch of cotton peaches have been picked. While the weather is good, we should dry them quickly. You have to rush forward with all the work. If you give birth to a child, you have to take good care of yourself and not get any illness. Even her family members didn't come. In fact, Chun Miao was afraid that her family members would come and take advantage of her. Fortunately, they didn't come. Otherwise, it would be another mess. Once again, I gathered all the greens in the yard. For lunch, I had stewed beans and pancakes on the side of the pot. Chun Jiang ran over and said, "Third sister, something happened in town. Comrade Li and his men have already left." "What happened?" "I don't know." A comrade came running back, and then Comrade Li and the leader hurriedly told everyone to follow him. "Just stay here and eat quickly. Then go back and hide at the entrance of the village." Chun Miao was not in a good mood and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wu and Comrade Li." She walked back carrying the pickaxe and thought that since she was working for someone, she might as well provide lunch for them. Everyone knew that she grew wheat, so she made pancakes, added an egg and some green onions, which made sense. I started cooking as soon as I got home without taking a break. The chickens at home laid eggs, but I couldn't bear to feed them. The same was true for the eggs in the space. They couldn't tell anything from the eggs anyway. After preparing lunch, she took a jar of water and hurried to the field. Chun Miao nodded. "This is good. It should be because he saw something in the county yesterday. In fact, it is not a good thing to take the initiative like this. They all have no combat experience, but this is not something I can say. In the future, I must be younger and more honest before giving birth to a child. Yesterday, the doctor said that I might be able to give birth in November. It won't be long, and it's better to be cautious for both myself and the baby." Chun Jiang didn't sleep either. He stayed for a while and then ran away. Chun Miao started making a quilt after she woke up, but she couldn't do it because her belly was too big. Thinking of this, I decided not to go to the foot of the mountain. She waited at home. She hid all night and thought clearly about what she could do. She just did it and would hide again if it was really dangerous. Li Wenquan looked at the strong laborers in the village. He had taught more than half of them how to use guns. It's still very dangerous. Even if you don't come with me, I won't blame you. We will still blow up the Japanese's laboratory. You may not know that they use living people for experiments. And the poisons they develop will also be used for experiments on living people. Use them to deal with our relatives. This person's clothes are different from others. It should be the same head. Of course, such a person will not be let go. Chen Miao thought of many ways, but he was afraid of making a noise. Suddenly, I remembered the box I had put away. If it contained poison, that would be perfect. Let them suffer the consequences of their own actions. I opened the box wearing rubber gloves. There were quite a few test tubes inside, all sealed, and I had no idea what was inside.
Chun Miao was worried.
What should he do? There was a lot of information in the book, and he didn't recognize the words on it. Now that this thing is ruined, how can I deal with these people? Comrade Li and his men are back. De Biao and Deong were injured. Comrade Li helped take out the bullets. There is no medicine. Uncle Wu, wait a minute. I bought some medicine from the county town. I told the doctor that I often go up the mountain and get injured. He prescribed medicine to stop bleeding and relieve pain. I think it should be enough. You should ask Comrade Li if it can be used. Okay, you still have the heart. Chen Miao went in and took out a large bag. There are 9 small bags in it. 1 bag for each meal. 3 bowls of water can make 1 bowl of water. Shen Wufu left in a hurry, and Chen Miao then went back to lie on the Kong. I had to get up at night because I had to feed the animals. I didn't peel corn the next day. I couldn't do this job while sitting, so I thought I could do it while kneeling or lying down. The family must have started harvesting, otherwise Xinjiang wouldn't have come for 3 days. After a day of rest, I still feel sore all over. I also know that it's time to work. I close the door and directly get a table out so that I can stand or sit on the bench. The height is just right. I gathered some corn and put it on the table so that the husked corn could be thrown into the corn pen. When you get tired of standing, sit down. When you get tired of sitting, stand up again. So he took a bath, drank milk, and then went to sleep. I almost peed my pants when I heard a knock on the door in the middle of the night. I had to go to the bathroom more often because of my big belly. Wouldn't it be a pee-pee if I was scared like this? The knocks on the door became more and more urgent. Chen Miao had no choice but to put away the bedding. Fortunately, the old bedding was on the side. He went out with his clothes on.
Who is it?
Chen Miao, I'm your 5th uncle. Do you still have any medicine for injuries? Uncle Wu, wait a minute. Chen Miao handed Shen Wufu some medicine for injuries and sprains. Uncle Wu, what happened? All the men in the village gathered at the village chief's house. Li Wenquan found out who ran the fastest. He sent more than 10 people to ambush on the road. If the Japanese came, they should report it immediately while ensuring their own safety. Otherwise, they should hide. The strong laborers are waiting for news in the village and can protect the villagers at any time. Everything was arranged, and Li Wenquan was about to go out with a gun. Shen Wufu was also worried. Comrade Li, what are you going to do? I'll go to the town to check. Don't worry, even if the Japanese come, it will take some time for them to reach our village. They knew that there were at least 30 people on each truck, which means there were more than 100 people. What on earth were they doing in the town? Why didn't they chase them after they ran away? I definitely can't go in now, but for some reason I feel very unwilling to do so. I was lying outside thinking of a solution when I suddenly heard a slight noise. Li Wenquan was startled and sent out a code word without seeing anything. Unexpectedly, he got a reply immediately. He sent out a code word again and got the correct response again. He knew the general direction and went there carefully. Comrade Li, Chen Miao just came over and asked if the Japanese were not far from here. She said she was scared and had already driven to the foot of the mountain. Li Wenquan nodded. In the town. I think the Japanese will start looking for us tomorrow. Let's pack up and I'll take them to the mountain. Shen Wufu was startled and hurriedly asked his wife to pack some things. He also wanted to tell everyone to get ready. Li Wenquan was really curious about Chen Miao. How could a country girl know so much? And she immediately knew that the Japanese were not far away. Shen Wufu quickly packed some food and supplies. Dazhuang and his friends carry Daqiang and his friends up the mountain. Li Wenquan asked Xin Wufu to find 2 half-grown children to go with him and take care of Daqiang and the others. Comrade Li, you're injured too. It's okay. I'll send them to the foot of the mountain, and then I'll come back and organize everyone to fight against the Japanese. Xin Wufu had nothing to say now. It really needed a capable person to organize everyone. Chun Miao drove the cart to the foot of the mountain. After getting on the cart, he tied the donkey to a tree. After lying on the cart, the mosquitoes were buzzing around him. All the cotton that has grown in the morning is collected. A few days later, there is another batch of cotton that has grown and will be collected. In the afternoon, Chunjiang helped to pound the soybeans again. Third sister, why are the soybeans growing so well on the mountain? Ventilation, right?
I think it should be.
The soybeans you grow are much bigger than ours. These are the soybean seeds that Chen Miao created in the space, but they are of course much bigger. In the evening, Chen Miao made pancakes for Chunjiang, added oil, and put an egg inside. Chunjiang felt very satisfied after eating it. Third sister, Chen Miao agreed and came out from the cotton field. Why are you in such a hurry? Third sister, Comrade Li is going to take a few people from the village to look for the Japs. Go find it? Yes, I heard Comrade Li say that.
No you?
Chunjiang was a little discouraged to know. It's fine without you. You help me with the corn fence. Third sister, do it later. I'll go see them now. Chun Miao had no objection. In his heart, he didn't want him to go, but it was his personal matter and he was still young, so it was better not to take any risks. Continue working and throw the picked cotton bolls on the ground. She lay on the kong to rest. Her belly was much bigger now, and it was difficult for her to squat. She had to kneel down to light the fire today, which was really uncomfortable. Third sister, Comrade Li, and his men have left. Xiaosong wanted to go this time, but Comrade Li didn't want him. Daqiang and his men said it was all because of Xiaosong. Otherwise, they could have taken care of a few more Japanese devils, and Comrade Li wouldn't have been injured. Chunjiang, don't tell anyone about this.
Just keep it to yourself.
If you had done something bad, would you be happy if someone told you about it? I feel a little depressed just thinking about it. There is a lot of work to do after autumn. Dry vegetables, pickle vegetables, and pickle sauerkraut. This big belly is too inconvenient. If that man hadn't done anything to me, I would have been more comfortable being single than I am now. But I think it would be lonely to be alone, and only with children by my side can I have hope in life. After I cleaned up and opened the door, the chickens, ducks, and geese came back. The livestock were doing well. I could pick up 4 eggs every day. It seemed that they were not laying eggs outside anymore. After the little donkey was fed, he didn't want to cook, but he had to light a fire, otherwise he would not be able to sleep comfortably. Just know what kind of person he is, and don't get close to him when you're in danger in the future. Chun Miao knew that this was a bit selfish, but he had to be careful about such things. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Third sister, everyone in the village knows about it now, except you, who doesn't know. Now that you know everything, you should not tell anyone. Gossiping is not what a man should do. Chunjiang nodded, I understand. I won't tell anyone else. Third sister, this time Comrade Li left with 6 people, all carrying guns and bullets. Tell the village chief that the village must not let down its guard. Cotton vines have a peculiar smell, and livestock don't like to eat them. After finishing everything, I went back to cook. This time, minced meat and green onions are put in the pancake, so it tastes good even without any vegetables. As soon as Chunjiang ran in, he smelled the fragrance and swallowed his saliva helplessly. Chun Miao asked him to have dinner together. Third sister, I have eaten. Eat some more. We added meat today. It's delicious. Chunjiang said he had eaten 3 pancakes. It's delicious. Chun Miao ate a pancake and a bowl of porridge. She did not refuse Chunjiang's offer to help her. I learned it from my mother. There are so many children, so I learned it by doing. You will be able to do everything in the future. Chun Miao took the cut pattern home, found the fabric, and cut it to make clothes. 2 days later, the baby's supplies were ready. The items outside were just those that could pass the customs. After all, the birth of the baby required the help of a midwife. If someone asks me about something too outrageous, I won't be able to explain it. I haven't been to the fields for several days. The weeds in the vegetable fields have grown again, but after the 2 rains, the cabbages are growing very fast. The next step was the most tiring work. Chun Miao wanted to carry the baby, but was stopped by Qin Jiang. Third sister, your belly is so big, I can do it, there's no rush. The 2 brothers carried 2 loads of sorghum ears, and each carried 3 loads of sorghum stalks, which also filled a cart. Third sister, the sweet potato seedlings are still too green. How about waiting until the beginning of winter, and then I'll come over to remove them? There aren't many, I can finish them in 1 day. That's fine. Let's wait. More harvest means more gains, which means more food next year. After the 3 siblings arrived home, the 2 brothers carried the sorghum ears in and stuck the sorghum stalks directly against the wall. Li Wenquan breathed a sigh of relief after seeing his former comrades. He whispered about the situation here and also learned about the situation of the Japanese invaders coming over. We are too short-handed. There are 20 guns in Kaoshan village. I also taught them some. They are not very accurate, but they are still okay. Okay, the Japs won't make any moves these days. Let's go back and discuss it. The group of 30 people left carefully and told Minzi and the others on their way back. It was already late at night after all this trouble. There was no choice but to go into the village chief's house. I will never agree to such a thing. Even if I die, I will destroy this den of evil. The people in the surrounding villages were terrified. They had never heard of such a thing before. Using living people for experiments? And then using them on their own people? Any man with a bit of blood in his veins would not tolerate this. Comrade Li, I'll follow you. I'm going too. Among the more than 100 strong laborers in the village, only a few did not move. Li Wenquan looked at everyone and said, "Don't worry, we are in the front. We can't do it anymore. If you see things are not going well, run away and don't let them catch you." The basket was already full. Chun Miao also felt that he had bought too much. In the end, I bought 2 pieces of red cloth and left quickly, collecting them as I went. I went to the blacksmith shop and bought another set of farm tools, and then went to the grocery store to buy some daily necessities. She still went to the pharmacy, but she was a little scared here. "Sir, my father-in-law broke his leg. I bought some medicine for traumatic injuries, but I'm afraid it won't work. Doctor, can you prescribe some medicine for him? His leg is still red and swollen." "Is it just the leg injury? My hands are also scratched but not swollen." Chun Jiang ran back and said something to his parents, then ran to the foot of the mountain. "I walk this road all day long, so I am quite familiar with it and walk at a pretty fast pace." Chun Jiang ran over and his eyes had adjusted to the darkness, so he also saw the donkey cart. Third sister. "Well, Dad and Mom are aware of the warning, right?" "I see. Comrade Li asked me to come and keep you company." "Well, you should lie down and rest too. Da Qiang and the others are over there." Chun Jiang also lay in the car. Chun Miao gave him a piece of cloth to prevent mosquito bites. I was really tired, and with Chun Jiang by my side, I felt more at ease and fell asleep in a short while. It was really uncomfortable. He had no choice but to find a newly bought piece of cloth from the space and cover his body and face. Just when she was about to fall asleep, she heard a noise. Although it was night, I had adapted to the darkness and could see the donkey cart. Chun Miao still sat up. Now that all the people coming over were men, it was not easy to ask anything, so he just looked at them. Li Wenquan stopped. "Comrade Chun." The 2 of them were injured. "We were afraid that the Japanese would come, so we asked them to hide here." Chun Miao thought for a moment and said, "There is a cave. They came back at this time. Could it be that the Japanese were not far from here?" Chun Miao couldn't sleep now. He got up and put away all the things, put the chickens, ducks, and geese in the basket, groped in the dark and harnessed the donkey cart, and drove to the village chief's house. Shin Wufu came out and said, "Uncle Wu, ask Comrade Li if the Japanese are not far from here. I'm scared, and I want to go to the foot of the mountain. Be careful. I'll ask Jianlin to ask Qin Jiang to follow you." "No, I can do it myself." Besides, I'm just at the foot of the mountain. After Chen Miao left, Shen Wufu went in to find Li Wenquan. I didn't sleep a wink that night. There were already quite a few people on the street, even children followed them out, and no one knew what was going on. There were already quite a few people under the big willow tree. Chen Miao was outside, feeling very nervous and not knowing what was going on. The villagers didn't know what was going on. They talked quietly, but they all thought it was the Japanese devil's fault. Shen Wufu saw that most of the people were there, so he started talking. Tell everyone that all the able-bodied laborers and children over 8 years old, regardless of gender, should come over in a while and now go home to take care of the elderly and children. It would not be so easy if he took Xinjiang with him. It didn't rain in the afternoon, but it was cloudy the whole time. The next day, Xinjiang came early and helped feed the animals. After the brother and sister had breakfast, they heard some noise outside, and Chen Miao came out. Although it was still quite hot, he was still wrapped up tightly. Comradely, I'll drive the car. It's okay. I can drive well. In that case, Chen Miao sat directly on the straw curtain. Chen Jiang watched them leave from the doorway, leading the donkey away. He had to weed today. He could feed the donkey by leading it. Although they are all ordinary people, they also know the reasons why they should avoid being caught. Song Qingmin looked at this and said, "Don't worry, we will organize training. You are all our family members. We will not joke with your lives." Chen Miao was still busy making clothes. He made 2 pairs of cotton trousers, which were simpler than cotton coats. Chen Jiang knocked on the door. Third sister, Comrade Li, said that there is a research laboratory in town. They are doing experiments on living people, and they are training now. Chen Miao was stunned for a moment. He knew something about that period of history, including various inhumane experiments.
Today is fine.
Chen Miao nodded and left with the donkey cart. Li Wenquan felt relieved only after he saw Chen Miao come out. Chen Miao didn't stop either. He drove away from here. They would not be able to see it anymore in a few miles. Stop in a forest and wait for Li Wenquan to come. There was no one here now, so Chen Miao ate quickly. About an hour later, 3 people dragged little Leo over. Tie him directly to the tree. Chen Miao whispered what he saw inside and what they needed. Here's an opportunity. I'm going into town to do some shopping. Let's go over there in the evening. What about this person? It's also because I didn't go anywhere. Third sister, I'm going to make porridge. You eat and I'll go back. Can't you just eat here? No, I'm leaving. Chen Miao did not force him to stay. The remaining porridge and noodles after the meal could be used to make delicious pancakes tomorrow. I was very tired today, so I had no dreams all night. When I woke up the next day, I still had the same repetitive work, but the happiest thing was that the ducks laid eggs. Salted duck eggs. I'm drooling just thinking about them. No, I have to eat them at noon. I am picking small cotton peaches. The small ones will not grow until autumn, so picking them now will save them from sharing the nutrients. There was really nothing she could do, and she felt that Li Wenquan was overestimating himself. Hearing the noise, seeing Li Wenquan's unhappy expression, he hurried over and asked, "What happened?" "It's okay, I was walking too fast." "Then shall we go back?"
Li Wenquan nodded.
Chen Miao came over with a donkey cart. The pit was probably where the blind date people nearby came to pull sand, so the donkey cart wouldn't be too hard to get up there. After getting on board, Chen Miao wanted to catch the car, but was picked up by Li Wenquan. Chen Miao thought that Li Wenquan was still a male chauvinist. She was examined very carefully, even though she had a big belly. "What are you doing in the county?" "I want to buy some cloth and cotton for the child." "Don't you have these in the countryside?" "No planting last year." "Go in, come back quickly." Chen Miao thinks this person is okay. I carried the basket and went straight to the cloth shop. I bought 10 kilograms of cotton, which was not afraid of spoiling. I bought even more cloth and also bought 2 rolls of the thickest cloth. Although the color was not good looking, I had never thought about making it beautiful. I also bought a lot of needles and thread.
What do you want to buy?
Buy some red cloth. It also tells him to go and come back quickly. Li Wen had already dug out the bullets from his body, but it had only been a few days and the wounds had not healed yet. He was powerless to hurry up. I also went to the cloth shop and bought some ordinary cloth and a piece of red cloth. Then I carried the basket and took a walk around the compound. There was really nothing special. I went to the Japanese base that had become ruins, and I didn't find anything special there either. He left here quickly, feeling very puzzled. That was not right. They only dealt with a few Japanese soldiers. In fact, boys are better than girls, especially in this era, which is too unfriendly to women. When she arrived at the gate of the city wall, there was only a piece of red cloth and some lamp oil in the basket. After inspection, of course there's no problem. After leaving the county town, Chen Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was very tired, he quickened his pace. It still took an hour to meet Li Wenquan. The inspection at the door is very strict. I walked around inside and didn't find anything. Do you still want to go in? Li Wenquan thought for a moment and said, I'd better go in and take a look. If you are about to give birth, let her call me. Okay, I understand. Let her come over after the autumn harvest. Fifth aunt, the chives at home are very good. You can cut some. Girl, you don't have so many things to do. I have a lot of chives at home. If you don't have anything to eat in the future, come to my house and cut some. Chen Miao came out with Zhao Fengrong, carrying a basket, to thin out the seedlings in the field. Zhao Fengrong came back and told his daughter-in-law about Chen Miao. I didn't expect this girl to be so different after getting married. Before, we wouldn't talk when we met. Comrade, Li has recovered? Not yet.
So teach us to write.
After eating, Chen Jiang still wanted to go study with Li Wenquan. Ask Comrade Li, I want to go to the county town. Do you need me to buy medicine? Third sister, what are you doing in the county town? Go buy some fabric and prepare things for the kids, too. Chen Jiang looked at Chen Miao disapprovingly. Third sister, you'd better not go. Comrade Li said that the county town must be very chaotic now. I'll just go take a look. If there's anything wrong, I won't go in. Then third sister, I will go with you.
Chen Miao shook his head.
No, I'll go over and take a look myself. It was almost dark when they got home. Chen Jiang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his third sister getting off the car. He had been worrying about them all day and couldn't do anything. Wait, Comrade Chen, this is the cloth I bought. Chen Miao thought about it and took it, then handed Li Wenquan a string of copper coins. Thank you, Comrade Li. Li Wenquan waved his hand and drove away without taking the money. Chen Miao did not pursue it, thinking that he could just return it to Li Wenquan later. Third sister, how is the county town? It's just that the inspection at the door was too strict and there was nothing inside. The two young men nodded their heads and said they were willing to go. Young men of this age were full of passion. They wanted to do something, and they felt proud to do something for their nation. You should discuss it with your family. I'll go find Comrade Chen Miao. After all, there are many women there. Now is an opportunity. The Japanese have evacuated there, but the comfort station has not yet been evacuated. The Chinese people already hate that place. Whose family doesn't have women? Chen Miao had just closed the chicken coop when he heard a knock on the door. Seeing Li Wenquan coming over, they didn't close the door, and the two stood in the yard. They had succeeded in their first try. Da Qiang and Xiaosong were both confident and felt that it was not that difficult. Chen Miao finally just lay down in the car. It was no problem for the two of them to get in the car. Li Wenquan knocked on the door of the village chief's house in the middle of the night and drove a donkey cart to chase them. I still have to send them back safely and then come back myself. It was not until dawn that Li Wenquan caught up with them in his car. Chen Miao took back his straw mat. It must be more dangerous during the day, so you'd better be careful and endure the bumps. Mom, that girl is pretty powerful. I didn't expect she would dare to deal with the Japanese devils. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Chen Miao arrived at the field and was happy to see the green vegetables. However, his stomach had been getting bigger every day since he came back, and he could not stand squatting for a while. I just knelt down and felt much more relaxed. While working, I was thinking that I had to do it all today, otherwise I would have to continue kneeling tomorrow. An acre of land is full of radishes and cabbages, and it will take some time to finish the work. But there was no rush. I'll go in, said Li Wenquan. Comrade Li, let me go, said Xiaosong. Li Wenquan shook his head. You can't. I'm afraid you'll be exposed. Chen Miao thought for a moment and said, it's safest for me to go. Li Wenquan shook his head no. They are all inexperienced and afraid of something going wrong. Comrade Li, I am the most suitable person to go. If someone younger and stronger suddenly replaces me, they will definitely be suspicious. Li Wenquan also knew it, but he felt it was a bit embarrassing to let a woman go. Chun Miao pulled him out and blocked his mouth. What's your name? You'd better tell the truth, otherwise you may really have no chance of survival. Eating fresh vegetables in winter is delicious just thinking about it. 3 days passed like this, and Chen Jiang came every day to say that they were monitoring and had not found anything. It is not the autumn harvest yet. There is not much work to do, so we can send people out to monitor. It was a cloudy day, so Chun Miao did not let out the chickens, ducks, and geese. He went into the chicken coop to feed them and found that the ducks had also laid eggs. He put it away with a smile and looked at the 2 big, white geese. You have to work hard too. Although it was cloudy, it hadn't rained yet. We had already entered our own county town at noon, but I couldn't relax. I would run into more people later. The guns in the car had been covered with straw curtains, but I still couldn't rest assured. But the little donkey was very tired, so they found some water and let it drink some water, and the 4 of them also took a rest. Li Wenquan praised the 3 of them. Comrade Li, can we follow you from now on?
Li Wenquan nudda.
Okay, you 2 are pretty flexible. I'll come back here after I send you back. The Japanese should come to pick you up, and I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to pick up a few more of them. Chun Jiang didn't say anything, but went to find Li Wenquan and told him what his 3rd sister said. Li Wenquan thought for a moment and said, Chun Jiang, come with me to find your 3rd sister. Comrade Li, can you leave?
Fine.
Chun Miao had just laid down when he heard the knock on the door again. Looking at the 2 people outside, I let them in despite the rain. Li Wenquan was quite reserved. After all, this was a woman's residence. Comrade Li, what's going on? Comrade Chun, are you going to the county town? Yes, we need to prepare some things when the baby is about to be born. Li Wenquan nodded and said, Comrade Chun, I will go with you. After finally getting out of the door, Chen Miao led them forward quickly. These women were quite quick and finally came out. When we reached the grove, you guys find a way to get home.
Thank you.
You must be careful. Chun Miao reminded again and took out 3 strings of copper coins, 10 per person. That's all I can do. They left quickly. Chun Miao's mission had been completed. She had not expected it to be so smooth. What they were researching was that Chun Miao brought them here and waited here. Chun Miao leaned against a tree and entered the space, and soon arrived at the comfort station. With a smile on my face, I am really getting better and better. While she was picking leeks, 5th aunt came in. This yard is safe this way. You are a thoughtful girl. Chen Miao stood up and went over to greet her. 5th aunt, there's nothing we can do. Xin Jianfeng is not at home. I'm alone and I'm scared. I heard from Qingshir's wife that you might be pregnant with 2 children. Lie down on the Kong and let me feel them. I've been doing this for half my life, so of course I know. Chen Miao, there are 2. Chen Miao put down his clothes and sat up. 5th aunt. There was a worried expression on his face. She went into the chicken coop, picked up a chicken and smiled when she saw the eggs. Looking at the ducks, he said to himself, it's up to you. I'm waiting to eat the salted duck eggs. After the chickens and ducks went out, he took the little donkey out with him. The work in the field can be finished in 2 hours and the little donkey is full, then it's time to go back. Because the chickens laid eggs today, Chen Miao carried a rake and went to the river to pull up the water plants. I was afraid of getting tired, so I worked for a while and rested for a while. By noon, there were already quite a lot of water plants on the riverbank. Although I can make bedding, I really can't make clothes for children. After thinking about it, I found the cloth and took it to the nearest Lu Qingshir's house. Aunt San, are you home? Who is it? Chen Miao, coming quickly. Aunt San, I want to prepare cotton clothes for the child, but I don't know how to make clothes for the child. It's a small matter. Come, I'll teach you. In fact, it is really easy to make clothes at this time. Chen Miao watched from the side. Chen Miao, there's no need to put clothes on a newborn baby. Just wrap it in a blanket. Aunt San, the baby was born in winter. I'm afraid it's too cold. This was really bought by Chun Miao at the grocery store. At that time, he thought that since he often went up the mountain, he would have medicine if he got hurt. Next time I think about it, if I have a chance to deal with the Japanese, I will definitely collect some of their medicines and other things, as these things will be in short supply in the future. Chun Jiang ran away with the medicine for bruises, and Chun Miao hurried to clean up and feed the animals. It was very tiring, so he simply made dumpling soup with a cabbage. The next morning, she woke up and saw that the 4 hens in the chicken coop were still asleep. I think I'll be safer. Li Wenquan didn't know what to say, and felt that what she said made sense. In fact, if there was any danger in the county, it would be the 2 of them, or even 10 of them. Okay, then we 2 will go together. If it doesn't rain too much, we'll go tomorrow.
Li Banquan nudda.
He was really worried about Chun Miao going to the county town alone. Chun Jiang looked at the third sister and asked, "Can I go with you?" "No, I'll bring you anything you want." Chun Jiang shook his head. "I don't want anything." Chun Jiang was quite disappointed. Chun Miao had no other choice. He could escape even if he encountered danger. The Japanese are not here now, so just a few girls live together. Chun Miao walked in carefully. Who? I could tell this was the one singing. "I'm here to save you." I knew it would be like this. Pack up quickly, and it's best to notify others. What do we have to pack? They're all waiting for you. Chun Miao was very curious. How did they know this? But this was not the time to ask. Chun Miao knew that Li Wenquan had already gone to deal with the Japanese here. Now was a good time to leave. 30 women walked out carefully. I was really nervous and didn't dare to make any noise. Even though he knew that the 3 of them had already gone to deal with the Japanese, he was still nervous, afraid that they would cause any noise. The 3 of them listened carefully and followed his instructions absolutely. The little donkey also rested and continued on its journey. Da Qiang and the other 3 men did not take the car. They were so tired that they took turns getting on the car to rest. They didn't stop until it was dark, but when they arrived at a small village, Li Wenquan knocked on a door, and after the donkey cart went in, they had dinner. The 4 of them were very tired, but they couldn't rest yet, so they followed Li Wenquan and set off. Li Wenquan still tried his best to take care of Chun Miao. After all, she was a pregnant woman. She started making dumplings the next day. At the end of the day, she had used up all the leeks in the house. There were already 1,000 dumplings in the space. Chun Miao thought that if she could eat them all by herself, it would probably take her a long time. There is still a lot of meat in the cold storage, but it is not easy to cook. The taste is too strong, so I can only make meat filling. It was not until 5 days later that she stopped, as she felt that it would be okay for her to not cook a single meal during the entire confinement period. I felt that I had rested enough, so I went up the mountain again. The adobe house is short and dark, and it is difficult to see even during the day. Fortunately, as long as it can be built, it is fine, and it is not for the new bride to use. Today's fabrics are narrow and can only be spliced together, but fortunately there are portable sewing machines in supermarkets. Chun Miao had a smile on his face. He was lucky. If he didn't have the golden finger, he would not be able to survive here, but it would definitely be very difficult. Prepare to make 2 quilts. If the winter is too cold, make 2 more. I made a quilt and felt uncomfortable in my stomach. It seems that all work has to be done in advance. Where is your third sister? Chun Dongsheng asked. Dad, my third sister and comrade Li went to the county town. Chun Miao felt uncomfortable sitting in the carriage, so he slowly leaned back and lay down. Li Wenquan also noticed Chun Miao's discomfort and drove the car slower. There is a big deep pit near the county town. Comrade Li, you better wait here for me. I'll be there soon. I'll go in first. Chun Miao shook his head. No need. Who knows what he's going to do? If something happens, he won't be able to enter the county town. An hour later, Chun Miao entered the county town. The control is really strict now, and everyone entering and leaving has to be checked. Give me the basket. Chun Miao did not try to persuade him. She felt that Li Wenquan was a smart and rational person. He knew what he was doing. After Li Wenquan left, Chun Miao lay down in the car. He was really tired, so it was a good time to take a break. Half an hour later, Chun Miao sat up and started eating. Milk is a must every day, and since she knew she was going to have 2 children, she started taking calcium tablets and vitamins. It is a happy thing to eat hot dumplings in your mouth. Li Wenquan was also repeatedly checked. What are you going in for? My wife is about to give birth, so I'm buying some small things. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, I'm here. Fifth aunt, I'm not afraid. What's the point of being afraid? There are already 2 babies in my belly. I know giving birth is life-threatening, but they are already in my belly. I can only have more nutrition and I can't get fat. Okay. Be careful next time and don't do anything dangerous. If you can't do the work in the fields, ask the villagers to help you. You saved everyone, so this little work is not a big deal. Fifth auntie, I dare not say that. I have Chinjiang. That boy can work for me. Take it easy on yourself. Don't be embarrassed. Let Chindo live with you from now on. Chen Miao admired Li Wenquan very much. He did not show mercy just because she was a woman. If I were asked to do it myself, I really wouldn't be able to do it. Seeing that there was no problem here, Chen Miao returned to the woods and waited for them to come back. After an hour, we saw thick smoke billowing from there. This is actually the best way. She thought they would come back, but after an hour they still hadn't come back. Was there something wrong? Just when she couldn't help but want to go over, she heard some noise. Seeing that the 3 men were carrying a lot of guns and holding boxes in their arms, they should be bullets or something like that. And I keep complaining about pain in my ribs. Okay, I'll give you some of the medicine I have for sprains and bruises, and some more medicine. You can go back and boil it up to drink. The pain in your ribs is a contusion. Doctor, please help me take a look. The old doctor felt Chen Miao's pulse and said, You are in good health. There are 2 babies in your belly. I feel they should be 2 boys. Chen Miao looked at the old doctor in surprise. 2 boys.
Yes.
I can feel it. You can tell me when you have the chance after you give birth. Chen Miao thanked the old doctor. Don't think about anything now, just go back quickly. Could it be that there were really 2? It was a mixed feeling. She liked children, and she was alone, so of course, she would be happy to have a child to accompany her. However, this is a turbulent era, and there are certainly too many dangers. It is difficult to raise a child by yourself, not because of material problems, but because of the difficulty in taking care of the child. She was feeling very nervous and could not lie still any longer, so she got up to cut leeks. After a while, she came back to blanch the vegetables and had vegetable buns for lunch. I feel my mouth watering just thinking about food. After an hour, the donkey cart stopped and said, Let's rest here for a while. The rescue method had already been discussed on the way, and everyone knew what to do. Li Wenquan was of course the leader who rushed to the front, and the other 3 followed behind. Chen Miao felt very tired, but now was not the time to complain. I could see the building clearly, even at night. They didn't take action today, knowing that they hadn't evacuated yet. Li Wenquan meant to let the 3 of them figure out the terrain. He was the main force, and the 3 of them were responsible for supporting them. Because it was difficult to hide in an open area, the 4 people dug a hole so that they would not be easily discovered. Li Wenquan heard 2 gunshots on the mountain and thought it must be that girl. She was really brave. I wonder if I can let him follow me to that sinful place? Thinking about her pregnancy, I was too embarrassed to open my mouth, but since they were all women, it was still very inconvenient for me to go there. I needed a female comrade to cooperate, but there was really no suitable candidate. It was already dark when Chen Miao got home. Today's harvest was even bigger, so she took out a rabbit and a pheasant, put them in a basket, and went back to her parents' home. Third sister. Chindo called softly. It was almost dark before I got up and prepared to cook. Reward yourself in the evening with dumplings with egg, leek, cabbage, and meat. When frying eggs, I am thinking about whether the chickens will lay eggs soon. Now I eat natural and pollution-free green food. I was thinking of making dumplings at home tomorrow when I have nothing to do, and putting them raw in the space so they will be convenient to eat whenever I want. Thinking of this, she decided to cook at home for the time being. Her belly was getting bigger and bigger, and it would be convenient when she didn't want to move but still wanted to eat good food. Did he return successfully? After opening the door, he saw 2 donkey carts outside and quickly opened the door to let them in. Uncle Wu, we're going home. Go ahead, your family is worried about you too. After taking a shower, Li Wenquan ate his meal and talked to the village chief about what he had gained from this trip. That's great, Comrade Li, thank you. Thank you for saving so many people. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. In fact, I think the biggest credit should go to Chen Miao. I didn't expect this girl to be so brave. Shen Wufu also sighed. The first thing Chen Miao did when he got home was to take a shower.
Li Banquan frowned.
None of them are good. They may be reluctant, but their nature is to provide services to the invaders. Chen Miao nodded. She was waiting for this sentence. She didn't want to work with someone who had a saintly heart. Maybe her life would be in danger. Comrade Chen, how many innocent people have they killed in our home? They are just some women serving the devil. Don't think too much about it. Chen Miao smiled. Li Wenquan was afraid that he would be soft-hearted, so there was no need to explain anything to him, so he just nodded. Li Wenquan felt relieved when he saw Chen Miao's reaction. Chen Jiang followed behind Chen Miao. Third sister, I want to go too. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead. Now is the time to find a scapegoat. Scapegoat? With so many Japanese soldiers killed, more Japanese soldiers will surely come. When the time comes, the county magistrate will definitely arrest a few people as scapegoats. Chen Jiang was silent now. When the siblings returned home, Chen Miao knew that he had not eaten yet, so she let him make it himself and went back to her room to lie down. She estimated that Li Wenquan would arrange for them to go to the comfort station after he came back. You don't need new cloth to make clothes for children. You can just take apart the worn-out clothes and make new ones. Chen Miao nodded on the side, but did not agree. He could not bear to mistreat his own child. Besides, the child's underwear had to be made of the autumn clothes material in the space. Now he was just pretending. In fact, no one would go through the confinement period by themselves. But it is still better to be cautious.
Chen Miao.
Children all wear cotton pants with suspenders like this. The shape of the cotton pants has already been cut out. Aunt San, you are so skillful.
What's so clever about that?
This guy really can't help but talk. When he heard the knock on the door, he went to open it in the rain. What did you do this morning? Go learn to read from Comrade Li. Third sister, I can write my own name and your name. I will teach you. Chen Jiang wrote his own name and Chen Miao's name on the floor of the main hall. Third sister, look, this is your name. It looks pretty simple. Third sister, look at me writing, it should be like this. Chen Miao also took a small branch and drew on the ground. Third sister, you're so smart.
You wrote it right.
The meal was ready. While the brother and sister were eating, Chen Jiang was busy talking about how he and Li Wenquan were learning to write. Chen Miao had already released Da Qiang and the other two. The three of them quickly packed them up. The donkey cart did not go in this time, and the biggest gain was that the gatekeeper was replaced by one of their own. Chen Miao went in with the basket on his back and went straight to find the fat man. She was having dinner when she arrived. Chen Miao looked at the group of listless women queuing up and saw that there were quite a few Japanese women in their clothes. Chen Miao read the report and felt really sad for those middle school girls. In fact, he could understand that they were too brainwashed, and although they were doing the dirtiest things, they were still very noble in their hearts and thought they were superior. I made cornmeal in the morning and tried to make cabbage pancakes with Chinese cabbage. It was okay, but the skin was thick and the filling was small, but it was a big improvement. It tastes pretty good. Chen Jiang ran over. Sit down and eat. Third sister, I'm full.
Eat more.
He was in the period of growth, and the meals at home were rationed. He knew that he would not be full. Third sister, it will be more fragrant if you add more oil. Is there any need to say that? I served Chen Jiang a bowl of porridge which had both liquid and dry porridge. Third sister, Comrade Li was shot and wounded while trying to save Shaosong, but I heard that he seemed to have killed a few Japanese devils. There should have been quite a few Japanese soldiers coming last time. Li Wenquan's heart moved. Could it be that they have already set out? Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. He felt that someone was following him, so Li Wenquan turned into the grocery store and bought some needles and thread. The inspection was even stricter when leaving the county. But Li Wenquan didn't have much, so he also lined up and followed them out. Because he was in a hurry and walked too fast, his face looked increasingly uglier. Chen Miao was bored, and the donkey had been fed. Li Wenquan had been gone for almost 2 hours. Why hadn't he come back yet? There was no suitable fabric, otherwise I would have liked to make a coat. Although the one left by Xin Jianfeng had been taken apart and washed, I still wanted to wear something new. While doing needlework, I was also thinking about making gloves, a hat, and a scarf. Also make small hats, pillows, and socks for the children. It has started to drizzle outside. I thought of waiting until it is sunny before asking Lu Qingshi's family. I want to make tiger head shoes, tiger head hats, and pillows for the little tigers for the children. Suddenly, I remembered that I could also make a 5-poison hood, which should be more interesting, but there is no red cloth. In addition, even if there are guns in the village, you will not be allowed to use them in the future. Now, they were all obedient. They were not afraid of being beaten, but they were mainly afraid that the village would not allow them to join the militia in the future. This was what Comradely said, that the village should set up a militia. The 2 girls were also startled, but they said something and ran away. Shen Wufu told Erzwang to organize everyone to practice their accuracy. If they couldn't practice well, they would not be allowed to use guns in the future. Now they all behaved themselves. Chun Miao thought for a moment and said, "If Comradely comes with us, we'll drive in, and I'll go buy something first. Comradely will be waiting outside the city. You can go after I come back." Li Wenquan was actually worried about Chen Miao because he heard from Chen Jiang that his 3rd sister was pregnant with twins, and he was afraid that she might be in danger. "Let's go in together."
Chen Miao shook her head.
"No, that would be even more dangerous. I'm a pregnant woman and I'm still safer. If Comradely is worried about me and wants to protect me, there's no need for him to go to the county town." I hated them the most at that time. There was national hatred, and of course it was also because of my personality. I didn't like people who were too aloof because that made me feel too fake. The Japanese women also noticed that Chen Miao was looking at them, and they actually snorted and then shouted. At this time, 2 Japanese soldiers came over. The fat man also ran over, and seeing him nodding and bowing, he felt that he was so ugly. Chen Miao shrank to one side. She couldn't understand what these people were saying. It seemed that the 2 teams of women had no communication at all, and the difference in treatment could be seen from their meals. "Chen Jiang, you should be more careful. Too many things have happened here, and so many Japanese soldiers have died. They will definitely not let it go." Comrade Li said the same thing. "The village chief arranged for a few of us to take turns to monitor every day. If we find the Japanese coming, we can run away. Well, you must be careful. It's better if you have a secret code. This way you can be safer." Comrade Li taught us. Chen Jiang was already eating his 2nd vegetable pancake. It was so delicious. After dinner he ran away, and Chen Miao went to sleep. I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I pick vegetables from the vegetable garden at home. I can also leave some cotton for my children to make cotton clothes. The yard was cleaned up, and Chen Miao thought about it and decided to go up the mountain. Before she left, Li Wenquan came over. Chen Miao was quite puzzled. What was going on? "Comrade Chen, I came here today to say goodbye. What can I do for you?" Chen Miao smiled and said, "No, Comrade Li, have a safe trip." Li Wenquan felt that this meant that he had not been understood. So forget it, there was no need to explain anything. Li Wenquan took Da Qiang and the other 3 away, and this time Dashan and Xiaosua also went with them. Zhao Fengrong patted Chen Miao on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's the same with 2 children. It's painful like having 2 children at the same time." He was also comforting the girl. Giving birth to 1 child is dangerous, let alone carrying 2. I have to comfort this girl, but I can't let her be afraid. She is the only one at home, and Xiaofeng might not be doing well outside. This is the root of the Xin family. It was also Chen Miao's effort that made her pregnant with a child in just 1 night. Don't be afraid, it's okay. You dared to kill the Japanese, let alone give birth to a child. It sounded like he meant it was quite far from here, so I agreed to follow him. I really had to go. Chen Jiang was a little excited now. He came in with a bowl to eat. "Third sister, can I go with you to the comfort station that Comrade Li mentioned? Then you should ask your parents if they will allow you, and then ask Comrade Li if he will take you with him." "Third sister, I'm afraid father won't let me go." Then stay at home and practice your aim. If possible, I will get your gun back for you, but the prerequisite is that you must be obedient. Third sister, I will be obedient. I will definitely be obedient. When I was hungry, I ate a piece of cake. When I was thirsty, I had water to drink. It was just too hot. She was particularly patient today. All the dishes were neatly put away. They are all 10 centimeters high. This is the kind of vegetables I saw in the vegetable market in my previous life. There were few people in the fields at this time, so Chun Miao worked slowly by himself. After he had finished weeding out all the vegetables in an acre of land, he felt pain in his knees, but the work was done. When I got home, I didn't have the energy to cook, so I went to take a shower in the firewood shed where there was no firewood yet. After unloading the truck, Chun Miao took out a bag of peach cakes. Sir, this is what Xiao Li asked me to give you. He said you like to eat this. He said this peach cake is the best. Let me try it, sir. The fat man took it, tore open the paper bag, took out a piece, put it in his mouth, and nodded while eating. Delicious, delicious. Where did Xiao Li buy this? I don't know either, sir. I'll go back and tell him, and then buy it for you. Okay, tell him to buy more. Chun Miao nodded. Sir, if there is nothing else, I will go back. Wait, there are some things for Xiao Li to prepare. They are all needed by the foreign women here. They could just do what they had to do. They entered the county town, which was now very quiet. Li Wenquan frowned and said, Let's not go there. Let's leave here. Da Qiang and Xiaosong are both absolutely obedient and don't ask why. After the three of them quickly left the county town, Xiaosong asked, Comrade Li, why didn't you go to see it? I'm afraid there's an ambush over there. If we go over there rashly, we'll be caught. Li Wenquan and the other two went to the nearest village. After finding out where the village chief was, the three of them went there. After Li Wenquan told them their identities, the village chief warmly invited them into the house. After Chun Miao drove in, he had no idea where to go, so this was a good opportunity for him to look around. I saw a lot of rooms, and there was a woman sitting outside each door. Chun Miao was almost gritting his teeth at the sight of them. They were so pitiful and looked lifeless. And they were also very thin. What a bunch of beasts. Stop, what do you do? Chun Miao stopped and looked at the two soldiers who were coming over in confusion. Sir, I'm here to deliver food on behalf of Xiao Li. I don't know where I should go. Over there, can you come over here too? Chun Miao pulled the donkey in the direction he had pointed. She rolled around on the Kong with joy, but still worried. She went into the warehouse again, thinking of going to the county town. When she came out, she felt the earth was shaking and the Japanese devil's residence was already engulfed in flames. Now Heejun was relieved and hurried back. I felt a bit of a headache while lying on the Kong, thinking that it was because I had used the warehouse for too long. Now it should not be called a warehouse, but a space. At that time, I didn't have time to read novels, but my sister was saying beside me that it would be nice if she had a space. I don't know whether she has it or not, but now I have it. I think Comrade Li will take you with him when he sees you. After breakfast, Chun Jiang went back to work, and Chun Miao also went to the fields with a hoe. There is no need to weed the cornfield, and the weeds in the vegetable field have also been removed. I thought it was done by Chun Jiang. Looking at the big corn cobs, Chun Miao swallowed his saliva, went into the field, and pellet off the husks to take a look. It was just right to cook and eat them now. He just broke off two to satisfy his craving. I went back home and looked at the cotton fields. They looked pretty good. This year's harvest is enough to make a set of cotton clothes and a quilt for myself. He would sweat all over if he moved. Go to the fields early in the morning and thin out the cabbage and radish seedlings so that those left in the fields can grow well. Aunt San, what are you doing? Let's go to the market. Chun Miao, are you going? She knew about the market, but Chun Miao had never been there once. Aunt San, I can't walk fast with my big belly, so I'll delay you. That's right, Chun Miao, your belly is too big, isn't it? It's not too, is it? Chun Miao was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't thought about this question. Aunt San, I really don't know. It's been more than 5 months now. Then you should complete it seriously. I know. Chun Miao left Xinjiang to eat. Seeing his third sister eating boiled corn, he couldn't help but ask, Third sister, Why are you eating corn like this? Chun Miao was stunned for a moment. How can eating not be considered eating? Third sister, you are such a spendthrift. If it had grown up, 2 corn cobs could have made a whole pot of pancakes, but now you're eating them like this. Chun Miao was embarrassed by what he said. I just suddenly wanted to eat boiled corn. Chun Miao stayed at home for the next few days because the weather was too hot. He felt very tired because of his big belly and didn't want to do anything. There was still training to do today, so Chun Miao did not go over and went into the cotton field to pick branches. Chun Miao was smiling while working. The powerful golden finger is the guarantee of a good life, and it is her confidence in this era. At noon, Li Wenquan and Chen Jiang came together. Chun Miao had just finished taking a shower and was preparing to eat. Comrade Chen, shall we talk? Chun Miao thought about it and decided to invite them into the yard. His younger brother Chen Jiang was there with him, so there shouldn't be any gossip. Comrade Chen, I know where the comfort station is, and I want to go and save people. Seeing that Li Wenquan had already dealt with the Japanese here, Li Wenquan directly shot at the women here. After the first gunshot, the place became chaotic. Da Qiang and Xiaosong finally had the chance to shoot. Although they were a little timid at the first time, they got better later. Now I'm not afraid even if I hear gunshots.
Chun Miao went to see the fat man.
He was trembling with fear, but he stayed in the room and did not go out. Chun Miao didn't want to kill him. He was a decent guy. He wasn't a bad person at all. The sound of gunfire and the screams of women crying and shouting were intertwined. I hate myself for being stupid. I should buy more cloth when I go to the county town. I also need a lot of bedding. Can I go to the county town again? The more I thought about it, the more I felt that I should go there again and see the current situation in the county. With this thought, Chun Miao felt that he couldn't work wholeheartedly. There is no heavy rain today. It has been drizzling outside. The cotton shoes look pretty good. Or vegetable pancakes. This way you don't need to cook, and it tastes delicious. While cooking, I was still thinking about why Chen Jiang hadn't come yet. The family shouldn't go out to work today. Chun Miao stood aside and waited obediently. The fat man asked what he wanted. Chun Miao nodded and finally repeated it. Sir, I'll remember this. I'll tell little Leo when I get back. Here you go. This is the money for this time, and also the money for him to buy things. After Chun Miao received it, he suddenly asked, Sir, is there anything else you want to bring? You can bring it along as well. No more. The ones left are just a bunch of poor people. How can they have money to buy things if they can't serve others well? Chun Miao pulled the donkey cart and turned around obediently. By the way, sir, do you want it to be delivered today? Comrade, thank you so much. Otherwise my Xiaoqin would have no way to survive. Village head, this is what I should do. Comrade Xiaoqin told me how to get into the county town. After we got in, we found that there was no one on the street, so we didn't dare to go over to check. Comrade Li, when our villagers went in, there were a lot of people on the street, and it was particularly chaotic. They said that quite a few people went to the place where the accident happened. Li Wenquan understood what was going on.
He wanted to steal something.
Then why is it so quiet now? The county magistrate brought some people there. With Chun Jiang at home these days, there was nothing to worry about. Eat after taking a shower, and now you don't have to worry about gaining weight by eating at night. She didn't get up the next day. She was too lazy to get up after hearing the noise outside. Chun Jiang was happy when he saw the door of his house was locked, knowing that his third sister had returned. In fact, he was quite worried about her because his third sister was pregnant. Third sister, when did you get home? Midnight. You feed the animals, and I'm going to lie down for a while. You go, you go. Chun Miao lay on the Kong and couldn't fall asleep. Sweet potato vines are very vigorous. I used to eat them when I was a child. They were stir-fried with lard and then added with some minced garlic. They were also very delicious. Pulling weeds and picking sweet potato leaves at the same time. After harvesting a lot, I decided to check on the sorghum and soybeans. A lot of them were damaged last time. I don't know how much will be left, but I can't harvest other seeds. When I got there and saw the damage, I smiled. There weren't many weeds left. Now I was more motivated to weed. It's cloudy now and I haven't finished hoeing yet. I have to go back quickly.
I don't dare to run now.
It was the rainy season and it rained every few days. It hadn't rained since she came down the mountain. Instead of going home, she went to the river to drive the chickens, ducks, and geese back home. Although they are different breeds, they always go out and come back together. It is quite interesting to watch them walk in a line. After I got home and fed the donkey, I felt tired. I thought that I would take the donkey outside to eat grass when it was sunny, which would save grass. It rained all night, and the next day was sunny. Chun Miao would not go out in such weather because he was afraid of falling because it was too slippery. It took 2 days to weed again and thin out the nearby seedlings. As soon as I got home in the evening, Chen Jiang ran over in a panic. Third sister, Comrade Li, and his friends are back. Xiaosong is injured, and Comrade Li's condition looks pretty serious. Chun Miao was stunned for a moment, because the news in this era was too slow. He didn't know how they were doing. Whether they needed rescue or not, whether they could come back injured was up to them.
Where are you now?
At the village chief's house. Wait a moment, this is the medicine for traumatic injuries that I bought in the county. Send it over and let Comrade Li decide for himself whether he can use it. The owner of the grocery store was a talkative person. Li Wenquan asked some questions, and he explained everything in great detail. It was afternoon when the two drove out of the county town. Can a sack hold a person? Yes, this is the only way. Otherwise, we will be discovered. The two men arrived at the grove and called Da Qiang and the others to come for dinner, making sure they were full. While eating, they discussed how to replace the two people. Finally, they decided to put the two of them in the sack so that they could get closer. It was getting dark, so the four of them set off. This time, Li Wenquan drove the car, and they stopped near the gate. Someone knew there was another place to go, so they sneaked in and saw that the place had been blown up flat, and they said the county chief was looking for people to dig it up. Chun Miao nodded. At least they wouldn't have time to come in the near future. In fact, everyone thought the same. They felt more at ease. Although there were guns in the village now, they were still afraid that if too many people came, they would still be killed.
Your name is Chun Miao, right?
I'm 1 year older than you, and my name is La Mei. My name is Xiaoqin, and I'm the same age as you. Chun Miao, I want to follow Comrade Li to fight the Japanese in the future. Will there be any harm to innocent people? Are you crazy? How could there be innocent women around the little devils? You are so stupid, he said to himself. 1 explosive pack should be enough here, right? Thinking of this, she had already put the explosive pack in the armory. She wondered if it would be the same as on TV, just pull the safety, and it would work. She pulled it, and it really started to sizzle and spark. She was so scared that she quickly went into the warehouse, thinking about going home. She felt like it was only a second or two. She came out quickly and actually landed on the Kong. How could she get through such a dark road? She answered the knock and got up to pack up, taking the kettle and the pancakes with her. When going out with outsiders, try to use as little space as possible. Looking at the 3 men on the donkey cart outside, Chen Miao moved the straw mat, an old mattress, and a basket onto it. Li Wenquan was in charge of driving the car. The 2 young men didn't want to get too close to Chen Miao. Her seat was quite spacious, so they simply lay on it. I fell asleep while swaying. She woke up and looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. She did not sleep well. The 2 boys were very excited after hearing this. After resting for an hour, they set out again hungry. It was already late at night when they entered the village. After sending Chen Miao to her home and watching her go in, the 3 of them drove to the village chief's house. Li Wenquan had never expected it to be so smooth. In fact, he still felt a little unreal. How could he accomplish such a great feat with 3 fellow villagers who had no combat experience? The village chief was startled when he heard the knock on the door, but he was relieved when he heard Da Qiang's voice.
He was surprised.
He felt sore all over. Suddenly, I thought that I should take some calcium tablets. Chun Jiang worked very quickly. Actually, he wanted to know as soon as possible whether his 3rd sister and her friends had been successful this time. Chun Miao, get up and start cooking. Chun Jiang sat down and started a fire. 3rd sister, how is it? Has anyone been rescued? We rescued them and let them go home on their own last night. Are you all okay? It's okay. It went smoothly. 3rd sister, can I go there next time when something like this happens? That's not my decision. Just practice hard and get your aim right. If she had the ability, she would definitely join the team and kill the Japanese devils, which could save many people from persecution. In her previous life, she was not a weak woman. She had done farm work like killing chickens. She grew up in a society ruled by law. Deep down in her heart, she believed that killing was a crime, so she was now struggling with two emotions. Third sister, third sister. Chun Miao got up and opened the door. Third sister, little donkey, is pretty good. Well, that's good. Go home quickly and see if there's anything you need to clean up at home. Chun Jiang ran away. Why are you here again? Chun Miao smiled and took out a bag of peach cakes. Two big brothers have some. The fat uncle asked me to buy these for you. Look, do you guys see? Chun Miao opened the paper package and revealed the peach cake inside. Two brothers, you guys eat, I'll go in and deliver the food. Happy Valentine's Day. While the two of them were eating, Li Wenquan had already taken action. Chun Miao's dagger was directly pointed at the stomach of a gatekeeper. The other one had already been dealt with by Li Wenquan, and he quickly dealt with this one as well. It was clear that the woman still couldn't bring herself to do it. Chun Miao was a little worried. After the two of them left, Chun Miao put away her lunch. She didn't want to eat corn tortillas, she wanted to eat rice. I had just finished my meal when I heard a hurried knock on the door. Chun Miao was startled and responded. He felt relieved after hearing Chen Zhang's answer. Just as I opened the door, third sister, a few girls came. They are the ones I rescued yesterday. They said that there was an explosion in the county town last night, and all the Japanese soldiers were killed. Chun Miao quickly locked the door and followed Chen Zhang to the village chief's house. Besides, he hated getting his feet covered in mud. Sitting on the Kong, I made the soles of shoes. After the shoes were finished, I had to prepare the children's supplies. I had never made them because there was no cotton on the surface. She teased herself that she was really stupid. Why not just go to the county town to buy more? Two children need to prepare double the supplies. This kind of thing is not difficult for Chun Miao. The cotton in the space is of the finest quality. The baby was supposed to be born in January, but the two babies were supposed to be born earlier. I just don't know how early. They arrested quite a few people. Li Wenquan understood and quickly took the two people and said goodbye and left. It should be safe here now. The Japanese will definitely come. After all, so many people died. This is no trivial matter. The three of them returned to the village and told the village chief about the current situation in the county. Village chief, the devils are busy right now, so I want to go out and do something. Shen Wufu was very polite, comradely. Is there anything I can help you with? Village chief, I'm going to the comfort station this time. It would be best if Da Qiang and Xiaosong could go with me. It's better not to cause unnecessary trouble. Comrade Chen, we didn't go to the place where the incident happened when we entered the county town. There must be people guarding there, and I heard that many people have been arrested. Chun Miao understood that he was just a scapegoat. With so many Japanese soldiers killed, someone would definitely come to investigate. Comrade Chen, I want to leave for the comfort station tomorrow. The Japanese have evacuated there, and the comfort station should be moved out soon. Chun Miao had no objection.
Okay.
Then I'll arrange a car. It's in another county. I can go in and teleport, but I can't plan it as my sister said. Actually, it's useless. The main thing is that I have land to farm. I closed my eyes and muttered to myself, calm down, calm down. I was given such a good thing so that I can do something. I thought the best possibility was to kill the Japanese and save people. Even if there was no such good thing for me, I would definitely do something to the best of my ability. The next day, I let the chickens out and found that they were fine. I felt relieved that if there was any danger in the future, I could hide my children. The biggest worry is gone, and this is real peace of mind. The electric baton is fully charged, and it is his greatest weapon. The more I looked at the weapons, the more satisfied I felt. I was really satisfied. I stayed in the space for a while and looked at my food. I mixed buckwheat flour and white flour together in the space. It looked black, but it didn't affect the taste. Li Wenquan, Da Qiang, Xiaosong, and the other two were running all the way. The two female comrades had already told them where to enter the county town. The villagers wanted to know the news even more. If they really couldn't be taken care of, they didn't have to always prepare to go up the mountain. Chun Miao quickly pulled out the donkey cart. The three of them put all the stuff on it, and Li Wenquan drove the cart. You three should hurry home immediately. I'll go get the car. Of course the three of them obeyed. Chun Miao knew that now was not the time to be pretentious, and although the ride was quite bumpy, he still had to endure it. People can't see the road clearly at night, and the little donkey can't see it clearly either. Da Qiang was leading the donkey, Xiaosong followed beside him, and only Chen Miao was in the car. The three of them were quite silent, but Chen Miao knew that the two of them were very excited. Taking advantage of darkness, they circled around. In fact, it was really difficult to rescue people here. Back in the dug hole, Li Wenquan whispered his plan. Hearing the shouting, Chen Miao and Li Wenquan's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. Li Wenquan walked over quickly and scared the driver who was delivering the food so much that he jumped out of his car and shouted, "Please spare my life, sir." Li Wenquan subdued this person, so he should not be an ordinary citizen. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to deliver supplies here. Da Qiang ran over, tied him up with a rope, and dragged him to where they had dug the pit. The fat man asked Chen Miao to leave quickly, and she left quickly. When they got outside, they drove away. The Japanese women there won't let you save them. Li Wenquan hummed and said, "I won't leave them here. I checked today and there are 32 Japanese women and 30 of our people. I just don't know if there is anyone else in the room." The Japanese also saw 6 of them. "Okay, let's act at night." The 2 men went back and parked the donkey cart in the woods, sat down to eat, and waited for dark to act. Chen Miao was a little tired, so he went over and lay down. Li Wenquan was thinking about what to do. "Is my belly big?" "Big. It looks to me like she's about to give birth. You should go and see your 5th aunt." 5th aunt is the only midwife in the village. It can be said that they were all born by 5th aunt. The last time the Japanese came and frightened the little boy, it was 5th aunt who saw him. Chun Miao thought what Lu Qingshi's family said made sense. 3rd aunt, I'll go check on 5th aunt right away. How about you wait at home? I'll pass by your 5th aunt's house and tell her. Chun Miao carried the basket back home and stopped working in the fields. He lay on the Kong and touched his belly. Chun Miao thought about going to find a wild boar to try, and he was reluctant to waste bullets on a rabbit. It seems that I need to check carefully what kind of bullets can be used for this pistol. I don't know if I can go to the county town to buy bullets. Although there are more than 10 guns in the village, there are not many bullets. If you want bullets, you can only steal or rob. This kind of behavior is fine when dealing with the Japanese and the traders, and it is not a bad behavior. She quickened her pace and became more careful after entering the second mountain. She wanted to shoot from a distance so that she could know her level. "Auntie, please spare me. My name is Li Guang. It's okay. If you tell a lie and I get caught, you'll die immediately." "Annie, I really didn't lie. They all call me Little Leo." His mouth was gagged again. Chun Miao put on a headscarf and drove the donkey cart forward.
"Who are you?
Why did you stop just now?" "I'm Xiao Li's sister. He had a stomachache this morning. He had no choice but to ask me to come and deliver the food. I'm asking you, why did you stop just now?" "Sir, I just went to the bathroom," Chun Miao said in a low voice with his head down. The 2 gatekeepers smiled obscenely, opened the door, and let her in without asking any more questions. She didn't want to think about anything else now. She just wanted to go to the police station. There must be the bullets she needed there. She went straight into the police station's armory, and looking at the guns and ammunition there, she collected them all without any hesitation. "I have to go to the Japanese sentry post. There are even more weapons here. I put them all away, thinking about blowing it up myself. Now the Japanese are resting." She felt no burden in attacking them, but what to use to blast them? She didn't know. "I remembered that there were pictures of explosive packs in my textbooks when I was a child, so I looked for them among the weapons, and actually found 2. After waking up, I slowly got off the donkey cart and followed behind. Otherwise, I would feel too uncomfortable." After walking for another half an hour, she got on the bus again and said that they would not arrive until midnight. Chun Miao took out some food and gave 2 pancakes to each of the 3 of them. She ate them in small bites while sitting in the car. Her corn tortillas have no crust in them, so of course they taste better. It was so hot at noon that the little donkey was already sweating. No matter how anxious he was, he had to stop and rest. Li Wenquan confessed a lot of things. He has been paying attention to that place for a long time. Xiaoqin gritted her teeth as she spoke. Her father was the village chief, but he was caught unexpectedly. Her life was almost over. Chun Miao didn't say anything. That was Li Wenquan's business. Shin Wufu's wife had already brought some pancakes for the two girls to eat.
Aunt, we don't want to eat anymore.
We need to go back quickly. Many people in the village have sneaked into the county town. Let's follow them in to see if there are any good things. If there are guns, we can kill the Japanese at that time. The young men in the village were particularly excited, and Shin Wufu noticed it. He shouted, "If you little captive dare to go to the county town, I will break your legs." Chun Miao nodded. Everything was fine. After Li Wenquan left, she brought in a lot of wheat straw. She was pregnant, and it would be uncomfortable if the ride was too bumpy, so she thought of making a mat with the straw. It's good to imagine, but it's not good enough to do it. I fiddled with it for a long time, but finally got it done. The second one looked much better. I made 3 in total, and they were thicker and more comfortable. Li Wenquan found Shin Wufu and said, "Village chief, here $5. Take it first. I want to use your donkey cart." "Comrade Li, what are you doing? Why don't you just use the money?" After Chen Jiang washed up, he waited for Li Wenquan. He came over after dark. With Chen Jiang accompanying her for dinner, she stayed alone in the room. The next morning, Chen Miao drove the cart to the fields. With a donkey on his back, the SP-ped was much faster.
Chun Miao would still go back to feed the children.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Chen family finished planting corn. There is no need to rush to plant the remaining crops. A few days later, Chen Miao was planting vegetables when he heard a knock on the door. "Third sister, was my 4th brother at your house last night?" Chen Tong asked anxiously. So she just stayed for a few minutes, put down her clothes, and left. "You have to eat dumplings on the 5th day of the Chinese New Year." Chun Miao ate dumplings with 3 fresh fillings. "I haven't eaten seafood for a long time, and they are really delicious." After the confinement period, there was more work to do. I told Chen Jiang that the meat was marinated, but in fact it was stored in the space. The aroma of this meat is much better than the pork in the cold storage. In fact, it was just an introduction so that I would have an excuse to eat meat in the future. Chen Jiang washed the bedding and put it aside since he had nothing to do. After feeding the 2 sons, I put them away and drove the donkey cart to the fields. I was going to start planting corn today. "Comrade Chen,
Kumbrada Li,
I help with the farming." "No need. This year I only have 3 acres of land, and I'm going to plant corn on it. I can help you faster. Don't refuse. We are all revolutionary comrades, and it is our duty to help each other." Chun Miao thought about it and didn't refuse. Every household is farming in the fields. Those who are better off have donkeys, while those who are less well off have to farm manually. The 2 worked very quickly. Chun Miao led the animals while Li Wenquan held the grass. Chen Do knew it would be like this. There was nothing he could do.
This was just like his sister-in-law.
But his sister-in-law didn't dare to come to their place now. In fact, Chen Do was willing to split up the family so that he would not have to serve them anymore. But cooking for 5 people at home, washing clothes, and feeding the animals was not tiring at all. Mother Chen came out. She had heard what her eldest granddaughter had said. Although the youngest and 3rd daughters were not talkative, it was impossible to fool them. "Mom, my 3rd sister uses sweet potatoes to make flour, and I think it tastes good. Although the eldest one is smaller than the second one, it is really strong." Chun Miao felt so painful that he was sweating. But luckily the child absorbed it successfully. Thank God. He is still young, so he stops eating for a while and then falls asleep. It felt a lot smoother here. I didn't rush to let the second child eat the other side. Instead, I took out the pump and sucked out the excess, otherwise it would flow out if the baby didn't eat. After everything was cleaned up, he picked up his second son. The boy was big and strong, and he got the milk without much effort. The same operation is followed by sealing the milk in a special milk bag. 3rd sister-in-law was so angry that she cursed. What she meant was that my parents didn't know how to give the younger generation delicious food. They didn't give their parents anything for the new year? No, Dad said he can still work now, so he doesn't want them to buy anything for him. Chun Miao thought that this was what they wanted. In fact, she didn't understand it at all. Since the rules had been set, they should be followed.
There was no need to feel sorry for them.
Who doesn't live like this? The brother and sister quickly wrapped the yuan shao and put some rubbed corn in it. Chindo returned home and started to prepare yuan shao. Third sister, my two nephews are so fat and good-looking. Chun Miao felt a sense of pride in his heart, a feeling that could not be described in words. She couldn't go out to stew meat, but she didn't want to suffer from postpartum disease, so she ate meat dumplings, and Qin Jiang was very satisfied. Chun Tong was scratching his head at home. He knew that his fourth brother had bought a lot of meat. Today was the little new year, so there must be meat. My third sister was in confinement after childbirth, so she had to go and have some delicious food, but my mother wouldn't let me go. At noon, we also had dumplings. Now that there's nothing to excrete, it means that they are well. So usually she would knead the dough while Chun Jiang would light the fire and cook. The new year is coming soon. Many families in the village are slaughtering pigs. Chun Miao asked Qin Jiang to buy meat. Each family should buy 3 or 4 catties, or at most 5 catties. It would be the same if they bought more than one. Now, they can freeze it in winter, and when they are out of confinement, they can be stored directly. How delicious would the pigs raised for a year be? Chun Jiang was very obedient. He bought a few kilograms from the store and a few kilograms from that store. There is still so much work to do at home. Chun Tong ran away after hearing this, feeling very angry. They were all younger brothers. Why couldn't he stay here? Why could the fourth brother? Chun Miao didn't like Qin Tong and was also afraid that the things in his space would be discovered. Chun Jiang, this child, couldn't say anything, and even if he didn't understand something, he wouldn't ask, but Qin Tong was different. In the evening, the two siblings still ate dumplings. They were really delicious. Third sister. I will also go back on the 29th. Well, let's go back. I come here to feed the animals and light the fire for you during the day, and I go home to sleep at night. Chun Miao knew that this wouldn't work. Absolutely not. Since she was afraid for her own and her child's safety, she had to work hard. I tried desperately to comfort myself. It's okay. It's okay. If I can come back from the dead, what's the problem? Qin Miao, you are lucky. You can do it. She walked back and forth in the room, but she didn't dare to go out. It felt like time was passing too slowly. Why hadn't Xinjiang come back yet? Now she needed someone to be by her side. Suddenly, I felt like I had to pee, which made me even more scared. I wiped my tears and tried hard to calm myself down. Shun Jianfeng sat quietly aside. His mind was full of his wife, but he didn't have many memories. But Chun Miao is still very happy. Her life is not as miserable as Shun Jianfeng thinks. She lives comfortably at home with her 2 sons. I took a lot of photos of my 2 sons, although I may not be able to show them to you in the future, but I can look at them myself. It is necessary to pay New Year's greetings on the first day of the Lunar New Year. In the countryside, there are more old rules. Men will bring boys to visit every household to pay New Year's greetings, especially to their own family members. Chun Miao curled his lips in space. He thought to himself that they were really despicable. They were the ones who didn't see the danger and were in the front. He didn't feel any burden at all when he dealt with them. Madam, there is no one in the car. Arguzi's voice was trembling as he spoke. In the hearts of Chinese people, ghosts and gods are very reverent. His words frightened all the Arguzi, and they hesitated and dared not step forward. The Japanese didn't believe it. Go search. All the dogs didn't dare to step forward and retreated in fear. There was no other way but for the Japanese soldiers to go and check. Chun Miao saw that except for the little devil's head, the rest were still there. At this moment, Chun Miao went over and lit the explosive pack under the car. Leave quickly. Even if the Japs and Arguzi find you, they can't escape the range of the explosion. Of course there was a smell when the fuse of the explosive pack was lit, and now everyone started running. The letter was cut short by Chen Miao. Before they could run 5 steps, there was a violent explosion behind them. Chen Miao watched from a distance. No one could escape. The remaining Japanese soldier's head was also hit on the windshield in front of him by the explosion, and his forehead was bleeding. Seeing that it was getting late, I started making dumplings. I made enough for lunch, and there were leftover noodles and stuffing. Now was a good time to make dumplings. Chen Jiang and Chen Tong were rubbing corn in the west room. It was almost dark outside. When Chen Jiang heard his third sister calling him, he went over immediately. You light the fire and cook the dumplings. Chen Tongyi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Third sister, I want to eat dumplings, too. Not that much. You'd better go home and eat. Chen Tong's face was not looking good. Third sister, can I live in your house too? No, you should go home. Third sister, do it yourself. I'm going back to rub the corn. After Chen Do left, Chen Miao asked Chen Jiang what was going on. No one gave my parents money or anything to buy for them during the Chinese New Year. They were unhappy when they saw the meat I brought back and cursed at me, but they didn't dare say anything in front of my mother. They saw you again when you went back to deliver fried rice cakes this afternoon, right? Isn't it? Chen Mao from my third brother's family chased me and cried. I wanted to give him a fried carrot meatball, but Chen Tong snatched it away, so I couldn't give it to him. Xin Jianfeng was eating meat, and he saw the new comrade retching while eating meat. He didn't know how to persuade them, as he had been through that too, and he got used to it after a while. Suddenly, a young comrade started crying. When he started crying, everyone fell silent. When one person started crying, the other young comrades also choked up. Xin Jianfeng couldn't eat either. He didn't feel anything before. But now that he had a wife, and a newlywed wife who had only been married for 1 day, it was different. It should be a festive day, but it is so sad here. When the leader learned about the situation, he quickly came over to enlighten everyone. There are also dumplings. My third sister said to eat dumplings and told me not to worry about it. I can just go feed the livestock in the afternoon. Even though there was meat, Chen's mother didn't eat it at noon, but asked Chen Jiang to put it in the jar. Chen Tong was making a fire. When he saw his fourth brother coming back, he ran away immediately. Chen Jiang sat down and made a fire. How is your third sister? It's fine. She said I don't need to work anymore. I'll be out of confinement in a few days. I think I should go feed the animals and make firewood. Go ahead. There's not much to do at home right now. I'll come over in the evening. Chen Miao really didn't know what to say to her mother. Chen's mother knew her third daughter's temper, so she didn't take it to heart and left. She was the only one left, and Chen Jiang would not come in unless she was called. So she hurried into the space where there was hot water she had prepared in advance. She washed herself again and blew dry her hair to make it white. Seeing that her 2 sons were still sleeping, she prepared hot water. She knew that babies need to drink water after they are born. She had prepared the milk bottles and everything else, and they definitely couldn't be taken out. She really didn't want too many people to come to her house. Not only did they have to open the door, but they also had to look after the children. It was so cold outside, and she was wearing cold air, so she was afraid that the children would get sick. The second day of the Chinese New Year is the day when married girls return to their parents' home to pay New Year's greetings. Since Chen Miao was still in confinement after giving birth, she did not go. Before lunch, the 2 sisters came over and each of them brought a set of clothes for their children. The 3 sisters didn't know what to say, and after a while the 2 sisters left. Mom, why is my third sister's life so good? All the good things are there. This brown sugar is really sweet. Chen's mother listened to her youngest son's words but didn't say anything. The 4th son told her that her daughter got $5 for killing the devils last time. The son-in-law must have left her some money when he left. It's their own life, so just eat it. 4th sister, can you give me some of your fried rice cakes? Chen Dojia wanted to give all the beans to his younger brother. You eat your own. Liang Tsaixia stopped her old girl. No one dared to disobey the mother's orders. Chen Do looked at his younger brother's pitiful appearance, then looked at his mother who was glaring at him, and finally, he didn't have the courage to give his younger brother a hand. Is there any problem? Fifth aunt laughed. Silly girl. What are you thinking about? The two kids are so good. I've never seen such a hard boy. Even his forehead is hard. Chun Miao was relieved now. She knew that her grandmother had told her that when she was 3 years old, her head had not grown yet and she could still see movement when she breathed. The two children have been taking supplements for a long time, so, of course, they are strong. Fifth auntie tidied up the two children. The door curtain was lifted, and Chen's mother came in. Fifth aunt, are the children and adults all right? Saixia is here. Everything is fine. All I could think about were the steps I knew about having a baby. I thought that I had just urinated, which meant my water had broken, so I was about to give birth. What should I do next? Should I prepare for the birth? Should I lie down on the bed? Just when she was at a loss, she heard some noise outside. Fifth aunt, hurry up. Silly boy, how can a baby be born so quickly? Hurry up and boil some water. As she was talking, Fifth auntie had already come in through the door curtain. She saw the girls standing on the ground, looking at her pitifully.
Fifth aunt, ipeped.
It's not urine, it's amniotic fluid that broke. Fifth aunt, the water is boiling. Chun Jiang shouted from outside. Bring in some warm water. Chun Jiang remembered his third sister's instructions and had already designated which basin to use. Chun Miao felt like his soul was leaving his body. This kind of pain is unforgettable. I felt myself being torn apart as I pushed hard. I felt something slipping and immediately heard the cry of a child. Chun Miao, good thing a big fat boy. Chun Miao was too weak to speak and watched his son being washed, his umbilical cord cut, something smeared on him, and then he was wrapped tightly and put aside. After drinking the water, I felt better. How could she not hope for her well? There is a custom in the village that after giving birth, you have to eat boiled eggs in brown sugar water. Chun Jiang gave Fifth aunt 20 copper coins and 5 eggs. I'll take the money, but not the eggs. Chun Miao must be given good nutrition after she has 2 children, otherwise there won't be enough milk for the children. Chun Jiang ran into the west room and took out a cloth bag containing 5 kilograms of wheat. Fifth aunt, I just forgot about this. This is what my third sister prepared. Haha, I'll take this. Chen's mother sent her fifth aunt away and asked her son to light a fire and lay eggs for her daughter. You don't know how to show your face, so let Chendo go. Mom, I want to go. Chen Tong begged. No, you are not allowed to go there until your third sister is out of confinement. Chen Tong really didn't dare to disobey and was very dissatisfied. My third sister was in confinement, so there must be a lot of delicious food at home. Chen Do went to his third sister's house and helped to make dough. Little sister, there's nothing to do at home. You stay here and look after third sister for a while. I'm going to call Qingzi and borrow his net. I wonder if we can catch any fish in the river. I remember when you were born, Dad made fish soup for Mom. Hurry up and get on the bed. After saying that, he went over to support Chun Miao. After getting on the Kong, I helped her take off her pants. Chun Miao felt much more at ease. As long as he was obedient, nothing would happen, right? Chun Jiang, boil more water quickly.
Got it.
A voice responded from outside. Chun Miao felt as if she was drowned in pain. Chun Miao, don't worry, don't worry. Childbirth is always like this. I'm not afraid. Fifth auntie. Not afraid. Chun Miao obeyed and pushed as hard as he was told. Although it hurt, he endured it and tried not to cry out. He is now on the verge of insanity. This battle was very difficult. But today was very important to my teammates, so we fought very hard this time. Although it was difficult, it was a hard-fought victory in the end. Shun Jianfeng was busy cleaning up the battlefield without any casualties, and now he wanted to seize every moment to win the victory quickly. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and everyone was resting. They were victorious this time and had a lot of spoils. The kitchen team received an order today to prepare something delicious for everyone. There is raw pork among the spoils, which makes it easy. Unexpectedly, he bought more than 50 kilograms. Third sister, this is too much, isn't it? Not much. I'll pickle some meat after I'm done with the confinement. We'll have pork to eat in the summer. If anyone still sells meat, you can go buy some. It's okay. The baby will also need some in the future when he grows up. Everyone in the village knew that they would buy meat from Chinjiang's family whenever they slaughtered a pig, so they would come to his house and call when they saw him slaughtering a pig. Until the day of the Little New Year, Chinjiang chopped the meat, Chen Miao kneaded the dough, and the two siblings made dumplings in the house. My brother-in-law never spent the New Year at his brother-in-law's house, unless that was the kind that didn't have parents. When Chen's mother looked at her youngest son's expression, she knew that her third daughter had no respect for him at all. She didn't expect that her third daughter had such a temper. In the evening, the family had sauerkraut porridge. How could it compare to dumplings? Chen Tong felt even more resentful. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Chen Jiang helped to do all the work. Go and get the fattest piece of meat. Chen Miao cut off a piece that weighed 2 pounds. Chen Jiang was startled, dropped his broom, and ran over. Third sister, I'll help you into the house. No, tell Aunt Wu that I'm just starting to feel pain. Go ahead, I'll take a walk by myself. Third sister, is it okay? Fine. Chen Jiang ran away, and Chen Miao endured the pain and began to clean up. She used the old mattress. It was washed in the summer, otherwise it would be really dirty. She also prepared the things the child would need and put them aside, and then she slowly walked around the house. Now she was really scared. They said that giving birth was very dangerous, especially in this era. However, it was no problem for her to feed the two children water by herself. Put the mattress and quilt aside, replace them with clean bedding, and put a small mattress on top of the mattress so that if there are any dirty things, they can be removed and washed easily. Tell Chen Jiang to go and dry the bedding, and wait until after the confinement period to take it apart and wash it, otherwise I really can't stand it. In fact, she knew that women in the countryside usually gave birth on straw mats, but she couldn't accept it. After working for a while, I felt tired again, so I put on a sanitary napkin. I spent the whole afternoon washing, cutting into slices and drying them, and shredding the radish. I can only do it tomorrow. I feel a little uncomfortable today. After dinner, I strolled back to my parents' home. The Chin family was cooking, and Chen Miao came in and said, "Mom, I have some radish tops. Do you want them? If not, I'll dry them in the sun." Let Chen Jiang carry it back. Chen Miao saw that all three sisters-in-law were looking at him, but he didn't say anything. He couldn't recognize them well and was afraid of calling the wrong person. When he came out, he saw Chen Jiang already carrying the basket. Today, I ate fried rice cakes, which were filled with brown sugar. If I put fried peanuts on them, it would be more fragrant. I thought this must be missing. Chen Tong wanted to go, but was stopped by his mother and asked to follow him to rub the corn. Now this is a job that must be done every day. After the spring planting, there will be no time to do this. Chundo knocked on the door and said, "Fourth brother, these are the peanuts that my mother asked me to bring. She said that it would be more fragrant if you put fried peanuts in the filling of yuan shao tonight." Chen Miao heard Chundo's voice and called her in. "It's okay now. Making shoes by sewing saws is too wasteful." Chen Jiang still came to feed the animals every day and then went back to rub the corn. Chen Miao is the same, but she is a cheater, using an electric drill. The SP-ped is really fast. Third sister, I'll help you rub the corn, don't worry. It's okay. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Go back to work and let mom and dad have some relief. Well, dad said that after you are 15, he will make you a table and a few small stools. Okay. Tell dad to get me a chopping board, and a cooking board, and a rolling pin as well. There were too many things missing. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, it was also a little gift from a daughter. Chen Jiang ran back, and the two siblings ate. Chen Miao didn't eat much, so she kept asking Chen Jiang to eat more. The stuffing was made of brown sugar, which was a good thing in an era when people couldn't eat sugar for a year. Chen Jiang ate 10 pieces, which scared Chen Miao so much that she didn't dare to let him eat rice cakes and asked him to eat shredded radish meadorb. The Chen family of 4 were having dinner. Mother Chen gave each of her 2 children a piece of fried rice cake and 3 shredded radish meadorb, and gave the rest to the man. Fourth brother, go ahead. Girls are more convenient than boys. I cleaned up the main room. Thinking that my third sister was still hungry, I made a small piece of dough, rolled it out and put it aside, waiting for my third sister to wake up and cook the noodles. Mother told herself that women should drink more soup after giving birth. Chun Miao was awakened by the shock. He got up and saw that the two children were still sleeping. He touched them and found that they had urinated. This time, not only did he pee, he also pooped. She used a diaper pad for the child, which can be thrown away directly. The family had already split up, and although the three brothers had not moved out, the food had been divided. So it was the four of them who had to eat. The family stewed pickled cabbage with lard, which is not available at ordinary times. If Chen Tong hadn't heard that this year was a minor year and knew that there were delicious places, he would have felt that the food today was not delicious. After eating, the two siblings cleaned up. Chen Tong watched his parents lie down and ran away secretly. He couldn't help it. Chen's mother sighed. Chen Tong is a child who can't be changed. Father Chen didn't say anything, but there was nothing he could do about his youngest son. I'll make a net myself. The brothers and sisters came back. Chindo said something and went home, as he still had a lot of work to do. When it was almost dark, Chen's mother came over and saw that the dough had not yet risen, and it was also because of the weather. She rolled the noodles, and the siblings had noodle soup for dinner that night. At this time, Chen Miao already felt very swollen. She began to fiddle with it little by little. I wiped it clean with a towel scalded by hot water, and it hurt when I touched it. I picked up the eldest child, who was still sleeping. There was no other way, so I had to do this. Colostrum is good and can improve the child's immunity and resistance. I didn't expect it to be so worry-free. Giving birth and breastfeeding went smoothly. If that's the case, it really isn't that difficult. Chen Miao has no fear about her future life. I got up in the middle of the night to feed the children 5 times. These two little guys ate a lot of stew and had diarrhea, but this also indirectly proves that the children are in good health. I was hungry in the middle of the night and had a snack. In fact, I am a lucky person to have such a heaven-defying thing. The next morning, Chen Jiang called outside and asked the third sister what she wanted to eat. Chen Xiaoyan came in quietly and said, "Aunt." They were about the same age. "You didn't make yuan xiao?" "Aunt, I don't have sorghum flour at home, and I haven't ground it." Chen Do immediately understood what her niece meant, and she said nothing. "This eldest niece is the same as my eldest sister-in-law. I dare not give her anything. The food has already been distributed." Chen Xiaoyan didn't get a response, so she curled her lips and said, "Aunt, did my third aunt bring delicious food to my grandparents at noon? I smell fried shredded radish meat orb." Chen Do just nodded. "Aunt, can I go to my third aunt's house and borrow some sticky sorghum flour? Why are you here? Is there something wrong at home?" It's okay. Fourth brother, what did you have for lunch?" "Making dumplings." Chen Jiang had no choice. He also knew what his younger brother was like. "Fourth brother, I want to eat dumplings too." "There's nothing left." Third sister didn't pack much. Chen Tong was disappointed. "Fourth brother, no stewed meat?" "My third sister hasn't finished her confinement yet. I don't know how to make stew." Chen Tong followed him into the house and really didn't smell any meat, and he knew that his fourth brother wouldn't lie. In fact, Chen Tong was shocked. Even though it's frozen, it's still very thin. "I'm afraid he's in danger. We have chickens at home, and I can't drink fish soup anyway." Chen Do was used to being obedient. In fact, Chen Miao was also obedient and silent before. So he ran away immediately after hearing what the third sister said. Chen Jiang didn't get the internet. Chen Do went out for a while and didn't find his fourth brother. Third sister said she doesn't want you to go to the river because she's afraid you'd fall in. She also doesn't like fish soup. "No one lent me a net. There's a big market the day after tomorrow. I'll go get it and see if there's any net cable." Chen Miao began to worry. What if she had a difficult birth? What if she died after giving birth? The more she thought about it, the more her stomach ached. She was sweating in the middle of winter. Negative emotions now overwhelmed her. She kept muttering that she was afraid of death, that her child would be left alone, and that the child she gave birth to would be unhealthy. The more this happened, the more the two children moved. Before, they didn't feel any pain when they moved, and even if they did, they could bear it. But now, She felt extreme pain, as if the pain had been infinitely magnified. There's still more than 10 days left for the confinement period, and she just needs to avoid cold water. So, after the children fell asleep, she went to light the fire. Wash all diapers. Chunjeong came over and saw the third sister working. Third sister, I'll do it. It's okay. Are you going to eat here tonight? Third sister, mother told me to come home for dinner later. Chun Miao didn't say anything. He could let Chunjeong come over and eat the delicious food he made. Chunjeong fed the animals. It was almost dark. Third sister, do you want to make dumplings? I'll chop the meat and cabbage. Chun Tong felt very aggrieved. His mother was not like this before. She would always let him have the delicious food. But I don't know when he stopped pampering myself. The reason why Chen's mother did this was that she had come to terms with it. Of the 9 children, the only ones she could count on for the future were her third daughter, the oldest daughter, and the fourth son. None of the rest were good enough, especially the youngest son.
I don't know when he became a bad boy.
Even if you want to get the board over him now, you can't do it. He is essentially that kind of person. After lunch, Chen's mother asked Chindo to give her third sister half a liter of shecked peanuts. Let Chunjeong serve fried rice cakes. What child doesn't like sweet food? Chundo was quite embarrassed, but Chun Miao insisted that she eat it. Is it delicious? It's delicious. Dad said it was delicious too. If it's delicious, eat a few more pieces. I'll go mix the dough now. Stay alive. You two can stay here and eat yuan chow. No need, third sister. I have to go back and cook. Besides, I've already eaten. Chunjeong was peeling peanuts. He wanted to stay and eat yuan chow. After eating 2 pieces, Chindo said he would not eat anything else and lay on the Kong looking at his 2 nephews. Third sister. Okay, you can chop the meat for me. After Chunjeong left, I was left alone. I put away the meat filling. There were quite a few dumplings in the space, so there was no need to make more. Chun Miao ate dumplings by himself on the night of the 30th. He didn't feel lonely, because his 2 sons were by his side. But he was a little tired of eating dumplings after so many days in a row. On the battlefield, Shun Jianfeng was already bloodthirsty. He knew that today was New Year's Eve. He thought that he only had a young wife at home, and he had promised her that he would go back. But now he was here and could not move. Fourth brother, third sister bought so much meat. Do we eat meat every day? Chun Tong swallowed his saliva after saying this. Third sister buys meat to prepare for the children to eat in the future. How can adults eat meat every day? Fourth brother, you have gained weight. There must be something delicious. Chun Jiang also knew that he had gained weight. His third sister didn't eat much, and she let him eat the meat. Fourth brother, can I stay at third sister's house too? Go ask my third sister and mother. My mother won't let me come. Why won't she let me come? I can do the work myself. He still didn't give up, thinking about asking his third sister later. What if the third sister asked him to come? Dad, my third sister said she wanted to go to fluff cotton. Go to Zhao's housework. Dad, can Zhao Jiwu squeeze oil? Abel. Dad, I will follow my third sister to pick cotton and press oil tomorrow. Dad, I'll go with fourth brother Yi. Chen Tong immediately responded. No, you work at home. We have to dry the grain tomorrow. His family won't spoil him just because he is the youngest boy. They are all the same. Mother Chen didn't say a word. She was just looking forward to the quick division of the family. She was too lazy to live with them. None of them were good people. The eldest brother's house was already ready, so it was just the right time for him to move in. I put the child directly on the Kong and covered him with a small quilt. The little guy became quiet. Chun Miao, don't worry. Your childbirth was smooth. Don't be afraid. It's really okay. Chun Miao nodded. She needed to conserve her energy now. She also had a child in her belly. Fifth auntie touched her belly. It felt like a massage. It felt like 10 minutes had passed. She felt the pain again. Chun Jiang continued to get some hot water. Boil more. After giving birth to her second child, Chun Miao felt lighthearted. She was exhausted now, but still anxiously asked, Fifth aunt, are the children all normal? Although Chen's mother was not very literate, she was a decent person. When her fourth son told her about her youngest son's situation, she looked at it carefully for a few days and found that it was indeed the case. The family was divided for the sake of the youngest son, but it seems that the division has no effect. Chun Tong ran to his third sister's house and knocked hard. He was immediately frightened by what he said and did not dare to knock hard the second time. Chun Jiang had just laid down when he heard a knock on the door and came out to open it. Fourth brother. Chun Tong smiled ingratiatingly. After the men pay New Year's greetings, if there is a new daughter-in-law from last year, the mother-in-law will also bring the new daughter-in-law to pay New Year's greetings. But no one came to Chen Miao's place. News spread very quickly in the village. Everyone knew that Chen Miao had given birth to 2 sons and was still in confinement. Besides, the man was not at home, so the women might come to visit only in the afternoon. But it's not possible to come empty-handed in such a situation. So no one came without discussion, and everyone had a tacit understanding. Chun Miao wished it was like this. The main reason was that she was embarrassed to ask her younger brother to wash it. Third sister, are you awake? Chen Do. Third sister, shall I make you some noodle soup? Okay, I'm hungry too. After cleaning the 2 children and feeding them water, he washed himself and heard Chen Do's voice.
I put 2 eggs in it again this time.
I just put less oil in it. I felt much better after eating it. Third sister, my fourth brother went to borrow a net and wanted to catch some fish for you. He said it would be good for fish soup. Chun Miao frowned and said, Chen Do, go find your fourth brother quickly. Chen's mother went out with the basin and listened as she told Chen Jiang to bury the body. She told him to dig a deep hole. Chun Miao was completely relieved now. He was too tired and didn't care about the 2 women in the room. He fell asleep soon. Fifth aunt, these 2 children will definitely be good in the future. Yes, the rosy one will definitely be fair and clean in the future. I have never seen a child with a fully grown forehead. And the eyes of both children are open. Chen's mother also had a smile on her face. As long as her daughter and grandson were fine, she was happy. Although she didn't expect anything from her, a daughter who is married off is like water spilled, but she is her own child after all. It can be said that Chen Miao was just watching from the side, and Chen Jiang did all the work. I thought that boys would not do such work. It was not until the evening that all the work was done, and Chen Miao made pancakes and put eggs in them for Chen Jiang. Third sister, mother asked me to come and live with you in the next few days. If you have an attack at night, I can go to fifth aunt. Okay, you can clean up the west room tomorrow. I wonder if the Kong can be heated? Let me see. Chen Miao also wanted Chen Jiang to come. He was also a little scared. Many people told him that he couldn't be alone at home. Chen Miao did not come out. Chen Jiang held the bag and handed it to Li Wenquan. Comradely, be careful. The temperature is still quite low now, and the beginning of winter is coming soon. Li Wenquan was eating shredded radish meat orb while walking. They were really delicious. Chen Jiang came back and had dinner with his sister and brother. Third sister, I'm going to harvest sweet potatoes today. I guess our family will also be able to harvest them in the next few days. Okay, we'll go together later. No, you'd better not go. It's just a short trip. I can get back in a day. Chen Miao thought about it and realized that there was nothing he could do. The other 2 were also asked to hurry up and get their houses ready. In the afternoon, Chen Dongsheng came to his daughter's house. It looked like the house was well tidy. The vegetables in the yard were all put away, and a lot of vegetables were dried, so life would not be difficult. Checking the Kong in the west room, he found that he could still light a fire. That's it. It's fine. He went back to continue working, while Chen Jiang cleaned up here. Chen Miao stood in the yard rubbing the corn. The corn was still wet, but he had to do it sooner or later, so he took his time. If he couldn't sit down, he could stand. I'm afraid some people will talk nonsense.
Chun Miao nodded. Yes.
Li Wenquan was having dinner at the village chief's house, and the dry food prepared there was just biscuits. Chen Jiang, why are you here so early?
Shen Wufu asked.
I just want to see when Comrade Li will leave. I'm leaving now. There was nothing to bring, just a cloth bag filled with cakes. The 2 came out together. Comrade Li, wait a minute. My third sister fried some shredded radish meat orb and fried cakes for you. I'll get them for you right away. Li Wenquan nodded and did not refuse. It would be unreasonable to refuse something delicious. She laid 6 eggs straight away, which looked pretty good with their bright red color. Chun Miao was awakened. Her mother helped her up and said, "Eat it while it's hot. It's now available." Thanks, guys. Chun Miao was really hungry. The sticky brown sugar eggs looked good and tasted good in his mouth. She thought she couldn't finish 6 eggs, but she ate them all. I asked Chun Jiang to kill a chicken so that we can drink chicken soup. Only soup can increase milk production. I know, mother. Okay, let Chun Jiang do whatever work you need. He can also cook. Let him make you whatever you want to eat. Aunt San, I really can't sit down. You do it yourself. It's okay. Every woman has experienced this before. You know how uncomfortable it is. Go ahead. Chun Miao was too embarrassed to go in. He leaned against the stone mill and chatted with Lu Qingshi's family. Seeing how efficiently they were working, Chun Miao, why didn't you plant some green radishes? I'll give you a few from my family later. These red radishes don't taste good when eaten raw. Aunt San, I don't like eating raw radishes. They give me heartburn. Then I'll give you a few, too. You must eat radishes on the spring day. But there were a lot of them, a huge pile of radishes. When I weighed them, they were 22 kilograms. Oil pressing was even more laborious, and both of them had to work with them. However, more than 5 kilograms of cottonseed oil were produced, which was really a lot. Chun Jiangrang put it in 2 jars to prevent it from spilling. The 2 came back at 4 in the afternoon, and Chun Miao didn't expect it to be so soon. Comrade Li will come to my house for lunch tomorrow, and I will fry some pancakes for you. To show gratitude to someone, you can only treat them to good food. Li Wenquan smiled and nodded, not refusing. He had lived a good life before, but now it was really hard to live such a hard life all day long. Then his mother wouldn't say anything. Chun Miao took a nap. Now she has no schedule. When the child wakes up, she takes care of him and feeds him. When the child falls asleep, she also takes the time to sleep for a while. The 2 children are big eaters, and my milk is also very good. There is still a lot left after the 2 children finish eating. If there is not enough for them in the future, there is still stored milk. Anyway, it will not go bad in the space. The 2 children woke up. This time I took them into the space and gave them a bath. This way they would be more comfortable. When the mother and her 2 children came out, 2 of them had already fallen asleep. I said that my third sister's fried dough twist was gone. But every time I came, my third sister would give me one to eat. My third sister was really generous to me. The brother and sister had porridge, salted duck eggs, and pancakes. On his way home, Chun Jiang ran into Li Wenquan, Comrade Li. You went to your third sister's house? Yes. Tomorrow I will go to my third sister to pick cotton and press oil. Can you do it by yourself? I'll go with you. Comrade Li is not busy anymore. It's okay. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you go by yourself. Chun Jiang smiled and nodded. He particularly admired Li Wenquan. You have 2 grandchildren, look at the 2 little guys. Mother Chun looked at Chun Miao first, and now she seemed to be fine. The placenta hasn't come out yet? Yeah, it should be soon. Chun Miao gave birth to these 2 children very quickly. She is still young and healthy. Chen's mother lifted the quilt, and Chun Miao subconsciously dodged. After a while, Chun Miao felt something slipping out.
5th Annie, she called out.
It's fine now, it's okay. Chun Miao is in good health. The 2 helped Chun Miao clean up several times. Chun Jiang, who was splashing water outside, was scared. Why did he bleed so much? She hated knocking on the door so hard the most. After opening the door, he frowned and looked at Chun Tong. Why are you knocking like that? Third sister. Go away, and don't come to my house again. I hate knocking on the door like this. You are very disgusting. Third sister, I am anxious. In a hurry? What's the hurry? Let's go. Third sister, I won't do it again next time. There won't be a next time. Chun Tong was very satisfied with the meal. Third sister, it's delicious. Chun Miao didn't say anything because he really didn't like Chun Tong. After all, he was still young, so he came anyway. Chun Jiang came back and helped to shred the radish. Of course, he was willing to eat something delicious. Chun Miao started working in the morning and was prepared to work a little longer to send Tu to his parents, but there was no more. After thinking about it, I also shredded the radish. Since I'm using the oil once anyway, I might as well fry more. The next day, Chen Jiang came early to help grind the flour. There wasn't much corn flour left, and he had to feed the animals. After that, he helped his third sister light the fire. There were 3 large bowls of fried cakes and shredded carrot meat orb. Li Wenquan came over and was making dumpling soup, which was almost done. The next day, Chen Jiang came and drove away with the pancakes and 2 jars. Li Wenquan got into the car at the entrance of the village, and the 2 of them drove to Zhejiao. There are quite a lot of cotton fluffers now. But Chun Miao cleaned up the place very well, while the 2 families ahead had to pick out the seed cotton themselves. They also became the first group of cotton fluffers. Chun Jiang put on the mask that his third sister had made for him, so he wouldn't have to worry about his throat getting uncomfortable. It took an hour to make the cotton orb, and they were all rolled into cotton seeds. My belly is getting bigger day by day. The 2 children are moving more and more. I am really worried that no one will be around me. What should I do when I have labor pains? In the evening, Chen Tong asked, "Fourth brother, what did you eat at third sister's house?" "What else?" "Fourth brother, I also want to follow you to third sister's house." "Go ask mom." Chen Tong had already talked to his mother about this, and was directly denied. The next day, the family was scraping sorghum at home. Chun Jiang told his father about the Kong in the west room of his third sister's house. "I'll go over and take a look this afternoon." They both had dimples? Chun Miao has dimples, and unexpectedly, both of her sons have them too, and they all have smiles on their faces. After I fed them water, they both fell asleep. I had the impression that if a newborn baby always sleeps, it means he is not cold. After taking care of the child, I went to bed. In fact, women will not sleep well after having children. That is, no matter how soundly they sleep, they will wake up immediately if the child makes a little noise. Chun Jiang was in the main room and heard no movement in his third sister's room. After thinking for a while, he closed the door and ran home to ask his mother for a piece of dough. There are no more, and I am not destined to have that brother. After Chun Jiang got home, he carried the cage directly into his parent house. "Mom, this is what my third sister asked me to bring to you." Chen's mother had already smelled the fragrance and woke up the sleeping man. She ate a large bowl of shredded radish meat orb and 2 fried cakes. In fact, the fragrance had already spread to everyone in the family. But there was nothing they could do. This time, Chen Tong did not tell anyone else and went straight to his third sister's house. Chun Miao left him 10 meat orb, nothing else. Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Miao became angry again. "Third uncle and third aunt." "Chen Miao, have you harvested all the vegetables from the field?" "Yes, I went to the fields and took a look around. I decided to take them back." "Aunt San, can I give you some radishes and cabbages?" "Chen Miao, give Annie San some radish tops and radishes. My family loves to eat savory vegetables. Make more this year. You can try them when the time comes. They are better than sauerkraut made from Chinese cabbage." The radish tops from Lu Qingshi's family looked so good that they couldn't help but ask for some. "Aunt San, you can go to my house and pick some later. You can choose as many as you want." After Chen Tong finished eating, he ran away, and Chun Miao didn't say anything. 2 days later, Chen Jiang moved in and rubbed corn at night. "Third sister, Comrade Li will leave tomorrow." "Leaving tomorrow?" "Well, he told us so today so that we could practice well, and he also chose Lei as the captain this time." Chun Miao thought about it and decided that since they were helping him, he should leave now. He should prepare some dry food for them to take with him. "Chun Jiang, go and shred the radish for me. Get up early tomorrow and bring some fried meat orb to Comrade Li. You help me with a lot of work. I'll take the bus to the foot of the mountain to wait for you at noon."
Okay.
"I'll carry the sweet potato vines down first. The little donkey will have enough to eat for a while." Chun Miao continued to rub corn at home. At noon, he brought meat orb and cabbage soup in a ceramic pot to Chen Jiang. Seeing that there was already a pile of sweet potato vines at the foot of the mountain, the child should be going to carry them. There was a sickle on the car, so I slowly used scissors to hook up the sweet potato vines and load them onto the car. When Chen Jiang came down with the last load of sweet potato seedlings on his back, he saw his third sister working. Let them put the table on the floor of the main hall and eat. Chun Miao ate alone in the room. Li Wenquan really hadn't eaten such a meal for a long time. He even asked himself to eat less, but he couldn't hold it anymore while eating. Comrade Li, are we going to start training? Yeah, I'll leave in a few days. Comrade Li, where are you going? Return to the team. Comrade Li, what else do you have to do in the middle of winter? The Japanese will definitely steal food in winter. Last year we fought several battles with them during the season. Chun Jiang was startled. Comrade Li, did the Japanese really steal the food? Chun Jiang is obedient and never asks any questions. He just does whatever he is told to do. The dough for the fried pancakes is still alive. I'll make more, but it's a bit of a problem to take it away. If not, just give me a basin. The next day at 5 o'clock, both the brother and sister got up. Chun Miao was having a hard time bending over like this. After the explosion, she slowly straightened up, still feeling really uncomfortable. Chun Jiang, go and deliver it to Comrade Li. I filled a basin with the food and wrapped it with white cloth so it would be easier to carry. Third sister, I'm going to go see when Comrade Li leaves. But we cleared a lot of wasteland. Chun Jiang didn't come back at noon. Chun Miao still made pancakes for him to eat at night so that he could eat more. After entering the 12th lunar month, he stopped going out and stayed at home to rub corn. He was also worried that his third sister was about to give birth, and it would be troublesome if he was not at home. After breakfast on the 6th day of the 12th lunar month, Chun Jiang went to sweep the snow while Chun Miao watched while holding the door frame. Suddenly, he felt a stomachache. Chun Miao held his stomach and said, Chun Jiang, go call Aunt Wu. Third sister, you are quite fast at making bracelets. The new one works great. Actually, it wasn't bought. I bought too many iron tools, so I bargained with the blacksmith and he gave it to me as a gift. The brother and sister did a lot throughout the afternoon. Chun Jiang said that he put the corn kernels on the Kong in the west room, but Chun Miao was afraid of mice, so he finally put them on the Kong in the east room where Chun Miao slept. Tomorrow we'll drive to Zhao's house to fluff cotton. Dad said there's oil press there. That's good. I'll make you some fried dough twists later. Chun Jiang just smiled. There's nothing to do. Then I'll go dig up the cotton stalks. That's all I have to do. Okay, I'm going to bed. Chun Jiang knew where the tools were, so he took out a small pickaxe and went out to work. When Chun Miao woke up, he heard some noise in the yard. He went out and saw Chun Jiang collecting the dried radish leaves. Third sister, you're awake. Cut the remaining radish tops into small pieces and dry them in the sun. You can feed them to the livestock in winter. Okay. By the way, do you have anything to do tomorrow? How about we go to town to fluff cotton? Third sister, Dad said we are not allowed to go to the town or the county seat. Chun Miao lay on the Kong, thinking that this year's harvest was pretty good and he had already returned home. Putting my hands on my belly, feeling the baby's movements and calculating the day, I realized that the baby should be born in the 12th lunar month. In this day and age, it is not very good to have confinement in winter. The weather is too cold. It is inconvenient to do anything, and it is really painful. The next day after breakfast, Chun Jiang went home and asked if there were any sweet potatoes at home. We planted much more crops at home than my third sister's family. After all, there were more people. I can do it.
Fine.
He placed the sweet potato vines he carried on his back on the cart and picked up those on the ground and loaded them into the cart. You eat first. Third sister, I'll drive you back. No, I can just use the sickle to slowly hook it down. After you finish eating, remove the sweet potatoes. I'll take a nap and drive over to wait for you. Chun Jiang didn't come down until dark. The sweet potatoes on the mountain were growing well, and Chun Jiang carried 5 baskets. When the brother and sister arrived home, the chickens, ducks, and geese were waiting outside. Because the weather is cold, they lay fewer eggs, so I won't let them out and will just keep them at home. How can you go at this time? Chun Tong stopped talking. He had forgotten. Besides, how hard could it be to open the door? There was still a lot of work to do early the next morning. Even if Chen Tong wanted to go to Chen Miao's house, he couldn't. Father Chen did not go to his daughter's house yesterday, and since he had less work to do today, he could just go there at noon. Chen Tong knew that his father was going to his third sister's house, so he followed behind. Chen's mother sighed thinking about her youngest son, saying that such a character was really not good. Chen Miao made vegetable pancakes for lunch today, as he forgot the time while picking cotton in the morning. Of course it's true. Chen Miao also heard it in the house. It was a good thing that he was rubbing corn all day. Comrade Li, I want to learn how to shoot a gun too. You're still young, it's okay, just practice your aim. After they finished eating, they helped clean up. Chen Miao came out and saw that the guy had eaten a whole bowl of shredded radish meat orb. He really can eat a lot. I picked up a bowl and gave it to my parents to pass on. It was only for my parents, no one else. Third sister, Chen Tong, should come over. I really have no choice but to keep thinking about eating. It's okay, I'll just give him a few. I don't want to eat it. Share it with them, said Chen's father. Dad, my third sister said this is to honor you and Mom. She said she would buy them more when she has money. Daikyu is so tired and there is nothing delicious, so she gave you this to replenish your body. Chen's mother had already started eating it, and Chen's father also ate the fried dough twist in the end. Dad, my third sister bought a millstone and asked you to make a pusher. I'll go over there tomorrow night. Chen Tong smelled Xinjiang, who was lying on the side, and said, Fourth brother, what smells so good? My third sister asked me to bring back fried dough twists for my parents. Today I am going to clean the mustard greens, wash them, and let them wilt for 2 days before pickling them. The operation is the same as peeling corn. Although it is tiring to stand like this, you can always get the work done. It was almost 6 o'clock, and I was only halfway done with the cleaning. I threw down the kitchen knife and opened the door. The chickens, ducks, and geese should be back soon. I just heard a knock on the door, and Xinjiang came over. Third sister, did you dig the corn stalks yourself? No, Comrade Li encountered it the day before yesterday. The village chief and his 2 companions dug it out, and they helped to pull it back today. Chen Miao, where have you been? Aunt San, I went to the market and bought a stone mill. It's really not expensive. Why did you buy a stone mill? It's a waste of money. The stone mill in the village can also be used. I only regretted it after I bought it. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. Chen Miao, you'll take care of the child by yourself in the future. It would be fine if Xiaofeng comes back. But I am afraid that he will not come back for 3 to 5 years. What will you do? Aunt San, I understand. I will never waste money again. Seeing the niece's wife's sincerity, Lu Qingshi's family said nothing more. Chen Miao was relieved now. As long as no one died, it was fine. Li Wenquan and Song Qingmin were both really happy that it went so smoothly. It was extremely easy to deal with more than 100 Japanese devils. The reason they came back so late was to bury them. This doesn't put any psychological pressure on them at all. They are all devils. During the meal, Song Qingmin told Li Wenquan that they were going to drive away, and there were a lot of supplies in the car, which could just help alleviate their predicament. Shaoli, are you leaving with us? Li Wenquan shook his head. I still want to develop here. I'll pick the tender radish tops for you, and you can feed the old ones to the chickens, ducks, and geese. Chen Miao drove the car directly into the yard. The girl from Lu's family was cooking. What are you going to do with Xiaofeng's things? Lu Qingshi asked his wife. I think the radish tops are really delicious, but I won't take advantage of them. I will cook for Chen Miao in the future. When we finish all the work at home, I will help to dig the cotton stalks. It is indeed embarrassing to ask for things from a woman who lives on her own. The cabbages and radishes are all in the yard. I've been feeling heartburn since I started working this morning and don't feel like eating anything, so I just boiled some water. I was still thinking about what to eat on the way, and finally decided on dumplings with leeks and eggs. The villagers were harvesting in autumn. Every household had people working in the fields. Everyone would look at Chen Miao, mainly because Li Wenquan worked for her. They were all young men and women. In fact, no matter what era, everyone was curious about romantic affairs and was keen to discuss such things. Chen Miao noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely, and he immediately knew why. She sighed in her heart. She really tried to avoid such things. But it was inconvenient now, and she was willing to help her, and she also tried to avoid being alone with her. It's better not to delay their work. Okay, if you feel uncomfortable, go to my house and call for help. Then he left. Chen Miao sent Lu Qingshi's family away, locked the door, went into the house and lay down. He was not eating as much as before. He thought it was because the baby was big and the space in his stomach was limited, so there was no room in his stomach, so he didn't feel hungry. I lay on the Kong for a while, and then got up. The donkey had not been fed yet. I just lay there lazily the whole afternoon, and didn't want to move. In the evening, Chenjiang came over and looked at the stone mill in the yard. If she doesn't like her at first sight, it will be very difficult to change her mind later. In the afternoon, I continued to pick cotton and had already filled 3 bags. I could finish picking it tonight. Chenjiang didn't have time now, so how about driving to the town to pick cotton? After thinking about it, I decided to give up. The bedding has been made anyway. If Chenjiang doesn't have time, I can go and make cotton next year. There's no rush. The next day, I went to the fields and saw that all the fields had been cleaned up.
It was really fast.
When I got to the field and walked around the vegetable patch, I found that a lot of radishes and cabbages were missing. Where can I fluff the cotton? Even if I buy some, it's not enough. I still have to fluff it myself. It seems that there is a cotton fluffer in Zhao's house. I'll ask Mom. Can cotton fluffing make cottonseed oil? Chenjiang shook his head and said, I don't know. Let me ask my parents first. The radish tops were dried, so Chen Miao asked Chenjiang to bring the cabbages in and dry the remaining shriveled ones. The brother and sister tied a rope on the wall of the house and hung the cabbages directly on it. Third sister, do you want to pickle the sauerkraut? Pickle it. I live alone and can't eat too much, so I pickle it in a small jar.
Manhwa?
Fourth brother, you ate it too, right? Then I'll go to third sister's place tomorrow. I want to eat fried dough twists, too. Chenjiang said nothing. Chen Tong could go if he wanted to. The next morning, Chen Tong wanted to go over early, but was stopped by his mother. How could he not know the little son's little thoughts? He arranged a lot of work for him. Chen Tong really didn't dare to disobey his mother. He did whatever she told him to do. Today, the family was going to harvest sorghum. The Chen family planted a lot of sorghum. It was the main food for the year, and the corn was usually sold for more than half. Third sister, do you have any work?
No. Go back.
I want to eat. Chen Tong didn't expect to be scolded. He was a little embarrassed. But the temptation of fried dough twist was too great. Third sister, I want to eat fried dough twist too. No more, I ate them all. I knew it would be this. Chen Tong didn't expect his third sister to say this. He wanted to act crazy with Chen Miao, but then he thought that he might not be allowed to come over in the future, so he left angrily. Chen Miao wouldn't care at all. In fact, she has been a selfish person in both of her lives. If she likes someone, she will ignore her even if she has some minor flaws. Keep it for me to eat when I feel hungry. Our corn has all arrived. Chen Do and his friends were fighting while they were pelling corn at home. Chen Miao did not participate in such topics, because large families always have many conflicts. Third sister, mother told eldest brother and his family to move out immediately today. Is mother angry with sister-in-law again? Isn't it? I heard the second sister-in-law fanning the flames of the eldest sister-in-law. None of them are good. They all have their own little calculations. Chen Tong also heard it. He told mother, and mother asked my eldest brother and his family to move out immediately that night. There's not much work left to do at home, and the remaining time is just to clean up the fields. The sweet potatoes can still wait. The next morning, Chen Miao started to shred the radish and put it on the straw mat to dry. This stuff dries quickly. He dried it all in the morning, and the rest would wait a few days. She had been lying down for a while at noon, and when she heard a knock on the door, she really didn't want to get up. I opened the door and saw Chenjiang. Next time you knock at this time, I won't open the door. Third sister, I just finished my meal. Dad said I didn't need to do anything this afternoon, so I came here to work for you, didn't I? I was just eating when I heard a knock on the door, so I answered and went to open it. Father. Well, let me take a look at the millstone. Chun Miao looked at Chen Tong behind him and didn't say anything. This kid really didn't dare to talk about the Manhwa because his father was there. Chen Dongxing knew it at a glance and said, "I'll come over to install it for you tomorrow at noon. The donkey trough will be ready after the autumn harvest." Chun Miao nodded. There was no rush to use this thing now, so it would be fine to use it a few days earlier or later. Father Chen left, and Chen Tong stayed behind. In the next 2 days, Chun Miao pickled 3 jars of pickles and 1 jar of radishes and mustard greens. He used the space to move them to the West Room. I can't help others with their work in this situation. I found out that there is a big market tomorrow, so I might as well go there. The only thing I was worried about was where to put the donkey cart. After thinking about it, I finally decided to walk. In the morning, I let the chickens, ducks, and geese go, carried the baskets, and locked the door before leaving. There weren't many people going to the market at this time, mainly because every family was harvesting. The calm was no longer cold, so I took off my shoes and coat and lay down. I fell asleep in a daze, and soon I heard a knock on the door. I had no choice but to get up and open the door. Go to sleep? Yes, Aunt San, you can choose it yourself. I don't know what kind is suitable. Lu Qingshi put down the basket he was carrying and sat on a small stool. Should we bury the radishes? I'll bury less and get more dried and shredded radishes. Okay then, I'll twist all the cherry blossoms off for you. Aunt San, you're so busy, I can do it myself. What's the matter? I'll clean it up for you in a moment. Go inside and lie down. Chun Jiang had work to do, so he picked the sorghum leaves to feed the donkey. Chun Miao was very tired, but he still had to cook because his 2 younger brothers worked for him. I heated the pancakes in the pan, fried 3 eggs, and made Chinese cabbage dumpling soup. Chen Tong ate the eggs and thought that he would definitely come to work for his 3rd sister in the future. There were really delicious foods. After dinner, 3rd sister, the 2 of us will scrape the sorghum for you. You'd better stop working. You can't sit still.
Okay.
Won't you 2 take a break? The 2 boys shook their heads. You push the cart. There are 2 baskets. Several children called Chen Miao Sengu. Chen Tong ran over and said, "3rd sister, I'll carry it." Chun Miao didn't say anything, and the 3 siblings went back. The 2 brothers picked the dried radish tops, loaded them up, and carried them away. Only then did Chun Miao go back and lie down. Mother Chen thought the radish tops were really good, and her 4th son was holding a bag in his hand. "Mom, this is the radish my 3rd sister gave me." Well, put it all aside. I didn't expect that this girl could really live a good life. This is the best, and she doesn't have to come to her parents' home to beg for money. Chun Miao was in a very bad mood and wanted to open the door. But when he heard the knock on the door so loud, he decided not to open it. Whatever happened, it was fine. Thank you for your support. Chen Tong was very anxious outside. After knocking for a while and no one opened the door, he shouted for his 3rd sister outside. Chun Miao would not even open the door. This is the quality of a person. They are both uneducated. However, Chun Jiang would not do such a disgusting thing. Chen Tong really had no choice but to leave like this. He was unwilling to do so. He had been thinking about Manhwa all day. In fact, she still had her own life, and besides, calling her 3rd aunt meant that they were from the same village. Chen Miao, you bought a pig trough and want to raise pigs? Really? All you need to do to raise pigs is be diligent. If you cut more grass, they will grow meat, and you can make more money. Yes, that's right. Okay, you're tired too, go and rest. And you'd better ask Qin Jiang or Qin Do to come and live with you, so that you can at least find a midwife when you give birth. Well, I'm thinking about waiting until after the big autumn. There's too much work to do at home, and I can't do much with my body. The radish tops that were left filled 2 baskets, and there were still a lot on the ground. 1 basket of old seedlings is enough for me. Blanch the remaining tender ones with hot water, but don't let them get too big. Then put them in the sun. In the summer, they will be delicious if you put some leeks and cabbage in the pancakes. Aunt San, is 1 basket enough? That's enough. I have a lot at home. Okay, I'll ask my mother if she wants some. 3rd aunt, do you want some cabbage? No, it's not easy for you to grow some vegetables. Chun Miao didn't say anything. After seeing off Lu Qingshi's family, there was hot water in the pot, just enough to wash the radishes. Chun Jiang squatted down to help wash the mustard greens. You're going to eat here? Here are 2 pancakes. I'll make some dumpling soup. Okay, third sister, I'm just craving for it. While Chun Miao was cooking, Chun Jiang was outside picking mustard greens. There was no farm work that country kids couldn't do, and Chun Jiang was particularly efficient at his work. Chun Miao used more oil when cooking this time, so it can satisfy your appetite and make you eat more. Stop working and eat. Third sister, there is still a little left. I will eat it after I finish it. No, let's eat first. A day's work is not easy. Chun Miao really had no choice. Such things were very distressing. Forget it, I won't wait any longer. I'll just take it back. I want to dry some cabbage, radish, and shredded radish. There is no one working in this field anymore. They should all have gone to the south end of the village. I crawled on the ground to collect all the vegetables. They should not get lost if left on the ground in such a short time. I hurried back to catch the car. I couldn't use the space for fear of being discovered. When they were almost at the door of their house, they happened to meet Lu Qingshi and his family returning. I bought some more. Although they are expensive, you can't always buy them. Finally, I stood in front of a stall selling stone mills. I asked and found out that a small stone mill cost 2 yuan, which would definitely be enough for me to grind grain at home. Sir, can you take me home? What do you want? A millstone, a pig trough, and a trough for human beings. Can it be used for the little donkey? Yes, but you have to find someone to build a platform, and you can't let the donkey lower its head to eat, so it will be convenient for you to feed it. The stonemason is also a practical man. Chun Miao had seen Shin Wufu's barn and knew what the old man meant. I will bring it back to you later. Chun Miao thought about it and decided that it was not impossible. This would save him a lot of effort. In this case, just pick up half and leave the rest for later. They can still grow a little longer. The radishes now are a little spicy. If you wait until after the frost, they will be juicy, crisp, and not spicy. The two are still working in the fields. When Li Wenquan finished turning the soil, Chun Miao also stopped pulling radishes and cabbages. Li Wenquan helped to send them in. It was not a good idea to stay in a woman's house for too long, so he left quickly. All the able-bodied men in the family followed him, and the only ones left in the family were girls. Chun Miao was still picking cotton today. Thinking that he would let Chun Jiang pick the cotton after finishing the housework, he could not go there. What's left after picking today are the cotton bolls that haven't opened yet. They will open after the cotton stalks are pulled out and dried. I had nothing to do in the afternoon, so I picked out cotton at home and removed the outer shecks. I had already gone to bed when I heard a knock on the door. I was already familiar with Chun Jiang knocking on the door, but this was definitely not him, and the knocks were getting more and more urgent. The stonemason thought something was wrong and didn't dare to say anything. When we got to the door of the house, "Daughter, have you harvested the autumn harvest?" Yes, the villagers helped. Even though the stonemason was old, he had no problem doing the work. He also gave Chun Miao a large stone to put the millstone on. "Girl, you can ask the carpenter in the village to install a push-handle millstone for you, and you can use it." "Uncle, thank you so much." The old man smiled and put the pig trough and donkey trough aside. Chun Miao gave the kind stonemason money and sent him away. Lu Qingshi from next door came in. "Third master, do you eat radishes? They are not as spicy as the ones grown at home. If you don't want to eat it, it's good to take it back early." "Well, I'm just going back to pickle some pickles." "Chun Miao, the fields have been cleaned up. If you are capable, it would be best to turn the fields over and take care of them during the winter." "Well, let me take a look." "Don't be too stubborn. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, that's fine. You can just plow the soil before planting next year." Chun Miao continued to work, determined to harvest all the mustard greens. Shin Muchuan saw that this girl was very hardworking and turned back. I went back to Jitu and found a place to wait for the stonemason. I thought I would have to find someone to help me with some work. I didn't know how to do anything, so I had to hire someone. The stonemason drove the cart out, and Chun Miao got on it with a smile. It was not okay to sit like this now, so the stonemason stopped and tidied up the place where Chun Miao sat, making it much more spacious. She propped herself up with her arms and leaned back so that her stomach would not be pressed. Girl, what are you doing out here in this body? I'm alone at home. I don't have anything. I need to go out for a walk, otherwise I won't be able to go out in the future. Li Wenquan came over for the third time to load corn stalks. Chen Miao looked at the time, and it was almost 12 o'clock. The mustard greens have been pulled out. If it were me, I could just pick them up slowly and eat whatever I wanted when I was hungry, but they had done so much work for me, and it would be unreasonable to ignore their meals. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the fields. Comradely, I'll go home and cook. You don't have to worry. Li Wenquan did not refuse.
He had already thought about it.
After pulling back all the corn stalks, he would come back to pull back the mustard greens. Chen Jiang was eating pancakes and drinking the dumpling soup with oil floating on it, feeling so satisfied. After eating, Chen Jiang still helped to wash the mustard greens and put them in the basket. In this way, Chen Miao saved a lot of work. He was just a little worried that Chen Jiang didn't wash it clean, so he could just wash it again himself tomorrow. The next day, I washed the mustard greens and mustard cabbage seeds again and placed them in the yard to drain the water so that I could pickle them tomorrow. I carried the basket to the fields and harvested the big radishes and cabbages, one step at a time. Third sister, are you going to the market? Chen Miao hummed. I bought some fried dough twists and put them in the room.
Go and have some.
Chen Jiang went in happily. Who doesn't like fried dough twist? They are all good stuff, oil and noodles. Chen Jiang chewed with satisfaction, and Chen Miao looked at him as if he was reluctant to swallow it. The dumpling soup is ready. Call Chen Jiang to eat together. Third sister, fried dough twist is really delicious. Do you still remember it? Dad brought back 2 from the county town and shared them with us. If you like it, eat one more. Third sister, I can't bear to part with it. Uncle, how much do you want for these 3 items? $4. Uncle, it's too expensive. You didn't buy as much as I did. Please ask for less money. The old man shook his head and said, it really can't be any cheaper. If you really buy so much, I'll give you a small pig trough. Can it be sent back? Which village are you from? The one who relies on the mountain. You can go, but you have to wait until I disperse. Then I'll take the bus back with you. Uncle, you're busy. I'll wait for you at the market. Okay, you wait. Now that Chen Miao had more time, he felt less burdened when buying things, and he seemed to have no shortage of anything. The 3 sisters-in-law worked together, and some unpleasant things happened to Li Wenquan for helping Chen Miao with the work. Why don't you help us with the work? The eldest daughter-in-law said sarcastically. Who says it's not? The other 2 daughters-in-law also joined in the conversation. Shun Jianfeng is not at home, so Chen Miao doesn't lack anything, right? All 3 women laughed. In fact, it is like this, without culture and without consideration when speaking. Besides, they are not satisfied with Chen Miao. They have cultivated these 3 acres of land for several years. This year, they have nothing, which is equivalent to less food and money. Village chief. Everyone must be alert. Of course. We all went with them this time and know how difficult it is out there. They told me that they saw people being experimented on, and they were so skinny that they were just skin and bones.
Li Wenquan siga.
Yeah, so I told them not to get caught. Otherwise, heck will be waiting for them. Comrade Li, it's just right that you are here. Give them a lesson. Then even if the Japanese really come, we will be able to resist. Li Wenquan hummed. I will go to several other villages and ask them to organize themselves. Shun Wufu nodded. It's not the autumn harvest yet. Let them make arrangements first, and we can organize training after the autumn harvest. Neither of them spoke, just working in the back. Chen Miao heard the noise and looked at the 2 people working behind him. This time, he did not refuse. She couldn't work fast, because digging corn stalks required the strength of her arms and waist. She was afraid that too much movement would be bad for the baby in her belly. Shin Wufu caught up with Chen Miao in a short while. Go back. You can finish digging up these corn stalks in 1 day. Don't come to the fields anymore. I'll find 2 people to pull the corn stalks for you in autumn. It's a good idea to leave them in the fields so they can be worked on faster. Chun Tong also quickened his movements. His mother had beaten him once and told him not to follow the example of his 3 sisters-in-law. It really hurt the last time he was beaten, and he remembered it. After Chen Miao woke up, the two brothers had already hung the sorghum out to dry and tied up the clean ears. Third sister, they will fall on the beams in a moment. Sorghum ears cannot be dried in the sun, but only in the shade. Okay, Chun Jiang, go cut some leeks and pick 2 cabbages from the field. We'll make dumplings for dinner. Third sister, I'm going to the field to pick cabbages. While Chun Miao was cooking, the two brothers beat the soybeans again. Li Wenquan ate 3 pancakes, the stir-fried cabbage, and drank 2 bowls of soup. Chun Miao came out after hearing the noise and said, "Thank you, Comrade Li." Li Wenquan shook his head. "No, your cooking is really delicious."
Chun Miao didn't know what to say.
He watched Li Wenquan leave before closing the door. He took off his coat and placed it in the yard, which was covered in dirt. I slept until about 3 o'clock, then I got up. There was still a lot of work to do. I had to wash the mustard greens. I was going to pickle the mustard greens. I had several large jars at home so I could pickle more. Now I feel relieved, as my great autumn is almost over. Li Wenquan came again the next day and looked at the corn husks and bean stalks piled outside, thinking that he was really capable. Chun Miao heard Li Wenquan's voice in the cotton field and agreed to come out. "Comrade Li, what's going on?" "Comrade Chun, I just came to ask if you have any work to do. Your husband is out there defending our country, and I am here, so of course I will help you. This is my duty." Chun Miao just smiled as he talked about his responsibilities.
"Thank you, Comrade Li."
Now the only thing left is the corn stalks in the field. The corn stalks were tied into bundles. "Comrade Li, thank you so much."
"Fine."
Chun Miao watched from the side. The way an adult man worked was really different from them. Fortunately, there were only 3 acres of land, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to do it. The little donkey was tied to the edge of the field. She wanted to help work with the donkey, but was stopped by Li Wenquan. "It's just a small job and you'd better go back quickly. She is quite thin despite having such a big belly. Looking at her, I'm worried that her waist will be broken." Chun Miao really couldn't bend down, so after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Scraping sorghum rice is done with the blade of a hoe. This job is not very tiring. The main thing is that Chun Miao can't sit down or bend down. She couldn't care less about this now. She was too tired and wanted to go to sleep. Fourth brother, I will come and work for third sister in the future. Chen Tong was really satisfied to be able to eat such a good meal. Chun Jiang did not stop. "As long as you are good to the third sister, she will definitely be good to you." "I understand. I will be nice to my third sister from now on." "Hurry up and do it, or the second and third sisters-in-law will be embarrassed again when we go back." But he was too busy and had no time to come over. Why didn't they open the door for him? He called for a long time, but still no one opened the door. He had no choice but to go back. Chun Miao really doesn't like Chen Tong, so it's better to have less contact with him in the future. After returning home, she lay down beside Chen Jiang and muttered unhappily, "I knocked on the door for a long time and called my third sister. Why didn't you open the door for me? How can you ask third sister to open the door for you when she's so pregnant and dark? Chen Tong, have you gone to look for third sister?" Li Wenquan looked at her back and turned and ran away. Xin Wufu looked at the person who ran over and asked, "What's wrong?" "Village chief, do you have a pickaxe at home?"
"Yeah."
"What's wrong?" "Well, I just saw Comrade Chen Miao Chen digging corn stalks in the field with a bulging belly. I wanted to help, but was rejected. Her husband is out there defending the country, so of course I have to help since I'm in the village." Xin Wufu nodded, went home and got out 2 small pickaxes. "I'll go with you. The 2 of us can dig it out in a day." The 2 of them walked quickly to the field. Xin Wufu looked at the many radishes and cabbages growing on the field and felt that this girl could make a living on her own. "I didn't run into many people on the road. I know the general direction, and although there are few people on the road, I can still meet them. Even when she walks on the street with such a big belly, many people will still look at her. When we got to the market, there weren't many people selling things. But what made Chen Miao happy was that there were people selling meat. There were quite a few in the space, but none of them could be brought out into the open. She wanted to stew meat for Xinjiang, so she bought 10 kilograms of meat. In this era, it was rare to buy 10 kilograms of meat at once. Of course, Chen Miao had no objection. She also wanted to dry some vegetables and asked Xinjiang to stay for dinner, but he refused and ran away. The next morning, I was harvesting vegetables in the yard. Looking at the yellow squash, I thought about steaming some for lunch. I wanted to eat steamed buns made of squash and flour. They must be sweet. Forget about dried squash, I don't like eating that. After cleaning up the yard, I took the donkey outside. I hadn't prepared grass for it for the winter yet, but there were so many corn stalks, bean stalks, etc. that should be enough. When we arrived at the field, we saw Li Wenquan loading the truck. The soybeans were already drying in the yard and could be threshed in the afternoon. My clothes were sticking to my body, and it was really uncomfortable. After taking a shower, I lie on the kong and do nothing but eat while lying down. This life is really unique. I fell asleep soon after eating because I was too tired. I slept for 2 hours before I woke up. I used a fork to turn over the dried soybeans again. A lot of soybeans fell off, which looked good. I put them all away and thought about making soybean paste. How can a country family not have soybean paste? I still remember how to make it. There were 3 eggs sold at the market and she bought them all. She put them in the basket, but actually stored them in the space. After walking around the livestock market, I found the sheep nice, but it was inconvenient to raise so many animals. Anyway, there was a lot of milk powder in the space, so it was enough for 10 children. I saw a cloth seller. They were all white cotton cloth woven by the elderly in my family. Although they were white, I still bought 2 pieces. I can use this for my child's diapers and other things. After walking around, I saw someone selling fried dough twists. She knew that he went to work just to have delicious food. The next day, Chen Miao started making pancakes after getting up. He ate some in the morning, so he didn't have to cook at noon. Chen Tong and Xinjiang came over together, and their mouths watered at the smell. Third sister, fourth brother, and I will go to work for you. Chen Miao doesn't like Chen Tong, a kid with bad intentions. He learned this from his 3 sisters-in-law. He also knows why he came to work for him on his own initiative this time. Since I didn't feel comfortable refusing the meal, I just nodded. Cornmeal porridge and a pancake for each person. Will you come back to your parents' home in the future? What does my going back to my parents' home have to do with you? Get out. He didn't really want to hit anyone, so he just let it go and closed the door again. Zhao Area wanted to knock on the door again, but was stopped by Qin Tian. Okay, go back. He didn't want to come in the first place, but his wife insisted that everyone in the village said that the third sister got a lot of money from killing the devils last time, so she wanted to come over to ask for money. Qin Tian, why are you so cowardly? You just watched that darn girl swinging a stick at me. Chen Miao saw Xiaoyu and said, go and call everyone in the village to come here.
Come.
The 2 children had already eaten their fill on the way, and now they were sitting in the basket watching their mother. The little fish ran away quickly, and soon someone came over. Chen Miao, where did you go just now? Although my eyes are red, I am not crying now. I secretly followed the Japanese to see what they were going to do, but it was a car, and I couldn't catch up, but I knew the direction. Everyone was talking at once, but some people couldn't help sobbing. At this time, the old village chief was helped over, and Chen Miao said it again. These 2 are too annoying. I have to keep them in sight all the time. An hour later, the 2 children woke up, so they sat on the ground and fed themselves with milk from the bottles. Chen Miao still cut more sweet potato vines, because if they grew too vigorously, it would affect the growth of the sweet potatoes underneath. The 2 of them finished eating, and there was no way to continue working if they hadn't finished yet, so I carried them down the mountain on my back. When she got home, she let them play on the floor. She also had to clean up the vegetables just like last year. She put away the leftovers so that they could eat them anytime. No other woman could compare to her. Chen Tian always gave in to her, and she was afraid that he would not listen to her in the future. The more Chen Tian spoke, the more he felt that he was right. I was driven back by my 3rd sister yesterday, and I started to go crazy when I got home. You can see that my face and arms are covered with wounds. The Zhao family didn't know what to say. They wanted to help their daughter. Why did they do this? Chen's mother snorted coldly, take your Zhao family's daughter and get out. Father Zhao looked at the situation and felt that his own daughter was also at fault. You guys hurry up and clean up the house. Chen Miao will definitely find the people who were taken away.
She's very brave.
Let's just wait. Is it really possible? Zhao's eldest sister-in-law asked, crying. Zhao Arya nodded firmly. She now believed that the man would come back. Otherwise, how would she live in the future? The three sisters-in-law came home at about the same time. Because they were afraid. The three sisters-in-law did not squeeze each other this time, but gathered in the mother-in-law's room. Liang Saixia looked at them and said, "Go back."
Wait.
The three of them really have to be obedient now. First, my relatives can be trusted, and second, they have also learned from Li Wenquan. They are definitely better than ordinary people. Chen Miao thought that he still had to sneak in, so he just waited on the side. Didn't he believe that there would be no such opportunity? The two children have now adapted to life in the same space. She can also talk to them, so they stop crying and play by themselves. They eat when they are hungry and sleep when they are tired. He entered the space directly at night and suddenly slapped his head. What was he thinking? Why was he suffering outside? Wouldn't it be the same inside? Mom, tell us if there is any news. Well, let's all go back. The two sisters left with their children, and Liang Saixia lay on the Kong and couldn't get up. What if something really happened to her husband and son? And what if Chen Miao got into danger with the two children? Chendo came back to light the fire. Mom, what are you cooking? Cook porridge. No matter what, I can't skip the meal. Maybe I will have to go and rescue them. The three daughters-in-law of the Chen family also went to their parents' home. All the men in the family were taken away, and many young girls were also taken away. Mom, where's my dad? Your father, your elder brother, second brother, younger brother, and your two nephews have all been arrested? How are you going to live in the future?
Mom.
Chen Long has also been arrested. What should we do? Zhang Yanhong also began to cry. The two daughters-in-law of the Zhang family also started crying, and the children were so scared that they squatted on the side. The Japanese didn't hurt anyone this time, but the common people were frightened. Zhang Yanhong also knew that it was getting late, and she didn't dare to leave too late, so she told her mother that she was going home. I will fight you. Liang Saixia swung the pole towards Zhao's mother's head. This scared the Zhao family. She barely dodged it, and it hit her on the shoulder. Chen's house was so lively that all the neighbors came in. Liang Saixia was popular, and people from the same village would naturally support each other. The children have gone to the fields to call the Qin family. It would not do to be alone at home. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were bullied. Mother Zhao was also frightened. If this hit her on the head, wouldn't she be killed? Liang Saixia, what are you doing? What am I going to do? Although they were all chatting, every woman was sewing shoe soles. This family needs to wear a lot of shoes every year. They have to do farm work and housework, so they can only make shoes when they have time. They also compete with each other to see who can sew the most dense soles and who can sew faster. Who says it's not true? This girl is quite lucky for her husband. She gave birth to two sons. Well, I just don't know when Xiaofeng will come back. No one responded. Although they were not from the same family, they lived in the same village. If you are discouraged, you will say less. In fact, she was thinking that if Shen Jianfeng couldn't come back, Chen Miao would have to be a widow for the rest of her life. This is Mao Yi's cousin. The stewed meat is especially delicious. She asked him to come over to stew the meat. Okay, go in. This is our first time here, and we don't know where to send it. So much nonsense. A gatekeeper showed them the way. The three of them got in smoothly. There were two cooks, one who cooked for the Japanese, and the other a local cook. When the chef found out that Chen Miao was here to stew meat, he was a little unhappy. He was here to steal his job. Chen Miao didn't care about this and behaved timidly. The Japanese loved to watch such scenes and fan the flames. Chen Miao looked like she was about to cry. Yang Yume's eldest niece was taken away, and she was a famous beauty far and wide. The eldest sister-in-law of the Yang family just cried and didn't know what to do. Sister-in-law, my third sister-in-law said she knew the direction the Japanese went, and she followed them. The eldest sister-in-law of the Yang family was still crying. She had found a family in the county town for her daughter, but after something like this happened, they would definitely not want her. What should she do in the future? Maisie, your third sister-in-law is there? Yes, my third sister-in-law is usually quiet, but she is very ruthless. She never had time to spare and was always working in the fields. It was past 1 o'clock before I fed the 2 children and put them to sleep. At this time, Chunjiang was undergoing surgery as he was injured in the battle with the Japanese. Thinking about what Leader Lee said about bringing my third sister back to me, I now really understood. Only when one has experienced death can one understand the importance of life. Li Wenquan was really worried. After the doctor came out, he learned that the bullet in Chunjiang's body had been taken out.
He was relieved now.
If there is something wrong, I really don't know how to tell his family. Mom, Yongfu has also been arrested. Chun-hee started crying after saying this, and her 3 children started crying too.
Mom.
Guangxing was not captured. He ran into a cornfield and hid. Many people in the village were captured. The village chief also ran away. He organized those who were not captured to rescue people. Chen Miao has also gone to rescue people. Maybe we can run into him again. Chen Miao is there too? Where's the child? She insisted on bringing it herself. The 2 sisters didn't know what to say. They had a large family at home. They knew the situation at home, but they couldn't help. Okay, you beat people up and are still so arrogant. Is there any justice in this world? Zhao's mother also reacted now. Chen's mother didn't even look at her. She only bullies the weak and fears the strong. At this time, Chen Dongsheng also came back. The eldest and second brother followed behind. The last one was Chen Tian. When the Zhao family saw Chen Tian, they wanted to rush over, but were stopped by the eldest and second eldest brothers. Chen Tian was actually really scared. Zhao area had always had the final say during their marriage. He regretted it after beating her yesterday. I was really scared when I found out that my father-in-law was coming over. Yes, right here. Chan Miao took out a packet from his pocket. This is it. I specifically asked the doctor in town, and he told me that this is poison, and it was developed by the Japanese devils. Okay, but it's quite dangerous. You must be careful. Chun Miao got in the car. The 2 men hid their guns and drove there. The journey took at least an hour. They were stopped at the sentry post. Who are you 2? Mao Yi and Lu Chong have other things to do today. They said they discovered something. We just need to flip it over, and there is nothing wrong with the things in the car. Who is this woman? Chen Miao had been thinking about what to say. The poison had to be colorless and tasteless, and in large quantities. Even if he thought about it, he knew that their diet was different from that of the able-bodied men. Even so, there were nearly 300 people, and a small dose would not work at all. I really don't know what excuse to use. Now Chen Miao thinks that if only he studied medicine, he wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. After a long while, an old man with white beard and hat came out. Chen Miao went over and sat opposite the old doctor. What's wrong? Watching the man fiddling with the supplies, Chen Miao gritted his teeth and said, Doctor, can we find a place to talk? The old couple sighed and said, Xiaofeng, you go up. We can't climb the mountain at our age. We are here. Chen Miao thought about it and said, That's fine. The donkey and the sheep were tied to the tree. At this time, many children came running over. Chen Miao looked at their frightened expressions and gritted his teeth. Follow me. Don't cry or make a fuss. The old people all sat together. They no longer had the strength to climb the mountain. She was running very fast. The people following her were all children under 10 years old. There were also girls, but Chindo was not there. They held hands and followed behind Chen Miao. When the comrades in the team saw that Chen Zhang's family had brought so many things today, they felt jealous. Some people even thought that Chen Jiang was too stingy. He brought so many delicious things. Why didn't he share them? Chen Jiang didn't care what they thought. He gave some fried dough twists to Li Wenquan and ate the rest with every meal. The third sister told him that only what was in his stomach belonged to him. The training every day is very strenuous, and there are many half-grown children, so of course they are hungry at night. I could bear it without food before, but now that I know there is food, I can't sleep because of scratching my head. If there was a chance, I would leave a photo for Shen Jianfeng. But where could I find such an opportunity? Rural women didn't have any particular rules. But Chun Miao was embarrassed to breastfeed in front of others. I took the child outside to help him pee and let the two of them crawl on the Kong by themselves. Lu Qingshi's family was wondering why he didn't feed the child, but when they saw Chun Miao's face, they understood. This is embarrassing. In fact, it's really nothing, they are all women. Chun Miao, I'm going back. Call me if you need any work. Okay, I'll definitely trouble Aunt Sand when the time comes. It's impossible for them not to know about the fight between the couple yesterday. What's the point of asking now? Dad, it's just that Zhao area always calls me a waste and I couldn't help it, so I started fighting. Chun Dongsheng didn't say anything. Liang Tsaixia snorted coldly. What a good family education. You scold your man. If you look down on your man so much, just get out of here. Zhao Jia looked at Chen Tian's face, which was also covered with scratches, and listened to his words, and felt that his daughter really shouldn't say that. You heard it clearly. Take your precious daughter back to your wealthy Zhao family. This time is different. My daughter was beaten. New hatred and old hatred added together. Isn't this coming? The eldest brother of the Zhao family said with his neck crossed, Chen Tian, get out of here. Chen's mother Liang Tsaixia picked up the carrying pole and went towards the eldest son of the Zhao family. Get lost, come to my house and make trouble? The head of the Zhao family didn't pay attention, nor did he think that he would actually take action, and the SP-ped was really fast. Boss Zhao was beaten, and his wife and mother were not happy. Liang Tsaixia, you witch, how dare you beat my son? Even if that's the case, you can't be so cruel. This is the woman who lives with you and bears your children. As a man, can't you be more tolerant? Chen Tian was not a fool. He also realized that the Zhao family was afraid of his mother, and they seemed to have suddenly gained confidence. I haven't been accommodating enough to her. I've never said a harsh word to her in all these years of marriage, and she has the final say on family matters. Yesterday, she insisted on going to find my third sister. She knew that Chen Miao was living with 2 children, but she insisted on asking her for money. Zhao Arias secretly ran back to her parents' home this morning. Seeing their daughter like this, the Zhao family couldn't stand it. The 4 sons for daughters-in-law and the old couple of the Zhao family came to the Chen family. Chen's mother stayed at home today. When she saw Zhao Area running away in the morning, she knew that something bad was going to happen. This third daughter-in-law was always jumping up and down, looking down on this and that, and she was already annoyed with her. It was no use talking to his sons several times, and the other 2 were not good people either, so he simply split up the family. Chun Miao is not a stingy person. She knows that it is difficult for her to live with a child alone. Although there are many people in the Shin family, she cannot stand up in the village if Xin Jianfeng does not come back. So she is willing to suffer losses in small matters and is willing to help as much as she can. In this way, the life of the 3 of them will not be too difficult. For lunch, she had corn pancakes, fried leeks, and eggs with sour sauce, which tasted really good. I also sent a big bowl of sour sauce to my mother's house in the afternoon. Third sister, mother loves to eat this. After seeing off the Zhao family, everyone who was supposed to go to work in the fields left. Zhao Area followed with her head down. Chun Miao didn't know about this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't go over to see it. Married girls should not get involved in their parents' affairs, mainly because they hate them. There is a lot of work to do in the fields, and I spend the whole day in the cotton fields. The donkey can't get up, so I can only use a big pickaxe to dig ridges. The wind on the mountain is stronger, and I'm afraid the cotton stalks will fall down. The next day, the sky was particularly gloomy. Growing cotton is a lot of work. You have to tidy up the cotton and pinch the tips all the time. I went to check on the sweet potato fields and found that they had not been damaged by wild boars this year. That's a good thing. There were quite a lot of people at home. Seeing them fall asleep, she put away her thoughts and pulled out the wild vegetables that had sprouted from the sweet potato field and cut some sweet potato vines. When you buy a ewe, give birth to lambs first and give them good food. I was afraid that the children would suddenly wake up, so I moved very quickly. Otherwise, I really couldn't do my work.
Tasty?
It's delicious. It's delicious. Eat more. Come to my house when you want to eat. Before she could finish her words, the two children woke up again. The children would definitely not be as comfortable sleeping outside as in the room. Chun Miao fed the two children only after Chendo left. I am going to plant cotton in the mountains today. It is gloomy outside. It is going to rain. It has only rained twice since the beginning of spring this year, and I am really worried about drought. After the two children fell asleep, Chun Miao hurried up the mountain. The cotton planting was still quite fast. Last time, she followed Comrade Lee to kill several Japanese devils. Well, I just hope your sister-in-law can succeed. Mom, I'm looking forward to it too. If there was no Chinshan, how would we live? After saying that, she started to cry. When she cried like this, the women in the house began to wipe their tears, and the children also started crying. The second child, Zhang Yanhong, returned to her parents' home and was shocked to see the house turned upside down. Mom, what's wrong with you? Zhang's mother cried loudly, leaning against her thighs. Darn you little Japanese. All the food and money in our house have been taken away. I heard that the Zhao family didn't take advantage of it either. Chun Miao just listened. She was not interested in this kind of thing. Could the Zhao family take advantage of it by coming to their house? The Chun family was not unpopular in the village. Aunt San, I'll go in and see the child. 2-month-old kids don't sleep much now, so it's not good to leave them in the space. Let me take a look too. I really like your two boys. When they entered the house, the two children were already awake and playing by themselves. You're so cute. You didn't cry even when you woke up. These two kids really love you. It's delicious. Chun Miao also thought it sounded delicious. He fried a whole pot of oil cakes, and then fried the stuffed dough twists. This takes time, so you can only do it slowly. The salty fried dough twist turns sweet after being fried, and finally the shredded radish meat orb are added. By this time, it is almost dawn. Third sister, how can I take you away? Wrap the basin in a cloth and take it away like this. Otherwise the oil will be wasted. Then you won't have any basins to use anymore. It's okay. The team can use it too, as long as it's not wasted. Chun Miao said as he picked out half of the missing food and wrapped the rest with cloth. I'm waiting for the Zhao family to come today. My son is my own, and I won't allow him to be bullied. The Zhao family came in aggressively, and Chen's mother came out and looked at the Zhao family in the yard without saying a word. In fact, the Zhao family was not happy about the division of the family, but everyone knew that the in-laws were well known for their aggressiveness. Besides, the Yang family came to cause trouble before and were scolded away. The Zhao family did not stand up for their daughter. Everyone eats fried beans and the frying pan is their own, so no one wants to be the first to stand up. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do anything. There's no other way. We three have to stay alive. Well, I don't know when Xiaofeng will be back. Chun Miao had no feelings for Xin Jianfeng. She didn't hate him at all, because in her heart he was just the father of her child, nothing else. If Xin Jianfeng wants to come back, the earliest he can do so is probably the year after next, because the Japanese will surrender next year. This is only possible if he is alive. If he died, the two children would never have seen their father, and there would be no photos left. It was quite sad to think about it. This way, the children's health would also be good. I bought a pregnant ewe from the Tang family in the village, hoping that she would give birth in the fall so that the children could drink goat milk in the winter. Chun Miao, if you don't have milk to feed your child, come home and express your milk. Andy, the children have enough food now. I'm just worried that it won't be enough in the fall, so I'm preparing first. In such a hot day, people usually don't go to work in the afternoon. Instead, a group of women gather together to gossip about other people's affairs. The Xiaofeng family is really making a good living. In-laws, let's talk about this. The two children have been married for several years and have 2 children. How can a couple not quarrel? Let them talk in front of our elders today and don't fight in the future. Chun Dongxing nodded. Liang Saixia just snorted coldly and did not refute. This was to give face to her man. Zhao's mother pinched her daughter, saying that she was such a troublesome thing and brought shame to the Zhao family. The 2 men called their children over. Chun Tian was now confident and walked over with his neck raised. Zhao Arias still kept her head down, and she also felt quite embarrassed. She packed 2 sets of clothes, both of which were patched, but they could still be changed. Third sister, I got 3 pairs of shoes. 1 pair is newly made for Dad. I'll take it to fourth brother first. Well, the cost of wearing shoes outside. Third sister, I brought an old cotton padded jacket for my fourth brother. The one you brought for him is thicker. I made this when I had nothing else to do, thinking that he would wear new cotton this winter, but who knew that this idiot would run away? Third sister, Mother is really angry. Chun Miao didn't know what to say. Anyone would be angry if this happened to them. Both men talked about their children, and the couple listened attentively. There is no time to waste. There is still a lot of work to do in the fields. My dear in-laws, although I am the daughter of my Zhao family, I am also a member of your Qin family now. If there is anything wrong with me, just scold me. There is still a lot of work to do at home, so we will go back now. Normally, the in-laws should have dinner when they come over. Chun Dongxing nodded and said, "We will leave after dinner."
No, there's too much work to do at home.
The 2 men were no different, exchanging pleasantries as before, but the 2 women ignored each other. They finished planting at noon, fed the 2 children, and went back to sleep. The sky is too cloudy. I thought I should plant the sweet potatoes so that more of them will survive the rain. I just ate 2 buns and hurried up the mountain. The sweet potato ridges were already formed. The weeds were cleared yesterday, so the planting process was fast. When there was only the last ridge left to be planted, raindrops as big as beans began to fall with a thunderous sound. Chun Miao was unwilling to give up, so he planted the last ridge despite the rain. The children were still awake at this time. I simply went into the space and called the 2 children to talk to them while I took a bath and changed clothes. Xinjiang, your family lives a really good life, and you can even have such delicious food. My third sister gave it to me. Life in my family is not so delicious. The weather was hot, so I shared the shredded radish meat orb with everyone. Although each person only had 2, it was enough to satisfy their cravings. In the evening, Li Wenquan called Xinjiang out and handed him the money given by Qin Miao. Xinjiang, your third sister told me to tell you that nothing is more important than being alive. Xinjiang held the money in his hand and thought about what his third sister said. He understood what his third sister meant. Knowing that Xinjiang was in the team, although I was worried about his safety, at least I knew where to go. Chun Miao asked her younger sister to take back 10 fried dough twists. Give them to Mom, so they don't get lost. I know. Don't leave in a hurry. Eat something first. There might not be anything for my little sister to eat when I go back. This girl's character is similar to Xinjiang's. I feel comfortable hanging out with people like her. I hate to have contact with people who want to take advantage of others all day long. Who wouldn't like this kind of food? Third sister. Why are these shredded radish meat orb so crispy? Chun Do wrapped all the clothes in cloth and followed Chun Miao to deliver them to the village chief's house. Chun Miao took out a bunch of copper coins and a silver dollar. Comrade Li, please bring them to Xinjiang. You can't be without money outside. Li Wenquan took it and said, "Okay, I will definitely pass it on to Comrade Xinjiang. Comrade Li, please tell him that nothing is more important than life." Li Wenquan looked at Chen Miao with a complicated expression, knowing that what she said was correct. Many other families also came to deliver things. This time Li Wenquan came to drive away 2 trucks, so it was no problem to bring some extra things. Xinjiang, I'm really hungry. Can you lend me some food? I will definitely return it to you when I have something delicious in the future. Xinjiang knew that he was thinking about the food, so he thought about it and decided to eat it all. He should be grateful to the people who had eaten him. They were all comrades in arms. He would see how they turned out in the future. The third sister told him that he could tell a person's character from a small thing. He could see it clearly early and avoid problems in the future. There were 8 half-grown boys in one room. Xinjiang sat up and told the 7 of them to eat together. She drove the donkey cart and led the sheep out of the yard. Lu Qingshi came running over and said, "Chen Miao, hurry up and take the children to hide. Dashan said that the Japanese and Ergo are coming. Hurry up, they should be entering our village soon." Chen Miao didn't care about anything now. He left the door unlocked because he was afraid that they would destroy it. The autumn harvest is coming. Would they not be robbing food? The robbing of food should also be after the autumn harvest. The sheep's belly was too big, and it couldn't walk fast, so there was no way to get off the car directly. Arriving at the cotton field, Chen Miao felt that it was not safe enough. But if he went further up, what if he encountered wild animals? But what if the Japanese really came up? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Ant-san, we'll just hide in the ground. Chen Miao looked at the clever boy who was speaking and said, "Okay, all of you stay here. If you hear any noise, don't move." After instructing the children, she hurried down the mountain carrying the basket on her back. The old people looked at her and asked, "Xiaofeng, why did you come down?" "Third master, I'll go over and see what's going on. Everyone knows that it was this girl who killed the Japanese last time they came. You come to my house to rob me, and you ask me what I want to do? Who robbed? I'm here at my daughter's house." "Your daughter's house?" "This is my Liang Tsaisha's house, get out." The Zhao family was stunned. For a moment, no one spoke. "Or the wife of Boss Zhao, my sister-in-law, is the daughter-in-law of the Qin family." Liang Tsaisha looked at Zhao area sarcastically. "Now you think you're the daughter-in-law of the Qin family? There's no such treacherous witch in our family. Get lost." Zhao area was really frightened. She was really afraid of her mother-in-law. She usually didn't talk much, but if she was not satisfied with something, she would take action. Of course, the Qin family knew about their actions. The eldest son of the Qin family and his family of 5 have already moved out, and the second son's wife, Zhang Yanhong, has a gloating smile on her face. She deserves it. She feels so powerful all the time, talking about how rich her family is all the time. The third brother finally became a man this time. Chen's parents didn't move when they heard the noise. Chen Tong loved the hustle and bustle, so he quickly finished his meal and went to listen to the hustle and bustle. Chun Tian felt that he had turned the tables this time. The more Zhao area resisted, the harder he hit her. The 3 daughters-in-law were not beaten, but if they were not satisfied with them, they would beat their husbands directly. "Mother-in-law, calm down." "Look, area was beaten by Chen Tian. What was it because of this? My daughter didn't do anything wrong, did she?" Father Zhao quickly spoke softly. Liang Tsaixia poked the pole to the ground and looked at Zhao area. "Get lost. My Chen family can't afford a daughter-in-law like you. My temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you." Zhao area was really frightened. She lowered her head and dared not speak. She was really afraid that her mother-in-law would divorce her. "What's the matter?" Chen Tian didn't say anything, and Zhao area curled her lips. "Chen Miao, you won't let us in? The house is too messy. Come on, tell me." "The child is on the Kong." Zhao area was so angry that her teeth itched. "Chen Miao, my eldest brother and his family have already moved out, and my second brother is also building a house. Your third brother and I also want to build a house, but we don't have enough money." Chen Miao shook his head. "I didn't." Zhao area stared. "Didn't I give you money? Why do you say you didn't have any?" "No, the child is on the Kong." Then he closed the door. There were loud knocks on the door, and Chen Miao got angry. The 2 nephews are still at home. The 2 sisters were separated. After Chen Miao returned home, he released the 2 children, who slept soundly. In other words, fried dough twist is easy to carry. I took out 2 big radishes, washed them, and started to knead the dough. Fried dough twist can be kept for a longer time. Although it is troublesome to make, it can allow Xinjiang to eat it for a longer time. I thought I'd make 2 kinds, sweet and salty. Knowing that Chindo was coming, I didn't lock the door. Third sister, Mother asked me to bring all the eggs from home. "No, you can take it back tomorrow." I went into the house to see Xinjiang. The young man has grown a lot in the past 6 months and has lost his childishness.
Lead.
It makes you impulsive. Does it hurt?
Pain.
Then remember that bravery is not the only thing that can be called courageous. After scolding Xinjiang, Li Wenquan went to the kitchen to see if he could get him something delicious. Xinjiang is homesick now. He already knows that he is getting farther and farther away from home. He doesn't know when he can come back. In September, the weather was still hot, so Chen Miao took advantage of the coolness in the morning and carried her 2 children up the mountain. Of course, the children were familiar with their mother's voice, and even though they were hungry, their crying became much quieter. After feeding the 2 children, I saw that it was raining heavily outside and there must be no one outside at this time, so I simply drove the space back home. I checked around several times inside and found that there was no one outside, so I came out. The chickens, ducks, and geese were huddled at the door. The rain was still quite cold in this season, so I drove them back to their nests with an umbrella. After feeding the donkey with hay, I went into the house to light a fire. They are such big eaters. I feel really satisfied when I come out and hug my 2 children to sleep. The next morning, when she got up early, she heard a knock on the door. When she opened the door, she saw it was her mother. When Chen's mother came in, she saw her 2 grandsons, who were so chubby and fair and looked so adorable. "Your 3rd brother came yesterday?" "Well, I kicked him out." "That's right, that's all. As long as you're fine, don't give any money to anyone who asks you to borrow money."
Mom, I understand.
Chen Miao saw her mother off, took her 2 children and led the sheep and donkey out, this time going up the mountain again. Chen Miao lay down only after both children were fed. "Third sister, wake me up early. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep." "Well, go to bed." In the middle of the night, the 2 children woke up again. After being fed, they fell asleep and the 2 sisters started to work. Making twisted dough is also quite time-consuming. I only start to light the fire after everything is done. The first fried pancake was picked up by Chen Miao and let Chendo eat it first. "Third sister, I won't eat." "Eat if you're told to. There's so much." Chendo tore off a piece and stuffed it into the 3rd sister's mouth before she ate it. He quickly went back to the house to collect the 2 children. They were now able to roll over easily, and he was really afraid that they would fall. The door was still knocking. She picked up the firewood stick and went out, pulling open the door.
What do you want?
"You darn girl. How dare you close the door?" Seeing that she was still trying to act like an elder, Chen Miao got so angry that he picked up a stick and hit her.
Get lost.
"Don't act crazy in my house." Zhao Area didn't expect that this darn girl would actually dare to do it. "What are you doing?"
Told you to get lost.
"Chen Miao, you witch." Chen Tong saw 4th sister coming over, so he dropped his hoe and sat on the ground. "4th sister, why are you here just now? Hurry up and do it." Father Chen snorted when he saw his youngest son like this, and Chen Tong reluctantly picked up the hoe and continued to work. He worked for a while and then looked at the sky, hoping that it would rain. After lunch, Chen's father wanted to sleep. Chen Tong ran into the house after eating. Chen Do wanted to go to work, but her mother stopped her and asked her to rest as well. It was too cloudy outside in the afternoon, so Father Chen decided to go to the fields. The hoe didn't work because the ground was still too wet. Chen Miao simply squatted down and pulled out the weeds with his hands, and also thinned out the seedlings. This is slower but cleaner. She was not the only one working in the fields. When she returned home at noon, she knew she had 2 children to feed. It took her 3 days to hoe the 3 mu of land. After she had weeded all the fields, she went back to weed the cornfield. That's how country folks are. There's always work to do. In June, Chen Do came to help. She led the animals. Chen Miao held the stalks from behind so that grass would not grow in the cornfield. "Comradely, may I ask when you are leaving? How long will it take to get there?" "Let's leave tomorrow morning. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll arrive in 1 day." Chen Miao nodded. "Then I'll go back and bring some food to my brother." "Comradely, please let me come over tomorrow morning."
Libanquanudda.
Chen Do followed behind Chen Miao and said, "Third sister, what food do you want to bring for 4th brother?" "I'll make it." Chen Miao thought for a moment and said, "Do you dare to leave by yourself? Go back and tell your parents that you will stay at my house tonight." "I dare you. Third sister, go back quickly. Please ask Comrade Li to bring them over." Chen's mother nodded. She only had this one filial son, and now he ran away. She couldn't rely on him in the future. "Go pack for your 4th brother and give him 2 pairs of shoes." Chen Miao said something and went home to prepare. He mainly wanted to bring some money to Xinjiang, as he couldn't do without money. We can't bring food now, for fear that it will go bad. Then I remembered that there were still a lot of pine nuts they had pellet in the space, and I could bring them to him to satisfy his craving. He opened the door for Chindo and led her directly into the west room. He sat on a small stool, and there was another person beside him. Hearing her scolding, he couldn't help but picked up the small stool next to him and slapped it on Zhao Aria's legs, and heard a pig-killing scream. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. Zhao Aria was like a madman. She picked up a small stool at hand and threw it at Chen Tian, shouting, "Okay, you dare to hit me? I'll fight you." Chen Tian also lost his temper. He stood up, pinned Zhao Aria down, and started beating her. The two children were terrified. They had never seen their parents fight before. Zhao Aria screamed and fought with Chen Tian. Although it was porridge, Yang Yomei opened the lock and gave the leftover biscuits from lunch to Boss Chen to eat. The next day, Chen Miao went to the field to plant cotton seedlings. I thought to myself that it was fortunate that I had the space. Otherwise, I would never be willing to leave my child at home. The water was prepared yesterday, but when it got to the field, there was a layer of weeds and vegetables, so we had to weed them first. When planting cotton, you also need to make ridges. And you have to make them the same as the sweet potato ridges, so that the cotton stalks will not fall down when encountering strong winds. I have some here. Go and shred the radish. The dough for the fried dough cake has been prepared and put aside. The dough for the fried dough twist is particularly difficult to make. Third sister, I'll do it. Okay, keep rubbing me.
I'm so sweet.
Chun-do sighed in his heart that his third sister was so good to his fourth brother. Chun Miao kneaded the brown sugar dough and waited for a while before kneading it again. She was going to knead the dough for the shredded radish meat orb. I put 2 eggs and secretly put a bag of yeast in. There is really no tofu in the pepper noodles, but there is crispy pork powder, and it is also crispy when fried. We are all women, and we know how difficult it is for a woman. Where did Chen Miao get so much money? The wall could be said to be the money left over, but why did she buy sheep again? I heard that she killed the Japanese last time, and comradely gave her money. Someone said so. Several old ladies stopped talking about Chen Miao. Although they were not well-mannered, they still knew that it was Chen Miao who saved them. There was one more living thing in the house, and Chen Miao had more work to do. In August, the cotton in the fields and mountains grew better every day, probably because of the ventilation. This was much better than being alone. They didn't want to get up and the walker wouldn't fall over, so they just went to sleep. I have to get up twice at night to take care of them, and I still have to work during the day, which is quite tiring. I woke up after a quarter of an hour and helped them urinate again. The 2 children hadn't played enough. I simply let them play downstairs and made cotton clothes and shoes for them. It's too hot, and there's no urgent work to do right now. Actually, Chen Miao was a bit lazy. She didn't weed the cornfield after she went there. Old Zhuangzi would never let the fields have weeds. Chen Do carried the cage home. Fortunately, everyone was working in the fields and he did not meet his nephews and nieces. She put the cage on the Kong and said, "Mom, this is the fried dough twist my third sister asked me to bring back. Let my dad and you 2 eat it. I'm going to the fields now." Chen's mother took out the oil paper bag and locked it up. My youngest son has really been taught a bad lesson. He ate more than half of the oil cakes and meat orb that were sent back this morning. He only cares about food and is as fussy as an old woman. This is really not okay. Chun-do also went to help with the reclamation of wasteland, as the newly reclaimed land would not produce much food in the first year. Chen Tian, how dare you hit my sister? Looking at the aggressive Zhao family, Chen Tian became even more afraid. Liang Saisha was really helpless when she saw her son being so cowardly. It was so embarrassing. Don't make a scene in my house. If you have something to say, just say it. If you keep shouting, I won't let you leave my house. Her fierce actions just now left a deep impression on the Zhao family, and no one dared to object to what she said. Chen Dongxing asked, "Why?" The Zhao family was almost furious. "Isn't this asking even though you already know the answer? They live in the same courtyard." Chen Tian said nothing and turned and left. Lu Qingshi's family came out after hearing the noise and heard Chen Tian and his wife's words. What happened? Zhao Aria was cursing when she heard someone talking next to her in the middle of the night, and was startled. Annie, this Chen Miao is really a shoot. What's the matter that you need to come to my door to scold me? I was building a house, so I came to borrow some money from this witch, but she said she didn't have any and told me to get lost. Area, Xiao Feng is not at home. Chen Miao lives on his own. Why are you still coming here to borrow money? Zhao Area was really hurt and didn't dare to fight back. But she was still cursing. Chen Tian was tired of beating her, so he let go. Zhao Area was really hurt and she was still cursing. Chen Tong understood and ran back. Mom, my third brother and his wife went to ask my third sister for money. After hearing this, Chen's mother did nothing. The third daughter would not suffer any loss. Chen Miao didn't care. He took his two sons into the space to take a bath. Now he fed them with milk powder. They were not uncomfortable with it.
This was the best.
They had strong adaptability. All the milk that was stored before was eaten up by the two of them. Didn't they say this which got a lot of money? They got the money because they saved everyone and killed the Japanese. You are so shameless that you actually came to borrow money? Are you borrowing it? Or are you not going to pay it back? What does it have to do with you? Why do you have to come here? You stinky witch, clean your mouth. You are really embarrassing yourself. Lu Qingshi's family had a loud voice. When she yelled, everyone in the family came out. Chen Miao also heard it and came out immediately. Zhao Area looked at the crowd and cursed Chen Miao before leaving quickly. It's not worth it for Aunt San to be angry with someone like that. Third aunt. I just asked you for some sour sauce, but you kept making excuses. Without even giving her a glance, he took the bowl and left. Chen Xiaoyan behind him was mumbling something, and Qindo looked at her with a frown. The more Chen Xiaoyan thought about it, the more upset she felt. She angrily went to find her parents and brother and sister-in-law, who were removing the bricks to build 2 more rooms. Mom, my third aunt brought some sour sauce to my grandma, and I said I wanted to eat some, but she didn't give it to me. The eldest sister-in-law of the Qin family did not stop the work in her hands, but her face did not look good. She also built up soil around the roots of the corn stalks. Even when it was windy or rainy, the corn stalks would fall less. The 2 children are more than 4 months old. They look strong. Now that they are older, they sleep less during the day. And Chen Miao's milk is not enough for the 2 brothers. Then they can only eat milk powder. There are a lot of maternal and child products in the space. There is no problem feeding 2 children. It cannot be used in front of outsiders. In fact, Chen Miao thought that after the children were 1 year old, they would not be given milk, and even if they did, they would be given goat milk. There would be opportunities in the future, and it would be reasonable for him to learn to read. Listening to Comrade Li Wenchuan's passionate words, even Chen Miao was a little excited, not to mention the young men in the village. Chen Miao also understood the purpose of Li Wenquan and the others' visit. A week later, many young girls came to the village, and I knew several of them, the girls I had rescued last time. They came here mainly to learn some simple medical knowledge. Chen Miao also went to take a look, but he didn't have much time. It's always good to have many skills. Maybe they will be useful in the future. They simply ate everything so that no one would worry about them in the future. Sweet fried dough twist is the most popular. Sugar is rarely available nowadays. The next day, Qinjiang went to the kitchen with a basin while having breakfast. This way everyone knew that Qinjiang had no food in his hand. Li Wenquan was quite satisfied with Qinjiang's performance. Actually, he was still quite young, so he needed to be taught slowly. Chen Miao didn't leave the house for a week because he really hated the mud outside. When I was able to go out and carry a hoe to the field, the grass in the cornfield was not much shorter than the corn seedlings. 20 days passed quickly. It was already April, and it was time to start spring planting. However, many young people with aspirations signed up to join the team. Li Wenquan is a person with very high emotional intelligence. He asked everyone to help with farming at home before leaving. Chen Miao looked at Qinjiang, who was in a bad mood. Mother must have her reasons for not letting you go. Third sister, I really want to go.
Chen Miao didn't know what to say.
No matter how much persuasion she gave, it would be useless. After all, she was just a young country girl. He could only watch her leave listlessly. They finished planting very early today. Last year, There was no roller, so Li Wenquan asked Chen Miao to go back and he borrowed a roller from Shin Muchuan's house to help pull it. Comrade Li, I'm going home now. I'll go home for dinner tonight. Thank you so much for your help. Li Wenquan did not refuse. Chen Miao did not go home directly, but found Shin Jiang and asked him to come to his house for dinner in the evening. After I got home and fed the children, I started cooking. This time I made dumplings with meat filling. I really don't want to owe anyone a favor, so I just treat them with good things.
Chen Miao shook his head.
No. When did you see your fourth brother? I had dinner at home yesterday morning. I didn't come back at noon, and I didn't come back at night.
Chen Miao sighed.
Yesterday, Li Wenquan and his men left with him. I guess they followed him. What did parents say? They didn't say anything. But Mom was in a bad mood. Chen Miao thought that it was because he remembered that Chen Jiang was leaving with Li Wenquan. I was really worried. A 14-year-old boy going out to do something dangerous really made his family anxious. I could understand his thoughts, but his family was worried. Sweet potato vines are also good. I have quite a lot of vegetables, so I just cut some back to feed the livestock at home. I went home after dark and piled the wild vegetables and sweet potato vines I brought back in the yard. Put the two children in the stroller, otherwise they might turn over and fall out. There are small toys in the stroller, which can keep them both well behaved. I was lighting the fire when I heard a knock on the door. I had no choice but to carry my two children to the Kong, put away the stroller, and then go to open the door. Looking at his third brother and his wife outside the door, Chen Miao did not let them in. There were still many furrows that had not been planted. This went on until dark, and there was still an acre of land left. Chen Miao felt really tired that day, but she estimated that she could not finish planting 1 acre of land. After all, she ran back 5 times to feed the children. Tomorrow, she would have planted all the land, and the remaining work was to go to the mountain to turn the soil. Soybeans can be planted in late April or early May. The next day, they arrived at the field early. Li Wenquan was already waiting here. The two did not have much communication. Chen Miao ran back as soon as the child woke up. Third sister. It's no use calling me. You're still young, and I don't want you to take any risks. Third sister, if everyone thinks this way, no one will join the revolution. Chen Miao nodded. You are right, but people should know themselves. If they don't, they're just going to die. Chen Jiang didn't know what to say. He thought to himself that he would practice his aim whenever he had time and learn kung fu from them. Even if he didn't have a gun, he could still use a machete to deal with the Japanese. Chen Jiang ran away. Chen Miao was rubbing the corn and had already rubbed half of it. All the corn had to be rubbed out before spring planting. No, there's no rush. Cotton and sweet potatoes won't be planted for more than a month. It's useless to turn them over so early. Don't waste your effort. Li Wenquan came over when the brother and sister were entering the yard. Comrade Chen. Chen Miao left the yard and did not let Li Wenquan in. Comrade Li, is there anything? Comrade Chen, this is what I mean. I'm here for training and to form a guerrilla team. Do you want to join?
Chen Miao shook his head.
I'm really sorry. My 2 children are still too young and have no one to take care of them. I don't have time to participate, but Comrade Li, please let me know if you need me. Before it was time to cook, there was a knock on the door, and the 2 children were awakened by the noise. Chen Miao hated this the most. He picked up the 2 children and coaxed them, not caring who was outside. The knocking on the door continued. After finally coaxing the 2 children to stop crying and feeding them water, the knocking on the door continued. He suppressed his anger and opened the door. Looking at the girl outside, he knew that she was his niece. Third aunt, why did it take you so long to open the door when I knocked? Your house is the only one in our village that has a big door, and it's always locked. At that time, that witch was not married and didn't talk all day long. But no one had ever heard her speak. Mom, I want to eat sour sauce. Get to work, you little witch. Chen Xiaoyan really didn't want to move away, and she would steal some food from her grandmother's house from time to time. Mom, go get some sour sauce. I really want to eat it. You'll be so greedy. After scolding him, he hid his daughter. When it was dark, she went to her grandmother's house. Chen Xiaoyan smelled a sour smell and entered her grandmother's house excitedly. The four of them were having dinner. They had been working hard to open up wasteland during the day, so they ate pancakes at night. I'll pack some soybeans for you. It's not too late to make soybean paste now, right? No, I don't have any sauce primer, so I won't make it this year. Then Aunt Wu, let me make you some sauce. I can't finish it myself. I just want to pickle red pickles. Chen Miao, I really don't want it. It's hard enough for you to live on your own. You are so shameless to ask for it. If you tell others about it, won't others criticize you? Aunt Wu, what are you doing? Isn't it just some soybean paste? I'll copy it when you make it later. Since Zhang Miao had said this, Shen Wufu's wife really liked the freshly fermented sour sauce, so she accepted it reluctantly. In fact, Chen Tong and Chen Xiaoyan have the same personality. Yang Yuanmei also heard her brother-in-law scolding her daughter just now. It's okay for her to scold her own daughter, but she would feel unhappy if someone else scolded her. You're so greedy. Chen Xiaoyan was used to being scolded, so she didn't think it was a big deal. She was the most enthusiastic in cooking. I was really hungry just now when I saw Grandma's big pancake. Mom, shall we just eat porridge? We've been exhausted all day. All you do is eat. Where can we get so much food? We don't mind eating well and we don't mind working less. After eating, he went out and arrived at the village chief's house. There were quite a few people here, all of whom were family members who had followed Li Wenquan last time. Of course, they were worried about the children outside. Although I am patriotic and passionate, I am also worried about the safety of my loved ones. Li Wenquan looked at Chen Miao, who came in. She was different from the girls in the country.
Kumbrada Li.
Is my fourth brother Chen Jiang going with you to the team?
Li Wenquan nudda.
Yes, he followed us secretly. It was already dark when I found him, and he strongly requested to join us. Let them cry for a while, it's also an activity. Third sister, can this be possible? Abel. Third sister. What is the name of a person who drinks milk? This is the second oldest, Shen Yunxin. The one crying is the oldest, Shen Yunshan. What a nice name. Did you choose it? Third sister. Yes, your fourth brother learned a lot of characters from Comrade Li and came back to teach me. Third sister, I can also write my own name. Well, it's a good thing to learn something. Who knows if it will be useful in the future. After feeding the second child, he fell asleep, and the eldest child was babbling beside him. She found a cage, covered it with a cloth, and then hurried home. Chen Miao fed the children and lit a fire to make some dumpling soup. Chen Do came back. After dinner, the two sisters carried 3 bags and went to the village chief's house. Li Wenquan and his friends had already finished eating. When the two sisters came in, everyone could smell the delicious food. Li Wenquan knew what these were. They were prepared for him the last time he left. After handing it over to Li Wenquan, Chen Miao said nothing more. There were a lot of people in the village chief's family, so there was no need to cause trouble here. He didn't plant wheat this year, but corn, which should save some effort. It's not spring planting yet, so Xinjiang can still help with some work, but we can't count on him in the future. But I can use my donkey to plow the land. It's only 3 acres of land, so I can do it. The 2 children can be stored in the space, so there is no need to worry. She is now busy tilling the vegetable patch in the yard. There is also a field outside the yard where she is planting soybeans this year. The soybean paste has been made. I have my own stone mill, so I don't have to queue up to grind the soybean paste. Shen Wufu's wife came in and saw that the vegetable garden was so neatly tidied, and she sighed in her heart that Chen Miao was still so capable. I'll just come get it tomorrow morning. You still have 2 kids to take care of. Aunt Wu, they are still young. It's okay. I'll pull them out and bring them to you in the morning. Chen Miao, are you making soybean paste? Yes, it should be sour soon. Aunt Wu, I'll get you a bowl. Shen Wufu's wife felt embarrassed. No, I didn't make it this year. Soybeans are really not good. Chen Miao held the hand of Shen Wufu's wife and said, Aunt Wu, wait a minute. Everyone in the fields was watching Li Wenquan working, and they really didn't expect that he was really capable. Knowing that they were tired, they could eat. They made more than 200 dumplings. Chen Jiang came over and saw that the third sister had already prepared the meal. Comrade Li, please help me. I have finished planting these 3 acres of land. How much land do you have left at home? I will go with you tomorrow. Third sister, there aren't many left. We can finish planting tomorrow. If the family hadn't been split up, Chen Miao really wouldn't have gone. Now there were only 2 elderly people with 3 children, all of whom had worked for him. So, of course, he had to go and help. That day, she was driving her donkey to dig a field outside the yard when Xinjiang ran over. Third sister, I'm here. You go look after the 2 nephews. It's okay, they're asleep. 2 people can do it quickly. Third sister, comradely is back. Chen Miao was stunned for a moment.
Li Bangquan.
Yes, and this time he brought several people with him.
Chen Miao thought he was just passing by.
After the land was cleared, I asked, Third sister, are we going to plant crops on the mountain this year? We grow cotton on the mountain. We grow soybeans here, and the sweet potatoes are still in that field. Then I'll go to the mountain to turn the soil. After the rain, Chen Tong was so happy that he didn't care about his father and sister and ran home. Now he didn't have to work. The rain continued until the evening. Chen Miao thought it was the perfect time to plant the sweet potatoes and cotton himself. I was thinking about finding a piece of land to grow some sorghum. I don't need too much, just enough for myself to eat. Li Wenquan and his team had returned to the team before it rained. Chen Jiang looked at the packages given to him, his mouth wide open. He could already smell the fragrance. He opened them and saw fried dough cakes, shredded radish meat orb, and twisted dough sticks. The 2 sisters continued to knead the dough for the twist. Only in this way can it be kneaded properly. It's getting late. Bring all 4 bowls of dough into the house and fry them tomorrow morning. Chindo looked at his 2 nephews and said, They are so handsome. You'll know in a moment. As soon as the 2 sisters lay down, the 2 children began to move. Chen Miao brought the potty and helped them pee one by one. This time it was the second child's turn to eat first, and the eldest child was tossing his limbs and howling without any result. Chindo wanted to pick up his nephew, but was stopped by Chen Miao. 2 hours later, Li Wenquan turned the soil and planted the seeds for Chen Miao. Feeling that the 2 children in the space had woken up, Chen Miao and Li Wenquan said something and hurried back home. After feeding the 2 children, he carried the basket back to the field. The 2 of them finished the rest of the work very quickly. It was almost noon when the 2 children woke up again. Comradely, I brought some cakes and pickles. You can just eat them. I need to go back. Comrade Chen, you are busy. It's okay. Chen Miao ate his fill at home and went to the fields without taking a rest. From a distance, I could see Li Wenquan pulling the curtain to cover the soil. How could he achieve such a level? Chen Miao returned home and let the 2 children out. They both slept soundly. At least it will be quiet for a few days. But there have been several incidents here. The Japanese should pay attention to this place. That is a matter for the future. The team is powerful, and things that follow the will of the people will surely be safe. The next day, before dawn, I fed my baby for 2 hours and finished all the housework. Hearing the knock on the door, he looked at Xin Jiansheng, who was coming over, and said, Sister-in-law, do you have any medicine to drink? Da Qing is much better. After Chen Jiang left, Chen Miao covered the seedlings with film again so that they would sprout faster. They were covered with a torn quilt. No one else was allowed to enter the house except Chen Jiang, and even if someone came, he would not let them in. After the first month of the lunar year, we started to prepare for the season. We still had to grow some cotton seedlings. This year, we planted cotton on the hills, and we were actually afraid of having to do the same thing over and over again. After entering February, the temperature was getting higher day by day. Chen Jiang spent a day shoveling manure from his home into the fields. They are both so good-looking and fair-skinned.
Yeah.
He looks clean and fair now. Who knows what he will look like in the future? Of course, she was happy when someone praised her son. Chen Miao's noodles are ready. Look at the little sister touching the hands of her 2 sons. Chen Jiang had already fried the peanut kernels, crushed them with a rolling pin, and added brown sugar. Chen Miao asked Chindo to help wrap them, and if they didn't eat them here, they could take some raw ones back. Third sister, don't bring it. Mother said she will cook yuan shao for us tonight. Seeing his younger sister in trouble, Chen Miao wondered if the other 3 families were making fun of him.
Li Bangquan nudda.
Okay. I still hope Comrade Chun can use 1 hour in the afternoon to learn to read. Chun Miao nodded. This must be it. I wonder where it is? It's under the big locust tree. An hour after lunch. Chun Jiang was really happy listening to this, and he wanted to learn to read. Comrade Li, how long have you been in the village? 20 days. The main reason was that the team was too short of people. Their mission this time was to come here to recruit people. After that, all the young people in the village went to learn to read under the big locust tree, but Chun Miao did not go. In fact, she had already put anti-inflammatory drugs in the medicine, hoping it would work. The anti-inflammatory drug in her hand was obtained from the Japanese. Although she could not read, she compared them and knew that it was an anti-inflammatory drug, so she mixed it with the medicine. I returned to my room worriedly, and after walking around for a while I couldn't stay any longer. After entering the space with the children, I went to the town. These beasts are so annoying. It's impossible for us to live a peaceful life.
They were soon found.
This time, Arguzi and Xiaguizi were in the mayor's house. Chen Do hurriedly poured it into her own bowl and licked the rest clean. Chun Miao looked at it and felt very uncomfortable. Well, I'll go home and copy it after we finish eating. Chun Xiaoyan also came out of the house. She was lazy today and went to her grandmother's house. She didn't want to go to work. Even when her mother called her, she didn't move. Now she happened to see someone delivering something. Aunt San, I want to eat sour sauce too. If you want to eat, go find a way yourself. He really didn't like this niece. He felt that she had all the bad qualities of a country woman, selfish and greedy, which made Chen Miao very uncomfortable. Aunt, I'm growing sweet potato seedlings this year. They're ready to be harvested. Can I bring them to you tomorrow morning? You don't need to give it to Xiaofeng's family. It's just those sweet potato vines. Aunt Wu, I have bred a lot this year. I have to pay it back. Okay, I'll go ask those 3 families when to plant sweet potatoes. Everyone knows that the first batch of sweet potato seedlings is good, and Chun Miao's action made Xin Wufu's wife very satisfied. Aunt Wu, I'm going home. In the afternoon, she was tidying up the vegetable garden in the yard. She was not planting vegetables in the field this year, so there was still plenty of space, so the vegetables she left behind would be enough to last for 2 years. When we arrived at the first field, we saw that the soil had been plowed. Without stopping, we walked up the mountain again. The ridges of sweet potatoes in this field had already been made. This should be done by Chen Jiang. I felt warm in my heart. This silly boy didn't bring any money. It was still early, so Chun Miao continued to go up the mountain. Last year, because she was pregnant, she did not go up the mountain after autumn. She took a walk and picked up some pine cones to take home. At the end of the month, I planted soybeans. I finished the work in the morning. After lunch, I went to the village head's house. Okay, I'll go back and tell Dad. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Chun Jiang came to help grind sticky sorghum, since they had to eat yuan shao anyway. You stay here for lunch. I'll prepare noodles. Let's fry some shredded radish meat orb and some rice cakes. Chun Jiang is sensible, but he is still a half-grown child. When he heard that he was going to eat fried food, of course he agreed. Chun Miao uses steamed sweet potatoes and fresh sorghum flour so that it won't burst when fried and will remain soft when cooled. After the dumplings were cooked, Chun Miao asked Chun Jiang to send some home. You can come home for dinner later. Mom, I know. Chun Miao felt much more comfortable now that he was the only one left at home. I made dumplings for myself at noon. This time they were made with chives, and they tasted different. Tomorrow will be the 30th, and it will soon be 1944. If the historical trajectory remains the same, victory will be achieved in 4 or 5 years. Although there will be no peace, there will be no inhumane atrocities. I was the only one at home, and I didn't bring my 2 sons into the space because I was afraid that it would cause trouble if they got used to the temperature inside. At noon, Chun Miao returned to her mother's house carrying a basket. Inside was the steamed buns made of squash and flour that she had made for lunch today. They looked very nice in their bright yellow color. Seeing that Chun Jiang was still not at home, he must have run away with Li Wenquan. Mother Chun was in a bad mood and didn't say anything. Chun Miao didn't know how to persuade her, so he put down the steamed buns and went home. I carried a big pickaxe up the mountain in the afternoon. There must be a lot of weeds. After turning the soil, it was time to make ridges for the sweet potatoes. He was looking forward to finding Xinjiang. Third sister, you'd better go over now, or Comradely will leave. Well, I'll go over there in a bit. Tong had no choice but to leave. The third sister didn't even open the door for him. How was the fourth brother better than himself? Why could the third sister give him delicious food, but she wouldn't let him in when she came? Chun Miao was quite hungry, so he decided to eat first. Pancakes, rice porridge, salted duck eggs, and stir-fried cabbage. I won't fool around, because when the children grow up, it won't be so convenient to eat. As for the space, I try not to let my own sons know, because not knowing is actually a protection for them. It's definitely a good thing.
Yes.
By the way, there are steamed buns in the pot. Third sister, I don't want to eat anymore. Go eat 2 squash and noodles. They are sweet and delicious. Of course, the boy was hungry at this age. He couldn't resist the temptation and ate 2 steamed buns. Third sister, I'll come over tomorrow to make a sweet potato Kong for you. Okay, let's use the box I made last year. I also need to return the sweet potato vines to the village chief's house. With Chun Jiang helping him, Chun Miao really didn't have to do anything. The 4 boxes were placed on the Kong, which was warm enough to make the sweet potatoes sprout faster. If he didn't deal with them, it would be a waste of time. Suddenly, I thought I could lead them out. So I could drive a truck away. That way they would chase me out, right? After they rested, they took the keys of the truck from a Japanese soldier. After starting the car, he honked the horn frantically in the middle of the night. When he heard the noise in the yard, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the Japanese and Air Guzzi rushing out and got in the car to chase. This is the effect he wanted. She was driving in front, followed by 3 other cars. After spending a day on the mountain, we finally got it done. We will have to go up again tomorrow. When I got home, the chickens, ducks, and geese were still lying at the door waiting for me. After an hour of hard work, I finally finished cleaning up. Before she had time to eat, she heard a loud knock on the door. She hated this kind of knocking sound the most. Who is it? Third sister, Comradely is here? This was Chun Tong's voice. Got it. I'll go find Comradely tomorrow. He knew what this kid was thinking. He wanted to ask about Xinjiang himself. He didn't have time to go out and play. In the past, Xinjiang didn't need him to do much work at home, but now it's different. Chindo still didn't say anything. She could do whatever she wanted, but her third sister would definitely not give it to her. Chun Xiaoyan really didn't dare to go to her third aunt's house. At that time, her third aunt was not married and was not talkative at home, but they couldn't take advantage of her at all. Chindo also uses sweet potatoes to celebrate the new year. Today I ate fried rice cakes, and the surface was sweet. Aunt, why do you still use sweet potatoes to make flour? Chindo didn't know what to say, so he didn't answer. Chun Xiaoyan knew that she couldn't get any advantage, but she still took a large piece of sweet potato before leaving and ate it as she walked. I won't fool myself with it. After all, there are 2 children waiting to be fed. I still have some milk left now, and I think it will be good enough for them to eat by 3 months. After taking a nap, I played with the 2 children. I heard a knock on the door and let Xinjiang in. Third sister, I got the news that the little devil and Ergo were dealt with last night. A team passed by. Chun Jiang shook his head. I don't know. Xiaosuo came back and said that people in the town said there was an explosion last night, and they were all worried that the house would collapse. This will save the common people from suffering. I felt like it was leading them away. Tang Jingxing said nothing. He was very anxious and didn't know what was going on. After a long time, the people who were sent out came back. Master, the stolen truck exploded, and all the people on board were killed. No, that colonel or something was also killed. I saw that his head was shot through. Didn't you find anything else? The fire is still raging over there, Master. I dare not go near. Tang Jingxing thought about it and decided that the best thing to do now would be to pretend he knew nothing. A person in the study was thinking, who on earth has such great ability? What's wrong? Da Qing and his men came back to report that there were many Ergo and Xiao Japs in the town. He ran back and was found with a gunshot wound. Erle had already taken out the bullet, but there was no medicine. We didn't have any medicine for the wound. Chun Miao opened the door and handed the medicine to Shun Jianqing. Go back and boil the medicine in the paper bag with 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl of water. Shun Jianqing ran away with the medicine bag. Chun Miao felt uncomfortable. The Japanese and Erguzi came to the town again, and the town was going to be unstable again. He stood outside Chun Miao's door and whispered, "Third sister. Well, the child is asleep."
Now Chin Tong was happy.
He really didn't want to see Chun Miao. If she didn't have delicious food, he really wouldn't come over. I followed my 4th brother back to the house and saw cabbage, sauerkraut jars, and several large jars. This should be the food. 4th brother, we had dumplings stewed with pickled cabbage for lunch at home. The eldest and 2nd brothers also had the same. I don't know what the 3rd sister-in-law secretly made. Chunjiang lay down without saying anything. This is just who I am. How could Chunjiang not know who his niece was? He had spent this time trying to take advantage of her. He knew that if his 3rd sister didn't open the door, it must be because his nephew was awake. After thinking about it, he decided not to go to his 3rd sister's house. Chun Miao really hates people without quality. They don't think about anything else. What they do is really disgusting. After feeding his 2 sons and waiting for them to fall asleep, he went about his own business. For lunch, we had steamed buns, squash, and noodles. They looked beautiful and tasted good. I made myself a bowl of egg soup. Chun Miao listened to Polibola's words and said, "Don't come to my house again." Then he closed the door and went in. Chun Xiaoyan didn't expect this to happen. She wanted to knock on the door again, but she thought it would be too embarrassing. He left angrily and ran into Chunjiang, 4th uncle, on the way. "What did you do?" "I thought I had nothing to do now, so I went to see my 3rd aunt. I knocked on the door for a long time, but she didn't open it for me. But after she opened it, she told me not to go to her house again. Good intentions are really not rewarded. I just wanted to help her with her work, didn't I? I felt something coming out again, and the advanced things were more useful. Afraid that the Kong would be too hot, I put the 2 children in the middle so they wouldn't feel cold, and used a small quilt to wrap half a circle around their heads so they wouldn't be blown by the cold wind." After she had tidied up and laid down, she was about to fall asleep. She saw the 2 children moving. She hurriedly got up to change their diapers. She had no choice but to let Xinjiang wash them. The first time I used a small spoon to feed the 2 children water. It was really interesting to see the 2 little guys. The 2 children woke up, and Chun Miao put down her work to feed them. Otherwise, they would cry endlessly. When children laugh, they are angels, but when they cry, they are devils. Chindo was cleaning up outside and putting the oil into the oil can. After cleaning up the stove and the floor, he went into the house. The 2nd child was already full. "Go and give Dad and Mom 2 fried dough cakes and a bowl of meat orb. Come back here to eat. You can get the fried dough twist when you get back." Chundo did not refuse, as this was a gift from her 3rd sister to show her filial piety to her parents. Chen's mother didn't say anything. She went to boil water to feed the pigs. The pigs had not been slaughtered this year and weighed less than 100 kilograms. It would be better to wait until the harvest season to slaughter them and then sell them for more money. After Chen Jiang finished eating, he wanted to help clean up, but Chen Miao didn't let him and told him to go home. The mother and her 2 sons entered the space and just came out after taking a shower when they heard a knock on the door. Chen Miao put on his clothes. "Who is it?" "Sister-in-law, I'm Xin Jianqing. Do you have any medicine at home?" Seeing this, he immediately went to the driver's seat and tried to escape. How could Chen Miao give him this opportunity? He appeared in the cab and shot the Japanese soldier dead with 1 shot. Mayor Tang was terrified when he heard the explosion outside. After the Japanese and Air Guzi chased them out, he sent people to follow them, but how could a living person with 2 legs catch up with a car? He knew that a truck had been stolen. Tang Jingxing was still wondering, how could someone steal a car? How dare someone do that? "Dad, the car that was driven away seemed to be waiting for them to get out. Take it back for your parents." Chen Miao knew that everyone in the village knew that he had bought several dozen kilograms of meat. Giving 2 kilograms of meat during the New Year was not much, and it would be good for outsiders to see it. Chen Jiang went back with the meat. Chen's eldest sister-in-law Yang Yuemei and second sister-in-law Zhang Yanhong looked at the meat brought back by their younger brother-in-law with envy. The two older sisters-in-law were not so generous and gave so much and such fat meat. Mother Chen was also very happy to see the piece of meat. What did your third sister eat for lunch? Chen Miao really didn't pay attention to the mayor last time, but now it seems that he is a good person. The mayor remained unmoved by Erguzi's threats. Chen Miao decided that he would definitely help the mayor. Such a good person must not be in any harm. Although he did not do anything for the people, he did not harm them. Now people like this should be considered good people. The captain of Erguzi looked at the mayor and said, Mayor Tang, I'll give you one night to think about it. If you want to know what's good for you, I can let you be the mayor, or I can also remove you. Tang Jingxing had no expression on his face. Chen Miao nodded. Comrade Li, how is he now? Very good, I'm training, and I'm quite good at it. Okay, now our family can rest assured. Comrade Li, I wonder if we can bring him something? He left secretly and didn't take anything with him.
Li Banquan nudda, bukai.
The team gave him a set of clothes. Chen Miao nodded. Comrade Li, I'll go back and prepare it and bring it to you later. Chen Miao did not go home, but went to her mother's house. Mom, I asked Comrade Li, and he said Xinjiang is indeed in the team. I asked Chindo to pack clothes for him, and I also made him a cotton coat and 2 pairs of shoes. The sour sauce fried with green onions was delicious. Chun Xiaoyan didn't even wash her hands and rushed towards the pancake. Chun Tong's chopsticks hit her hand. Go away, don't come to my house and steal my food. Master, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, go home and eat. The food in our house is earned by my work. Get out and don't come to my house. Chun Tong stood up and told Chen Xiaoyan to leave. Chun Do then talked about what Chen Xiaoyan wanted from her third sister, who sent her sour sauce today. Humph, I can't get any benefit from my third sister, but she has beautiful thoughts. The 3 members of the Chen family didn't say anything. I drove in a direction that was not the village. I looked at the environment outside and tried to find a more advantageous place. Hearing gunshots from behind, Chen Miao looked around and found a wide open area where no innocent people would be harmed. So he stepped on the brakes, and the truck stopped. Chen Miao entered the space and left the car. She had already placed the explosives and was waiting for them to come. Even if some of them didn't come, she had her gun ready. She couldn't let any of them go. The 3 cars behind also stopped, and all the Erguzi and the Japanese soldiers got out holding their guns with Erguzi in the front. There is one last pair. When Chen Jiang came over, Chen Miao was washing diapers. Third sister, Erlei said that there are a lot of Japanese devils in the town. Yes, I see. You came to me last night to get the medicine. I don't have any left now. The village chief will definitely find a way to buy medicine from the county town. Yes, they probably didn't dare to go to the town. After all, our people were discovered by the Japanese in the town. Chen Miao looked at the somewhat anxious Chen Jiang and said, Just stay here obediently. If I send you out, you should go. You can't ask for it on your own initiative. He turned and left, feeling very depressed. He felt it was dirty to have a bunch of people worse than pigs and dogs staying in his home. Chen Miao looked at the slaves of the 2 dogs and hated them. What a bunch of dogs. No matter what, he could not let them go. I couldn't understand what the Japanese said, but it was okay with the help of a translator. Listening to their words, I felt that Mayor Tang was really nice. Chen Miao thought that if he killed these people in the mayor's house, it would cause trouble for the mayor. It was better to let these captive go. It sounded like they meant to take a rest. Chen Miao thought about the 2 elder sisters. They were just average, and the second elder sister was slightly better. He had not heard that they were wronged in their husband's family, but they were definitely not doing too well either. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Chen's mother came with 2 small sets of clothes. She did the same with her 2 daughters before and gave clothes to the children. Looking at the 2 grandchildren, Chen's mother thought that the 2 children were really good-looking. Their big white eyes were rolling around as they looked at each other. Although she had never abused her daughter, she didn't like her very much and she was married, so she belonged to someone else. Just cook the porridge. I'll just eat the porridge. Boil a few salted duck eggs. It's okay to eat some porridge by myself, but it's unrealistic to ask Xinjiang to cook anything else. Last night, my mother asked Chindo to come over to make chicken soup and steamed buns. Just eat something simple in the morning. After the child fell asleep, I sneaked into the space to throw away the garbage. Come back and continue lying down with the child. After Chindo came over, he started to get busy. Xinjiang washed all the diapers. For lunch, there was chicken soup and steamed buns. He asked his two siblings to share the chicken, as he didn't want to eat it himself. I will update 6,000 words every day from now on. I will try my best to save the manuscripts and update more if there is a chance. It was really convenient for Qin Miao to have confinement after childbirth. Xinjiang knew little, so he had no idea what was going on, and he didn't think there was anything wrong. When the child was 12 days old, Chen's mother gave him 2 tiger head hats, 2 pairs of tiger head shoes, and 10 eggs. The 12-day-old baby is already white and plump and looks particularly cute. Mother Chen kept praising the 2 children. They are indeed very good-looking. Chun Miao cleaned up the 2 children. Knowing that this was a deep mountain, he was afraid that the smell of blood would attract other wild beasts, so he quickly put it away. Looking at the cave in front of him, he shone the flashlight again and waited for a while. When he heard no movement, he went in. The cave was quite deep. After walking for a few minutes, Chun Miao screamed in fear. Her voice echoed sharply in the cave. There was a human skeleton inside. Next to the skeleton was a bag of silver coins scattered on the ground. It looked like a lot of money had been taken away, and there was also a gun. Chun Miao calmed down, put on gloves, and a plastic bag appeared in his hand. He said with gritted teeth,
Well,
I don't know what to do. They drove 2 cars this time, and they all had guns. Li Wenquan was also very worried. They were driving and he couldn't keep up if he ran. When I first arrived here, I saw that the common people had been surrounded. I didn't expect that the little girl had escaped. Chun Miao knew that a head-on confrontation would not work, so he had to think of other ways. There are 15 people, and it is definitely not possible with just the 2 of them. In fact, I myself am not capable of doing it either. It would be great if the villagers would cooperate with us. After thinking about it, I decided to put them in the woods so that I might have a chance to put them away secretly. She walked over slowly and asked comradely, Is this a truck?
yes.
It's a truck. Well, comradely, open it? Meeting. Then can you teach me? Let's drive into the woods. It's safer than leaving it in the village like this.
Li Banquan nudda, pukai.
Comrade Lee, where are these things? The village chief pointed at their guns, money, watches, and other items that were searched out of them. Village leader, please collect everything. I will come find you after the truck is hidden. Shun Wufu went to make the arrangements. The crops were green, especially the wheat, which was planted densely and looked pretty. When I came back, I ran into Shun Muchuan. Third master, are you going to the fields? Look, this year is pretty good. Everything I've seen is pretty good. Third master, should we thin out the seedlings and weed in 2 days? There's no hurry yet. It's not good to go down to the ground too early and tamp down the soil.
I see.
The weeds will start to grow after this rain. The old man and the young man walked back and said, For us country folk, weeding is a more tiring job. I don't like my chio either. The wheat yield is too low. Li Wenquan glanced at the woman's back, turned around and left. He had an important task to do. Chun Miao was afraid of regret, self-blame, and disgust all the way. She comforted herself by thinking of being bitten by a dog. When she thought of him searching her body, she felt uncomfortable all over. When I got home, the first thing I did was to boil water and take a shower. It was really disgusting. Being frightened and worried is very stressful for the body. She fell asleep as soon as she lay down after eating. If there was no knock on the door, she would have continued to sleep. Third sister, what did you do? Just bury it near the cave. She felt relieved. With such a big harvest, Chen Miao decided to go home quickly and sell the wild boar in the county town tomorrow. The main reason was that he felt uncomfortable because there was a dead person in the cave and the wild boar came out of the cave. The first thing I do when I get home is to wash my hands. Then I find a basin, put the ocean in it, and put detergent in it so that I can feel more at ease. After washing it several times, I finally put it outside to dry. I was still thinking that I could make money by drying it. This operation is really SVE cashless. Tang Pingxing took out 8 yuan and gave it to Qin Miao. Little girl, you should go back quickly with so much money. Thank you, uncle. I watched people driving by from a distance, and the gate opened. After they entered, the gate closed again. People have come one after another, and Qin Miao follows them with the cart. It's not easy to come here, so I still have to bring back some necessities. After all, I won't come to the county town again if my belly is big. I bought 10 kilograms of salt at the grocery store. It's too much salt for pickles. I bought 2 kilograms of lamp oil and went to the blacksmith shop again to buy a set of farm tools. I found a big rock to lie on. It was warm and comfortable. There are many wild vegetables in the sorghum field. After thinking about it, I decided that I couldn't use animals to dig up the soil, so I used a big pickaxe to carry the soil. The wind on the mountain is stronger, so the sorghum stalks will not fall down, which will result in a real lack of yield. This job is really tiring, but I have to do it even if I am tired. Fortunately, there is no need to rush. If one day doesn't work, then 3 days will do it. I will finish it anyway. The sorghum stalks are now taller than she is, making it really inconvenient for her to work.
Just call me Comrade Lee.
Are you the village chief? Ask someone to check on the girls in the car and let them down. I just heard some noise inside, so there should be a lot of people. Several middle-aged women from the village went up, and soon more than 30 girls came down. The whole village gathered together and cried quietly. Comrade Lee, what should we do? The village chief will have to take care of it. Find someone to bury them. And everyone needs to pack up and hide quickly. The Japanese in the county town should be out soon. Shin Wufu is now just following orders, and he is obedient. All the belongings of the 15 people were taken out and placed aside. I hate Shin Jianfeng so much. How will I live if I really have a child? But another voice in my heart said that having my own child is a gift from God. It's too lonely to be alone. In my previous life, I was alone after I turned 15. I had been working hard to make a living, thinking that I would find a reliable man to live with when I turned 30. Who would have thought that I would end up here before I found a man to live with? I have a man in this life, but I don't know if there will be a future. If I really have my own children, there won't be only livestock in this empty yard. There will also be someone to accompany me in the future. When she went out, she ran into her neighbor. Annie, are you going to the fields? No, it's Xiaofeng's. Don't you know about your mother's family?
Chun Miao shook his head.
I don't know. I went to weed this morning. Your sister-in-law and your mother had a fight, and your father beat your eldest brother and kicked him out. Chun Miao was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and decided not to go and watch it. And I'm going to weed. It's a good thing you don't go. My mother won't suffer any loss. Yeah, I'll go check it out. Chun Miao carried the hoe and went to the field. At his current pace, he estimated that it would take him 5 days to finish. With this 130 yuan, I feel much more at ease. Even if I do nothing, it will be fine. I got up at 3 o'clock the next day and decided to walk. It would be too conspicuous to catch the bus, and the situation is so unstable now. After putting away the old cart at home, you still need to cover it up. It was less than 5 o'clock when we arrived at the county town, but the city gate was closed, which meant it was not yet time to enter the county town. Chun Miao stepped aside, put the wild boar on the cart, and waited. She came too early and there was no one around, so she secretly drank a bag of milk. You can't go into the cotton fields either because the cotton fields look better there and still look strong, but there are a lot of weeds. I tried it in the cotton field the next day, but it still didn't work, so today is a day of rest. Shun Jianfeng came down from the battlefield with minor injuries, but he held on until rescue arrived. After a simple bandage, he rested, but he dreamed of his wife. Seeing her crying, he felt distressed. Was she not having a good life at home? Shun Jianfeng woke up with a frown, wondering when this life would end. He wanted to go home, but he didn't know if a little girl could live a good life. He carefully collected the money, which turned out to be 130 yuan. Now he didn't have to worry about money. If he didn't know how to use the gun, it should be useless. After picking up all the ocean money, there were still 2 goldfish left. It seems that I am destined to make money. There was nothing to be found here about this person's background. She was not an expert in solving crimes. But since he has received benefits from others, he should be allowed to rest in peace. I really don't have the courage to touch human bones with my hands. Chen Miao muttered sorry. He went out to find a branch and put it into the bag, taking it out with the gun. I also bought a large iron pot, which made me feel at ease. I secretly put away all the things I bought and then hurried back. From a distance, she saw a lot of people lined up in front of the city gate. She had a bad feeling and wanted to go out from somewhere else. But she was unfamiliar with the place. Where could she find a way out? She couldn't stay here. Turning around, she saw that she had been surrounded by Guzi. Chen Miao's heart was in turmoil. This was no longer a society ruled by law. No one would care about human life. In the minds of these beasts, human life was as cheap as grass. It's pretty impressive. It seems that there should be no problem with this firewood room. They're only 2 or 3 years younger than Chen Miao, so they still feel quite embarrassed. Chen Miao asked Xinjiang to count the money for them. She was unwilling to talk to others, especially boys of the same age. Third sister, there's more. Let's count together when we come back later. Chen Miao ignored them and went to cook. When Xinjiang and the others came back, she had already started making dumplings. Xinjiang paid them the bill, and the 4 of them received 20 copper coins, but there were still 200 coins left to dry. After a while, 2 rabbits ran out from inside. Chen Miao was startled, and the 2 rabbits ran away. Chen Miao was so upset. The rabbit she had caught had escaped. She was angry but not afraid. She held a flashlight in her left hand and a sickle in her right hand. He kept mumbling to himself, but actually he was trying to cheer himself up. Suddenly she heard a sound and was startled. Some flying objects fluttered over and frightened Chen Miao so much that she screamed. But she still plucked up her courage and continued to move forward. He walked all the way to the end and found nothing. Chen Miao sighed in frustration, thinking that he was not destined to make any extra money. The woman came in and started crying. Of course, my mother got angry. She said she wasn't dead yet, there was no need to mourn, and she started to beat her with a stick. Her family members didn't agree, so they surrounded my mother. My mother beat up the 4 women. Chen Miao thought that this woman was really tough. He scooped a bowl of hot water for Xinjiang. This kid had already eaten 3 pancakes. That woman's father wanted to help, but we stopped him. What a joke. How dare he act so arrogantly in our house?
What did you say in the end? I still want $5.
When my parents get old and don't need my eldest brother to support them anymore, I'll let him leave the house with nothing. He didn't expect that this girl had such courage. The 2 had already reached the other side of the car, and the villagers spotted them. The village chief stepped forward and said, "Boss, we are all good citizens. What are you doing?" Xinwafu was trying to attract the attention of the 5 devils and a few dogs. The villagers who were surrounded were also a little agitated, which just happened to block the sight of the other 3 dogs, so that they could not see Chen Miao and the others. This was a good opportunity. Chen Miao ran over nimbly and used the electric baton to attack the man. The man fell down without a sound, and her dagger also went down. I went up the mountain yesterday and killed a wild boar, and then I went to the county town to buy it. Here is your money, take it. Third sister, why are you writing so many letters to me? You will have many more places to spend money in the future. Just take it. Chen Miao gave Xinjiang a string of copper coins, 100 in total.
I don't want it. Just take it if I give it to you.
Why are you talking so much nonsense? And I can't go to the county town anymore. I ran into Guzi's inspection today. Third sister, are you okay? It's okay. I didn't buy anything. I sold the wild boar at the city gate tower, and I hid the money and didn't bring it in. After the 2 siblings had eaten, they said, "Third sister, you go to sleep. I'll go take off the clay." They must have started working. I woke up around 3 p.m. and started to pick branches from the cotton seedlings. It was almost dark when I drove the chickens, ducks, and geese back. 3 days later, the cotton field was ready, and she was ready to go up the mountain to check on the 2 fields. Anyway, if the country people are diligent, it can be said that they don't have a single day of idle time. The sweet potato vines have covered the land, so just pull out the weeds that emerge. I did this work in the morning and did not go down the mountain at noon. I want to plant radishes and mustard greens together. If Chunjiang is free tomorrow, let them use a donkey to plow the soil. I needed a large bowl of dough and started making dumplings after everything was ready. Erle started drooling when he saw the food cooked by Chun Miao. My 3rd sister is making dumplings for us, so you 3 should work hard. Aren't we doing it well this way?
Dongsheng said exaggeratedly.
Work hard. My 3rd sister once said that she wanted to plant radishes and cabbages in the wheat field. Can you guys come with me early tomorrow morning to work? My 3rd sister is pregnant with my nephew, and I'm afraid she won't be able to work. I got home after dark, packed everything, and locked the door before going back. In fact, I only knew the approximate location of my home, but I was just trying to find it when I saw Xinjiang coming out. 3rd sister? Why are you out so late? In the past, my 3rd sister didn't dare to go out after dark. I heard there was a quarrel at home, so I came to check it out. I was just about to find you. Chun Miao followed Xinjiang into the yard, which was quiet. They entered the house, which was filled with smoke. Chun Dongsheng was sitting on the Kong smoking. Chun Miao never spoke before. When he came in, he just called out Dad and Mom. It smells so good. It will make my nephew smart in the future. You eat too, Xinjiang. Let me tell you, nothing is more important than good health. Only when you are well-fed, and well-fed can your body be healthy. Go hide the money yourself. She also started to prepare the meal. This time she took out some meat, but she didn't dare to stew it. She chopped it up and put it in cornmeal so that the pancakes would also have an attractive aroma. Chunjiang didn't want to stay for dinner, but the aroma was so tempting that he couldn't help but stay for dinner. 3rd sister, your idea is really good. When growing crops in the mountains, you have to be careful of animals destroying them. What is this all about? I should have work to do every day. I went home and fed the donkey and the chickens. The chicken feed would not go bad if it was stored in the warehouse. After eating, I lay down to sleep and slept until after 3 o'clock. This is up to me. If there were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to enjoy life this way. No matter how lazy you are, you still have to work. When planting the seeds, pay attention to plant at most 2 corn seeds, otherwise it will be a waste of time. Seeing so many people working in the 2 houses next door, I envy them again. The string of copper coins on his body was not returned to him. He was given 2 slaps and allowed to leave. Both of them were very nervous and wanted to leave the county immediately. It was only a few hundred meters, but to Chun Miao it felt like he had walked several thousand meters. It felt so long and terrifying. Finally, they left the county town, and the 2 were still walking side by side, not knowing if there was anyone following them. After walking for about half an hour, Chun Miao stuffed the bag into Li Wenchuan's hand and left without looking back. I only have so much ability and I can only do so much. Chun Miao muttered. No matter how we cooperate, we can't notify them. Chun Miao thought for a moment and said, how about this? The 2 of us sneak into the car? We wait until halfway and then do it?
Li Bangquan frowned.
That way we have even less chance of winning. Chun Miao frowned and said, let's go over and take a look. It's no use here. The 2 of them sneaked closer to the former threshing ground, which was spacious. From a distance, they saw the villagers being surrounded. There were not many girls inside, so they must have been hidden. There were also 2 Urguzi guarding the 2 cars. This is definitely a good opportunity. Aunt San, I'll go deliver the meal. Go. You will have the strength to work in the future. If Chunjiang and the others are not around, call me. Well, I will have to trouble Aunt San in the future. When they got to the field, they were almost done.
Take a break.
I brought you some food. You didn't eat this morning, did you? Chunjiang also knew that the 3rd sister didn't want to owe anyone a favor, so he also asked Juzi to rest for a while. 3rd sister, did you bring the seeds? I brought it. Aunt Wu gave it to me. There are cabbages, radishes, and mustard greens. Then we'll plan it later. I don't need any wages, but I'll provide meals. I'll make dumplings. Third sister, please use less oil and put more pancakes on it. Chun Miao nodded, I understand. People are doing the work, so it can't be too bad. Chun Jiang began to prepare for work, while Chun Miao cut leeks and pulled cabbages. Soon the 3 half-grown boys from yesterday arrived. They used a stick to thresh the wheat. It was certain that they could not thresh it cleanly in one go. However, Chun Miao was not worried because he had Chun Jiang. The first dog days are coming soon. Radishes are grown in the first dog days, and vegetables are grown in the second dog days. It really fits the saying that we are not afraid of having few people to eat, nor are we afraid of having few people to work. She weeded the cotton plant in the same way as before. She squatted down and used a small hoe to weed. When she got tired, she stood up and used a big hoe. She was grateful that she could do farm work in her previous life. There is still a lot to do after dark, and it will probably take another 2 days to finish. Chun Miao really overestimated himself. It took him 3.5 days to finish weeding. Seeing a layer of grass growing in the cotton field again, she wanted to sit on the ground and cry. If you don't plan for the future, you will have immediate worries.
This is what happened to me.
When I saw bundles of tarpaulin in the grocery store, I didn't pay much attention to it. Now I regret it after using it. Even if I regret it, I would rather not go to the county town. I knew someone was coming, so I didn't go back to lie down. I picked up the vegetables in the yard. The chives were already quite tall, so they should be edible, right? The pak choi were not small either. Suddenly, the idea of dumplings with Chinese cabbage, leeks, and meat appeared in my mind, and I almost drooled just thinking about it. The wheat will be harvested in August. I have already bought cabbage, radish, and mustard seeds. I will plant them after the wheat harvest is over so that I will not be without vegetables to eat in the winter. The corn stalks were already quite tall. I went to take a look and saw some weeds, but the corn stalks had grown up and covered the weeds, preventing them from growing any higher. After leaving the cornfield, I pulled out the weeds in the wheat field, thinking that the yield would be high if there was fertilizer. We won't plant wheat next year, as the children are too young to be able to do it.
He really guessed it right.
They were going to be arrested because they were told that bandits in the county had stolen their things. Everyone here is a suspect. They must be arrested and interrogated. Under Guzi's scolding, those who were at the door were driven aside. Chun Miao felt that there were probably too many people, and they simply had no place to hold them. Soon another group of people came over. Chun Miao just glanced at them and didn't dare to look. At this time, they began to search and interrogate. Chun Miao looked at the man next to him, whose fists were clenched tightly, and wondered if it could be him. I have to drink milk with every meal, every day. I want to be healthy and take care of my children in the future. Try to eat less vacuum-packed foods like ham sausages. Fortunately, there are dozens of baskets of eggs. There are also a lot of chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and seafood in the cold storage, so there is no problem in having a good life. Chun Jiang came over and asked, "Third sister, have you finished your housework?" "Yes, it's all done. The mountain is also cleaned up. What about the house?" "It's all done. Dad asked me to help him remove the clay, but I came to see you because I was lazy. I see Chun Jiang and Juzi working for you." The wife of Lu Lao-san from next door called her. "Aunt San, I'll go deliver the meal." As for what she was curious about, I didn't care. "Chun Miao, it's good to have someone to help with the work." "Aunt San, I'm pregnant, and Chun Jiang is worried that I'll be exhausted." "Pregnant?" Chun Miao nodded. This couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to hide it anyway. That's a great thing. It also leaves a successor for the Shun family. Chun Miao didn't like what he said, but there was no need to be angry. In fact, there should be no malice. It's just that the words he said were unpleasant to hear. Chun Miao was directing him, allowing him to adapt faster. The car drove into the woods. The 3 people got out and took a look. They thought it was still okay to leave it there. "Go to the mountain and look at the little donkey. I'll tie it to a tree." Chun Jiang nodded and ran away. Chun Miao looked at Li Wenquan and said, "Comrade Li, you go first." "I walk slowly." "Okay, I'll go over first and you try to lock the car." Chun Miao nodded. This was not a difficult thing for her. Shin Wufu had been waiting, watching him coming over, comradely. What are you going to do? Li Wenquan followed him into the room and looked at the things on the Kong. There was still 1/3 of the wheat field left to be weeded. When I got home, I was so tired that I didn't want to do anything. I also felt uncomfortable in my stomach, so I got up and went to light the fire. I had to sleep on the warm Kong to relieve my fatigue and stomachache. After feeding the donkey, he fell asleep in the bathtub. He was woken up by the cold. His body was wrinkled from the soaking, and he didn't clean up. He squinted his eyes, dried his hair, took off the dry towel, and got into the bed. It was warm, and he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The next day, I woke up hungry. Chun Miao returned home and started to clean up. He fed everyone who had opened their mouths before eating. I was thinking about letting the ducks and geese out. My house is not far from the river, so the location is pretty good. The next day, we released the chickens, ducks, and geese and drove them to the river. Due to the animals' natural instinct, the ducks and geese all went into the water, waiting to be driven home at night. It should take them a few days to get familiar with the environment, and then they will be able to go home by themselves. Seeing that there were quite a lot of water plants in the river, I quickly went home to get a rake, stood by the river, pulled the water plants, and dried them on the shore. The meal was ready, and Chun Miao asked Xinjiang and the others to eat. This time they went directly to the yard. She locked up the chickens, ducks, and geese, which had already separated into their own nests. It was also a good thing to be able to eat all-you-can-eat pancakes at night. The wages were prepared in advance for them, and Xinjiang divided them among the three. They were all really good workers, and they even covered the straw in the yard with mats. The next day, Xinjiang came over early in the morning. Third sister, Zhuzi, Early Eye, and the other two will be here soon. They said they don't want any wages, but they will help you with the work. Comrade Li, I'll go find someone. Shun Wufu ran away, and Li Wenquan looked at the things on the table, all of which were useful things. There is no other way to go now. We can only save ourselves. The team has not received the order yet, and is waiting for a large number of devils to come here. It is estimated that they cannot act this time, and we cannot lose the big picture for the sake of small gains. But it is impossible to watch the villagers suffer. It is better to teach them how to fish than to give them fish. It is good to teach them how to protect themselves in the future. He took out the pistol and bullets, $10, a pocket watch, and a kettle separately, which were for the girl. They have also seen their sisters-in-law get pregnant. Then I'll do more work for you in the future. Okay. The next day, Chun Miao got up very early. He had pancakes for breakfast, nothing else. Chun Miao had just put the food on the stove when Xinjiang arrived and helped feed the donkey and the chickens. After eating, the brother and sister drove the donkey cart to the fields. It had already been discussed, and Xinjiang was supporting Huezi from behind. They knew how to do this job. The two siblings had already finished weeding the cornfield by 10 o'clock in the morning. When I got home, I weeded the cotton field. Drag him to the other side of the car so that he would not be discovered. The villagers had already seen one person being killed, so they felt more at ease. Li Wenquan also took care of another person on the side. There was a short man, and Chun Miao quickly took off his clothes and put them on. Li Wenquan did the same. As soon as the two of them arrived, they saw 3 people escorting several people from the village over. I can only deal with these 3, but that's not enough now. The villagers also saw this situation. Several idiots had come in to catch the girls. Now things were a bit chaotic, and Chun Miao took advantage of this opportunity to get to the side of the Japanese leader and knocked him down with the electric baton. Find 2 more people. Don't get too tired. It costs money to hire more people, and we have to provide lunch at noon. Zhuzi, Early Eye, and the 3 of us can get by for a day. Sister, don't use so much oil when cooking. Okay, let's do it tomorrow, while the weather is fine. We have 2 sickles at home. Sister, it's better to pull them out directly, otherwise it will be difficult for you to deal with the remaining wheat stubble. Wouldn't that be even more tiring? Find another one. Chun Miao was thinking of using fire if it didn't work, but he was afraid of burning the corn. Well, I'll go tell them now. Xinjiang, I'll start removing the clay embryos this afternoon. Don't fool me. My 3rd sister is pregnant. Otherwise, how could she afford to buy clay? I'm telling you that you can do it yourself. Otherwise, how many people would be willing to do it? Several young boys ran home to get tools and discussed working together, which would ped up the process. Then tell the other 5 people that the third sister needs a lot of clay. All the instructions have been given, so he goes back quickly because he also has to go to remove the clay in the afternoon. As soon as he got back, he started feeding the little donkey and helped to clear out the donkey dung and pile it aside, which would be fertilizer in the future. Okay, plant as much as you can. Juzi felt embarrassed, so he just ate his biscuits without saying anything. Chun Miao put down the seeds and said, I'll have lunch at home. Juzi quickly shook his head and said, Third sister, that's not necessary. We can finish planting in a while. How can we have the nerve to always eat at someone else's house? Chun Miao did not persuade them either. He thought of asking Qinjiang to deliver 1 liter of wheat to each of the other 3 families in the afternoon and take 2 liters home.
It would not be more than that.
After she went home, she thought that she would go to the mountain to weed when they came back. Do you have money to give? $1 every year. Third sister, eldest sister-in-law, no, it's that woman who was beaten so badly by mother.
Why?
It's because of cooking. Today, it was that woman's turn to cook, but she refused to move. Didn't my mother beat her up? She fought back before I could find her, and even said that my eldest brother wasn't their biological son. Aren't the 3 of them the same brother? Yeah, I also think that mother treats everyone the same. But that woman doesn't think so. Where are the big brothers? That woman has gone home. My eldest brother is at home with Chun-Li and the other 2. The girl's face was pale as she just sat on the ground, looking pitiful and helpless. Chun Jiang and his younger sister Chen Do ran over. Third sister, third sister. Chun Jiang was terrified. Why was his third sister like this? Chun Miao pulled the corner of his mouth and said, It's okay, it's okay. Is everyone else okay? It's okay. Chen Jiang said as he helped Chen Miao up. She felt uncomfortable in her stomach, so she held her stomach with her hands. Chindo, go call 5th aunt and ask her to show third sister. The little girl ran away. Chen Miao was also very scared. She must not let anything happen to her child. Chun Miao felt that it was probably because of this incident. In fact, when a tree grows tall, it will branch out. They have all started their own families. It is good to let them live their own lives, and it will avoid conflicts. Those far away are fragrant, while those nearby are stinky. After sending Qinjiang off, I locked the door and went back to sleep. I must have a regular life now. I'd better wait until the evening to go over and take a look. What should I see? There's nothing to say. There's nothing to send. She went there after dinner. The family had dinner late today, and they were eating when she arrived. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the house are all gone, and the only valuable thing is the little donkey. Without thinking about anything, he walked out leading the little donkey. Chin Miao, what are you doing? Hide quickly. Aunt San, I'm afraid the little donkey will be snatched away, so I'll lead it up the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they thought it was still unsafe, so they dragged the donkey up the mountain by force. They walked up for a long time before tying it to a tree. She was already sweating profusely and felt a little stomachache because of nervousness. I sat down to rest, not knowing what was going on. I couldn't put anything else in it. Today's teenagers are a good labor force, and they work very quickly. Juzi and Qinjiang pushed the cart home and placed it in the yard. Chun Miao used a hoe to scrape the wheat grains, but the skins also fell off along with the wheat grains. This still didn't work, so he had to beat them with a stick. I was quite depressed thinking that I would only grow wheat for 1 year and never grow wheat again. It seemed simple in my imagination, but it turned out to be nothing. By noon, all the wheat had been pushed back. There was quite a lot of wheat in this acre of land, and at least 200 or 300 kilograms of wheat grains could be harvested. Brother, are they going to build a house? Well, the eldest brother lives in the north end of the village, and the second and third brothers live in the south end of the village, but the 2 families are also quite far away from each other. Are you eating here? No, you don't have much food. I'm going to work, or I'll be angry again in the evening. Chan Miao knew that it must be the sisters-in-law who were gossiping. After Chinjiang left and packed up, he went to bed early. Maybe what you think about during the day will appear in your dreams at night. I dreamed of a child at night. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I thought he was very cute. Li Wenquan doesn't have time to pay attention to Qin Miao now, as he has a lot of things to do. The strong laborers in the village went to dig pits, while the women comforted the elderly and children and went back. Shen Wufu looked at Li Wenquan. Comrade Li, what should we do? Where can we hide? Go up the mountain, all up the mountain. I'm going to hide the car. Is there a good place? Shen Wufu shook his head. Where is a good place for something this big? There is a forest at the foot of the mountain, but you will find it if you get closer. Chen Miao is fine now. What about the 2 cars? Wouldn't it be great if I could put them away? The Japanese soldier next to him opened his mouth, and Chen Miao knocked him down too. Li Wenquan also took care of one. The other 2 were a little far away. Chen Miao's idea now is to take care of them one by one. She wore Air Guzi's clothes and quickly approached the 2 Japanese soldiers. They were laughing as they watched Air Guzi catch the girls. The more they resisted, the happier they laughed. Chen Miao approached the 2 men from behind and quickly held them with his hands. After they fell down, they were discovered by Air Guzi. This was a mess. Chen Miao was still quickly finishing them off. You guys can all work, and you don't have much to do right now. Sell the clay embryos to me. They're all good.
Buy?
That costs money. Let's take it off ourselves. When will it be enough? Besides, it's tiring. Just go and tell your friends. I don't know how much it costs. Third sister, do you really want to buy it? Well, if possible, I'm thinking of building a wing room. I have no place to store the grain. After saying this, Chen Miao stopped. There was food in the wing room, so if the Japanese came to rob it, there would be nothing they could do. There was a cellar, so they could hide if there was any danger. There are people working in the fields of every household. Country people are hard-working. A new layer of grass is grown on the ground, and we have to keep working. Knowing I was pregnant, I finished work and went home at 11 o'clock. The weather in May was really comfortable. She slept for more than an hour and ate some nutrition after waking up, including a bag of milk and an egg. Although she had never been pregnant, she often accompanied her sister to the hospital when she was pregnant. The doctor told her not to eat too much and to have good nutrition. However, the baby should not be too big, otherwise it would be painful during childbirth. Chen Miao felt very touched. Chen Jiang was a thoughtful child and still remembered what he said. I really don't have to do any work. I was thinking how tiring it would be, but I didn't expect my brother to have arranged everything for me. The next day, Chen Jiang came driving the cart and turned over the land. Then you can plant whatever you want. They must not have eaten since they had so many meals, so Chen Miao made pancakes at home with leeks and dried shrimps in them, which tasted really good. After cooking, fill a jar with water and carry the cakes to the field. Chen Miao, where are you going? After working like this for 3 days, the sorghum field was finally cleaned up and we didn't go to the field the next day. He drove the chickens, ducks and geese to the river again, and when he came back he saw Xinjiang waiting for him. Third sister, we already have some dry clay embryos. Zhuzi and the others want to send them to you. Okay, I'm not going anywhere today. I thought about letting them pile up against the west wall, which would be convenient when we build a woodshed later. It would just be a bit troublesome when it rains, and I don't have the courage to go to the county town to buy tarpaulin now. The sweet potato vines are growing vigorously. The 2 rains have been very useful. Some large wild grasses and vegetables were pulled up and fed to the little donkey. When Chen Miao went to another field, he actually saw 2 wild boars at that. They destroyed a lot of sorghum and soybeans. She didn't move forward, thinking about how she was going to deal with them. There was really no way she could deal with the 2 wild boars. Even if she fought head-on, she couldn't do it. I was so angry. How could it be easy to grow some food after all the effort I put in? And they ruined it? I looked at the warehouse in my mind, wondering what I could use it for. The girls from the nearby villages did not make any arrangements to go back either, so they just stood there. Girls go back together. Your family must be very worried about you. Uncle, thank you. Stop talking, go back quickly and tell the villagers to be careful. The Japanese will come again. More than 30 girls came running over. They already knew that it was this little girl and comradely who saved them. An elderly man knelt down, and then more than 30 people knelt down one after another. Chun Miao was frightened and got out of the car immediately, pulling the older woman and asking, "Sister, what are you doing?" "Thank you for saving our lives. Without you, we would have been living a life worse than death." They knew why they were captured. "Everyone get up and go home quickly to tell your families that you are okay." The older man looked at Li Wenquan and said, "Comradely, can I join the team? I escaped last time, but if it weren't for you this time, my life would be over. I want to join the team." The remaining girls also said they wanted to join the team. Li Wenquan nodded and said, "Okay, but not now. If you have any ideas, you can organize them yourself first." "Comradely, we can organize, but what should we do? Has the food been given? The most important thing now is food, right?" "Yes, the food is given according to the number of people." "Where do they live, brother?" "There is a house at the north end of our village. The old couple have been dead for several years. My eldest brother went to see the village chief, but he doesn't know what to say." "So the matter is settled?" "Yes, it's solved. My second and third brothers are very obedient now. Mom said that those who are disobedient and dissatisfied should get out."
We don't want any of them.
"Chun Jiang, do you know why Mom suddenly became like this? It was after you asked me to tell my parents about Chun Tong that my mother said we were going to split up the family the next day. They would serve as food for chickens, ducks, and geese in winter. These were not urgent tasks, so he just worked slowly. Maybe I was really lucky. I even pulled up a 2-gene carp. Looking at its big belly, it must be spawning, right? Otherwise, it couldn't be in the water plants. She had some extra money, but it was still spawning season, so she let the fish go. It's not that I'm a saint or anything, it's just that all animals are the same, and pregnant women still need to be taken care of. Don't pull the water plants anymore. Wait a while before seeing what happens. The fish eggs will probably attach to the water plants." Chun Miao looked at the mat on the ground, thinking that he also needed this. The sticks in their hands were waving, and it felt really easy. "Third sister, find 2 bags and pack the wheat grains tonight. We can dry them tomorrow morning." Chun Miao obediently went in and took out 2 sacks, which were of very good quality. Seeing them working so hard, Chun Miao went in to cook. She didn't know how to make vegetable buns, but she could mix the vegetables into the cornmeal. She had to let them eat at night, otherwise she would feel bad. This time I put some dried shrimps and leeks in it, and the taste was immediately different. Chun Miao carefully put down the basket and took out a dagger, which was bought for her by Xin Jianfeng. She pointed at a car, and then at herself. Li Wenquan understood what she meant.
This was the only way now.
The two approached carefully, but the villagers still discovered them. The men passed messages to each other and waited for the opportunity. Chun Miao knew he had no ability, but he could use an electric baton to shock the person unconscious and then stab him, so he wouldn't be discovered. It was better to be cautious, because the electric baton couldn't be discovered by others. Li Wenquan was quite nervous. "It's okay, let Xinjiang take you back." Chun Miao was eager to leave as she was pregnant, and the smell of smoke was everywhere, and she was afraid it would be bad for the baby. "Mom and Dad, I'm going home." The 2 siblings walked back and said, "Third sister, eldest brother's family was kicked out, and they didn't give eldest brother a penny. They also asked eldest brother to give them $5. We have no relationship anymore. We have severed the father-son relationship." Chun Miao thought that this was fine. If the child was not filial, it would be better to ask for money. This was the most cost-effective way. She fiddled with it for a long time before bleeding the 2 wild boars. Fearing that they would wake up, she used 2 electric batons again. She just waited on the side, looking at the electric baton in my hand. Such a good thing, but there is no place to charge it now. If it runs out of power, it will be useless in the future. After collecting the 2 wild boars and looking at the devastated land, Chun Miao no longer had any idea of saving it. Forget it. If there is something to gain, then harvest it. If not, forget it. The 2 wild boars could be sold for a lot of money. Chun Miao went down the mountain happily because of the harvest. He had already decided to go to the county town tomorrow to see if he could find a buyer. If not, he would bring back some tarpaulin. But she had a nightmare at night, as if she was swallowed by a monster. She was so scared that she said she would never go to the county town the next day. She thought that she would never go there in the future. She was not short of money now, and the wild boar would not go bad if she kept it in the warehouse. The excitement I had yesterday was frightened away. I decided to stay at home quietly. Chun Miao was startled when she suddenly heard the bell. She really didn't know what was going on and thought it must be something bad. We'll talk about it later. Go back and report. If anyone is willing, you can come to the village. There are mountains here. I will teach you how to shoot in the mountains. Now the girls were relieved. They were all from nearby villages, so they ran away together. Chun Miao got in the car again and learned to drive with Li Wenquan. Actually, she didn't know how to drive a truck, but it wouldn't be a big problem if she knew how to drive. Li Wenquan thought this girl was so smart that she could understand it after just being told once. The two drove the truck to the foot of the mountain one after the other. After the dumplings were served, Chun Jiang also brought the corn tortillas to the table. All three of you can eat dumplings. My third sister said that if it's not enough, you can eat pancakes. The guys were very good at eating. They ate all the dumplings and one pancake each. I don't usually have such good meals at home, so I ate too much without realizing it. After helping to clean up, the four boys went to the river to take a bath. After playing enough, they came back to continue working. By the time it got dark, the straw had been piled up outside, a large stack that looked quite solid. Third sister, let's go to the fields and plow the soil tomorrow morning. After a while, she smiled and found the electric baton. This should be used by the security guards who watch over the warehouse. Looking at the words above, it is still high power. In one hand, an electric baton appeared. In the other hand, a sickle appeared. Move forward carefully. The wild boar just glanced at her and continued to chew the bean stalks. Chun Miao thought that this was an absolute contempt for himself. The two wild boars he raised could fetch a lot of money, which was definitely much more than this amount of food. But the prerequisite is that you can deal with the wild boar yourself. Chun Miao was hit by a piece of dirt. He jumped and looked in that direction in horror. Li Wenquan waved at her, and Chun Miao ran over quickly. This person should be someone in the team, and she felt safe around him. What's going on? You do not know? Well, I heard the bells and led the donkey up the hill. Come here, 5 devils and 10 air guzzi. So, what are you going to do? Just by yourself?
Li Wenquan nodded. Yes, just me.
What should we do? What are they here for? Catch the woman. The word comfort women immediately appeared in Chun Miao's mind, and his eyes widened. Tell me, how can I cooperate with you and let them stay here? I woke up the next morning, staring at the ceiling with my eyes open, and placed my hands on my belly. I feel it is bulging a little. This body is thin, and it is easy to feel the abnormality in the lower abdomen. Is this really pregnant? Chun Miao is now thinking about how to live in the future. The autumn harvest should be completed this year. If not, he will do it slowly, or hire someone to do the work. But what about the money? Where does the money come from? These are all issues. Her hands kept rubbing her belly. No matter what, the arrival of the child was their fate, and she would no longer be alone. Chun Miao stuffed the money into Chun Jiang's hand. Third sister, I can't keep this money if you take it back. Then you can hide in my house, and you'll have money when you need it in the future. And you should eat the pine nuts, but you don't dare go to the county town. Third sister, can I go to town to sell it? Even if I can't sell it for money, I can at least exchange it for something else.
Chun Miao shook her head.
She gave Chun Jiang more money, because she didn't want him to go out. It was safer at home anyway. Chun Jiang was still unwilling to give up and was reluctant to eat. Third sister, please eat more. Besides, you have to watch over it if you go there alone. Why don't you just stay in the yard? Chun Miao was helpless. He didn't think about threshing wheat at first. The yard was full of vegetables, but it was okay to do it in the yard. He could harvest them by himself and work slowly. By the way, your father made a good threshing rod. Now you have nothing to do. Ask him to make you too. Yes, I understand. I didn't go home, as people usually eat at this time. When I went back to my mother's house, the men sat in the yard to rest. They should have gone to work in the fields in the morning. Third sister? Thinking of this, Chun Miao got up. There was still a lot of work to do. He put the chicks into the chicken coop, went outside to pick some wild vegetables, chopped them up, and mixed them with cornmeal. This would be his own nutrition in the future, so he had to take good care of it. The donkey was fed and ate by itself. I still have to go to the field today to check the weeds in the cornfield. I knew that I could wait until the corn seedlings reached their knees before I could weed them. This would reduce the amount of corn stalks falling over, and of course I almost didn't need to weed. But before the weeds are harvested, we have to weed. I only had time to brush my teeth before I started eating. I drank a bag of milk and patted my stomach in satisfaction. I put away the bathtub, fed the donkey, and went back to the field. I finished pulling out all the weeds in the wheat field in the morning and went home. Although I was very tired, I still had a donkey, chickens, ducks, and geese waiting for food at home. There were also 2 acres of corn left. I would take a nap at noon before going to work again. As I walked, I thought that there must be a lot of weeds among the sweet potatoes and sorghum on the mountain. It's really a lot of work. As she approached, a wild boar began to grunt. Was it warning her not to get close? What a joke. It was destroying the fruits of her labor, and yet it was warning her. Suddenly, she rushed over and stabbed the wild boar's head with the electric baton, and the big wild boar fell to the ground with a thud. The other wild boar looked at Chun Miao and stopped eating. Chun Miao was now staring at it intently, hoping that it would rush over. He had to be careful, as he was not alone now. They were standing still like this. I was afraid that the wild boar on the ground would recover, so I shocked it with the electric baton again. Chun Miao truly felt that this brother was real. Okay, big brother, when do you think we can build it? The day after tomorrow. Let's go find the clay embryos tomorrow. 3 days later, the woodshed was completed. It was really big, occupying a quarter of the yard. The roof was also reinforced, so it would not be a problem even if it rained or snowed in winter. Although it cost 2 yuan, Chun Miao felt it was worth it. Now he felt completely at ease. He would go to the fields every day and feed the little donkey with the wild grass and vegetables he brought back. In July, the weather was hot, and it rained a lot. I gritted my teeth and did all the work I had to do when I got home, and I didn't get up the next day. Actually, there were quite a few weeds in the vegetable patch in the yard, but I just couldn't get them up today. Looking at the marks I drew on the wall, I realized that I have been here for almost 100 days, 3 months, and I have been working almost every day. After waking up from a nap, I felt relieved. I had a good idea to take a day off today, but I just looked at the weeds in the vegetable patch and resigned myself to work. As soon as I squatted down, I felt a slight pain in my stomach. You've already paid me.
Take it.
Chun Miao was actually afraid that the adults in the family would think that he was fooling the child. Giving a little would also make the family feel more balanced. Chen Jiang took the cloth bag and called Zhuzi away. Chun Miao was feeding the donkey. After a while, Chun Jiang came back and went to deliver wheat to the other 2 families. Take these 2 liters home. Chun Jiang did not refuse, so as to avoid his second and third sisters-in-law from always saying sour words. Chun Jiang left. It was noon now, and everyone was resting at home. She went up the mountain wearing a straw hat. Chun Jiang, I want to dig a cellar so that I can hide there if the Japanese come. Third sister, don't you have a cellar at home? Our cellar is quite big. Probably not. Shun Jianfeng didn't tell me either. Let's look for it. It would save us a lot of trouble if we find it. Chun Miao was too busy to work now, so the brother and sister went in and started looking. It's true, there is actually an entrance to the cellar under the cabinet in the west room. I opened the lid and went down with a kerosene lamp. It was a little damp inside, and there was everything. And it was not small. Chun Miao was relieved now, thinking about moving to the west room. Chun Miao worked for more than 3 hours. It is probably already 2 o'clock now. He is too tired. Dad, I'm going home first.
Yeah, just that.
Chun Miao didn't care, but he was free today, but he would not leave his own work for them to do, and he had no affection for them. They were just parents who occupied the body, and they were related by blood, so it was unlikely that there was any real affection between them. I walked back home from another road and found a place. It was a puddle with a lot of yellow soil on it. It should be ownerless, right? I looked around and it seemed to have been there for a long time. She would not go to the mountain to farm next year, because she would not be able to take care of the 3 acres of land after having children. After tidying up the vegetable garden again, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chenjiang and his friends came back. Seeing their red faces from the sun, Chenjiang said, "Chenjiang, this is the wheat for Zhuzi's family. It's just a small token of my appreciation.
Take it.
You can also deliver it to Erliai and Dongxing's families. 1 liter contains about 3 pounds of wheat, which is actually quite a lot. It really is a matter of mood. Third sister, I don't want it. But it was in such an obvious place, so I was embarrassed to use it. I decided to go home. I was awakened in the middle of the night. Hearing the sound of raindrops outside, Chen Miao smiled. He had finally waited for the rain. The rain still didn't stop the next day, and she felt a little restless until the evening. The countryside is particularly humid on rainy days, and this is the feeling she hates most. Just treat yourself. Reward yourself with steamed rice, vacuum-packed pepper pork, and braised beef. This life couldn't be better. Today I only ate meat and no vegetables. After the rain stopped and the sky cleared up, she went to the fields. The two stood there, waiting to be searched. There was nothing in Chen Miao's basket, and the one who checked him was a middle-aged, wretched man. Li Wenquan wanted to rush forward, but of course he couldn't do that while his wife was being searched by a man like that. Chen Miao endured the humiliation of being surrounded and beaten by several people. Fortunately, her face was black. She had already checked, and there was no problem. She ran back and wanted to rush in to stop these people. They also let it go. After all, there were still too many people who needed to be checked. Even though Li Wenquan was beaten, he was still searched thoroughly. Shun Jianfeng knew clearly that he had to be careful and return home safely. These shameless invaders must be made to never return. He woke up and closed his eyes to rest, ready to go back to the battlefield at any time. Next to him lay Shuangxi, who was seriously injured. Jianfeng, if I can't go back, you must visit my parents every year. And if my wife wants to remarry, you must persuade my parents to tell them that I agree. Shun Jianfeng didn't open his eyes. Me too. If I can't go back and tell my wife to find someone else. After they finished speaking, they were both silent. In fact, which man would want his wife to marry someone else? Chen Miao was a little worried. How could he harvest the wheat? It was not until mid-July that the weather cleared up. It was too hot. However, the wheat turned yellow in 2 days, so it was ready to harvest. Chen Jiang came over at night and asked, "Can you ask Zhuzi and the others if they can pay me for harvesting wheat?" Third sister. You want to pay someone to do this? Is that okay? I'm pregnant now, and it's uncomfortable to bend over all the time. Can you bring them back and give them 5 copper coins a day? Okay, it's just 1 acre of land. The 3 of us can get it back early in the morning. She knew that she could only wait like this now. The more she moved, the more dangerous it would become. He lowered his head in the crowd, regretting it so much, remembering the advice given by the rich uncle. He had to come in, but there were no daily necessities. He would never come to the county town again. A car came over in a commotion, and looking at the Japanese soldiers coming down from it, Chen Miao felt that it might not be so easy to leave this place this time. I couldn't understand what the Japanese were saying, but I could understand what Ergo was telling me. Chen Miao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Okay, it's okay. I'll come to the field to find you tomorrow morning, Zhuzi said. I finished threshing the wheat for the first time this morning. I see the wheat yield is not low, about 200 kilograms, right?
Should be.
2 times can at least make 20 to 30 kilograms. Chen Miao had already started cooking dumplings, and she called them to get ready to eat. Chen Jiang washed his face after feeding the donkey. Threshing wheat was not a pleasant job. The wheat awns pricked his body, and it was very uncomfortable. The sun was too strong outside, so Chen Jiang put the table in the woodshed, which was spacious and cooler. This is just a cover-up for eating white flour in the future. As long as it is not too tiring, I still have to do some work. While pulling the weeds, I was thinking about where to thresh the wheat. I didn't find any threshing ground in the village. In fact, even if there is one, it may not be used now. After all, there is no wheat plantation in the village. The yield is too low, and there are whole families waiting for food, so of course I will choose the one with high yield. On the way back, I ran into the village chief. Uncle Wu, where should I go to thresh the wheat? The threshing ground in the village is almost abandoned. Yes, if Shen Jianfeng hadn't bought the wheat, I wouldn't have grown wheat. Chun Miao said as he picked wild vegetables. It would be bad if he never ate green vegetables. Shen Muchuan looked at the girl's behavior and thought it was okay. In fact, it was true. Isn't this what you have to do when you live alone? Chun Miao, can Xiaofeng come back this year? He said he would come back. Chun Miao felt that the possibility of him coming back was slim, and the possibility of him coming back in the next few years was slim. I went back home to tidy up the vegetable garden. The weeds are still small, so it takes less effort. Brother, how much do you think we still need? Chun Jiang and the others are removing the clay for me. 2 more are needed. Chun Miao knew he had to build it quickly, otherwise it would be troublesome when it rained continuously. Brother, do you have any adobe bricks at home? Yes, but not enough. Brother, I want to build it before it rains continuously. You guys think of a way to build it quickly. We also need to reinforce the donkey shed and repair my roof. We also need to build the chicken coop. I'm pregnant now, and I'm afraid I won't be able to do it in the future. How much does it cost? The 2 brothers turned around and said, Chun Miao, you can fix it for $2. Well, I came to see Dad. Chun Dongsheng looked at his daughter and asked, What's the matter?
Dad.
I want 2 batons. Chun Dongsheng also knew that his daughter was growing wheat. Okay, I'll have Qinjiang deliver it to you when it's done.
Yes.
Dad, please help me make 2 more clay molds. I want to build a chicken coop and a barn for the donkey. Chun Dongsheng nodded. It was not a complicated task, and it could be done in a short while. Dad, I'm going home. They didn't leave their daughters to eat either. They all had the same idea. A married daughter is like water spilled, and no one has much food in their family. The weeds in the cornfield were hoed again, and the weeds in the wheat field were pulled out. It's already the end of June. Chun Jiang came over that day and asked, Are you free tomorrow? Third sister, what are you going to do? I want to grow the corn quickly. The corn seedlings are not short anymore, so I need to grow them quickly. If I'm free, I'll come over before dawn tomorrow.
Okay.
You can use your own animals to farm, but the corn seedlings are so big now, and you are afraid of damaging them. Chun Jiang looked at Chun Miao and asked, Third sister, are you pregnant? Yes, I'm pregnant. Children in the countryside know a lot about these things. After all, they get married early. She shared it all among us. Chun Miao walked into the room and felt the water was still hot. He was too lazy to take a bath and thought it would be more comfortable to sleep with a bath. The next day, I continued to weed. Now I didn't dare to work like I did before, so I did it leisurely. I'd just finished lunch when Qinjiang came over again. What's wrong with you? Third sister, my eldest brother's father-in-law and his family came over this morning and were beaten by my mother. Chun Miao thought that this mother was really powerful. She dared to beat anyone. Mom, you didn't feel wrong, did you? I was hit on the face a few times by my eldest brother's mother-in-law, but in the end my mother beat her pretty badly. Third sister, I've been particularly afraid of my mother since I was a child. This time, when I saw her beating someone else, I felt so happy. Chun Miao asked him to sit down and eat the pancakes, which were filled with brown sugar. Qinjiang was really hungry, and the family hadn't cooked yet. While eating, he talked about what happened this morning. 8 people from my eldest brother's father-in-law's family came, and my father was about to take us to the fields when they blocked our way. But if they really can't go back, they should not let them suffer. Chun Miao started weeding 3 days after the rain. After checking the field, he found that the weeds were still not working as fast as in the cotton field. She made ridges for the cotton. The seedlings were still small, so she squatted and weeded with a small hoe. If she got tired, she would switch to a big hoe, and she would go back and forth like this, and it would take her a whole morning to clean up the field. In the afternoon, I went to weed the wheat field. You can't use a hoe here. I always had to bend over and work until it was dark, and I couldn't see anything. We had dumplings for lunch today. There was buckwheat noodles in the storeroom, and half of the white noodles were added, so it shouldn't be noticeable. There is really no other way. I have to be careful in everything I do. Take action immediately to prepare the vegetables. Wash the cabbage and blanch it in hot water later. While she was cutting leeks, Chen Jiang and a few other boys came over. Looking at the leeks in the hands of the third sister, Chen Jiang felt distressed. Aren't they too small? Chen Miao ordered them to put them in the west. Not to mention, these guys are quite capable. There are 100 yuan for 3 carts. Now she was not afraid at all. She was only thinking about how to deal with these beasts. Li Wenquan had already opened fire. There was nothing he could do. Guzi had already started shooting. However, the villagers surrounded them and interfered with them from behind, causing chaos. Li Wenxuan's shooting skills were quite accurate. He knocked down 3 people, and the villagers entangled 2 of them. The remaining 3 people were the ones who had just returned.
This is the most dangerous time.
Chen Miao also didn't know how to use a gun. But the villagers who were caught were also very powerful. No, I must help him. It's not a big deal for me to just take the things out. But how can I make this person believe me? Besides, she can't be sure that this person is the one. The 2 were very close to each other. Chen Miao moved closer to him again. My husband is on the battlefield.
That was all she could say.
If this person wasn't him, and she was wrong, she might be in danger. I'll cover you for a while. My name is Li Wenquan. My name is Chen Miao. Do you have something? I can help you hide it. Quiet, what are you talking about? 2 outsiders. The 2 of them now appear to be hugging each other. Third sister, I'll ask Zhuzi and the others. They should all agree. 5 clay pieces for 1 copper coin. I think they should agree.
Okay.
Go ahead and tell them. This way I won't have to worry about it. At noon, I put minced meat in the pancakes, and today I also put a lot of wild vegetables in it. It tastes delicious. Chen Jiang, find your own partner. There is not much work in the fields now, so you still have time to work. Chen Jiang, isn't the money too little? If you think it's too little, don't do it. If you have 100 clay pieces and 20 copper coins, you can buy a lot of candied melons. She strolled to the second peak, where there should be fewer people. Some of the weeds were taller than she was, and she had picked a lot of wild vegetables along the way, which she and the chickens, ducks, and geese at home also ate. After passing through the bushes, there was a large open area in front of him. It was all stone, and he actually found a cave on the mountain. The treasure immediately emerged in Chen Miao's mind. A sickle appeared in his hand, and he walked quickly towards the cave. When he reached the cave entrance, a flashlight appeared in his other hand. He shone it inside, and if there were any animals, they would come out. I thought about my yard. Could it be the place that was being paid special attention to? There were pros and cons, and it was hard to say. After resting for more than an hour, I finally calmed down. I couldn't hear any noise from the village from the mountain. I was really worried about my home and was curious about what had happened in the village. I decided to go down the mountain and take a look. There shouldn't be any problem if I'm careful. When we got to the foot of the mountain, we found nothing unusual, so we bravely walked towards the village. It was quiet, which was not right. Usually, the children could run around in the village, but today we didn't see any. The wild boar went crazy and rushed towards her. She was so scared that she almost died. How could she have encountered such a thing before? When people are in danger, their potential is huge. Unexpectedly, the second knife stabbed the wild boar's forehead accurately. Then came the third knife, this time in the eye. The wild boar fell to the ground and twitched. Chen Miao ran over and stabbed it twice in the neck again. Then he ran to the side and watched from a distance, letting the wild boar struggle to its death, and getting injured himself was not worth it. He stared at the wild boar closely until it stopped moving, then he walked over carefully. 5 copper coins per person, with smiles on their faces. Chen Miao asked Chen Jiang to feed the donkey and come back to make a fire. Third sister, I forgot what dumplings taste like. They are so delicious. I'm full, it's okay. Look how much I've done. Third sister, you put too much oil. It smells so good. Then you should eat more. I'll just try it, you can eat the rest tonight. My little nephew wants some.
No, you eat it.
Chen Miao pushed the remaining dumplings to Chen Jiang. After eating, Chen Jiang ran away, and Chen Miao rested. Now she had to take a nap. It was almost evening when Xinjiang and Juzi came over pushing the adobe bricks and said, "Third sister, I made this." Dad asked them to move out tomorrow. Chun Miao thought that her family would come over. Could it be that the woman wanted to go back to her family home to find someone because she was upset? Her mother's pressure was too strong, and she was not satisfied with the separation, so she didn't dare to go back to her family home. So she found this excuse? It's very likely. Arriving at the door of the house, Xinjiang still has cakes at home. "Come in and have some." "Third sister, please come in. I'm full at night." Mother still cooked as much food as before and didn't let eldest brother's family eat it. Today, she met all the relatives of the original owner. When she came, no one talked to her, and her nephews and nieces remembered her. Don't run into someone outside in the future without knowing who he is. I went in and called my parents, and nothing else happened. You eat some too. Dad, I've finished eating. I'll go back if you guys are fine. Let Xinjiang take you there. Dad, I can do it on my own. The kid hasn't finished eating yet, so he should eat more. He guessed that no one would leave any food for him, and he wasn't afraid of the night. "Third sister, I'm done eating now, I'll take you there." He called the four of them to eat. At first, Juzi and the other three were a little reserved, so Chun Jiang asked them to eat. "My third sister made this for us. After you finish eating, follow me to dry the wheat outside and thresh it before it rains." Chun Miao was listening to the four boys talking in the room and thought that the money was really not wasted. They came out to clean up their stuff when they finished eating and went to dry the wheat. It should be Xinjiang who did it, and the stuff had been cleaned up. The four half-grown boys were really capable. When she woke up, they were already threshing wheat outside the yard. This meant that they didn't have to pay for it. Chun Miao also understood and thought about making more delicious food for this kid in the future. In the next few days, a lot of soil was harvested. Chun Miao thought it should be enough to build a firewood shed, right? He should go to Zhao Tian and ask them to help build the firewood shed. "Chun Miao, let's go over and take a look tomorrow." In fact, if there is a man in the family, there is no need to do this. He can cover it himself. A young wife definitely can't do this. The next day, when they had just let out the chickens, ducks, and geese, the Zhao Tian brothers came over and said, "Chun Miao, if the place is as big as you said, there won't be enough soil." They also rushed towards the three people. Seeing that there were too few people there, many villagers ran over. Li Wenquan ran over quickly and shot everyone one by one, but he was not sure to hurt any innocent people. At this time, Chun Miao didn't know what she could do. She didn't have the ability to fight head-on, but sneak attacks were okay. In just a few minutes, the remaining 5 were also taken care of. Li Wenquan left no one alive. Everyone was frightened, but now they are all safe and out of danger. The village chief ordered everyone to pull these people together. Li Wenquan looked at Chun Miao at this time. She had the money, as she could even drink milk in turns. I ate my fill secretly and saw someone driving a car towards me in the distance. I didn't expect that it was the rich man who bought my pine nuts last time. She was still quite conspicuous, with a big black pig weighing several hundred pounds on the cart. The carriage stopped beside her, and the rich man got out. "Little girl, do you want to sell this wild boar?" "Yes, uncle, do you want to buy it?" "I can sell it to you at a lower price." "How much do you want?" "Uncle, you take care of it." Tang Pingxing smiled and said, "You're quite capable. Okay, I will give you nothing." Chun Miao felt really at ease now. He was happy to think that he didn't have to work anymore. The harvested wheat was placed in the yard. Although there was a hoe, I didn't dare to use too much force and there was no big space, so I just piled it in the yard and scraped it with a hoe just like scraping sorghum. Although it was slow, it was not dangerous. The next day, she let out the chickens, ducks, and geese, and went straight to the fields instead of going home. The 4 boys have already finished 1/3 of the work. In fact, it is better to start early to avoid the heat at noon. I hurried home and just made some pancakes with brown sugar and stir-fried bok choy. This wild boar weighs 400 kilograms, and it is not easy for you to bring it here. I will give you nothing either. How about $8? Chun Miao looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle, I don't know the price. If you say $8, then it's $8. In fact, Chun Miao said that she felt it was too little. Her ideal was 10 yuan. But it wasn't much different, and she could save herself from going to the city, which would bring certain risks. Girl, don't worry, I definitely didn't give you less money.
Good.
At this time, 2 followers came over and Chen Miao also helped. The 4 of them put the wild boar onto the carriage. Chen Jiang sat in the third sister's car. I remember it too. Well, you try it. Chen Miao stopped the car and exchanged seats with Chen Jiang. At first he was really not used to it, and Chen Miao told him the steps. Li Wenquan was watching from behind, wondering what was going on. Don't be nervous. It's nothing. Right. Shift gears. Release the clutch, and gently step on the accelerator. The car rushed out. Li Wenquan ran over and saw that it was the boy driving the car. He didn't say anything and ran back to drive again. Once Chen Jiang got used to the game, it wasn't that hard for him to do it with his hands. No, I just came to see you. Third sister, I'm going back now. There are pancakes at home you can eat too. Chen Jiang shook his head. No, the family has already cooked. Chen Miao was actually quite lonely and wanted someone to talk to her. But this guy ran away. The next day, we continued to climb the mountain. There were a lot of weeds in the sorghum field, and we had to thin out the seedlings. It was dark before we finished. Chen Miao felt like she was walking with a limp. She was so tired. She wondered why she was so tired. Anyway, no matter what, we are now in a difficult situation. We are exhausted and have no choice but to persevere. Chen Miao smiled and continued to work. He had a child so he could support him. It would be easier if he didn't have a child. It didn't matter what he did. Although I really think about it, I pay more attention when I work. After cleaning up the vegetable patch, I used the cut branches to build a fence around the chicken coop and a simple chicken coop. It won't be a problem even if it rains in the future. Because there is a possibility of pregnancy, Chen Miao eats more. There are many maternal and child products in the warehouse, of course. There are folic acid and DHA. Whether you're pregnant or not, it is not wrong to eat them. Fourth brother, what did you eat at third sister's house? Why does it smell so good? I smell meat. People nowadays can't eat good food, so they are particularly sensitive to smells. Third sister, where is the meat? It's you who wanted to eat it. Chen Tong still didn't believe it, but his third sister wouldn't let him go to her house. Chen Miao had a nightmare at night. What happened today really scared her. She knew that coming here would really put her life in danger. She should just live an honest life in the future. The next day, I went to the fields and saw that the green wheat was about to sprout. Chen Miao stood up and suddenly remembered that she had never had her period since she came here. She didn't know if this girl had her period before. Although she was 15 years old and her heart were developing well, she didn't know anything else. She took a big hoe and started weeding. Suddenly, her face turned pale. Could she be pregnant? Chen Miao stopped what she was doing and stood in the yard. Although it was only once, it was possible. It's already so hard to be alone. What if I have a child? The wheat can be harvested, and it's only more than 5 months old at that time. But when harvesting corn, it's almost 7 months old, and it's very dangerous to do anything. I saw it twitching. It seemed that it was almost done. Another wild boar rushed over, and Chen Miao's electric baton still hit its head. It also fell to the ground and convulsed. Then he gave me the second blow. I squatted down in fear, sweating profusely. Fortunately, I have such a good thing, otherwise I really have no way out. They wanted to collect the wild boars but couldn't, which meant that the 2 wild boars were not dead yet. Now was not the time to be afraid. She took out a sharp hatchet and chopped at the wild boar's neck. The big guy had thick skin and flesh, but they were at the mercy of others. Sir, my wife is scared. Stop talking nonsense and stay here quietly. As he said this, he hit Li Wenquan on the back with the butt of the gun. Now they were at a loss for words, but Li Wenquan stuffed a package of something into Chen Miao's hand. This should be paper. Chen Miao suddenly turned around and lay in the man's arms. Li Wenquan's body was stiff, but his arms were still loosely placed on both sides of Chen Miao, as if a husband was hugging his wife to comfort her. It just happened in a flash. Chen Miao broke away from Li Wenquan's arms, then turned around and continued to lower his head. This reduced the number of weedings in the future and also saved the cotton from falling down when there was a strong wind or heavy rain. After waking up in the afternoon, Chen Miao started pelling pine nuts, thinking it would be better to exchange them for money. The next day, I went up the mountain and found that the crops had not been harmed by animals. In fact, I really didn't find any wild rabbits or anything here. After the inspection, I didn't go down the mountain but went deeper. It's already June. There should be animals in the deep mountains, right? In fact, even if there are, it's not certain that we can kill them. Without herbicides, it would be a problem to kill insects in the future. I gritted my teeth and finished weeding the cotton field in one day. When I went up the mountain the next day, I was mentally prepared, but when I saw the weeds on the sweet potato ridges, I felt like crying but had no tears. There is no other way, just do it. Without any hope, you have to do it yourself. After a whole day of weeding the sweet potato field, I said to myself that I had put in so much effort, but I didn't want the field to be harmed by animals. When I got home, I saw Xinjiang standing at the door. Have you finished all the housework? There was a pistol, which belonged to the Japanese leader. It would be just right to give it to that girl. Village chief, here are guns. I can teach you how to shoot, but you need to find young people with quick minds. The rest of the people must have weapons, even farm tools. The Japanese will definitely come back. Arrange the old, weak, sick, and disabled to stay behind, and the rest of the young and strong must participate in the battle. The village chief nodded. He didn't know what to say now. Anyway, they had already dealt with so many Japanese and ergo, so there was no point in being afraid. The cornmeal will not have any skin when eaten this way. This way the little donkey will have something to eat. Third sister, how did you get the wild boar down? I was really curious. Pull it down. What else can you do? Can you pull it alone? Even if you can't pull it, you have to find a way. That's money. Chen Jiang smiled, isn't it? That's money. Is my nephew okay? Chen Miao felt warm in his heart. This boy had a good heart, which was why he was willing to accept him. Chen Jiang returned home and found that his meal was still left. He called his younger sister and Chen Tong and asked them to share it. I used a strong flashlight to shine around, but still found nothing, so I had to leave without giving up. We continued to climb up after finding nothing. After another half an hour, we found the cave again. This time he was prepared, holding the sickle tightly in his right hand, ready. After shining the flashlight in, he heard the movement, which made Chen Miao even more nervous. The beam of light was swaying in the cave. Hearing the sound of running, he swung the sickle in an instant. This time he used all his strength and let out a cry, and trembled with fear. Looking closely, it turned out to be a dark wild boar, and the blow just now had pierced its neck directly. It's already June. I won't raise pigs this year. I'll just buy some meat during the Chinese New Year. If you don't want to go to the field, just pick up the cotton on the side. You need to break off the useless branches of cotton. In fact, too many cotton bolls are not necessarily a good thing. Third sister. Here. Chen Miao crawled out of the ground and looked at the clay mold in Xinjiang's hand. So soon? Well, Daddy even made a trowel for me to remove the clay for you. No hurry, wait until it rains. It won't dry even if it rains. Okay, I'll go with you. Xinjiang, do you think it's okay for me to buy it? Li Wenquan also arrived. What's wrong with you? Chen Miao shook her head, holding her belly and strolling slowly, rubbing her hands on it, saying don't be afraid over and over again. Chen Jiang followed Chen Miao carefully. The little girl brought over a middle-aged woman who ran to Chen Miao's side. What's going on? Fifth aunt, I just felt a little pain in my stomach, but it's better now. I was scared. It's okay. Li Wenquan still didn't understand. But he didn't have time to think about it now, because the village chief had already arrived. What's this person's name? He knew it must be someone in the team. Anyway, he knew that he was a lucky person and was blessed by God. Everything looks fresh, so can I hide in it when I'm in danger? It would be great if the warehouse could be moved, so it would be convenient for me to do anything I want, right? She thought to herself how nice it would be to go up the mountain. Unexpectedly, when she came out of the warehouse, she was already at the foot of the mountain. Chen Miao was so happy that he went into the warehouse again, thinking of going to the back of the county post office. When she came out, she was really at the back of the post office. Chun Miao took a deep breath and entered the warehouse again. He quickly took aim and pulled the trigger, aiming at the wild boar's left eye. There was a gunshot followed by the howling of a wild boar. The beaten wild boar rolled on the ground. Another wild boar also spotted Chun Miao and rushed over. This time Chun Miao held the gun in his left hand and aimed it at the wild boar's left eye. This way he could know his aim. The wild boars were knocked down in the same way, but they were not dead and were still struggling on the ground. Chun Miao was reluctant to use the bullets and ran over quickly. This time, he used the electric baton. The two wild boars were obedient and looked at where he shot. Shen Wufu called Li Wenquan to eat. Village head, where is the female comrade today? This is her trophy. Comrade Li, you mean Chen Miao, right? I'll take you there after dinner. She's a young wife living on her own, so we can't stay too long. Young wife? That girl is married? Actually, it's normal to think about it. Thinking about the scene of her touching her belly today, she is pregnant, right? Shen Wufu's family specially gave him some pancakes today, and he felt quite embarrassed. Comrade Li, don't be polite. There's nothing good at home, so just make do with what you have. Village chief, I'm so sorry. A few young boys like them also came over together, as they were not polite just now. Li Wenquan and Chen Miao nodded and asked the boys to pick up pebbles or dirt by themselves to test their aim. The boys all ran away. Li Wenquan asked Chen Miao to take out the pistol and patiently explain the situation to her. The one you have is more advanced than the one I have. Chen Miao listened attentively, took it apart, and put it back together again. He tried it several times and felt relieved when he found nothing wrong. It's all about accuracy. Try it yourself. This woman is really amazing. She mastered it so quickly. Chun Miao didn't have anything to clean up, but she had to cook quickly because it would be very inconvenient to go up the mountain. In fact, she thought the Japanese wouldn't come so soon. If too many people came, they would have no chance of survival. If the news hasn't leaked out, they should have a few days to look for it, which also gives them time. Chun Miao sighed. How did he come to such a chaotic world? But he could realize his childhood dream. When he knew the history of invasion, he thought that if he had the chance, he would definitely take revenge. Now he had the chance. I touched my belly and told myself that I couldn't be too willful. Comrade Li, this is what you should do. You can be said to have saved the lives of our fellow villagers. I still feel embarrassed about this. Li Wenquan smiled and said, I didn't make such a big contribution. It was everyone who saved themselves. And that female comrade, a woman who can have such courage and such a kind heart, I am ashamed of myself. Shen Wufu did not expect that Chen Miao, who usually spoke little, would be so courageous. Yeah, we didn't expect that Chen Miao rarely talks. This also shows the feelings that the female comrade has for the villagers. She is willing to save everyone regardless of her own safety. Once we're done here, I'll bring 2 people with us. Comrade Li, can you tell the difference? I mean, what if a Japanese woman is mixed in with the crowd? We'll talk about it later. They're all nearby people. We'll make arrangements after we rescue them. Chun Miao thought that no one from the Japanese would come to investigate in the near future. There were quite a few Japanese in the comfort station, so they must have been wiped out. Even if the Japanese from other places came, it would take some time. Besides, it would not be found out that they had been here for a while. But how can Li Wenquan know what happened in the county? Third sister. They are all learning how to shoot. I want to go too. We'll go in a minute. A pistol was delivered to me last night. It's much lighter than their rifles. Chun Jiang happily picked it up and looked through it, with a smile of surprise on his face. Third sister, this is really a good thing. The brother and sister went over there. At that time, the few people from yesterday were already training. Li Wenquan was instructing them on the posture of holding the gun and telling them how to aim, which was the most important thing. When Erlei and the others saw Chun Jiang coming, they followed him. Chun Miao nodded and left. She went home to practice by herself. After all, it was inconvenient for her to be the only woman here. This body has very strong arms because it has been doing farm work for a long time. Chun Miao was experimenting in the yard. Her accuracy was absolutely good. She seemed to have a feeling that she could hit whatever she pointed at. Now she was excited. Was it possible for her to become a sharpshooter? The distance in the yard was too small, so she excitedly went up the mountain to give it a try. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. And you can do it over long distances. There was a baby in my belly. I had to keep it safe no matter what. There couldn't be any danger. After drinking a bag of milk, the water was already boiling, so I immediately boiled the dough and started making pancakes. She knew that every household in the village was packing up. Fortunately, it was this season. Otherwise, how would so many people spend the night in the mountains? It was almost dark when the pancakes were ready. Normally, everyone would be at home preparing for dinner, but now everyone was packing up their things on the mountain. Those who have cellars will store their household items in them, but they will also have to take their daily necessities with them. He did not hit the target he wanted, but only the head. He still needed to continue practicing his accuracy. The animals in the mountains are the best targets. Not only can we get something from them, but they are also the best targets. They are dynamic, not fixed, they're waiting to be shot. After collecting the 2 wild boars, we walked back with satisfaction. While walking and eating, she was so excited that she forgot she was hungry. She touched her belly and said, "Baby, is mommy really awesome? I can protect you in the future." Chun Miao felt very proud. Subconsciously, she had always felt insecure, especially after knowing that it was 1943. I'll tell you if there's any news when Comradely comes back. Now in Chun Zhang's mind, third sister is already very powerful, and it's right to listen to her. Chun Miao closed the door and entered the space. Looking at the weapons and gold bars he had collected, Yin Yuan was really happy. But I still feel a little regretful. The Japanese should have a lot of good stuff in their hands. I made a mistake and shouldn't have been so excited. It would have been perfect if I had collected all the valuables. There are really a lot of bullets, but my favorite are mines and grenades. These things have great lethality and should be more fun to use. It was not until Qin Jiang came back in the evening that Qin Miao realized that Li Wenquan came over in the morning to tell him that they should go there again to fight the Japanese. Not that Li Wenquan left on his own. "Third sister, I want to go too. But mother told me that if I dare to run back, she will break my legs." "You're still young. Just comfort him." Qin Jiang was a little discouraged. He really wanted to go. Chun Miao would not encourage him because there was no mercy on the battlefield. If something really happened, he would regret it for the rest of his life. "Third sister, Comrade Li left today, but he left a mission for us. In this turbulent era, one must learn the ability to protect oneself. In fact, her character is not to rely on anyone but herself." Li Wenquan nodded and said, "Sure, you can learn with me tomorrow." It was not a good idea to stay here any longer, so the two of them left. Chun Miao returned to the house and saw that there were still a lot of bullets. He thought that he would have a chance to save more bullets, as they were consumables. "I didn't expect that I was just an ordinary girl in my previous life, and I will become a capable person in this life." The next morning, Qin Jiang came over and Qin Miao asked him to eat. They asked the second son to prepare them and stew them in the evening. They couldn't be kept in such a hot day. "Fourth brother, there must be some at third sister's house. Why don't you go to her house to eat?" Chun Tong said. Chun Jiang said nothing. When did his younger brother become like this? He remembered that his third sister didn't let him go to her house, and he knew that she really didn't like his younger brother. Chun Miao returned home and started to clean up. After taking a shower, he lay on the kong. Although it was hot, it was still comfortable to sleep on the warm kong. When she was half asleep, she suddenly felt her head swelling. "I have already reached the third peak, but I still haven't encountered the wild boar I want. I have already picked up a lot of small stones, probably 3 baskets full. Maybe these things can save my life in the future." Seeing a pheasant flying by, Chun Miao used a small stone to hit both pheasants with both hands at the same time. Chun Miao showed a surprised expression on her face. She didn't expect that both hands could be used. She quickly went over, cut the pheasant's neck, put it away, and continued to move forward. She was now full of confidence. "I don't care about anything else, and just want to prove myself. Li Wenquan was teaching the young people in the village to shoot. The boys were actually quite accurate, and Li Wenquan thought they were all pretty good. 2 people, 1 gun, and some bullets. Let them practice their accuracy by themselves, and the bullets should be used sparingly. When it got dark, Shen Wufu sent 10 people to monitor the road and pass on the message, if there was any danger. Li Wenquan also felt that the Japanese would not come tonight, not so soon. Even if they knew that the 15 people had not returned, they still needed to look for them. He looked up at the sky, hoping it would rain so that there would be no traces left on the road. There were already quite a few people gathered here. Li Wenquan had called Da Qiang and Xiaosong from the village to go with him. They were both fast runners and young. As they left, Chen Miao saw 2 girls. They also saw Chen Miao and came over to hold her hands. "Thank you." "What happened?" "Our village is the closest to the county town. We felt the ground shaking at night. We also heard a loud noise. In the middle of the night, the villagers knew that the residence of the Japanese in the county town had exploded, and the gendarmerie next to them was also affected. In the morning, the villagers wanted to enter the county town, but were unable to because the gate was closed. Suddenly, she heard a woman singing, and she knew immediately that she was from China. That meant that everyone here was from China. We pulled the cart to the cooking area, and a fat middle-aged man checked the dishes that were delivered. The food that little Leo, the son of a witch, sends is getting worse and worse. If he keeps doing this, I'll change him. Chen Miao just lowered his head and said nothing. "Are you dead? Why don't you unload the car quickly?" Chen Miao agreed and immediately started unloading the truck. Of course, there was no way the women could eat the vegetables as there were too few of them, but there was still plenty of food. As for the gun, of course he wanted it. Chen Jiang did not go home after dinner. Today, the family did not work but waited. If there was any news, they would bring the things up the mountain. He also lay on the Kong. Seeing that his 3rd sister had fallen asleep, he also closed his eyes. He had not slept well all night and soon fell asleep too. Because there was someone next to him, Chen Miao only slept for half an hour and then got up. "I went out to get some water for the little donkey. It was so hot that we had to sit under the eaves." Chen Jiang came out when he heard the noise. "Third sister, I'm going to practice my aim too. But it's really inconvenient for me as a gay man. I know you're pregnant, but there is really no other suitable candidate to cooperate with my work." Chen Miao looked at Li Wenquan and asked, "Are there any Japanese women there?" Li Wenquan nodded. "There must be. What if they harm us when we go to rescue them?" "As far as I know, they are not together. The Japanese woman is alone in a yard. Then how are you going to deal with those women?" She had heard from her grandmother that many Japanese women were forced, but of course there were also many who were willing to give. They couldn't tell good from bad. "Well, where's Dad?" Father Chen came out and looked at his 3rd daughter. "What's the matter?" Chen Miao put down the basket and said, "Dad, I caught this in the mountains and brought it to you. Although he is the father of this body, they don't have a deep relationship with each other. It's just that I always trouble my father to make things for him. Besides, I don't want to eat these things." Chen Dongxing looked at the pheasant and the rabbit and nodded. "Okay, you can stay at home for dinner tonight." Chen Miao shook his head. "No need. I'm going back." The Chen family was very greedy for pheasants and rabbits. Chen Miao was excited now. She was alive, which meant that the warehouse could allow living things to enter. She went out excitedly and ran to the chicken coop, where she saw the chickens and ducks piled together. She was now outside the chicken coop, thinking about putting away the chickens. It really worked. In fact, she was still 2 or 3 meters away from the chicken. The chickens in the warehouse were still piled together, with no changes, and I could see one of them moving slightly. They were not released either, to see how long they could stay in there. He went into the house with a smile and entered the space again, thinking that it would be great if there was electricity. Li Wenquan said this to help the woman. He heard that she was married and was probably pregnant. It was difficult for her to live alone. If the villagers were grateful to her, her life would be much better in the future. After eating, Li Wenquan picked up the things he had prepared and followed the village chief to Chen Miao's house. "This is my niece-in-law." My nephew also joined the team. Li Wenquan didn't say anything. In his heart, This girl was a brave, resourceful, and patriotic person. Chen Miao had just finished her meal and fed the little donkey. She was ready to take a bath. She felt that she could not bear the day any longer. Chen Miao drove the donkey cart to the river and loaded all the dried waterweed onto the cart. He put all the dried waterweed into the woodshed. He could feed the chickens and ducks in winter. Although they couldn't lay eggs due to the cold weather, they could still grow fat. After everything was packed up, he went into the house to make cotton shoes. In fact, country people, especially country women, have no free time at all. Their homes, fields, and kangs are packed with work. I started making my own cotton padded clothes. The children's clothes were the same as the adults. I made a thin cotton padded coat and a thick one according to my body shape. I really didn't expect that she would have the courage, but her health didn't look good. Chen Miao locked the car and went directly to the river to drive the chickens, ducks, and geese back home. It was already so big, it would be sad if there was any damage. She lay directly on the Kong, and now she felt scared. In her previous life, she heard from her grandmother that her aunt was captured to be a comfort woman. That aunt was also very powerful and escaped from there. In order to avoid gossip, her family let her live in the mountains. Grandma said that the aunt told her a lot of inhumane things over there, which was why she had the courage to rush out just now. What he feared most was harming the poor Chinese people who were captured. There was really no good solution. After all, it was not just one or two Japanese devils. Chen Miao was woken up. Li Wenquan told her that he was going to deal with the Japanese devils, and Chen Miao would try to save people. Chen Miao certainly had no objection. The two set off carefully. He was also taking care of Chen Miao, knowing that she was pregnant. The SP-ped was not too fast. When they reached the door, Li Wenquan called softly, and after hearing the response, the two of them went over. The four people went in quickly and acted separately. When I heard the knock on the door, I thought it was Chun Jiang coming. When I opened the door and saw two people, I didn't let them in. Chen Miao, Comrade Li has brought you the spoils of war. Li Wenquan handed it over and said, Comrade, this is a pistol, perfect for female comrades. There is also a watch, which is convenient for you to check the time. And $5 for a kettle. Chen Miao didn't expect that he would be given so many things. Only a fool would refuse. These things are not necessarily available for you to buy even if you spend money now.
Thank you, Comrade Li.
Can you teach me how to shoot tomorrow? He shook his head and smiled. There was no power generation equipment in the warehouse. He thought he was thinking too simply. There are still 2 bars of power left in the stun gun, which is very useful, but it will be useless when it runs out of power. I thought I might as well try it myself. Now that I'm here, what's impossible? I found the charger and plugged it into a power source. I didn't expect it to actually charge. What is going on? This is too unscientific? Thinking of this, Chen Miao smiled. He traveled here and brought a lot of supplies with him. Is this scientific? There is no way to explain these things scientifically. I caught 3 wild rabbits along the way. They were all hit on the head with small stones. The deviation was not particularly large. She felt that this was another golden finger of hers, which gave her this ability. The possibility of living smoothly and safely in the future would be even greater. Looking at the big black wild boar in front of him, Chen Miao smiled. What he thought came true, and he felt like his heart was about to jump out. Estimating the distance between him and the wild boar, he decided to give it a try. A pistol appeared in his right hand and an electric baton in his left hand. Li Wenquan shook his head and said, Village chief, you must accept this money.
This is all I have.
Da Qiang and Xiaosong came over and told Li Wenquan that their family agreed to let them go with them. Okay then, when the rooster crows, you two come over here. After Chen Miao finished weaving the straw mat, she went to her mother's house to tell Chen Jiang that she wanted him to help take care of the livestock at home. Third sister, I will be there tomorrow morning. She was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when she heard a knock on the door. She really didn't want to get up and she was still thinking that there was something wrong with Li Wenquan. No one can come here easily. Let's tie him up in the woods. Li Wenquan, Da Qiang, and the other two quickly brought little Easy in. Li Wenquan went along to buy things, and the remaining two hid in the woods. There are quite a lot of things to buy. Chun Miao asked in a low voice, comradely, how about knocking out the two people at the door and letting Da Qiang and the others take their place?
Yeah, fine.
Just the two of them can wait outside. The two went into the city and bought what they needed, as well as some food. There's no need to rush. It's a good opportunity to observe what's happening in the county. She was startled and woke up rubbing her head. But the feeling still didn't go away. Now I couldn't sleep at all. I closed my eyes and rubbed my head. Suddenly, the image of the warehouse appeared. Chun Miao frowned. There was no change in the warehouse. What was going on? But her head was still so swollen that she wanted to hit it hard. Suddenly, she found herself in the warehouse, and she could touch things inside. It felt very unreal. There was an apple next to her, and she picked it up and took a bite and could really eat it. Could it be that I could get in? Is it possible? I thought about going out, and when I came out, I still had the bitten apple in my hand. Thank you, no thanks. I'm not in a hurry. I'll go down the mountain slowly, and still be able to play with the kids. Looking at Chun Miao leaving again, Li Wenquan did not move, but kept staring at her back. We walked until we could no longer see them, then turned around and continued up the mountain. After walking for a while, we saw a sweet potato field. This should also belong to Chun Miao, as no other family in the village grows crops on the mountain. The sweet potato vines are very vigorous. Having spent a long time in the countryside, I know that sweet potatoes are harvested early, but even if I want to help with some work, I can't. He's willing to give us everything to eat. There's still a bag of dried squash left. I won't eat it myself, so you can take it away. Because of my children, I didn't raise pigs this year. The dried squash I dried last year was intended for raising pigs to eat this year. After Chun Jiang left, Li Wenquan educated Chen Tong, if you have this idea, just practice at home by yourself. You are too young, and the team will not accept you. He left after he finished speaking. He still needed to have a good talk with her Chiang and the others. After the last battle, they had all matured a lot, so he still needed to let them know the importance of things. In the afternoon, I prepared 2 large boxes of pickles and dried vegetables for Qin Jiang. This time they walked back. If it didn't work, they would ask them to drive away a donkey cart so that they could bring more back. After thinking about it, I decided that since Comrade Li takes such good care of my son, I should invite him to have dinner at home today. After thinking about it, I decided to make dumplings. There are a lot of vegetables in the yard. Today I made vermicelli and shredded radish filling. It tastes better if I add more oil. Everything is ready. Let's go find Li Wenquan. Auntie, I won't go. We can't eat at ordinary people's homes. This is a rule.
We are not ordinary people.
You are our Qinjiang's comrade in arms. It is normal to eat at your comrade's house. Li Wenquan was stunned by what he said. Third sister. Mother is making dumplings. Don't bother. Li Wenquan is having dinner at our house. It was not appropriate to come to third sister's place. Chun Miao did not persuade him any further. I'll bring you some pickled beans. Okay. Our cook is really stingy. We still have some of the pickled vegetables you brought last time. We only give 2 or 3 pickled vegetable strips per person per meal. There are still so many pickles at home. Take some more. Last year, Chun Miao pickled 2 jars of pickles, but she didn't eat much of it herself. Okay, I'll bring some back and give it to our cook. It's getting late, so I should go back. I had imagined it was great and thought I could gain something, but the reality is it was a wasted trip. On the way back, I saw 2 rabbits. I had already pulled out my gun, but I didn't shoot in the end. It was not worth wasting 2 bullets for 2 rabbits. Regretfully, he went down the mountain and ran into Chun Jiang at the village chief's house, who came to invite him back for dinner. I'm not going. Leader, eating at your house is the same as eating at the village chief's uncle's house. Let's go. Li Wenquan thought about it and agreed. Chun Jiang's home was the home of a comrade in arms, and the village chief's home was the home of an ordinary citizen. It was quite interesting to listen to their chat. I heard a lot of gossip in the village. I don't know how authentic it is, but it's definitely entertaining. It was midnight when all the corn was pea-peled and those who helped went back to rest. Chun Miao boiled some water after they left. He was all wet from carrying corn husks outside. He had to take a bath anyway. By the time she got on the Kong, it was already past 1 o'clock. However, all the corn from the 3 acres of land had been put into the corn basket. This was the biggest harvest of the day. I didn't want to get up the next day. It was too uncomfortable. Chun Miao took the 2 girls to Shin Wufu's house. The village chief should arrange this matter best. Just follow his instructions and do whatever he tells you to do. When it was time to go to bed, the 2 children lay listlessly on their mother's shoulders, without crying or making a fuss. Chun Miao let them both lie on the Kong. Aunt Wu, I can't. It's getting late. Xiaoqin and Lame, you 2 should stay at my house tonight instead of going home. Uncle Wu, if you need anything, just call me. I can do anything. Chun Miao, we won't live in your house. We have a lot of things to do. Chun Miao returned home, thinking about the passionate girls. 5 days later, Da Qiang and his friends came back. Some of them were injured, but none of them were serious. Chun Miao smiled at the mature Chen Jiang. Although it was dangerous, it was not a life or death situation, but it was also a good exercise. Third sister, look at what I brought back for you. Chun Miao looked at the pocket watch in Chen Jiang's hand and was stunned for a moment. You didn't make any mistakes, did you? Of course not. This is my trophy. I killed a Japanese leader alone. Besides, I have already reported it. Chun Miao took it and flipped through it. It's useless even if you give it to me. Keep it for yourself. He also needed to listen to what they didn't understand. There were only 4 of them left in the Chen family. Liang Saishao looked at Chen Tong and said, Give up, I won't let you go. Going out there is risking your life. You are not reasonable. If you are in danger, it will be too late to regret it. Of course, Chen Tong was not convinced, but he really didn't have the courage to refute his mother. How could Liang Saixia not know her own son? If you run away too, then the team won't want you, and you won't come back. Your family won't want you either. Chen Tong was in a very bad mood. Why did they treat him like this? Otherwise, she felt uneasy and took precautions. The 2 children sat in the cart made by Chen's father, eating snacks and watching their mother work. After Chen Jiang came in, he picked up Yun Shan and Yun Xian. He smelled the milky fragrance on them and looked at his 2 fair and clean nephews with genuine admiration. Third sister, I'll go turn the soil for you. Li Wenquan said, He'll leave tomorrow morning. No need. It's too early now. I can do it myself when the time comes. It won't be tiring. Tomorrow morning when you leave, come here, and I'll make you some fried dough twist to take away. At night, Li Wenquan stayed at Chen's house and shared a room with Chen Jiang. Chen Tong went to sleep with his parents. I ran into your third sister when I went up the mountain today. She was picking cotton. I wanted to help her with some work. Boss, when are we leaving? The day after tomorrow morning. Then I'll go turn the soil for my third sister tomorrow. It's just a little early. It's early indeed. Chen Jiang, I have $5 here. Please give it to your third sister. It's not convenient for me to go. It's difficult for her to take care of 2 children alone. Leader, my third sister definitely doesn't want that. Chen Dongsheng was also very happy to see a strong and capable son. As long as the child is willing and has this intention, and as parents, he should not be a hindrance, as long as he is safe. That's enough. Chen Jiang answered his younger brother's questions while working. Of course, he would not tell his family about the dangerous things outside. Chen Tong's face was full of envy. People who have never been out of the country will certainly yearn for life outside. He just wanted to follow along. He was almost 9 years old, so he should be able to join the team, right? He didn't say this idea. Chen Tong's mind worked quickly. Third sister, no need. Save it for my 2 nephews. Why waste your time? Just take it if you ask me to. I'll also give you 2 pairs of cotton shoes. Chen Jiang's face was full of smiles. Okay, I understand. Go back to work and help out more. I'll be back in a while. Chen Tong wants to come with us. He just told Li Wenquan about it while we were having dinner. Chun Miao knew that his mother would not agree. Chen Jiang ran away on his own. Now that it has come to this, there is really no other way. It is impossible for Chen Tong to go. How about you eat here at noon? I'll make you dumplings with chives and eggs. Chun Miao smiled maliciously. She carried the two children over and said, "Wait here for me. I'll pick them for you." There are many thorns on the branches of the sour jujube, which are particularly sharp, but I don't want the children to get hurt. He picked a handful of red sour dates and came back with a smile. The two little guys who didn't know the dangers of the world also smiled and picked up one each. Children will put new things into their mouths. Chun Miao held back his laughter and looked at the expressions of his two sons, feeling a little bit expectant. Looking at the two wrinkled little faces, Chun Miao smiled unkindly. He knew that this was Chun Miao's land. This year, cotton was planted here. Her laughter could be heard from the field. He called out from outside. In fact, Chun Miao had almost finished picking the cotton, and the mother and her two children were almost at the end of the field. Hearing Li Wenchuan's voice outside, Chun Miao agreed, bent down and held the hands of his two sons so that they could go faster. In fact, Chun Miao had no other choice. If there were anyone to help look after the children, they would never take two children who couldn't walk well to the fields. In other words, she could store the children in the space when they were tired or hungry, but ordinary people really couldn't do the work.
Comrade Li.
Comrade Chun, I will help you with the work. Thank you, but no, the cotton has been picked. Comrade Li, what are you going to do? I want to go up the mountain to see if I can encounter any wild animals. Chun Miao nodded, already holding the two children. Then, Comrade Li, be careful. Li Wenquan looked at the two pretty little ones. They were so cute.
He really envied that man.
After saying this, Chun Miao carried the two children and walked past Li Wenquan, trying to go down the mountain. Comrade Chun, I'll take you down. Chun Miao turned his head, and in that instant Li Wenchuan's heart skipped a beat. Li Wenquan heard the answer and waited outside. He could also vaguely hear Chun Miao's voice. After a while, I saw the woman wearing a headscarf, carrying a basket and leading two children. He felt a little sour in his heart. This woman was really not easy. I heard from Qin Jiang that his brother-in-law was also a member of the team, and he left after marrying his third sister for one day. A traditional man believes that a man is lucky to have left behind a bloodline after going through life and death. But seeing how difficult it is for a woman like Chen Miao, I sincerely feel that it is too selfish for a man to do this.
Chen Miao, what are you talking about?
We have food at home, just go back and eat. Don't be so nosy.
All 7 of them said so.
Chen Miao also felt really embarrassed. He thought he would repay the favor later. I feed the donkey at home and use the other one for work in the afternoon. If the opportunity arises, I will really sell one. The two children were full, so she sent them into the space and drove the cart to the field to pull corn stalks. When she arrived at the field, she saw Shen Muchuan and a few other older people helping to tie up the crops. Third master, I don't need you. Go back and rest.
Really?
The young men were very excited. They were passionate and enthusiastic, and they had already discussed how to fight back when they were caught. They know they have no chance of winning, but they will never give up if they don't try. No one is stupid enough. Once the artillery towers are built, that will be their death. They didn't expect to be rescued. The feeling of surviving a disaster made them very excited, and they wanted revenge even more. They felt it was shameful not to resist after being captured. After they returned, they discussed with the village chief about coming here, and finally he agreed.
He still knows my third sister. You can give it to him, but don't say it was given by me.
That won't work. My third sister doesn't believe it either. She can live a good life without anyone taking care of her. Li Wenquan sighed and said, Go ahead and try it yourself. I hope her life will be easier. The next day, Qin Jiang went to Qin Miao's house after breakfast. She was tidying up the vegetable garden at home. She had dried a lot of vegetables. In fact, she really had no shortage of vegetables to eat now, but it was just a habit. She used to be a person who wanted to be ahead of the times in everything she did. Although the brothers couldn't speak yet, they could already understand. Chun Miao let them sit in the walker and gave each of them a teething stick. Now they are often bitten when feeding, and she has thought about weaning them. She didn't know the procedure either. After thinking about it, she ran out with the child in her arms to call Lu Qingshi's house. After I came back, I held my two children and watched how others did it. Maybe I won't have to ask for help from others in the future. It took more than an hour for the lamb to come out. Watching the lamb stand up unsteadily, I sighed in my heart. This is the difference between animals and humans. His skills were average, but he carried a gun, so he wouldn't get hurt if he encountered a big animal. He wanted to get something good for Chin Miao. It was not easy for a woman like her. He gave her all the $5 he got this time.
He would leave some for her next time.
Her man was still somewhere unknown, so he would take care of her as much as possible. Thinking of this, I walked faster and a little anxiously. Chun Miao walked downstairs holding the two children, and Yun Shan pointed at the sour jujube and shouted. Chun Miao smiled and said, "You can't eat that." Yun Shan also saw the red sour dates and shouted along with his brother. The two children were not good. They started to make a fuss after waking up. There was nothing I could do but take care of them. It just so happened that I was going to pick cotton today. She knew that 3 of the families who had helped her yesterday didn't have any livestock, so before going up the mountain, she went to ask them if they wanted to use a donkey. Human relationships are mutual. If someone helps you, you should never pretend not to know. The men from both families followed Chin Miao to drive the cart. If it were in the past, there would be no need for that, but now they were all in a hurry to harvest the crops quickly, so they did not refuse. "Didn't I just tell you that you can't eat this? What do you think?" The 2 little ones didn't like to cry. Even though they were hurt, they just looked at their mother pitifully and didn't cry like other children. Chan Miao stuffed candies into her 2 sons' mouths, and all 3 of them laughed. When she gets home, she still has a lot of work to do when she lets them play in their walkers. There is a lot to do in daily life. Chun Miao would talk to the 2 children while walking. They would also respond with and ah. Li Wenquan walked for more than half an hour, but gained nothing, which made him a little depressed. "That's fine, but what if they can't come back? It doesn't mean they won't kill us if we don't resist." Chun Miao nodded. "This Shaoqin is really amazing. Our village will definitely not lag behind. I think we should protect the elderly and children and do a good job in logistics." "Chin Miao, don't we have to go to the battlefield?" "I don't think so. If the worst happens, let's make arrangements for the elderly and children first." 2 girls were in charge of taking the lead. They searched all the villages along the way and found that no one disagreed. "Let's go find our village chief. This needs someone to organize it." But this was convenient for him, so Li Wenquan didn't think about it and just continued to work. Chun Miao threw 2 more grenades. Anyway, it was enough to kill the Japanese. It seemed that he would not suffer any serious loss, and he did not want to cause any speculation, so he threw the grenade and went home. I feel much more relaxed and at ease. It's actually not as scary as I imagined. In the next few days, Chun Miao cleaned up at home. There was nothing to be afraid of now, and the Japanese should have no chance to come. Every day, I would take my 2 children to do some work for other people. In the second half of the night, I went over to see what was going on. She arrived just in time, and now the battle was going on. The Japanese and Ergo had just suffered a lot of losses. The landmines were very effective. Now they were surrounded and attacked. Although the weapons were not good, the terrain was good, which caused great trouble to the Japanese, and there were many casualties. The truck in front led the way, followed by a number of soldiers. There was no distinction between night and day. But night was convenient for Chin Miao. She threw 2 grenades into the crowd. This was a big mess, and both sides didn't know what was going on. The 2 children were very curious about the lamb and wanted to reach over, but Chen Miao would not satisfy them. Lu Qingshi's wife looked at the cornmeal outside. "Do you want to grind more? There are only 3 of us in my family, so it's not easy to sell grain. We still have some. If you go to deliver grain next time, I'll send some more." Lu Qingshi's family didn't say anything. Chen Miao had 3 acres of land, and the 2 children hadn't eaten yet. It was normal to have more food. But if it were me, I really couldn't bear to give it up. Chen Miao let the 2 children in. She lit a fire and cooked some cornmeal for the sheep. Chen Miao went up the mountain to pick cotton. In the past few days, there were not many cotton berries that had burst open. But there was no work to do these days. He was idle anyway, so he might as well do more work now to avoid the pile of work in the future. The 2 children followed their mother. Chun Miao was relieved that there was no danger.
he could even talk to them. Chun Miao also tried to work as fast as possible, as it was still quite hot in the fields. Besides, he was afraid of snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the mountains. Li Wenquan came here with Chen Jiang last year to harvest sweet potatoes. The woman and children at home had been worried for the past 3 days, and now that they had finally returned, even Chen Tian and Zhao Area were no longer angry. Chen Do hurried to cook. Chen's mother told her that cooking pancakes is fast and delicious. Chen Dongsheng sat on the Kong and talked to his wife about the situation at the outpost. They just made us work. There was no one in the nearby villages who was not arrested.
Give me food?
Here. Even though I'm not full, it's still okay. This is the case in every household now. Men talk about what happened outside. The team members said that if it weren't for Qin Miao, a lot of people would have died. Chun Miao carried his 2 children up the mountain. The 2 brothers were sent into a space where there were many toys that could talk to them, so they were not afraid. Picking cotton is not tiring, but it is quite uncomfortable. The cotton is directly stored in the space, which is faster. This work cannot be completed in one go. The first batch of cotton picked is the best, and the unopened cotton bolls have to wait. She prepared food for the 2 children before noon. She ate 2 buns and continued to work without taking a break. It was almost dark when I returned home. I had already told the 2 families that they didn't need to send animals, and they would send them when they were done. At that time, his parents didn't agree, so his 4th brother ran away secretly. He knew that it would be useless even if he said anything, as he definitely couldn't be allowed to go, so he ran away secretly anyway. Chun Jiang saw that there were still a lot of corn stalks that had not been pulled, so after following his father back, he said he was going to his 3rd sister's house to drive the cart. It would be faster to pull the cart back with 2 carts. He just wanted to do more work at home in the next 1 or 2 days, and put it away only after finishing all the housework. After the 2nd truck was pulled back, Li Wenquan also came to help. Liang Saixia listened to her sons talk about what happened outside. She didn't know whether it was true or not, but she knew it must be very dangerous. It was like a head tied to the waist of the pants. Who knows when the person will be gone? Now that he has been out for such a long time, it is impossible not to let her son go. Mom, I'm going to work in the fields with my dad. Liang Saixia looked at her son who had run away. She gave birth to 5 sons, but only the 4th one was good. I wonder what it will be like when you get married.
Now it seems fine.
Now that her son is back, Liang Saixia wants to make something delicious for him. 3rd sister, I will have a chance to get it later. Chen Miao looked at his proud look and did not refuse, as this was his sincere gesture. 3rd sister, I'm back. He came here directly after returning and has not gone home yet. When are you leaving? Comrade Li is here too. He will probably have to teach Chiang and the others. He will have to stay for 2 days at least. Knowing the approximate time Xinjiang would leave, I decided to fry some fried dough twists for him. Chun Jiang returned home, where his mother was, and talked about what happened outside. Mom, Comrade Li is taking special care of me. Don't worry. The 2 children were still awake, so I was afraid they would fall, so I carried them to open the door. Xiaoqin and Lame came in from outside the door. Qin Miao, we came to see you. My father went to see someone off and said that there are a lot of Japs and Urga this time, and the team is short of manpower. Lame and I discussed, how about we women form a women's army? Li Wenquan told them last time that these 2 girls have always been thinking about him.
Chun Miao, let them both in.
Are the women from both your villages willing? What else can we do, if we don't want to? The men in the village have just been released. Chun Jiang told them that after all, he had experienced a lot in the past 6 months. Of course Da Qiang and the others were willing. Who wouldn't want to go into battle and kill the Japanese? They felt that was what it meant to be a real man. Song Qingmin received orders from above that the Japanese and the Urgu were moving towards the side. There are too many people and firepower. They will definitely not be able to hold out until the leader sends people over. Even if they do, there will still be a big gap in support, so let them prepare in advance. Li Wenquan and the other guy were really worried. No one would bully them in the future. I didn't go home either. I went to the mountains to take a look. There was no problem with the cotton. If there were a few sunny days, I could pick cotton. The The sweet potato field is also doing okay. I have cut a lot of sweet potato vines, and it has not had much impact on the sweet potatoes underground. It was already noon when the mother and her 2 children arrived home. Chun-do came over just after dinner. Third sister, Dad said you went to the Japanese sentry post? I have to go. I see so many people working outside, and there are many Japanese and Japanese dogs. Fortunately, this place is far from the town. There are a lot of Japanese and ergo there. We have to leave quickly. They were all tired and hungry. After hearing what Chen Miao said, they quickened their pace. If they were caught again, they would be really doomed. It's okay to rest by the river without eating, but it's not okay to rest without drinking water. Chen Miao hid from everyone and fed the 2 children breastfeeding so that they would be more obedient. The 2 little guys were already hungry and whined for a long time in the car. This time, a bottle of milk was not enough for each of them. Chen Miao covered them up and sat aside waiting. It's already dark, and I guess the team will be here soon. Anyway, no matter what, this method definitely has a better chance of success than a direct attack. An hour later, Chen Miao heard some noise and came out to see that quite a few people had joined the team. The leader was puzzled when he saw the 2 children in Chen Miao's basket. He began to arrange work. Chen Miao was left behind, a woman with a child. How could a woman be allowed to take risks? After waiting here for about half an hour, I heard gunshots. Chen Miao prayed in his heart that nothing would happen to the common people. She cooked boiled pork slices, a dish with a strong flavor that could definitely cover up the smell of the poison. Someone was still watching her cook, but this didn't stop Chen Miao from poisoning her. After the spicy aroma came out, the meal was served over there. The little devils must have priority over the 2 dogs, but the boiled pork slices were made more. Everyone can get a spoonful. Chen Miao was watching them happily eating the boiled pork slices. Even if they didn't eat all of them, at least 80% of them had eaten them. The 2 men called Chen Miao to leave. Chen Miao had just told the chef what to do. We still need to give them more nutritious food, hoping for more goat milk. The team received food and other things sent by the common people. Chen Jiang chased after Lu Qingshi and asked about the situation of his 3rd sister. Lu Qingshi really didn't know much. As grown men, they couldn't just look at a young wife, but it was good enough for him to know. Your 3rd sister brought a basket of pickles. Before he could finish, he heard a trumpet call. Uncle San, you guys go back quickly. After Chen Jiang said he was going to gather, he knew it would be these days. He didn't know the exact time, so he waited for notification. 4th brother could do it, but why didn't they let him come back? Liang Tsaixia didn't explain anything. She had already told him that he couldn't go. The team didn't accept children of such an old age. This was her confidence. In that era, parents were supreme beings, and children could not refute them at all. Chen Tong was unwilling to do so. He felt that his 4th brother was envied by his friends after he came back, and his parents did not beat him but instead made delicious food for them. Since his mother didn't agree, he ran out to find Li Wenquan again. After Chen Jiang left, Chen Miao and her 2 sons cleaned up the yard again. I want to ask if there are any bullets for my gun. Song Qingmin took the pistol and took a look at it. Yes, I'll give you 100 rounds of bullets. Thank you, leader. Song Qingmin also gave Chen Miao some rice, flour, and oil. He felt that this woman was really different. Everyone was in a hurry to go home. Chen Dongsheng drove the car. The 5 injured people and Chen Miao sat in the car. The 2 children looked at everyone eagerly. They had never seen so many people before, so of course they were curious. The remaining 20 or so people were walking behind and they would take turns to ride in the car, so the SP-ped was not much slower. I can do it myself. This isn't a hard job. It's okay. Just load the truck quickly. The families on both sides of her had not yet harvested their corn. Now it was her family that had harvested its grain. After 4 loads, the corn stalks were all at home by night. They were all stuck on the wall so that they could be ventilated and dried quickly. She felt like she hadn't done anything that day. She was still very tired. She had just finished feeding the livestock. Lu Qingshi and his mother and 2 of them brought their own small stools over to peel corn. Chen Miao didn't want to work at night, but since everyone else was helping her,
She felt embarrassed to move a stool and sit down with them. The two children sat next to her. They stood up with the help of the stools, and then sat down again, but they were still very well behaved. After a while, more women came, all not far away. Chun Miao, please coax the two children to sleep. There are too many mosquitoes. It was indeed getting late. The mother went into the house. But the two children were very active and were unwilling to go to bed, even though they knew someone was at home. After washing them, I let them feed. They finally fell asleep. I quickly came out to work. Half of the corn had been pea-pellet. She started to put it into the corn basket. Why is that girl so brave? It can be said that everyone in the village is talking about Chun Miao. From now on, we will help that girl with anything she needs.
Got it.
From now on, if there is work to do at her house, we will help her even if we don't have to do it ourselves. The people from the Zhao, Yang, and Zhang families also talked about Chun Miao when they returned. Tell your daughter to be nice to Chun Miao. If it weren't for that girl, we wouldn't be able to come back. Even people from other villages who had no connection with the Chun family knew about Chun Miao. Those who had daughters in their families talked about how this girl had saved their daughters. Thank you, doctor. Can you give me some medicine for my wounds? The old doctor went out, and Chun Miao followed behind. There were a lot of medicinal materials in the warehouse at the back, and it was very beautiful to watch him prepare the medicine smoothly. The old doctor prescribed 10 doses of medicine, 3 bowls of water boiled into 1 bowl of water. This jar is the ointment. I'll give it to you. Whether you can take it out depends on your ability. Chun Miao understood what the old doctor meant. There was nothing he couldn't take away. Thank you, doctor. I'll give you the money. No, just don't give me away if you get caught. He also noticed Zhang's little trick, which allowed them to rest. After all, they had run all the way here. Da Qiang hugged Zhang and said, "You are really good. You actually ran away secretly." Zhang smiled and said, "My mother and my third sister wouldn't allow it." "Your third sister will definitely punish you when you go back." Zhang smiled. "My third sister wouldn't do that. She even brought me so many delicious foods last time." "You have a good idea. You will know when you see them." Zhang, can the Japanese come? Even if the Japs don't come, Ergo will definitely come. There will definitely be a battle for you to fight. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, Andy, I'll go over to eat." Zhang has arrived at the field and is now pulling back the corn stalks as he needs to clean up the land. Dongsheng was also very happy to see his son come back. Of course, going out has a bright future, but it is too dangerous. Zhang called out Dad and started loading the truck. Chun Tong and Chindo were really happy to see their fourth brother come back, and they all surrounded him. Zhang has been out for such a long time, and he has become much stronger. Brothers who live together will feel closer after being apart for such a long time. They can keep doing this for a long time. If I don't tell them to talk, nothing will happen. Chindo looked at his two nephews and didn't know what to say. His mother said that his third sister didn't trust anyone. Third sister, brother Daqiang and the others went to help the team and left this morning. It's a good thing. Otherwise, if too many Japanese soldiers come, we won't be able to recover. That's what Dad said. Oh, and I made a small car for Yunshan and the others so they can sit in it. They can stay still while you work. Li Wenquan also came with his comrades. Song Qingmin smiled and asked, "Do you know Chun Miao?" There were still 2 loads of corn stalks that could be pulled back, so there was no need to rush. The dumplings for lunch were a real improvement in life for the 2 of them who had always been eating out from a big pot. There were not many dumplings, so of course Chen's mother let Li Wenquan eat them all. Seeing others eating pancakes, he felt embarrassed to eat dumplings. Although Chun Tong also wanted to eat dumplings, he didn't do it the same way as before. He wanted to go to the team and didn't want to leave a bad impression. No one knows a child better than his mother. Liang Saixia discovered her youngest son's abnormality. They had to make sure everyone was well fed. If a war really broke out, it would be a life and death struggle. Chun Miao was cleaning vegetables at home when he heard someone shouting outside. "Third aunt?" "Chun Miao, the village chief asked your uncle to deliver the food." Chun Miao immediately understood that every household was required to give some. "Aunt San, I have 2 bags of cornmeal here. I just ground it the day before yesterday.
I have a lot of pickles at home, so I'll bring a basket over as well. Lu Qingshi nodded and said, Okay, I'll tell your uncle to drive over in a bit. Chun Miao hurried to prepare 2 full bags of cornmeal, a large basket of pickled vegetables, and after thinking for a while, he also took a lot of dried vegetables. How should they prepare for this? Take out the topographic map. We've got a lot of explosives this time. Li Wenquan took 20 people to bury the explosives, and Song Quanmin arranged the subsequent arrangements. If there are not enough people, they can only play to their own advantages. They choose the best location on the land and try to eliminate some of them. This way, the pressure will be much less. Li Wenquan's actions here are very fast. Song Quanmin brought explosives to bury them. We also need to find a way to make them take this road. If we are lucky, we may be able to defeat the enemy with fewer people. Of course, she would not agree to her youngest son joining the team. The elders did not want their sons to bring honor to the family, but just wanted them to be safe. Chendo is still young, so she can eat with them. If she were an older girl, she would not be allowed to sit at the table and eat with outsiders. After lunch, Li Wenquan left. Sorry, I can't go to other people's houses for dinner in the future. It feels so bad. After thinking about it, I decided to go up the mountain to see if there is any harvest and bring it to the Qin family. Thinking about it, I walked towards the direction of the mountain. Go, and do your own work. It's okay. Xiaofeng and the others will be here soon. We can finish it for you in less than half a day. The two began to break the wood. They heard shouts from behind, and 5 more people came over, including 2 men, holding small pickaxes in their hands. This made Chen Miao feel really embarrassed. The 3 mu of land was really harvested before noon. Chen Miao had already brought back 2 truckloads of corn cobs. There was still 1 more truckload left, and all the corn in the field could be brought back. Second aunt, I'm going to go back and cook. You can all come to my house for dinner later. The next day she arrived in town early, and there were quite a few Urgus here. This must be some big move. Chen Miao felt a headache. I don't know where the team is. I still need to inform them. They should know about such a big move, right? I entered the clinic with a heavy heart. I came too early, and they were preparing to open the door. What do you need, sister-in-law? Chen Miao looked at the waiter, who didn't look like a bad person. But the waiter probably didn't know how to make medicine, so he still had to find a doctor. Brother, I want to see a doctor. Then please sit and wait for a while, little sister-in-law. I didn't mean for you to follow me. You go by yourself? The old village chief disagreed. Yes, I have small goals. Then you must be careful. Chen Miao nodded, picked up the basket and wanted to leave.
Leave the child to me.
Chen's mother called Chen Miao. Mom, I'm taking care of 2 kids by myself.
How can you carry a child?
Mom, I'll take care of her myself. No matter what, the 3 of us will be together. In that case, don't go. I'll go. Mom, don't worry, I know what to do. Everyone in the village tried to persuade Chen Miao to leave, but she just left with the basket on her back. The 2 children held onto the edge of the basket and looked at the villagers behind them. Chen Miao looked at Chen Do, who was chasing after him, and said, Here's the key. The door is not locked. Take the animals back. When the chickens, ducks, and geese come back by themselves at night, remember to drive them back in. Chen Do took the key and hesitated to speak. She wanted to say that she could take care of the 2 nephews, but she looked at her 3rd sister's face and didn't say it. Everyone watching this scene felt their noses sore and their eyes red. Chen Miao was moving very fast until she could no longer be seen. The old village chief sighed. Go back. Go to work according to your husband's schedule. They should also know the situation here. So many people will not die in vain. It depends on whether the Japanese come here or send air Guzi. After they had made all the arrangements and knew that Da Qiang and the other 15 people were coming, Qin Jiang was overjoyed. It had been almost half a year since he left, and he finally met his acquaintances in the village. He was really excited and wanted to know the situation of everyone in his family. He had so many questions he wanted to ask, and now was not the time to chat. Li Wenquan knew them well, as he had brought them up himself, so he directly arranged them into his team. In fact, this is youth, this is passion. He is really old, and he can never be as impulsive as them. In fact, sometimes being impulsive is not a bad thing. Life without passion is really meaningless. After putting the two children to sleep, I went to check on them in the middle of the night. If there was something I could do myself, I would help. No one wanted to make sacrifices. If something could be solved, there would be no accidents. It was not until the second half of the night that I entered the space, carrying the two children. Looking at their arrangements, I think they are very reasonable. Chun Miao felt that he shouldn't take advantage of others. He took out $1, but it was not enough, so he took out another dollar, put it on the table, and ran away with a basket on his back. Since I have poison in my hand, there is no need to waste time.
But I still contact the team.
Chun Miao collected all the medicines as he walked. There was no danger outside the town. Chun Miao left quickly and found a cornfield to go into. Not knowing where the team is, others may take a long time to find it, but Chun Miao doesn't need that.
She actually guessed it right.
The team was not far from here and was targeting this artillery tower. Why did she bring the children here when it was so dangerous? The leader came over. Thank you, fellow villager. Without your help, there wouldn't be much damage. None of our comrades were injured. Chun Miao smiled and said, "This is what I should do. Leader, can I go home after I finish cleaning up here?" "Okay. We can go back now." It's too dangerous to leave it like this, so he decided to burn it. Now that they can leave, people in a village will of course gather together. The leader stopped Chun Miao and said, "Fellow villager, you got the donkey, so you can drive one away." Chun Miao smiled and said, "Thank you, leader." The gunshots became more and more frequent, and the two children were frightened awake. They cried loudly, and only when Chun Miao held them in his arms did they calm down. There were so many mosquitoes that she had to wrap herself with cloth so that the two children would not be bitten in her arms, but her face suffered. Although it was 2 miles away, the sound from the other side could still be heard clearly. Although there were gunshots at this time, they were not dense. This should be, because the poison was effective. Another half an hour passed, and there was no more movement. Chun Miao fed the two children and walked over quickly with a basket on his back. The hostility towards her was much less. The three of them drove out, all very excited. I saw everyone eat it. The ones on duty, that is. Chun Miao got off the car in the woods. "You two, I'll wait here." "Okay. Be careful." The two drove away in a hurry. After Chun Miao entered the woods, he entered the space. The two children played well by themselves. This time, he came out holding the two children. The main thing is that the villagers all know that I brought my child out. I'm really in a dilemma. I can't trust it to someone else, so I have to keep it myself. The two little ones fell asleep soon after they came out. Every household in the village is preparing. Those who have more take more, and those who have less take less. It filled 2 donkey carts, and at this SPE we should arrive by midnight. Chun Miao was also very worried. A lot of things had happened nearby since last year, and with so many Japanese dead, they would definitely send a large force over. This will have a greater impact on the deployment, and they will not bear such a loss. At night, the mother and her 2 children had just laid down when they heard a knock on the door.
Chun Miao, I'm Xiaoqing.
I remembered that this was the girl I saved last time. Chun Miao was so disappointed. What should he do? Kill them one by one while they were sleeping? Suddenly, he remembered that there were many drugs developed by the Japanese devils in the space. "Doctor, I have some medicine for the little devil here. Do you know what it is?" The old doctor looked at the several kinds of medicine that Chun Miao took out carefully. "These 2 are poisons. The other 2 are wound medicines." Chun Miao breathed a sigh of relief. The poison didn't have any smell. Using the medicine they developed to deal with them should be the retribution of heaven, right? He felt a little excited thinking about it. They didn't expect that they really came back. Some children ran back to ring the bell. Ringing the bell at this time would ring in everyone's heart. As soon as they left the house, they saw their husbands coming back. Every household was filled with crying, not out of sadness, but out of joy after surviving a disaster. The pillar of the family had returned safely. This family had not broken up. Chun Dongshan got off the car, and the 4 of them went home. Chun Miao drove back by himself, talking to his 2 sons along the way. When the father and his 2 sons entered the house, they heard crying. There are too many people there, and it is impossible to rescue them. I thought of sneaking in and poisoning their food so that those who are captured can escape. Besides, we really can't let them build the artillery tower. There will definitely be many casualties by then. Chun Miao felt that it was best to tell the truth, and he didn't feel uncomfortable looking at these two. He took a gamble, and if it didn't work, he could run away. The old doctor looked at the woman in front of him. She was an honest person who had seen many people and was good at judging people. I don't have the medicine you mentioned. The people in the team knew Chun Miao and didn't stop her when they saw her coming. After entering, I saw that everyone was busy digging a hole. Now I know why they haven't come out yet. The villagers saw Chun Miao and shouted excitedly. They already knew that it was Chun Miao who saved them again this time. After hearing the shouting, Chen's father and son came over immediately. Dad, are you all okay? It's okay. He was just beaten. There's no danger. Chun Miao was relieved now. Chun Tian saw that the basket the girl was carrying actually contained 2 nephews. He really didn't know what to say. How did you find this place? Chun Dongsheng asked his daughter. I followed the truck and found the direction. I found this place by looking at the wool tracks. Dad, I told the villagers before I came here. Chun Dongsheng nodded. Thanks to you, otherwise there would be a lot of casualties. I heard from my comrades in the team that the Japanese had a lot of guns. I didn't know there was a team here, and I couldn't do anything by myself. I went to the town and found the poison. I ran into the team on the way. That's why we got together. Otherwise, I couldn't do it by myself even if I had the poison. The girls were very envious, and they also wanted to be that kind of person. Chun Miao returned home and cleaned the house very well. He quickly lit the fire and gave the 2 children a bath. Finally, they were able to sit in the walker, and the 2 children were so happy that they shouted, "Ay. It's settled. The rest is not something they can handle. There will definitely be another battle. It sounds like Da Qiang and the others want to help. This is not something they can participate in." After taking a bath, the mother and her 2 children played in the yard. Only when they lay on the Kong at night did they feel comfortable and at ease. In fact, there are really no patients coming to the clinic right now. It is difficult to eat now, and we have to endure the illness. The old doctor looked at Chun Miao for a while, then stood up and walked to the back. Chun Miao followed behind and entered what should be the study. Tell me what's going on. Chun Miao gritted his teeth and said, Doctor, I want poison. A large amount of poison, the kind that is colorless and odorless. The old doctor shook his head directly. I don't have any here. Doctor, listen to me. Outside the county town, the Japanese and Ergo are building a gun tower, and my family is inside. He also turned out everything on them and knew their names. My friend, why did you shoot? Comrade, this gun was given to me by Comrade Li Wenquan, and I learned how to shoot from him. The 2 nodded. They didn't dare to waste time, as someone would take care of the rest. Thank you, fellow. It's too dangerous to go there. Chun Miao shook his head. Comrade, my family is all there. And I also got the Japanese poison from the small county town, which is colorless and odorless. Take me there, and tell them I'm the one making the stew for them. The 2 looked at each other. Do you really have poison? I didn't go up the mountain in such weather, and I had a lot of work to do at home. Chun Miao. What's the matter, Auntie? It's okay. It's not raining. I came to talk to you. Having said that, I still squatted down and helped them pull the weeds in the soybean field. Why do you grow so many soybeans? Plant more soybeans this year, and plant some wheat next year. I'll trade you some soybeans in the fall. I'll make soybean paste too. Chun Miao would not refuse. Only if there is give and take can the relationship last long. Chun Miao, your 3rd sister-in-law's family came over yesterday. Xiaofeng, what do you want to do? Grandpa. Now that I know the general direction, I want to go over and take a look. They didn't kill anyone, so they probably want something from us. You know the direction, but do you know how far it is? Chun Miao shook his head. I don't know, but we can follow the wool tracks to find it. Okay, Da Qiang, Zhuzi's wife will go with you. The old village chief was talking about these 2 people who were both fierce. Grandpa, I can go by myself. They have captured so many of us. If I see an opportunity to cooperate with them, that's fine. I came back to tell everyone not to worry. He was sleeping very soundly in the middle of the night. Chun Miao sneaked in, and he had to know the situation here and find his relatives. This way, he could find them quickly after sneaking in, and the possibility of being discovered would be much smaller. We found the villagers and found out that they were still awake and were discussing something in low voices. This is even better, as the possibility of escaping with the help of both inside and outside forces is greater. After knowing their location, Chen Miao did not leave, but instead wanted to find out how many Japanese devils were here. Chun Tong was terrified. He hasn't spoken since the accident. In fact, every household is sad and scared now, and they hope Chen Miao can rescue everyone. At this time, Chen Miao was already lying in ambush not far from the Japanese. She didn't understand these things, but she knew that if a gun tower was built here, there should be some arrangements. I don't know if the nearby teams know this news. There are too many Japanese here. What should I do? I have a lot of bombs and grenades in my hands, but I am afraid of accidentally hurting civilians. After thinking about it, I decided to find a way to contact the villagers. Lu Qingshi and the other three hurriedly drove away. The old and young in the family could not be left in a dangerous place. After they got home, they told the villagers that the Japanese were coming soon. Every household was very nervous. Shin Wufu thought about it and decided to ring the bell to tell everyone the news. We should collect the grain if possible. We can't let the Japanese get any advantage. It's not like there have been cases of grain robbery in the past. Whether to harvest the grain is up to everyone to decide. Chun Miao thought that he must take it back, for he was afraid that he would not have the chance to take it back when the time came. Chun Miao looked at his two sons and became worried when the autumn came. He was definitely worried about others helping to look after the children, so he had to let them enter the space. No one helped me this year. I have to do everything by myself. I think I am really used to relying on others. If it doesn't work, I will take my time. If others take 3 days, I can always get it back in 1 week, right? Hearing the laughter of the two children, Chen Miao also had a smile on his face. Suddenly, a bell rang, which scared Chen Miao, and he quickly put away the two children. She had formed a habit of not having anything in her house, just in case something unexpected happened. Now he really didn't dare to shoot, but he was afraid that he would wake up. Gritting my teeth, I realized that this man was not a human being but a beast, so I took out my knife and killed him. She was still shouting, and quietly left the cornfield and was behind the man. He ran over quickly, shot him dead with 1 shot, and dragged him into the cornfield. When I came out, I saw 2 people holding the little donkey. Don't be afraid, fellow. Chun Miao nodded. I'm not afraid. I can tell you're part of the team. The two looked at each other, and one of them went to check on the 2 people just now. The autumn harvest is coming soon. Chun Miao decided to harvest corn first this year. The next day, I carried my 2 children to the fields to see that the corn was planted not too late this year, but it was still green. It seemed that it would be good if we could harvest the corn in 10 days or half a month. She met many people on the way who took the initiative to talk to her. She also knew that everyone should be grateful to her. In fact, this was a good thing for the 3 of them. Shun Jianfeng didn't know if he could come back. If they were the only 3 left, it would be more comfortable for them to live in the village. Chun Miao fed them a few mouthfuls of egg custard, and they felt better. Chun Shan also fed the little donkey. He was quite envious. The girl's family already had 2 little donkeys. She had separated from the family and didn't have the money to buy a new one. After Chen Miao came over, everyone set off again. Chen Dongxing looked at his 2 grandchildren sleeping soundly in his daughter's arms. These 2 guys are really brave. Hug them and sleep for a while.
Dad, I'm fine.
I couldn't sleep with such a bumpy ride, and I was still nervous. When it was almost dark, they saw the village. Xiaohe and the others rushed out and hugged their father and relatives.
Just do what you need to do, Mom.
I want to go back to my mother's house. I wonder how my father and the others are doing? You all go back and have a look. Liang Saixia could understand. Who wouldn't miss their parents? It was almost dark. Hearing the hurried footsteps outside, Chen's mother was really scared. She sat up suddenly. Seeing the 2 daughters and nephews and nieces coming in, she breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, Where are my dad and big brother? They were all taken away. Chun-hee and Chun-myeon both cried. Mom, what should we do? It should be conscripting men. What about Yongfu and Guangxing? This way there is nothing to worry about because we know they must have sent people near the artillery tower. After returning to the cornfield, he came out and hurried towards the artillery tower with the basket on his back. Now I just have to think of how to sneak in. If the team members weren't watching nearby, I could have gone in the middle of the night, but that's not possible now. After walking for a while, I heard a sound behind me and looked back to see 2 donkey carts with a lot of things on them, such as food, meat, vegetables, and so on. The 2 middle-aged men driving the carriage were not good people at first glance. After 2 full days of deployment, we estimated that the Japanese would be here soon. Chunjong looked at his excited friends and really didn't know how to tell them how cruel it was. Chunjong, a lot of people are coming over. The group of people were startled and ran out, only to see that it was their fellow villagers from nearby. Chunjong patted the boy who had just reported, "You didn't explain clearly. You scared me." There were more than 30 people, but none of them could shoot and had no weapons, so they could only stay behind as backup. They brought some food with them. So many people would need a lot of food for a day. The next day, she took her 2 children to the fields and found out that there were families harvesting the autumn harvest the night before. Let them play next to the donkey cart at the edge of the field and tell them not to leave. Before she finished her trip, she heard someone calling from outside and quickly responded. "Second aunt? Chun-miao, we will pick some corn for you. It's not a very tiring job. It won't work if you just leave the child in the field like this. Second aunt, sister-in-law, we don't need you. They're very well behaved and won't run around. It's time to harvest the autumn harvest." The Zhao family was also in a miserable state. Zhao Area saw that the water tanks in her home were all smashed. Seeing this situation, her home was robbed by the Japanese. I ran into the house quickly and saw my mother, 2 sisters-in-law, and nephews and nieces, all sitting on the kong. Mom, my dad, and the others were also arrested? Arya, you have to think of a solution. Your father, 2 older brothers, and your younger brother have all been captured. Zhao Arya also cried. Mom, my father-in-law and the 3 brothers Chintian have all been arrested. There was another cry in the room. Mom, I'm going to go back first. I wanted to let the sheep get on, but the sheep couldn't get in. There was no choice but to carry it up. A sheep must weigh more than 100 pounds. Chan Miao couldn't lift it up, so he thought about using the power of space. Unexpectedly, it really worked. They drove quickly towards the foot of the mountain. A gunshot rang out, which scared Chin Miao. It turned out that the Japanese were coming. There were people in front and behind. I saw an elderly couple walking in front of me, supporting each other. Get in the car. The old couple looked at Chin Miao, and she ran over and helped them up. There is a large forest at the foot of the mountain, and the little donkey and the sheep can only stay here. The chef asked Chin Miao to start stewing the meat. This is definitely a good opportunity. Chin Miao started to get busy. Seeing her doing it in an orderly manner, several cooks were watching from the side. Because it was an experiment, not much was stewed. When the tempting aroma wafted out, the Japanese were also attracted. An hour later, all the fallen meat was eaten by the devils. It was definitely not enough, so she continued to do it, but she still felt it was taking too long. I can cook a dish that also contains meat and is particularly delicious. Because they couldn't wait any longer, they agreed to Chin Miao's suggestion, and the other cooks also went to cook. As I was listening, 3 cars arrived this time, loaded with many people who were tied up, and they all looked like strong laborers. What is this for? The word conscripting men came to my mind. I listened to the dog translator talking nonsense, but I couldn't understand a word. The women were surrounded and had their guns pointed at them. They could do nothing but watch their men and children being arrested. Chun Miao was anxious and didn't know what to do. Seeing them forcing the tied-up men into the car, she felt that her guess was correct. It should be conscription. As long as it doesn't involve killing people, there is a way. Now, so many Japanese devils really don't dare to take any action. Chun Miao followed the truck for the entire 3-hour drive. There were already some people working there. Chun Miao left quickly after seeing them being driven away. When she returned to the village,
She heard crying everywhere, and there was no one on the mountain or in the woods. She released the two children and drove back. The only people left in the village now are women, the elderly, and children. She thought about it and decided to go under the big locust tree to ring the bell. Everyone thought the Japanese had come again. After locking the door, I fed them both and let them drink my own milk. I only used formula milk when it was not enough.
They can hold the bottle by themselves.
She has to cook, and now she is giving the two children some egg custard. Although there is a lot of milk powder, they are not small anymore, so it is still time to add complementary foods. Children love to eat egg custard. Chun Miao also put chopped shrimp in it. After they are full, I put them in the walker so they can move around. The floor is not very smooth, but it is okay. She lay on the kong, listening to her two sons screaming, with a smile on her face. Luckily we met the team. Otherwise, what would you do? Third sister, what are you going to do in the future? Leave Yunshan and Yunshin to me. I will definitely keep an eye on them. Chun Miao patted his little sister on the shoulder and said, I don't trust anyone. It's okay as long as the child is by my side. Third sister, it's even more dangerous for you to take them with you. They are still young. What if they make a sound while you are hiding? Chun Miao smiled, looking at the two children playing on the mat. Yunshan, Yun Xian, you can't speak unless your mother tells you to. The two children immediately calmed down and sat aside obediently playing with the wooden toys they had just been given. In the past, she always said that you would lend us money to build a house when we separated in the future. But when we really separated, she said that you would not lend it to me, and I would not lend it to you. I slowly tried to find a way, but she still forced me to go to my third sister's house. The Zhao family felt very ashamed. How could the family have money? When did they say they would lend them money? They had not yet split up and still lived together. Zhao Area lowered her head and said nothing. Now she regretted it. She used to be complacent because her family was rich. Men listened to her, and she had the final say. And you gave her a gun? Chen Miao? She's here? Li Wenquan was still a little excited. If it weren't for Chen Miao, we wouldn't have been able to take down the outpost. Song Qingmin recounted what happened. Finally, he sighed that this woman was bold and careful. She went back, didn't she? Yes, I went back then. Chun Jiang also got the news. His third sister had come over. He knew the rules, so he still ran to find Li Wenquan. He wanted to go home and see him after the battle was over. The Japanese in the town have been dealt with by Song Qingmin. Now they are waiting for orders from above. The Japanese have set up a sentry post here, so they must have made some arrangements. This arrangement is the best. It is not only a head-on confrontation that can lead to victory. The Japanese haven't come yet. Let's just wait. I felt more at ease when I returned home. As long as we were prepared, there was still a chance of victory even if they had more people. The next day, she continued to grind flour at home. So many people needed too much food every day. The two kids were playing by themselves when they suddenly heard the sheep making a strange sound. They really knew how to rush. I ran to see it with my two children in my arms. It really was about to give birth. You two go play over there. Everyone dispersed, and the children and the elderly also had to be settled. Mother Chen went home and lay down. She knew that her third daughter was worried about leaving the child to her. But wouldn't it be more dangerous if she brought the child with her? Chendo came in and said, Mom, I want to chase my third sister. Mother Chen shook her head. No, you can't catch up. Go to your third sister's house and feed the livestock. Chendo was used to being obedient, so he turned and left. The three daughters-in-law of the Chen family came over. Mom, what should we do? Everyone is watching over the children. So I felt relieved to deal with them. The two also saw Chen Miao, a young and beautiful girl walking outside alone. They really didn't care about her, but they had bad intentions. Brothers, can you give me a ride? My home is in Lijiachuo. Okay, a man said and laughed. Chen Miao was frightened by their malicious looks and moved away a little. No, I won't take the car. Thank you, big brother. You said you don't want to sit, so why not? The man who agreed just now got out of the car with a smile. Chen Miao started running forward. Please keep an eye on the car for me. The man followed Chen Miao and also instructed his companion who was driving the car behind him.
I didn't expect that there were more than 100 Japanese devils and more than 100 local thugs here. Chun Miao was worried. Although there were many able-bodied men here, none of them had weapons. Besides, even if they did, they would not know how to use them. What should I do? It would be great if there was poison.
I have no idea about this.
I thought about going to the town tomorrow to have a look. If there is a pharmacy, I will try it myself. Even if I am exposed, I can still escape. After thinking it over, I fell asleep with my 2 sons in my arms. There were no beds here. It was fine to lie on the floor with blankets, and the floor in the space was not cold. Daughter-in-law Xiaofeng, leave the child to me. Don't worry, I will take good care of the child. No need, third master. Chun Miao didn't trust anyone. She ran away, and the old people sighed behind her. She quietly comforted the 2 children in the room, found a place where no one was, quickly made milk powder for them and asked them to lie down and eat, hoping that the 2 sons would be strong and sleep after eating. There is no way out, because I don't know what's going on in the village.
So it's safest to go this way.
Looking at the villagers captured by the Japanese, Chun Miao thought that since they did not resist, they would not kill anyone now. I know, just don't be angry. She doesn't deserve to make me angry. Chun Miao, it's good that you know.
Don't pay attention to them.
None of your third and older brothers are good. Chun Miao nodded. I know what's going on. Zhao Arya went home angrily and started to scold Chun Tian. Chun Tian also had a temper. He felt even more stubborn when he found out that his mother-in-law's family wouldn't lend him even 100 copper coins. After getting married, Zhao Arya became assertive, saying that her family was rich and she looked down on me. She had the final say for so many years. I could hear her cursing all the time, all of which were words of blame for my own incompetence. You're a useless thing. You can't even walk when you see a woman. Although he was cursing, he still got out of the car and tied the car he was driving to the car in front. He ran and got into the car in front.
Chun Miao was just teasing this man.
Seeing that he was about to catch up, he quickly went into the cornfield. The man laughed even more arrogantly and followed her into the cornfield. Chun Miao was shouting in fear in the front. The man was laughing behind him, and the man outside shouted. He also wanted to. After running for a while, Chun Miao pretended to fall down. The man rushed over and was knocked unconscious by Chun Miao.